The
See if
boss
they
is
can
forward. There's winning again. He has the ball in hand. Champion.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep.
From that
Close combat onto Among Us. Is that enough? Yes! Chopper Cross gets the knockout. Defeats Ultua.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the leg down. Can you look down the Wizcash when he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left. I know.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Welcome, trainers. We are live from Regional Championship on the Baltic coast, and much like the ships many constructed here, we are setting sail on a ship named Friendship as many players gather from around the globe to stay here for a couple of days and do their best. We will be crowning a champion at the end of the weekend, but in the meantime, my name is Amy Wasley and I am joined by the lovely Joe Bernard, Alex Dow, and rumor has it that if you lose enough win-ins, you end up on this couch. I'm talking about, of course, the lovely first-timer here on the couch, Jesper Eriksson. Jesper, how we feeling today?
I'm feeling fantastic, of course. First time being here, and I mean, again, it's such a privilege being here, and yeah, rumor is true. If you lose enough win-ins, you will get here someday.
That's how we got here as well.
Don't rope me in with you two.
You got roped in just like our set, buddy. No, but seriously, we have such a riveting weekend. How are we feeling about this weekend and the format ahead?
Yeah, I think we're going to have a fantastic weekend. I love these times in the formats where we know what decks are going to show up. We know the best archetypes in the room, but it's about those little tweaks at this stage. We are going to see little twists to lists to change up matchups, and that can change the fortunes of our players this weekend. So it's really for the nitty-gritty grinders out there who put a lot of time into the game, who are going to profit this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely echo that as well. There's so much to look forward to. I mean, not just decks, so many players here as well, international players, not just our Europeans, of course, and that's another contentious topic that we have to cover at some stage throughout this weekend. But no, it's an exciting time to just be here with you guys and, yeah, be here for Jesper's debut.
Absolutely. And speaking of people coming from all over the globe, we have so many fantastic events coming up that people, you know, they'll come a long way to travel to all these fantastic lined up events this season. I still can't believe we're only on our third event total in Europe.
Yeah, I mean, with just Gdańsk come up now, we got LAIC happening in a few short weeks as well. Still the same format as now, so it's going to be really important for these players also heading into LAIC that they will use this event as getting ready. Of course, also earning these massively important championship points, because we can't forget, travel awards, travel stipends, they're closing up shop in Sao Paulo.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We have so many kind of changing rankings going on at the moment, and with players traveling kind of further than ever. I don't know about you guys, but it feels like everyone is willing to go really broad this season to get those championship points.
Yeah, we saw a little bit last season here and there, just a handful of players, but it feels like almost every regional is becoming an international tournament. Some of the best players are traveling over, and they're getting their rewards as well. We've seen some very high-level play from players from the US, from Australia even coming over, and that's happening again this weekend. So every tournament is just the cream of the crop now.
It really is, and you're right. It gives that really international feel, as Pokemon has always been. But looking at our champions thus far, NA have been smashing it.
Yeah, there's been some really incredible players, and we have two fantastic champions already. Henry Chow is someone who's really shone with that God of our list that we've just seen an amazing little it looked like a bat just suddenly flying across our stage. Apologies. And then of course we saw Caleb Gadamer in Louisville take it down with that raging bolt. A bit of a massive story that's been in this format so far, and it's continued throughout this tournament and throughout this format.
Yeah, because we've seen Raging Bolt at almost every single event this season. Has been the most played deck. And we also get to see this on the graphic later. But one thing for sure is that it's not had the greatest tournaments until Louisville, that is.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we move into the EU event champions, we see that continue as kind of the running gag at the moment here in the EU is that we can't seem to win our own events.
EU needs to represent, because as you can see, we've got Ryuki here coming over from Japan. He's a fantastic player in his own right. Had some top 16 finishes at Champions League tournaments, which are mammoth events out in Japan. So he's an incredible player, taking a win away from us. And then we have James Cox. He's almost an honorary member, but he's actually, from Australia. You can hear it in his accent that he's not a European player. So the Europeans have to show up this weekend.
Yeah, but then again, could we say, do the rankings lie then? Because it says on the rankings he's from the Netherlands.
The flag is there.
Yeah,
we have the flag at least.
Exactly. So honorary, in my opinion, anyway. I think honorary European. It makes me feel better, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure from James's interview, he did say it's for the streets to decide whether he's actually a European or not. But we'll take him if we can adopt him as much as we can. He's been here long enough, right?
We are the streets. We decide now.
Yep, that's us. That's our new team name. But they're not, all of these championship points that everyone's playing for this weekend, they are fruitful at this event, and our, of course, first place champion of this event here in Gdansk will be taking home 350 CP, but an auto invite as well that doesn't count into the main rankings.
Yep, so we already have 4 players we know, those champions who we've seen already at the World Championships guaranteed, which is phenomenal. And this season, the points have changed up a little bit. You actually get even more rewarded for those higher placements, so it's even better distribution of points this season for those getting in those top 8s, top 16s. But there's a big change this season with qualification. You're no longer looking to hit a bar of championship points. Now it's top 125 for our region, same for NA. So it's going to be a constant flux of where you are in the rankings and a constant reason to come to these tournaments.
Yeah, exactly. So we've seen it past seasons, right? We have different bars, 350 CP, 500 CP. This season, it's top 125. This means that not necessarily the players are going to stop once they hit this threshold of 500. No, they'll keep going to solidify the position in the top 125.
And it's not just championship points to play for. You want to be high up in those rankings because the stipends are here. And we can see the Travel Awards standings right there. Any names jump out at anyone?
Oh, there's so many consistent players. Just, again, it's what we mentioned. All these players are now really going for the championship points and the invites, of course, but we can see right at the top of that list, a very consistent player we've seen throughout the years since he started picking up the Pokemon trading card game, Alberto Conte, of course, in second place there, Amy, someone well known to yourself.
Oh, I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't know who that guy is. In between two very well-known players who have been here for many years, but Ethan in his second season is doing very well and showing that even the newer guys aren't to be messed with.
Yeah, and speaking of newer guys, we have number 4, Rune Nielsen, which is one of my local guys. And
Yay!
he's been piloting Snorlax and Control variants throughout his entire competitive story. So it's also crazy to see that he's up there already and he's making a great name of himself. Likely, perhaps also playing some kind of Control variant this weekend.
We've had, Yella there as well, who is doing really great with Goldiger, and Clement just at the bottom, just sneaking on there with their amazing Dragapult list. And we do carry on to the top 32, because what do top 32 get?
Well, they get that priority registration for the next international championships, which is really important so you can make sure you're not missing out on the biggest events of the year. But also take a look at some of these names, still phenomenal players in this mix, and they're going to be looking to get themselves into that top 16 where they get cash towards the next international championships.
Oh yeah, we're always looking at how these names are shifting up and down per event. It feels like the top charts of Pokemon TCG.
Absolutely. I mean, there was 2 big names I can call out just from there. There was a world finalist in, of course, Tord Reklev, and a world champion in that top 32, and Andre Scubao as well. So some phenomenal players. Everyone's still trying to just claw their way back in, but also try and maintain that position for that top 125 position to qualify for Anaheim, California.
Yeah, there are so many prizes on the line this weekend, not just CP, but, cash prizing as well. Look at that board. They've really gone to town this year with all the way down to 32nd place, getting cash prizing as well as booster packs galore.
Yep, first place, getting $10,000 for the Masters event, an incredible amount of money. That's alongside all of the booster packs that are being given out at these tournaments now as well. You know, we're just showing the booster packs up until top 64, but you actually get prizing now all the way down to sometimes 256, sometimes even 5112 if we can get the player base and the player numbers at these tournaments as well. So there's so much to play for, and that's why it's such an incredible tournament and experience.
Yeah, and exactly. Besides the regional champion, of course, getting their automatic invite to Worlds next year, don't forget, yeah, as you said, $10,000, right? That means they very likely will be there using those $10,000 to travel to Anaheim next year, which is an amazing package that they will get from winning this tournament.
Absolutely, and that's what it's all about at the end of the day. We're here to crown a champion. A stellar crowning champion is coming to Gdańsk this weekend, and you know, they've got so much to play for, but we've only just kind of wrapped up in Lille. It feels like it's been no time at all. We've jumped around, and you know, Lille, we had a really crazy adventure. I really enjoyed seeing the breadth of decks that took part.
Yeah, this format is still developing and players are starting to get towards the archetypes that they know, but as you can see, there's a really diverse spread of archetypes. Raging Bolt way out in front of that 15%, but then we see a lot of 8% and 10%. People can't choose what the top 3 decks are in the metagame right now. It almost changes week to week.
Absolutely, and we're going to continue to see that. I wonder how it's going to change from this graphic to the next. I love doing a compare and contrast when events are this close to one another, especially when they're all in Europe. And so we're able to kind of see that even through to just day 2, this has changed a lot.
Yeah, exactly. We can't forget some of the other decks that we didn't see even on the day 1 graphic. Snorlax Control and Gardevoir, although Gardevoir is the one that actually has a bit of a combination of Banette EX and Gardevoir sprinkled in it as well. But those sort of decks can still rise up and become real representers in the day 2 graphic as well, and actually try and take down a tournament. But we see a massive gain there just from Lugia going up to the most played deck in day 2 at Lille.
Yeah, and exactly. So of course we also saw in Lille, day 1, Raging Bolt, most played deck. Day 2, almost seems like we can call Raging Flop at this moment, because of course won Louisville, but has not been performing that well here in Europe. Also, well, although we did get a top 8 in Lille, but not much more than that.
It's been a bit of a rocky start for poor old Raging Bolt for sure, but in our top 8, we did see Anthony come through with that Raging Bolt. So although only 8 players got through with Raging Bolt, it did get all the way to top 8.
Yeah, it seems like really the Regidrago was the right deck for the tournament. We see James Cox and Kaiwin playing the same 60 as well, which is a fantastic representation for their archetype, as well as Alberto Conti doing well with that Regidrago V-Star. And then there's Lugia as well. It had that amazing day 1 to day 2 conversion, but also made it all the way up to that top table as well, into the top cuts, which is great representation from all of these players. And then just a one-of for Snorlax Control. Never that popular of an archetype, but still can go far in the room. And that Dragapult Pidgeot as well from Clement. Amazing to see.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of these decks continue to do well, and I wonder whether it'll translate to today and whether we're going to see Raging Bolt manage to climb to the top or, like you say, have a bit of a flop. So only time will tell, because it's been such a popular deck because of its speed and aggression. Will anything else catch up?
Well, yeah, and seeing Regidrago V-Star win, that's really good for Raging Bolt. That's a reason to play Raging Bolt. Very strong into those V-Star matchups, as we're going to get into how our final sort of shook out, where we had James Cox winning with that Regidrago V-Star up against Clement with Dragapult.
Yeah, James Cox taking down his first regional championship is amazing to see. He's a player who's been so consistent. Of course, we've seen him a lot, as we've already mentioned. We've kind of adopted him in the European scene, but he's consistently, day 2 as we get a chance to see the winning final turn here, as I believe you can see that little James Cox smirk as well in the little picture. It's just incredible to see such a good player really claim that title.
And you can just see the joy that comes out of these events, not just from winning as well, but you've got to remember there's a lot of people even in top 8 who have these joyous moments, as well as you see the prizing they get, going up that leaderboard, solidifying their place in Anaheim.
and he's been a world caliber player for years.
Oh, yeah.
And it's just taken him that long to get the win. That's how tough it is to make it all the way through a tournament. You need to be a great player, but you need to have those slices of luck along the way. And to be fair, in that final, he did have some good slice of luck. Clement didn't draw well in any of the sets. Still managed to take a game, though, which was proof of how well he could play Dragapult.
Absolutely, and Clement has proven that kind of through all of the events this season so far. He's been piloting Dragapult for all of the events thus far, and I'm curious to see if he's sticking with it, knowing that he was so close, or you know, maybe you could even see him in the finals once more.
I mean, if he goes out and says that he's been playing Dragapult for 3 straight months, or round about that in Lille, my money is on that he's still playing Dragapult this event, no doubt.
Oh yeah, I think so too, but I can't wait to see him climb to the top once again. I have confidence in that Dragapult list with Clement. As its kind of chosen deck, it feels like that deck chose Clement, and he's been piloting it to perfection. I gave it a go, and it was not for me.
It's been a strong archetype, though. It's made 2 finals back-to-back in Europe with very different deck lists as well.
Yeah.
So there's still a bit of a tug of war going on between whether or not you play Pidgeotty X and a slower approach that Clement had, or go all in with those Dust Noirs, Curse blasting aggressively and just swiping up board state straight away from turn 2 if you have those rip-roaring starts. So that's something we have to follow this weekend.
Yeah, and that's why we see so many little nuances between the tournaments as well. Just from the European events, I mean, double Dragapult in both finals that we saw in Dortmund and Lille. Well, maybe even 3 if you wanted to count James Cox's Regidrago V-Star deck as well. But over in the US, it's not quite converted that way. No. But that's how we see the swings and roundabouts of the meta, and that's what makes this so much more fun.
Yeah, and we've seen that for years because like the European metagame and the NA metagame has always been, you know, very much alike, but just slightly different in the outcomes of results. I mean, if we looked at like the graphics from Louisville to Lille, they're very much alike, but it's just how the tournament shakes out is always different every single time.
And so that you never, ever miss out on a tournament, make sure that you bookmark Pokemon.com/broadcasts so that you don't miss a thing. You can follow all of the channels. Make sure that you do shoot them a follow so you get all those fantastic notifications. You can also check out if your favorite caster is on any specific event as well, and maybe you'll come along and say hi to us as well. So don't forget Pokemon.com/broadcast to make sure that you never miss any of the action. But now it's time for us to start boogieing on with our event and get into the action. So we're going to take a very quick hiatus while our casters get ready for the desk, and we'll catch you very soon, trainers.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon trading card game to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. It's a 2-day battle for glory. Trainers kick off the weekend in Swiss rounds, with each match being a best-of-3 showdown. To advance to day 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. On day 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus all competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win and you move on. Lose and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
On the 19th and 20th of October 2024, nearly 1,400 Pokemon trading card game Masters Division players came to Lille in France to decide who was going to win the second European regional of the season. My name's Ross Gilbert, and I'd like to tell you all about that weekend. Coming into the weekend, we still didn't really know what the metagame looked like. We'd had 2 regionals where Stellar Crown was legal, in Dortmund and in Louisville over in the US, but we saw Dragapult winning in Dortmund, only to finish 24th at best in Louisville. We saw Terrapagos that everybody was hyping get 1 top 8 between those 2 events, and we came in with a lot of questions. Well, the only thing people could really agree on being Raging Bolt is an absolute contender. Looking at the day 1 metagame, Raging Bolt and Lugia were the 2 best decks without question. As we decided our top 8 players, we had 3 Regidrago V-Star decks and 2 Lugia V-Star decks, proving that they really were the decks to beat throughout the weekend, with lone representation from Raging Bolt EX, Dragapult EX, and our old friend Snorlax. As we made it to the final, it really was proving to be the year of the Dragon, with James Cox's Regidrago V-Star taking on Clement Courbois' Dragapult EX. James is going for his first regional win after an impressive resume, including 2 top 8 finishes at the World Championships, whereas Clement was trying to win his very first ever regional level tournament. But the final would prove to be a game of big swings. In Game 1, Clement managed to set up a 6-prize turn, but after that impressive Game 1, it was James Cox's event in the end. And in the final game, KOing all 3 Dreepy at once with Trifrost to finish out James Cox's first regional win. Stay tuned for the rest of the season as we see how the metagame shifts and which other players and decks will rise to the top to claim their own place as regional champions.
Welcome, trainers. We're here at the desk. You can see we've got a bit of a nautical theme going on this weekend because we are on the port city of Gdańsk here in Poland. The players have poured in. There's over 1,300 masters battling it out this weekend for regional championships. It's myself, Joe Bernard, and my chum, Alex Dow, with me, taking you through. Going to be round 3 very shortly. Round 2 is at its conclusion, actually, in the last dying minutes. So we shouldn't be too long until we get into our first round of action here, Alex.
Yeah, I think we're all excited to finally get into the action, see what decks are actually going to be on the stream as well, what we can try and feature for you guys and make this as an enjoyable experience for you guys as much as possible, despite not just, of course, the theme that we got. I'm doing my best in my blue suit. But yeah, I'm looking forward to just being here with you and just actually guiding our players and our viewers, of course, at home throughout this tournament. And
speaking of which, yeah, the viewers, get involved on those socials down below. We want to hear from you. Use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. We are always watching, so make sure you're on X, on YouTube, Facebook, and of course on Instagram as well. We want to hear it all for you. This is why we're here. We're here for the viewers. So if you get involved, it's going to be easy enough to let us know what decks you want to see and players you want to watch. We're trying to follow the storylines as much as you are. And you can also check us out on YouTube and Twitch with that /Pokemon. Couldn't be easier to get involved in the action here this weekend in Gdańsk. We're in the Stellar Crown format still. We've had a few weeks of it now. This is the 3rd tournament over here in Europe, and we actually have already crowned 2 champions, Alex.
Yeah, 2 incredible international champions, we might add. In Dortmund, of course, Ryuki there with that Dragapult deck that he piloted all the way to the final and taking it down, coming all the way over from Japan and actually getting an automatic invite via our system, which is a fantastic, new addition to this structure now. And of course, in Lille, we saw not long ago James Cox taking it down with that Regidrago V-Star deck, Joe.
Yeah, Ross gave us the rundown of how that happened just moments ago. And James is just a fantastic player. I think he's rocking the Regidrago again this weekend. Wouldn't surprise me because there's been great innovation of that deck list. And I think, Alex, we're going to go through some of those innovations with all the archetypes in a moment, but it feels like Noctowl is going to be that big change for Regidrago. What makes that a strong inclusion now from Stellar Crown?
Yeah, the biggest thing, just being able to utilize its Jewel Seeker ability, of course, because there already is that Teal Mask Ogrebon EX in the deck list, but it allows you to maybe utilize some of your game plan early or late. So early on, if you can weave in a Jewel Seeker, you maybe don't need to use that V-Star power so soon. Yeah. And then in the latter stages of the game, you can maybe, if you had to use the V-Star power, maybe use that to find your combo pieces to weave in those E-switches and other combo pieces you might need throughout the matchup.
Yeah, because Regidrago, normally it's like a dump and draw deck, right? You can't guarantee those pieces. So sometimes saving that V-Star to cherry pick from the discard pile or use the Noctowl to cherry pick from the deck, that actually gives you a bit more control over your game plan, which I think is really important for Reggie Drago. So we're going to have to see if a European will actually win out here in Europe. We need to represent, but there are plenty of strong players out there, Alex. I have confidence that some of these players are going to be battling out at the top.
Yeah, I mean, this is the leaderboard for Europe right now. We've seen so many consistent players throughout these tournaments already. I mean, Alberto Conte, we mentioned him already on that sofa segment.
Yeah.
That he's been consistent throughout already. Of course, you wouldn't have 469 points without having done so. Of course, there was that top 4 in Lille as well. Plenty of other players. Jelle van Kampen, of course, a Golden Go fanatic, as it were.
Flying the flag, for sure.
Yeah, continuing to play. And then, you know, we can continue hyping up certain players. Luke Kirkham with that fantastic gouging fiery X deck. It's just incredible to see. I love the little icon for James Cox.
He's got the ticket. It's literally a ticket.
It's amazing.
To the World Championships in Anaheim. Fantastic to see. This is a combination of the last 2 regionals as well as local level events as well. You can earn those championship points at your League Cups and League Challenges. Those are going on all the time. So if you want to start accumulating some championship points yourself, there's always those local level tournaments you can check out, not just these massive regionals. If those are a little too intimidating, you can start there, start your journey towards the World Championships yourself.
I mean, it's where we all started, right?
Yep.
We all get a chance to actually, you know, play some of the local events. It doesn't really change too much other than the scale. But when we talk about scale, this is where we start to talk about our international players. We've got one that we've decided to pick out as one of our players to watch, Michael Davidson, fresh off the back of a Louisville second place with a very innovative Lost Box deck that him and his friends have been piloting for some time now. We've already highlighted Luke. You know, there's little more we can say about a fantastic player and a good friend of ours. And of course, Joshua Van Overschelde there, piloting that Lugia to a fantastic finish in Lille as well. Someone who's also very consistent and we all often do see on streams.
Yeah, he was piloting Lugia to a top 32 at the World Championships, so hasn't actually changed a card in his deck list. In the last few tournaments, even though there's been a new set released, he's stuck with the exact same 60 and still getting great results, which is amazing. Michael, really interesting story because, you know, he got that top 8 at Worlds with Reggie Drago V-Star, but in between those tournaments at the NAIC, like you said, and then bringing it over to Louisville, that Lost Zone box, it feels like he really picked the right metagame for that because with the Reggie Drago win, it might be much more difficult to play Lost Zone box this weekend. So I wonder how he's going to adapt his strategy for this one.
Yeah, I think this is where, because of the area time of the format that we're in right now, as we become into a very mature sort of state, a lot of players tend to, you know, cling on to what they've already been playing so far and actually just stick with the format and stick with the decks that they're very familiar with. That's just because we come into this stage. But at the same time, we discuss all of the time, really. We love to see innovations, love to see intricacies between decks, and that's what we're hoping to see this weekend.
Yeah, and who's more innovative than Luke Kirkham, playing Gouging Fire the last few tournaments, and you can see he's at the top of the EU leaderboard right now, doing well on the local level, doing fantastically well at regionals. We saw him on stream just a couple of weeks ago in Lille, and he likes to put opponents in awkward positions, put them in a spot they've never been in before with an archetype that he's homebrewed, he's ironed out, made fantastic, and I think it's a really good sign for our players out there that you can be very creative, bring a homebrew, and as long as you put the hours in, it's going to do really well.
Yeah, I know we love Luke. It's enough about Gouging Fire now.
It is biased. I'm sorry.
But yeah, he's a fantastic player. But there's so many fantastic players. I mean, at this tournament, over 1,300 players, I believe, battling it out to try and take down this tournament and become a regional champion, get that ticket to Anaheim, California, the World Championships, the pinnacle of our format and season.
Well, let's see some caster predictions then. I'm backing Palkia this weekend. I think Palkia is going to have, well, yeah, we both like Palkia. We've been playing it in the last couple of tournaments ourselves. Palkia V-Star has proven itself to have a huge resurgence in the metagame. There's been a few formats where it's been a little bit behind the times, but it's come back in droves thanks to that Dust Noir inclusion. Such a fantastic way for you to clear the opponent's board, allow yourself to get that Radiant Greninja, maybe even getting rid of a mana fee to make it happen for you. That bench protection is removed, or you could simply take out 3 Pokemon at once. It's very difficult for any stage 2 archetype or even setup decks relying on Hoot Toot, where you can just remove all of those basics and really wipe the opponent away from all of their options. And then you're also slamming Iono at them as well and constantly disrupting their hand. I think Palkia has a really good shot this weekend. We've been playing with Noctowl, but that's not why I have Noctowl as my other card as a prediction. It's because Noctowl's so good. We're even seeing Reggie Drago add it into the deck as a 1/1 count. That is proof of how powerful it is. Reggie Drago doesn't have much space at all. It's already a toolbox with a ton of dragon cards. cards, but you still make the room for Noctowl because it's so impactful when it hits the board, even if it's once in the game.
I mean, you heard from a little bit earlier, we couldn't really stop talking about Jewel Seeker. But if I go back to my caster prediction now, I decided to take a slight swing on things. I mean, it was Terrapagos EX as my first choice. It's a card I actually also played in Palkia Noctowl as well, but it's a fantastic deck and card in its own right. It's got a fantastic attack, of course, just being able to just beat down on other opponents' decks as you fill your board with that Aerial Zero under decks, as well as we're joined by a friend on our desk. But of course, the second card I chose was Rare Candy, and I think there's a chance, there's an opportunity here, as we've seen already from the finalists in our Lille Regional Championships. Rare Candy trying to really highlight maybe a Stage 2 deck could do something. I know this is not quite what you're thinking.
Yeah, I'm gonna fight you on this one. I think it's tough to be a Stage 2 deck in the format right now. I think if I'm playing Stage 2s, it's just so I can use Dust Noir to stop those other Stage 2s. I do think Candy's obviously good. You know, you're still playing the card to use that Dust Noir in the first place, but I think we're starting to see people take Pidgeot EX out of their decks, because if you go second, there's just so many archetypes now with Regidrago, with Dragapult, even with just Dust Noir in general. They can target your engine, and then if you're without it, you have a few dead cards in your deck list, and it's tough to work. So I'm skeptical of the Stage 2s this weekend.
We're not battling now when we're trying to decide for the community, for the choice of voting.
I'm ready to go.
But look, Rare Candy, I think, has a chance, right? If Raging Bull continues to have an uptick in sort of play, you know, things like Charizard could come out of nowhere, really sort of weave itself back into the format, and hopefully find a pretty good place in itself. And as you already mentioned, it's utilizing Dust Noir. You're already backing up my argument.
Yes.
Okay?
It does get so much better. I love the combination of Pokestop, Night Stretcher, Rare Candy. That's from Shrouded Fable, the Night Stretcher, one of my favorite new cards, and it unlocks those Stage 2s in many ways.
Yeah, there's so many unique cards that we've seen in our recent sets that it just means there's so much more to look forward to. Every time we get a new set, there's so much more little unique innovations that we get. And like I said, this is what we're hoping to see in this tournament going forward as well, and hopefully get you guys a chance to see and feature onto stream as well.
So you mentioned Charizard. That's an archetype that's not been super popular as of late. How do you think it shapes up in this format? Are you still playing the Pidgeot? Are you playing the Dust Noir? How do you think it shapes up? Because I've got my own opinion, but I want you to start. I'm going to lay the trap and then tell you how I like to play Charizard afterwards.
Personally, I don't think you can ever go away from Pidgeot EX. I think just being able to cherry pick the right pieces just when you need it is a fantastic sort of utility support Pokemon you're going to have. The Dust Noir package, I think we've also said previous format, heading into this Stellar Crown format, sometimes it could be a bit of a trap, having to utilize that card and weave in that kind of a broken up sort of damage, and then also giving up your prizes. It sometimes can be just not the right way to go about things, but it does boost up your damage with Charizard, and that's how I would play. I would try and jam a lot of things in, I think.
Fair enough. I was going to go really off-piece and say that I've been trying out a Barrel build of Charizard once again.
You love Fan Barrel.
It's because I love Fan Rotom from this set. It's one of my favorite cards, and it's a way to get double Bidoof and sometimes even the Squobit as well in your deck, so you can cycle really nicely. And you can see that we have a community bracket actually all about engine Pokemon this weekend, because there are so many. There's just so many cards that can draw so much in the format right now. We have endless possibilities on that first turn, throughout the game, with the Vs and the EXs that we have access to. Festivity splits opinion as well, because it really does get around those Ionos and Disruption cards so fantastically, so you just don't miss a beat. So we have a really tough community bracket this weekend.
Yeah, who decided the matchups? I mean, Pidgeot EX against Noctowl, but Barrel snuck in.
That was our last card that we were thinking about with Barrel. I think we were debating that among like Tatsugiri, and we were also thinking about Cleffa as well, which is like the lone attacking option, I suppose, that can draw cards as well. But Barrel snuck on, and you know, we'll see if it can go through the bracket as well.
Yeah, we'll go through this tournament alongside you guys. You guys will get a chance to vote and interact with us as well on the Twitch stream, but we'll be giving our best arguments and cases for each of the support Pokemon. Hopefully I'll get one I'd actually enjoy a bit more than the others.
Well, I can tell you, Alex, I've got Rotom on my side for this first bracket. We're going for it right now. So I have Rotom V to chat about, which I think is a pretty good pick for me. It's going to be not too difficult, and I think we're going to be starting any moment now into our argument. Well, you're going to have to find out. I can't remember. I just know that I have to back Rotom V this time, which should be pretty easy for me. I think it's a phenomenal card right now, but let's wait for the green light and we'll get underway.
So I believe we can count you in, and I don't know how much time we've actually got here, but
30 seconds
enough. 30 seconds? Okay, I'll give you 30 seconds. We won't give you too much time. So in 3 seconds, Joe. I won't say 3. So 1, 2, 3, go ahead.
Well, here we go. Arven unlocks Rotom V, and Arven is in everything right now. You get that Nest Ball, Forest Seal Stone. You can end on those +3 cards. That means you're going to be holding on to Alex's favorite card, the Rare Candy, for next turn. Forest Seal Stone gets you anything. The fact that this is a V Pokemon is one of the main selling points here, because not only is it giving you that hand advantage, but then whatever you didn't hit from those 3 cards, you can then go and get into your deck with that Forest Seal Stone. We're seeing it in Dragapult, we're seeing it in Charizard. Every Stage 2 needs this card right now. But even the fast decks, sometimes we see it in Lost Zone Box, sometimes we see it in Miraidon. You can just end on those 3 cards, and that means you're not missing a...
That's enough.
Beat.
I'll let you have the beat. I'll let you have the beat.
Yeah.
Right.
Do you know what you've got yet?
Yeah, just about. I think
Okay.
I think it was Fez. I think this is why I was talking about some of the matchups. Yeah.
Okay. Well, this is actually a close one. They both draw 3 cards. You know, there's some similarities going on.
But one goes in absolutely everything.
Oh, okay. Right. Well, I'll count you in.
This is where I'm just taking extra time right now.
I'm going to give you the 3, 2, 1.
Right, Fezandipity X. It's a card, as Joe's already mentioned, divides opinion. Why does it divide opinion? Because it goes in absolutely everything. And this is where everyone's trying to shoehorn it into the decks. Being able to draw 3 cards with its fantastic ability, just being able to then utilize in things like Raging Bolt EX. You know, when you take a knockout, no one's targeting the Fezandipity. Everyone's trying to get rid of all the other attackers. It's just such a fantastic support Pokemon that you can literally jam into absolutely everything. And don't forget, some people do actually use the Cruel Arrow attack as well. A little 80 snipe just for a little bit of fun. Why not?
There you go. The fact that you've had to start talking about Cruel Arrow shows that you didn't have enough things to say.
That's also because you don't have any... What's Rotom V's attack?
Structural.
Yeah,
it's not great though.
Exactly.
40 damage something? Yeah.
Exactly, so it has
Tools.
utility.
Yeah, not a big deal. But yeah, I mean, we love saying flip the script here.
Exactly.
You're going to hear it a lot this weekend. It's going to happen. And yeah, it's a fantastic card, no doubt. Both good choices here in the community bracket. Not an easy one,
keep going about Fez.
Well, I mean, both great cards is what I'm going with. This is going to be a really tough community bracket. A hard one to pick this weekend. Sometimes we make the community brackets and we think, yeah, there's 1 or 2 clear decks or clear cards that will make it through to the final. I actually can't really predict this one. It's going to be all down to chat to figure out what are the best engine Pokemon that we have in format right now, in a format where we have so many options.
Yeah, I really like just the fact that Rotom has so many really cool, unique cards at the moment as well. We spoke about Fan Rotom.
Fan Rotom. I mean, almost got one to our graphic as well.
We literally have been sort of mocked for, because I played 4 in a deck, and yeah,
how could they?
Yeah, how could they?
It's genius.
Everyone says we go to every tournament, and I hear, if only I opened Fan Rotom, you know, and I win the game. Yeah. Why not play 4? Fantastic. It doesn't matter. Anyway, moving on.
No, it does. It matters. It matters because you want it in the active position so a Hoothoot's not getting knocked out.
Yeah,
it's absolutely core.
True.
And it can attack as well. 70 damage. Not anything to sniff at if you have a stadium card in play. That can be a great way to initiate a prize race. We're definitely going to see Fan Rotom in a few of our archetypes. One of them I really have my eye on because we've already been looking at some top players' deck lists so far is Terrapagos, Alex. The new archetype from Stellar Crown, utilizing that Fan Rotom, gets the Noctowns into play, gets Pidgeot into play, then constructs a really intricate board state to checkmate opponents almost with the use of Briar and Dusknoir.
Oh, thanks for backing up my actual my choice, my caster prediction as well.
I like Terrapagos too.
I mean, it's like I said, it's got such a unique attack and unified beatdown. It's an attack we've kind of seen before as you build up your bench and sort of weave in big damage, and then of course with Dusknoirs and other combo pieces, it's really a fantastic way of actually utilizing a whole deck to beat down on your opponents.
Yeah, it can have so many avenues of attack. Let's see how that community bracket shaped up. I really don't know which way this one's going to go. It's going to the Fezandipity. It's a landslide! I said it was close. It ain't close. Fezandipity goes in everything, bro.
Does Rotom go in much at the moment? I guess it's the stage 2 decks,
It's got to be
right?
stage 2s, and we hate Rare Candy, right? Chat hates Rare Candy.
No one. Hey, you take that back.
Yeah, Fezandipity, that's going to go far, I think, in the bracket. It is just such a strong card right now. And I think you really need an argument to not play it in your deck because it should almost always be on the list, because mid-game, seeing those 3 cards will be a game changer. You need those game-winning boss's orders very often. You need to have your own disruption against your opponent if you can't win on that turn. And so many archetypes are constructing combos. We were just mentioning it with Terrapagos, but we need those Fezandipity draws to allow ourselves to get a counter-catch in addition to something else, or a boss and a stamp. These combinations are the way that you shut down opponents, even if they can Fez back up with a few cards to make them have a combination.
Little caster prediction from yourself. How many flip the scripts will we see see, not flip the script cards we will see on the stream this week, on this day one.
On this day, well, I think almost every deck should play it, to be honest with you. I'm trying to think of an archetype that isn't going to play the Pheasantipity. So we could see, well, there's 8 rounds a day. We're showing from round 3 onwards, so we could see 10 easily.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. I'll go 7.
Flips being script.
I'll go 7.
Few scripts being flipped.
There we go.
No doubts. Yes.
Got him.
I think some of the best decks in format actually are trying to get around Pheasantipity. That's how strong the card is. That we're seeing the likes of Regidrago and Dragapult, the decks that hit 200, not 210, which is just short of a KO, and then you can sprinkle some counters to make sure that on another turn you can use a gusting effect and deal with Pheasantipity as well as another attacker that you set up. I think the Pheasantipity has actually formed the format in a way around it because of that effect.
I mean, that's why we saw, I think, Clement do so well in the Lille regionals. He was weaving in attacks without actually taking knockouts and take sort of massive 4 or maybe sometimes even 6 prize turns. And that's what deck like Dragapult, that's why it kind of comes up trumps sometimes. It's just kind of weaving in some really cool, unique plays that often many people don't see. Unless you're a bit of an expert with the deck, like Clement was, as Jesper had mentioned, someone who's really been piloting that deck for a number of months now, heading into these tournaments, and has done super, super well. Yeah,
there's 2 very different schools of thought with Dragapult. Either I'm using that sprinkle counters alongside Curse Blast to take out everything as quickly as possible. As soon as I get that Dragapult, I'm completely changing a board state. Or like you said, you take it a little slower, you sit on your Ionos, you sit on the 3 counts of Counter Catcher in Clement's deck list, and you pick apart a board. There's 2 very different ways of going about it with the archetype, but no doubt Dragapult is very strong this weekend. It's one that we have to watch out for.
Yeah, I know you're really excited to try and figure out what's actually happening and what we're going to see in the field today. We have the day 1 meta breakdown for the Masters Division. Just to remind everyone again, we have the 1,369 players that we've earmarked just at the top there. This is showing the representation of the decks based on percentages and number of players. As you see, the 15% and 200 for Raging Bolt, for example, continuing its dominance as the most played deck at these tournaments, Joe.
Raging Bolt back on top in terms of popularity. Even though it doesn't always have the best conversion from day 1 to day 2, it's probably the most inherently powerful archetype, an all-basic attacking deck list that can get out the blocks swinging very, very quickly with that Raging Bolt EX, and you can churn out so much damage right now. It doesn't matter what's in front of you. If you're facing any of those stage 2s, if you're facing V-Star Pokemon, you have the reach to get those KOs. And of course, it did win Louisville Regional Championships this season as well. We've seen the innovation of Bravery Charm coming into the 60, really changing up the math for a number of opposing archetypes. You can protect your Ogerpon and Pheasantipity from things like Lugia from taking KOs with gusting effects, relying on your 240 hit points in the front with Raging Bolts, or you can use these tool cards to offset the Dragapult sprinkle counters that we see in the Regidrago and the Dragapult EX decks themselves. So those Bravery Charms have put in a lot of work, and I imagine a lot of our pilots of Raging Bolt will be using those this weekend.
Yeah, that meta share is really, really interesting. Only Lugia was the other above double-digit percentage. I mean, Regidrago was a really one we'd expected to see a bit of an uptick, but actually went down.
Yeah, it was about 8 or 9%, was it, in the last in Lille? But seeing it, you know, despite winning, not being that much more popular. Here's the best of the rest graphic then. Terrapagos Dust Noir still not quite squeaking in, but interestingly enough, Gardevoir at that 6%. That's going to be a combination of the Drifloon and Screamtail combinations, as well as the Banette EX builds of Gardevoir as well. We've had a look through the data, trying to look through Arcanine, that there is representation for both of those being merged together for Gardevoir lists. And we know we're in Poland, of course, so there's going to be more Banette representation, I think.
Yeah, 100%. And it's a very similar story for Iron Thorns EX as well. A bit of a story that's kind of come up out of the woodworks recently is that Iron Thorns has been partnered with a new Pokemon, and that's also been in that combination of the Iron Thorns appearing on that day 2 graphic. So it's not just the standard 4 of Pokemon that we might be seeing or have seen in previous tournaments, but I think it's been weaving in a new partner in Dragapult EX.
Yeah, very interesting combination, because Iron Thorns was happy being a quad list, just having as much space for item cards as possible. You know, 8 coin flip cards and those catchers and crushing hammers. But seeing it included with Dragapult almost complements the 2. Dragapult usually not that good into Lugia V-Star because of those mist energy it can use, and it has that 1 hit KO potential. You can really undo a lot of the work that Dragapult's trying to do. You just have lots of inherently high hit point Pokemon. So let's just put an Iron Thorns EX in the active and make life very difficult for the Lugia. You have the Crispin and energy attachments to still attack with the Iron Thorns EX as well, of course, and that ability can slow down so many other archetypes in the game as well, giving yourself that window of opportunity to get multiple Dracloak onto the board, drawing a lot of cards, and set yourself up for a sort of turn 3 attack with a Dragapult, very different from the other approaches that we see, allows you to, again, control the game in a different way, slowing the opponent down, having them have suboptimal setups is the way that this archetype likes to operate. And there may only be a handful out in the field, but there are some top players piloting the list.
Yeah, really, really cool sort of unique way of bringing a deck. I mean, I've played a bit of Iron Thorns myself, and one of the biggest troubles we've always discussed, Joe, when talking about Iron Thorns, is that it's kind of tickling for damage at 120 to 160 damage. That's its damage range, right? But then when you sprinkle in the Dragapult's Phantom Dive attack, there's just so much more going for it. But again, and it's got some draw power as well, because he's utilizing a lot more the Drakclos Recon Directives as well. Very unique take on a different deck, but slowing down the format, giving yourself a chance to build up your hands, build up your presence on the board state, and then taking it down is one way to try and win the matchups. Yeah,
so you played Iron Thorns at the World Championships.
I did.
And I think we're almost at that full circle where we saw the 3 most popular archetypes this weekend are the Raging Bolt, the Lugia, the Regidrago. That was when players started to pick the Iron Thorns archetype, because you can catch those decks off guard and be really troublesome for those. So pure Iron Thorns could be doing well this weekend, but also the sort of cover your bases approach now with the Dragapult thrown into the deck, have a bit of best of both, could also be doing well. I think it's definitely an archetype that we have to keep an eye on. We really want to show that archetype if we can. So we're keeping an eye on those players this weekend.
Yeah, and remember, don't forget, when you get an opportunity as well, you know, it's for you guys to try and give us a bit of an idea what you guys want to see on stream. Of course, if we give you a chance to maybe try and pick and cherry pick a couple of different decks, we might try and find it for latter rounds, as long as they're doing, you know, relatively okay, well, and heading into day 2, maybe. There's a lot of opportunities there to basically just interact with us. We want to give the viewers what you want.
Yeah, and the other archetype that we're definitely keeping an eye on is going to be that Bennett Gardevoir, because we are in Poland. That's the sort of origin story of this archetype, where the players have come up with this together, played it in a number of formats, and have made those tweaks. I think the Gravity Stone is the new addition coming into the deck list, allowing you to retreat your Pokemon for more, which actually lets you do more Monkey Dory damage, which is really cool, but also it can stop your opponent retreating, which is exactly what the Bennett EX deck wants to do. It wants to fling the damage counters over the board with Alakazam, the Radiant Alakazam, so you can set up KOs to sweep with either your Gardevoir attacking, sometimes Mew EX gets into the mix. It's a really tricksy deck.
Yeah, never forget the most important attack sometimes when you go second. Enveloping Shadow on that little Shuppet. Sometimes could just end the game there. So, you know, getting that early sort of item lock attack going before you're even pumping up with the Bennett EX, and then starting to weave in that damage, you know, spreading with the Alakazams, and then of course when you need to, poltergeisting your way to taking massive KOs and big prizes.
Yeah, really big attack, especially because how many archetypes love to go first. I think that's definitely a factor of the format. It's only really Raging Bolt that's happy going second. Even then, they might choose to go first in a number of these matchups, just because you're stopping the opponent from going first, which is really important. But if you can Enveloping Shadow that heads flip, you can deny those rare candies, most importantly, but also just ball search from all sorts of archetypes, energy switches from Regidrago. All of these things get shut down immediately, and that can give you that window of opportunity with the Bennett. As we start seeing some rankings come in from our round 2, it's finished up, so we shouldn't be long now until we're in round 3. Anything stand out here for you, Alex?
I mean, there's a couple of players that we can pick out. Kaiwen, who went undefeated in Lille with that Regidrago, that same 60 that he piloted alongside James Cox, is still here. He's stuck around in Europe to see if he can try and steal away another regional championship. And of course, we do have a world champion there, just at 16th as well. Kaya Lichleiner playing, I believe, Raging Bolt. So a twist in the stories. There's a lot of early names here as well. There's a chance, an opportunity for players to really make a name for themselves if there's a player that maybe we haven't quite seen before. But, you know, we're at such an early stage of the tournament. We'll start to try and weed out some of these players and decks and loads of different things coming up soon. But this is just to give you an early indication. There's definitely a few names there that we would love to see on the stream soon.
Absolutely. These are going to be the players we're going to be watching. There's far more players on the 2-0 record than 16 of them. There's going to be so many people on this winning record, and that's what you have to do at these tournaments. There's only 8 rounds in day 1 these days, so we're looking to get to 18 match points. That only gives you the opportunity to tie 3 times with no losses or lose twice. So you have to get on these good runs, and you have to make sure that you're flawless in day 1.
Yeah, something we've also highlighted amongst ourselves as well, with Resistance carrying over for day 2. It's almost like one massive tournament now, right? Just getting to that 18 points allows you to continue your potential run into that day 2 with the same sort of Resistance. So it's really about every single single match, every single game point is important here as you try and weave yourself up and claw yourself into that top 8 positions, or even asymmetrical cut, I should say.
We're looking for the asymmetrical cut now, so if you get on the same record as someone in top 8, you'll now have the opportunity to battle it out and secure your spots into that top 8 and carry on in the competition. One of the best changes, I think. No one liked bubbling. Bubbling was bad because you would have the record, you deserve to be there, but you just kind of weren't because of percentages that are outside of your control. So the changes this season with asymmetrical cut, I think all players are happy with that change.
Yeah, I think we discussed a lot as well that there's been a lot of very unique changes, and you know, a lot of players have been very receptive to those changes so far, and a lot of them have been very good for our tournaments. And you know, we're still in a bit of a position where we're still trying to work out how best it kind of works out for a lot of our players. But you know what? We're all here to play Pokemon. We love the game, and that's what really draws us to continue competing and for us to continue giving you guys as much information as possible.
Yeah, with ties feeling a little bit worse and overall just having less rounds, does it suit you better to target a meta and say I have 70-30s in the room, or play lots of a 50-50 matchup deck? These are things that we're figuring out this time this season because of the structure of the tournaments. A deck that might be the best on paper and as you play in TCG Live may be different in this best of 3 50-minute structure where you can't afford to tie. So that's another thing that our players are still figuring out as we go, and I wonder if that's part of the reason why we see so much representation of the Raging Bolt.
Yeah, and there's so much information out there now as well, right? You've got so many online resources, of course, everything even on the Pokemon website as well. And then, of course, you've got your local metas that you're trying to weave in knowledge to try and fine-tune and pick the right deck. You know, we've already mentioned we love seeing sort of very, what was kind of highlighted on the graphic, the unclassified decks. Sometimes they're the ones that are a bit more unique, and someone who's been testing in the background and not really showcased their decks too often enough. But at the same time, we do have quite a consistent format right now, you know, as we head into the final few tournaments before we culminate at the LAIC in Sao Paulo, Brazil.
Yeah, I think deck builders who like to be different love this time in the meta, because for the last 2 or 3 tournaments now, we've had the same top 6, top 7 archetypes in rough percentages, similar, you know, a lot of the time, which means you can target. You can cherry pick the matchups you want to avoid and target the matchups that you want to be really, really strong into. So I hope we get to see some of that creativity. And like you said, Alex, we're in an information era right now. That Iron Thorns archetype was from like a tweet from a Japanese player, and then like a week later, it's everywhere on the ladder, and you just happen to see lots of strong players saying, this is actually really good. Maybe we could see it this weekend doing well.
Yeah, again, it's just figuring out that format and that meta that suits it, right? And that's why we've already spoken about just normal Iron Thorns when you're playing just a quad deck and loads of little flippy cards into the format that you want to kind of reduce the energies that are attached to your opposing Pokemon. For example, we're crushing hammers or targeting down certain Pokemon with Lost City and catchers and prime catchers that we saw in the World Championships and even beyond as well. You know, it's kind of always stuck around, and it's similar to the same case that we saw about Snorlax Control. When it finds the right meta, it will do well.
So it looks like our round 3 is going to be very near now. I think the pairings have been done, and I've just heard in my ear the matchup that we're going to be getting.
Oh boy.
And this is going to be a clash of titans. We actually have a little video to show you to introduce these trainers.
I started playing around 10 years ago now, so when I was 7 years old. Yeah, it's been quite a while since then. Okay, so my favorite deck of all time would be Zoroark Jax. I've won international with that, and I've just loved playing it ever since. All the different variants and everything you could do with a deck was so much fun. I think it's just the game itself and everything that comes with it. Just the friends, the competing itself, and it never gets boring, and it's just so nice. And to have something that my family loves doing, and also the traveling aspect of it, of course. And I just don't know why I should ever stop. I think there are quite a lot of players, especially now that I'm a master, and there have been so many great master players that have dominated the game for years, and of course I would like my chance to compete against them. But also my brothers, I think, well, they were the ones that taught me to play, and competing against them in tournaments now is also a lot of fun.
I'm Stéphane Ivanov from France. I've been playing Pokemon for a long time. I've always liked Pokemon as a game, and I had cards when I was a child, and then later on I had friends who played Pokemon TCG, so I just was interested. I was like, oh, that's cool, can I try? And then I tried it out, and I really liked the game and the community, so now here I am. I think the Lugiavi, like there's the alt art Lugiavi, pretty beautiful. I think I like a lot of the illustrations by Mitsuhito Arita. The favorite deck I have used in a competition would probably be Zorak GX with Dugong, which I used to win NAIC in 2019. I really liked the deck. It had a lot of options, a lot of cool stuff, and like Zorak was really cool as a player. The amount of stuff you could do with it was pretty cool, and I really like the innovation we brought to the deck with this specific version. My motivation to compete, I want to win. I want to be one of the best players in the world. I've won some pretty big tournaments in the past, and I want to show that I can do it again. I think if there's a player I look up to, it would be Sander Wojcik, who is one of the best control, if not the best control player of all time. Not because I am myself a control player, I never play the kind of deck he plays, but just because I really like his unique approach to the game, and I think he's done some very unique stuff over the game, and I really like the way he thinks about the game. So he's really one of my inspirations.
Fantastic to hear from both players, and there is Stefan Setdown shuffling up, and you can see just a handful of those accomplishments there, Alex. What an incredible player that we have to show off in this round 3.
Yeah, a player who was back-to-back NAIC champions.
Wow.
Is there any better at that point? And then don't even forget, he almost was there for that free-feat as well in the most recent NAIC in New Orleans. It was a fantastic feat, and he's just continuing to showcase that he's an incredible player from the EU region.
Yep, and versatile as well. Stefan, in the last couple of events, has been playing that Palkia Dustoir, almost made it even more popular around the household for everyone, a household name. And now moving to Gardevoir. Kaya, as you can see, no slouch herself. So many great accomplishments there. A world champion in 2019 in the senior division, as well as some great finishes here, even as a master.
Yeah, consistent, one of the stars of the EU region, of course, having already taken down a World Championships. But she's now just making a name for herself, even more so, solidifying how great of a player she is in the Masters division. And she's always around, right? She's always there in the day 2 sort of formats and metas and the kind of the decks that she chooses. She's gone a bit different to what I've seen her play before. She's played a lot of Charizard from previous tournaments, from what I've known. She's taken up, as we've already mentioned, that Raging Bolt EX. She's one of that 15%.
Yeah, there you go. Playing the most represented deck in the room. Something that we don't always see the top players gravitate towards, because it does have limited avenues of play. You set your stall out quite early with lots of 2-prize Pokemon just to get into the game. You need your Teal Mask Ogapon rolling to get your damage ramped up. So it's really going to be down to see how Kaya can limit the plays from Stefan with that aggression, because as we know, Gardevoir EX does have a lot of strong options in this matchup. Single prize Pokemon that can up trade thanks to Bravery Charm, which Stefan has, as we're going to see some prize cards here.
Yeah, nothing too crazy, I think. You know, there's a lot of Bravery Charms in both sides of the players here. We did see one in Stefan's prizes as we kick things off for our round 3 here in Gdańsk Regional Championships. Looks like Stefan's drawn first, so he's going first here. Does open with that Buddy Buddy Poffin.
That's exactly what you want to see. There's the Scream Tail in the active. Buddy Buddy Poffin is so important for these setup decks, specifically the stage 2s, because this deck doesn't really kick on until you get into your Gardevoir EX. So we're definitely going to see a couple Rolts hit the bench as quickly as possible, which is the perfect opener for Stefan.
Yeah, again, we might not have highlighted already, but we're having a little look through the list. He's playing a bit of a turbo build, one that we kind of seen previously a little bit before. He is playing those rare candies in his list. I'm interested to see whether he might be able to pull out that cunning little Klefki as well to try and slow down Kaya's board. There's a lot of unique little pieces there that you can go down.
This was a card that Stefan used at the NAIC to fantastic effect. We can see Stefan looking through his prizes to make sure that he has access to what he wants. It is a little bit risky to just go for 1 Rolts and 1 Klefki here, but if you do have that retreat option, you can shut down a lot of Kaya's draw, and it could be really tempting. When you see a Teal Mask Ogapon, it could be Raging Bolt, it could be Regidrago. That could also be a debate whether or not you want to put the Klefki down based on the matchup, because Regidrago has a few more options to draw. You know, as soon as you get into your V-Star, you should be good. But here's the first decision. Is it going to be double Rolts here from Stefan, or is he going to go in with the Klefki?
Just double checking. It looks like he's eyeing up a vessel as well. So I think that's why the decision's there.
Of retreat,
as you do see, is that the Klefki in the active?
Klefki's at the top. It wouldn't surprise me, honestly, especially if he's kept an eye on what Kai's played in the first couple of rounds. Both our players on 2-0 records right now. And this is already a huge decision on turn 1. It is going to be the Clef Key.
Come on.
We're getting mischievous here, Alex.
That mischievous lock there. As long as this Pokemon is in the active spot, basic Pokemon in play, both yours and the opponents, don't forget, have no abilities. So that Teal Mask Ogerpon EX is going to be struggling.
He's discarding a rare candy in order to grab a couple Psychic Energy. It's always fantastic for these Gardevoir EX decks to start banking Psychic Energy in the discard pile. That's the best place for them because you can recur them so easily with the Psychic Embrace of your Gardevoir EX. So not only are we shutting down Kaya, we're also getting our little quest going of dispatching these Psychic Energy to help out later. We can bring them all back into play when we want to.
Yeah, with Stefan's list and Gardevoir in general, of course, it's absolutely fine to sometimes take it slower because of that single price. As it's just a pass here, Kaya will need to find one of her gusting outs to be able to maybe utilize some of that abilities from the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX. Because we do see quite a big hand. There's an Ultra Ball being eyed up in terms of what Kaya might first utilize here. Looks like pitching away a Fire Energy, does have the energy retrievals in hand as well. Kind of a tricky situation, actually. Some of those...
She can draw a bit. She's got Sada, she's got Pokestop, but your lines are just so shut down. You don't have access to the Radiant Greninja draw. As we see the Pokestop, Squawkabilly is actually a great discard here now that Klefki is in the active position. I think there was one prized Pokemon capture. That's probably the easiest way Kaya has of getting rid of this Klefki out the way. As we're going to see the Ultra Ball coming in. Important to discard that Fight Energy to unlock your Professor Sada, the crucial supporter card of this deck. It provides the ancient Pokemon some fantastic energy acceleration, and it's going to be a Raging Bolt selected for Kaya now in order to get those additional draws. And we'll see if those 3 cards from the Sada can get her towards a gusting effect. That could be massive.
Yeah, as you already mentioned, needing that fighting energy or an energy in the discard for Sada's Vitality to activate, you know, being able to choose 2 of your ancient Pokemon, which is why she chose that Raging Bolt. Does have a Nest Ball coming down as well. But you get to attach basic energy from your discard pile to them. And then that's where you can continue drawing into the deck. You know, this is one of those decks where loves going second, maybe not in this position with that Klefki active, but typically loves to go second so it can start swinging for massive damage very early on. Really start to put a clock on Stefan. I mean, in this scenario, if Kaya could somehow weave in a way of retreating the Ogerpon, getting a Lightning Energy and a Gust,
asking for a lot. We did see the switch card, though.
The switch card's there. It can happen. So, and take down the rolls. That really puts Stefan back one further turn. Because this is where that decision of whether it's a double routes really comes into effect or not.
Here comes the big 3 cards then from Professor Sada. Let's see if Kaya can get a gusting effect. No, just some pieces for future turns. This could actually make a burst draw more awkward as well. Is that even online? I don't think there's any energy in the discard pile. It might just be a pass here from Kaya. Lots of energy recursion cards, but nothing in the discard pile to utilize them with. You can still switch card and burst draw, but it's a lot of your resources going down.
Yeah, not ideal. Not ideal here. This is why I was kind of umming and ahhing about that hand initially with that Ultra Ball that she had to use. That's why she went for the Pokestop and started spinning as one of the first actions of her turn here. It will likely be just a pass. Of course, already utilized the supporter. Does have the Iono ready for next turns. Protects the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX in the active spot. And it's over to Stefan to really initiate things now. Arven coming down. Can we really start to see maybe just that TM Evolution come into play with further Buddy Poffins?
Yeah, one of the crucial tool cards that you can search with the Arven here is that TM Evolution. And as you said, Alex, it's going to be the Buddy Poffin alongside it, so you can now establish those additional rolls. The Klefki has done its job. You've slowed down Kaya quite substantially. It's very frequent for the Raging Bolt to get an attack in on the first turn of the game when it goes second. But in this case, Kaya's been shut down effectively, and that means that Stefan is going to be able to get a couple of his Curlier online. That is the core draw engine of the deck with that refinement ability. So important to cycle through the deck, as well as discarding even more Psychic Energy as you go, as we are going to pass things over on that TM Evolution. A short turn for Stefan, but a very effective one.
Yeah, I mean, just buying a turn here with that Mischievous Lock has been so pivotal for this. Because going first as well, you know, that gave Stefan an opportunity maybe to weave in rare candies if needed. As we do see a stop, only one hit there, but does get the energy into the discard, but still hasn't found a way to remove the Klefki out of the active position. So still very, very awkward.
Yeah, we see the trekking shoe. We need to get towards a vessel or a lightning energy, really.
Oh, there's a prime catcher. Here we go. Massive.
There's the ace spec.
Maybe start to try and weave in a big attack to take down one of those curliers, maybe limiting Stefan's sort of draw power into his deck. You know, still unfortunate because maybe this is like an extra turn behind now in this scenario, as we do see an instant use of it. We're going to get some teal dancing going with these Teal Moss Ogerpon EXs as well, as we do see the first of that energy retrievals to get that grass back.
Yeah, Ogerpon, the perfect partner for Raging Bolt because you get to attach additional energy, which helps out with your Bellowing Thunder damage output, but at the same time, you're seeing even more cards. In this case, Kai has found a Trekking Shoe and is debating whether or not it's a keep or a discard here. I didn't quite catch what it was. It's going to be a Sada hitting the discard pile. Draws into another grass so you can get your other Teal Dance in. Each of your Ogerpon have access to this. Well, you get the Pal Pad back, so you can Pal Pad pre-Iono here and get a couple of those Sadas back into the deck, which is, of course, the main means of you chaining these high damage attacks, but not going to be the Pal Pad just yet. Just going to play the Iono. What do you think about that choice, Alex?
I mean, I think she wants to maybe try and weave in an Iono later get stage as well, because there will be massive KOs from Stefan's side when utilizing things like that Drifloon with the Bravery Charms, because it can one hit, take 2 prizes, just try and limit those curliers being able to provide draw power for his side of the board. But she's still looking for that lightning energy here. Oh, sorry, apologies. It was an instant attack. Apologies. I looked at 5 cards and it was already an instant attack.
Yes, she slammed it down as soon as she saw it. It was the card we were looking for. Another Trekking Shoes coming in as well. It just goes to show how quickly this deck can motor through. Going to get rid of a Raging Bolt EX. You have easy access to more with Night Stretcher, and there's already a couple in play anyway.
Who needs to Pal Pad those Sadas back in when you just draw back in?
Yeah, here we go. 2 energy discarded in order to KO this Curlier. Kai is going to kick off the prize race here and get rid of a crucial engine piece. A pretty strong turn. That's what you expect when you find your A-spec early on in the game.
Grab that Pokemon Catcher as well. So if somehow Stefan only really passes with the Klefki inactive, can still try and weave in an attack on a relevant Pokemon on Stefan's bench. But, you know, Stefan now still has 1 Routes, 1 Curlier on the board, 1 Rare Candy we've already seen pitched away, of course, as we do see the Routes coming out of the prizes from the Hisuian Heavy Ball here. So just another unique card that's utilized a lot to make sure that we have access to the cards and Pokemon that he needs.
Yep, and actually shuffled his boss's orders closer to being taken earlier on in the game, which could be handy for him because that's just a one-of in the deck list. So that could be something big to pick up as Stefan is now going to cycle some Psychic Energy. I think I saw Gardevoir EX and Professor's Research in this hand. So we're probably going to have an explosive turn, Alex. It wouldn't surprise me if Stefan can construct a 2-prize KO here.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to get your expert opinion, Joe. Why do you think Stefan's gone to go back to Gardevoir EX for this tournament, having been a pilot of Palkia Dustwell for so long now?
It's a great question. Maybe he thinks that, again, similar to NAIC, where we've almost gone in a time capsule backwards into matchups that he thinks are more favorable now, it might honestly be the power of Klefki. I think Klefki really is a secret, strong card in the format. I heard Ian Robb talking about this. He played it in his Palkia deck list, actually, more recently, and he just thinks Klefki is crazy right now because the one deck that wants to go second can be completely shut down by it, and a few other archetypes also are very reliant on the Klefki, so it can sort of make up for the fact that you're going second in this case, as we're going to see the quick refinement before we go into our Gardevoir EX. I actually picked up a Rare Candy, so you can keep that Curlier on the board unless there's another one already in hand, in which case you'll just throw away those Yeah, there's a few Curliers in this hand, so you can evolve into another one here before researching the lot away.
Yeah, it's actually really unique as well. We see that Drifloon that I mentioned hit the bench as well. That little trick or trade Drifloon with a little Pikachu
Some of those being handed out a couple nights ago, no doubt.
Not very well. People still maybe celebrating this weekend, but
Stefan was trick or treating. He picked that up just the other day.
Yeah, exactly. Balloon Blast, that amazing attack, of course, utilizing for 2 Psychic Energies, 30 times the number of damage counters on it, and of course with Gardevoir EX's ability, being able to, you know, ramp up that damage, really gives you a shining single prizer Pokemon to attack and take massive knockouts. We do see the research here, pitching away the second Rare Candy. Doesn't need that anymore. Doesn't need to burst into those turbo turns.
Oh, it's a great 7 cards as well. A couple more Psychic Energy. We've got Radiant Greninja as well as Ultra Ball. Well, our board is full, of course, but we can get rid of a number of Psychic Energy here. So I think this is number 4 hitting the discard pile, and we can retreat with Klefki as well. And there's the Bravery Charm picked up.
Big, massive pickup here, because that now actually opens up the door for a massive swing knockout and will put Stefan into the lead on prizes, as we do see the instant promote there with the Bravery Charm in the active spot. 4 energies attached, 80 damage onto that Drifloon. Would typically knock itself out. Obviously, of course, you can't do that with the ability in itself, but there is that Balloon Blast. Massive KO, taking out one of those Raging Bolt EXs, and it's on Kaya to try and stem the flow here. Yeah,
it seems quite routine for Stefan to just chain 2 prize knockouts from this point on. Gardevoir's in a really strong board state. You've got your EX online. You've got at least a bit of draw power from Curlier. Kaya has to be terrified of this Drifloon right now. You almost always have to go through it. And unfortunately, she doesn't play any tool removal either. So you have to attack through this Pokemon, which means that Stefan is pretty confident that he can keep his board pretty well maintained. So it's going to be a tricky position from Kaya from this stage already in the game.
Yeah, and I think, again, that's why we wanted to highlight that Iono, although hitting the discard pile after being utilized. And she wants to try and swing that back in somehow, because typically with Raging Bolt, for her to be able to attack, as we do see the Pokestop for 2 and the Bravery Charm, one of hers hits the discard there. Typically, to continue attacking, she has to weave in Asada's Vitality, Professor Asada's Vitality, I should say, to actually get attacks going, because otherwise there's no way to attach 2 energies to a Raging Bolt. As we do see another Teal Mask, Ogerpon there with that fantastic ability, just drawing an additional card, weaving in energy attachments, 3 Pokemon catchers in hand. That's fun.
But do you want to play any of them?
No, well, that's the question.
Drifloon is so rough right now. Well, Kaya wants to keep the option available. He's going to discard the other Earthen Vessel here in order to get a turn attachment in, maybe another Teal Dance as well. Nope, just going to be a Lightning and a Fighting Energy coming into the hand. You can, of course, still use Radiant Greninja for some additional draw here as well.
Just a very interesting point. We saw her pitch a Raging Bolt EX earlier on one of her other turns. She's obviously lost one to a Drifloon, but the 4th one is actually prized. She's only got this attacker, so she has to try and start weaving in maybe a Myriad Leaf Shower from that Teal Mask Ogerpon at some stage as well.
If we can't dig towards Night Stretcher, the Myriad Leaf Shower, well, fortunately, it does enough here, right? Because there are some heavily damaged single prizes, so not out of the realms of possibility to weave those in if you have to.
Is there any thought maybe you still try and target down that 2 prizer on the bench and maybe
I feel like
get a Bravery Charm on the active Raging Bolt?
Yeah, it's a weird one. I could see the line where at least you're shutting down Curlier for then you later on to find that Iono and make it disruptive for the opponent. So it's a play that doesn't feel great for now, but could be useful later, as we are going to see the attachment after the Professor Sada onto the Raging Bolts. There's another Earthen Vessel coming in.
Yeah, it really comes down to what question you want to ask of Stefan. Do you want to take out the Pokemon which sort of boost the energy onto your Pokemon to actually swing for big attacks? You know, if there's no Gardevoir EX in play, I guess with no further damage on that Drifloon, it's only doing 240. I say only.
Yeah. Just 240? Yeah, I mean, but it's not difficult for Stefan then to have a gusting effect as well. Your counter catchers would be online if Kaya takes a 2 prize knockout. So yeah, it's a tough one for her. That 1 turn of slowdown from Klefki, and then Stefan having a fantastic turn with Professor's Research and a number of refinement has put him right in the driver's seat here, asking all the questions of Kaya very early on in this set.
Yeah, and we see another attachment from that ability there. Draw an additional card. It's a Nest Ball.
Not too good.
Not ideal. There's one of the Bravery Charms hitting the Raging Bolt EX there. Again,
I feel like you probably would have played these Pokemon catchers if ever it was your game plan to start there. So I feel like Kaya is going to be content just taking out the single prize. Going to even prizes, maybe there's a world where you can take out a couple Gardevoir on the bounce after that. But not always mandatory for Stefan to play that way, really.
Yeah, I guess maybe sometimes just seeing what cards she gets out of her, you know, the draw power that she naturally has from her Pokemon, as we do see there, just the fantastic Bellowing Thunder attack there for 70 damage, very simply KOing that Drifloon. But, you know, like you've already mentioned, it's very likely that we'll see a return or retaliation here, as a Curlier does get promoted into the active spot from Stefan's side. Does have a way of just instantly sort of maneuvering around because of that ability that is online already. So it doesn't really matter too much. I mean, it does put a bit of damage on itself. But
yeah, that's often a benefit, Alex.
Yeah,
that might be exactly what Stefan wants here, because there is a Monkey Dory in hand as well. I think the debate here is if you fill your board with a Radiant Greninja or a Monkey Dory. A little bit of draw, or having that damage counter manipulation you can have with the Adrenabrain. Let's see, it's going to be a refinement first here before any other decisions. Popping, ooh, the Bravery Charm. Does that open up any lines here? Well, the Screen Tail's not live because of the Terra EXs on the bench. They can't be damaged on the bench.
Something very unique that sometimes catches out a lot of players.
We see a few ball search cards, but no recovery. There's just a 1 count of the Drifloon in the deck list, so we need to work towards one of the 2 super odds or the Night Stretcher for Stefan.
Is this a little opening here, potentially?
Yeah.
Because we can't really get down a Greninja to continue drawing cards, for example. What other way is there? Maybe just having to... Didn't hit the boss, I assume, from the prizes either, so it's not really able to gust an easier target.
You can put Monkey Dory down to attempt a Mind Bend plus Iono combination.
Maybe
that might be online.
Has Kaya found a little out?
Well, it's not easy. Stefan can still draw a decent chunk of cards, but there's no guarantee here, because after the Iono, oh wow, Pheasantipity EX.
But it's just the board being locked, so...
It would lock you into a Professor Churro to actually get an attack in this turn. Wow, putting another 2-prize Pokemon could be risky for Stefan here. But that might be the line we're going for.
The only recoveries in Stefan's deck, of course, is the double Super Rod and the Night Stretcher, just for that instant recovery of a basic Pokemon, or any Pokemon in reality, but in this scenario would want to grab that Drifloon back, so it could just swing for massive amounts of damage again. But it looks like just a Pheasantipity is going to hit the board from that nest ball. We've already seen, look, there's number 1 of Flip the Script.
There you go.
We're going to keep a running counter.
I did not expect it from the Gardevoir, but here we go. Fantastic to see. 3 cards for Stefan. Finds Super Rod, but obviously the board is full now, so going to have to attack with something else this turn.
Yeah, there's the Super Rod to grab some of those key pieces again. You know, that Curlier to continue even drawing cards as well with that fantastic refinement ability. We saw a little sneak peek of another card that Stefan plays to kind of turbo his energies into the discard as well. That Moonlit Hill was grabbed.
You don't see that too often.
No, not at all. Here's the Ultra Ball, it looks like, coming down here. Maybe grabbing that Curlier to continue pitching away cards.
I think so.
Maybe go into the 1 card he might need to try and retaliate here. Really, really having to think through this turn.
Yeah, so there's no tool removal in Stefan's list either. So you can't Screamtail into the active and then look to find a tool removal later. Is it going to be a Joust, maybe? Like, what's our best attack here?
I mean, I don't dislike that. I don't dislike that.
I'm thinking it could be a Joust angle. The Prime Catch has been spent. Maybe this is the way that we try and wiggle a turn.
And then Kaya potentially then has to try and weave in those Pokemon catches. We're projecting here, Joe. There's so much to happen here. There's another 2 cards. Is that another Super Rod hit?
Yep. Not going to be ideal just yet, but something that Stefan can keep an eye out for. You do have a lot of Pokemon recursion here. Night Stretcher being a nice addition to Gardevoir as of late. It is going to be a couple Psyche Embraces onto the active, damaging this Curlier for 40. And then where does Stefan go? I think the obvious choice was to... Well, we still have our supporter as well. Can we...
There wasn't much to weave in.
Is the Churro in the hand here? You can Churro up the Pheasantipity and then still get your attack in with a Drifloon here. You still have Ball Search.
I don't think there was a Churro in hand. Otherwise, we would see it.
It's in the deck, is it? I couldn't tell. Is it an Arven in there?
It kind of felt like that's what Stefan was looking for.
Oh, it is a Churro. Here we go.
Oh, maybe.
We're good. I think we can... We've got the use out of Pheasantipity. I guess the debate is if you go Klefki and keep Fez now, you're ahead. So keeping Pheasantipity on board seems reasonable.
Yeah.
Just so you can keep cycling towards game.
Ultra Ball to maybe grab the Drifloon back out shortly as well.
I think we're there.
So we do see the Churro. It does take the 2-prizer off the board.
Yeah, I still think this is reasonable. Even though you're ahead, you don't want to give your opponent that avenue of saying, I can win in 2 attacks. So just getting that next Drifloon, being a huge headache for Kaya once again here, is phenomenal. And with that extra Bravery Charm picked up, you can reach into the 300 damage output that we need here to get over a Bravery Charmed Raging Bolt. A really nice sequence from Stefan here.
So is that all 3 Bravery Charms from Stefan utilized now as well? Or
I'm pretty sure. Oh, no, there's one in the prizes.
Yeah, one in the prizes,
and he might actually be taking it from those prizes as well. Let's keep an eye on that. Because it could just be Drifloon 3 times. It could be as simple as that.
There you go, 100 damage on that Drifloon. Now dealing 300 damage with that Balloon Burst attack. Amazing, amazing utilization of some really cool tool cards in this Gardevoir list and Gardevoir deck right now. And it's on Kaya to just try and, again, find that little out she may have. You know, she will have to try and maybe weave in this Iono pretty soon with a Myriad Leaf Shower attack.
And one thing that's quite interesting about Kaya's list, she's playing no single prize attacker. The only single prize Pokemon she plays is Radiant Greninja. There's no Slitherwing, there's no Sandy Shocks. So she has to attack with a 2-prizer this turn. So even if you are using Iono, Stefan just has to accumulate combos. He doesn't have to find a gusting effect here to close out the game. Kaya has to use a 2-prizer.
Yeah, especially when there's 2 Curliers on the bench as well. That Iono doesn't seem as attractive at this point as well. But, you know, you have to play to your outs. And, you know, as a former world champion, she will be doing that. She does have that address book. That power pad has come into the hand. So she can try and weave it in, you know, put the power pad and the Iono back into the deck. Does have that poker gear as well to try and dig for it. Maybe it's just one out and one way to do it.
Yeah, we're going to have a look at some resources. Her back is no doubt against the wall here. Stefan has been meticulous so far. It has to be the Iono. It might even just be get only Iono back at this stage. It's so important to not miss. We're going to see the quick teal dance first. It still thins the deck. I think we're below 7 cards in that deck, so you can guarantee with your poker gear just by eyeballing it here. So we should be able to launch the attack with the little hand disruption that you do have access to. There's been some lists of Raging Bolt that forego the Iono altogether, but Kaya is still choosing to play it, and will be getting value of it this turn by the looks of things. Going to be using an energy retrieval for the manual attachment here, so you can knock out this Drifloon as well. And there's going to be a Night Stretcher coming in also.
Yeah, just to get to weave back in a Raging Bolt, because remember, Kaya's still got 4 prizes to take in this matchup here as well. You know, Stefan just did 2, so just one more big knockout as a Bravery Charm does hit the Raging Bolt TX as well. There's the Power Pad for the Iono and the Professor Sada's Vitality. Just putting on because we're just going to Power Pad, no, not Power Pad, Poker Gear for just those 5 cards that were there and just grab what she'd likes at this point.
Yeah, have to Iono this turn. Stefan's hand is really large over the last couple turns of accumulating with refinement. And it means that you also have good access to Sada on your next turn, because Kaya will still be drawing 4 here for herself, and she doesn't need any cards on the other side of this hand this turn because she's already lined up that KO. So it's all about the disruption here for Stefan.
It's a big ask, big ask. 2 cards for Stefan. There you go, just catching that, of course. We'll be able to get the 3rd from a draw of the turn, and then 2 refinements. We'll see 7 cards in total to try and weave back in a massive attacker and potentially take this game 1 here as well. But it's on Kaya's bit of a last stand at the moment with this Teal Mask Ogerpon EX, as it does take the knockout with that Myriad Leaf Shower. Down to 3 prizes. Can Stefan weave in a massive knockout here and take game 1? It's on you, Stefan.
Stefan did take the Bravery Charm, the 3rd one from those prize cards, so he does have the reach as long as he can recycle Drifloon one more time. Stefan's going to choose to go into another Curlier here, one without any damage. There is a Night Stretcher in the hand. You can draw a few with refinement, of course. You can get rid of that counter catcher. I don't think it's going to be online for the remainder of the game, so that's an easy discard at least, where we're going to kick things off, I think. I think possibly Stefan was debating whether a Pokestop is ever worth it first here. But it looks like it is going to be a refinement to start off the turn. Darkness Energy is the other choice. I suppose you never fill up your board with a Radiant Greninja anyway, so...
Counter catcher ever going to be live for you at this point?
I don't think so. I'd be very surprised if it was. You can have a 2-turn attack win condition against this that you shouldn't ever need to.
Screamtail's max damage right now, Joe? 260?
Yeah, we can get there with the Bravery Charm, right? So it's not getting a clean KO. It has to be Drifloon, right? Or can 260 into the active?
Yeah, that's what I was... So as long as the energies are there, which possibly is, but just needs to get that Bravery Charm, doesn't even need 2 pieces, just needs the 1 now, and can actually get the massive KO with that Screamtail on the bench as well. That Roaring Scream, is that attack? Yeah, Roaring Scream, 20 damage.
Is it
to
240?
One of your opponents.
240 is our cap, right? We can put 12 counters on us with the Bravery Charm.
Oh, yes, of course.
Yeah. Or could we, we could use
Monkey
Moonlit
Dory
Hill.
Or Moonlit Hill.
So it gets back onto odd and then get back.
There's
Maybe
so many ways. Yeah, Monkey Dory and Moonlit Hill allow you to go into the odds, right?
Well, let's see it come together here. The secret box has been picked up from Stefan now. That could open up Boss's orders. Yeah, I believe that's taken off the prizes. Is that an easier route
to the
steal 210? That also gets you the Bravery Charm.
Yeah, it does.
Is that game here? Stefan's going through.
Let's
see if we can get it there. Boss's orders, as well as the Bravery Charm. That's all we need, I believe, with enough energy in the discard pile to Screamtail, bring up the benched Ogerpon EX that only has 210 hit points, and then the Screamtail can attack the active position. You can see Stefan's going through the motions here, showing that he does have game in order to take that final 2 prize cards and is going to win this game number 1 here of a best-of-3 set in our round number 3. Really impressive showing from Stefan. It didn't really look in doubt after that turn 1, the crucial decision of the Clef Key or not. He chose to go Klefki, banking on the disruption, and it really paid off. He bought that turn, was able to build an impressive board, and from there looked in the ascension from the remainder of that game.
Yeah, what would be really interesting if a second routes was actually picked up there? Would that have changed the sort of run of the game?
Definitely. Well, I mean, you assume that Kai would at least launch an attack, get a prize that turn, but it's just, you've denied Kai drawing like 20 cards.
That is very true. Because we also did see the Squawkabilly hit the field from the Pokestop as well. Yeah. So fantastic heads-up play there.
This was the choice here. The very first action of the game could have been so different if that was a different selection from Stefan. Picking the Klefki opened up the avenue to draw so many cards, and then Drifloon is a machine. It's an absolute monster when it gets rolling with those Bravery Charms. It's very rare that you see a list play as high as 3 counts.
Yeah,
3 copies of that Bravery Charm in the 60. We've seen it from Henry Chow before, and Stefan's employed that same strategy once again. And every attack that he launched, it was with a Bravery Charm in tow, so that he could reach those mega numbers.
Yeah, we saw a really cool use of the A spec of choice there as well, that secret box. We do see the prizes, double Curlier for Stefan, just kind of confirming for as well. There's a Radiant Greninja on Kaya's side. We do kick things off. This is game 2 of our Swiss round 3. 2 fantastic players. Stefan has taken game 1, so it's on Kaya, who's chosen to go first in this scenario, maybe just to get and weave in some of those abilities before maybe Stefan has to lead with a Klefki and move a Klefki in the active, try and utilize the TM evolution, for example.
Yeah, this is where you see world champions adapt. They find the avenues, they realize what went wrong in game 1, and already we're seeing Kaya take a different approach. Now, getting to go first means you can at least guarantee some teal dances, maybe get your Squawkabilly into the mix as well. You have Bravery Charm, so you can push that out of range of an easy Screamtail or Gardevoir Gust KO later on in the game. So you have the license to use Squawkabilly aggressively here and still make sure you're seeing a number of cards. But I think there's already one discarded Professor Sada, so that might also put Kaya off from using a Squawkabilly again, because I think there's another one in the hand.
Yeah, lots of little minute decisions that need to be made. I mean, it's really interesting to try and figure out whether Kaya actually won the flip in game 1. You know, typically wanting to go second.
Very possibly.
Because knowing that maybe Stefan might have been playing Palkia Dusknoir in previous tournaments or back-to-back tournaments, there's lots of little things people have to think about, Joe.
Yeah.
And it's just, these little things where Stefan could take advantage of by changing decks.
Let's see, one card from Kaya, it's the Prime Catcher. That makes it really awkward to discard really the hand. So you're not going to Squawkabilly here. You're going to hold the Nest Ball more than likely. There's 2 Sadas in this hand. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, but at least...
You can't get rid of that.
At least we'll be able to target down the Pokemon she wants to next turn with the Prime Catcher. Does need to get the energy going, I think, maybe still as well. But let's see how Stefan can navigate his turn now. Buddy Buddy Poffin is always a lovely opening. That's ideal. And also has the Vessel as well for further reach.
Poffin, this is why they call it Turbo Guardy. You get to play just a different myriad of supporters to the Arven, which are really strong when you can get that TM evolution, but you don't want to weave them in too often throughout the game. Having the deeper dig into the deck gives you so many means of discarding Psych Energy early, which is the name of the game here. And it's going to be an early Earthen Vessel. You can get some of those Psych Energy pitched straight away. You may even use Greninja first, because in case you draw into the Secret Box or the Arven,
I was going to ask you that question.
Lines. Yeah, I do like the Greninja first here.
I mean, it's always nice because you're getting the energies in the discard anyway for latter stages and turns.
You played 2 Super Odds. You did just get rid of a Night Stretcher, but you should be comfortable getting, like, if you were unfortunate and just drew, like, an EX and something else, and a Curlier, that would probably be the worst thing based on the prize cards.
All these should-bes and could-bes, Joe.
Well,
I don't really like
it's all about the odds. It's all about playing the odds, but I do like using the Greninja for the payoff of the TM evolution.
It could be a massive payoff as long as it's...
I'm pretty sure there were no Curlier in the hand either, which means, well, if you draw the Curlier, then the TM evolution is not helpful at all either, really. You'd only get one.
So then we probably will see the Iono if he's having to choose between Secret Box and Arven's and the Iono that's currently in the hand. Remember that those double Curliers in the prizes will inhibit Stefan's ability to kind of just, pitch cards into the discard and then sort of draw into those combo pieces he needs to weave in big attacks as well. As we do see a fantastic ability. Conceal cards we see so often across its inception into the format as well. Double Poffin.
So this double Curlier and no access to TM Evolution would be disastrous for some builds of Gardevoir, but because Stefan is going for the double rare candy approach, you can just go wide and research the lots here, and I think it's not too bad, to be honest with you. There's also the Klefki coming into the hand, so you can get multiple rolls and once again retreat back into that mischievous lock and just say that Kaya is limited once again on her drawing options.
Has the energy in hand from the double from the vessel already, so I assume we're going to see the attachment to the Radiant Greninja regardless, and then the Iono. Have the Klefki on the board ready to retreat into if he's not able to find the TM Evolution. So really unique scenario here, because maybe not having to utilize it too much, but we'll have to try and just weave in what he can in this state.
It's such a strong turn. You're already Bravery Charming up the Drifloon.
Research instead, doesn't he?
Let it rip,
of course.
Alex,
Why not?
let it rip.
Sorry, I didn't even notice that in the list. But yeah, you were talking about being it super turbo. There's 2 Professor's Research in this list.
Good things to hold on to, but as you said, Alex, very happy to retreat into Klefki. Even if Kaya gets around this with that Prime Catcher, it's going to be a disruption option for later turns as well if you have a slow start.
Quite fortunate to top deck the Iono there. So I think she has to maybe just kind of go for it.
You can pay... Oh, no, you can't pay retreat out first either and then Prime Catcher. That's also still awkward. I'm trying to think...
We've got Nest Ball.
Is there energy in the discard pile already for Kaya? There must be, right? Because we're seeing Asada now. Okay, 1 Lightning in the discard. So you can draw the 3 first. See Trekking Shoe now as well. At this stage, do you chase Drifloon just because it's already got a Bravery Charm? I'm pretty scared of that Drifloon.
Yeah, it does remove the Bravery Charms out of the game as well, because there's no way to recover it. Yeah, exactly.
You saw 3 last
and
game.
surely there's not 4. So yeah, maybe targeted down is the way. Well,
it's not that crazy these days.
Okay, fine.
It's crazy for Gardevoir.
It's crazy that we're even seeing 7 in our first feature match, okay, in total.
Some brave Pokemon out there putting on a brave face for this one.
Look, just don't get knocked out. That's all we want.
Simple. If you don't get knocked out, you don't give up prize cards, and that's a fact.
You can't lose.
Unbelievable. Right, we're seeing some grass energy come out from Kaya. This is because there's going to be a Prime Catcher. Your Ogerpon will be unlocked to continue drawing cards. And you're also going to need that so you can get your Bellowing Thunder damage in. I feel like you have to chase Drifloon. Like, I know these rolls can become so dangerous, and the reason why Gardevoir is so strong is that Curlier draws you out of all sorts of situations, but there's already a Greninja there anyway. There's already 3 rolls. You're only taking 1 out. It doesn't feel that disruptive compared to that Drifloon, which is what Stefan will be drawing towards anyway.
Yeah, exactly. And I guess, well, Kaya's not to know that those Curliers are prized, right? So at the moment, they're nothing. You know, she's probably thinking, oh, she has seen the rare candies though, I guess. Yeah. So you can see those burst turns. So it just gives even more thought to target down the Drifloon. And there we see it.
Definitely makes the most sense. You are going to have to give up an extra energy thanks to the Bravery Charm, but you can allow this. You have so much damage. That's the one thing that's not a problem for Raging Bolt ever, reaching that damage output.
Yeah, and typically when Stefan's attacking, it's only going to be utilizing sort of very squishy Pokemon anyway with the Bravery Charms attached to them, or, you know, unless you're weaving in a Gardevoir EX as a big attacker, it's still quite difficult then at that stage. So leaving the energy on the Raging Bolt, of course, because you have to just kind of continue to threaten that. And then still has a backup attackers actually going just to kind of maybe just Myriad Leaf Shower once again to take those single prizes. Just first prize taken of this game too now. You know, putting Stefan on a bit of a clock. You know, no Curliers, just the draw power already utilized by concealed cards, it looks like. Arvin in hand.
Yeah, it's not too different from last game in that Kaya went in with that single prize and we're going to start to see a board developed, but it's a bit trickier for Stefan to get what he wants this turn. He needs to get a Candy Gardevoir going, which was something he didn't need to do in the last game, but also he needs to work towards a Bravery Charm and a Drifloon again.
The recovery when it was already pitched with the Night Stretcher as well, there's no instant recovery either, and draw power is limited. Just because of what we know in this viewer cam, this kind of caster cam that we have of the prizes.
Is that access maybe to, can Secret Box get us towards like a Scream Tail combination maybe? Because you can still go for the active in this case. There's no Bravery Charm on the active Raging Bolts. You still need to get rid of some energy as well, of course. There's another Vessel now, which is going to help out.
This is why maybe one of the only struggles with that Klefki. If it's not knocked out, it does kind of take up a bench space, but sometimes you want to weave in one of your other support Pokemon, like Monkey Dory, or even that Fez at times, which has also been pitched away now.
Ooh, seeing Darkness Energy. Does that mean we're going to get creative with Monkey Dory this turn?
Not sure I've seen a Gardevoir EX in the hand yet. We do see the Arvin come down now.
Yep, so you're definitely going to get that Bravery Charm. It means you don't have to spend Secret Box here. You can just get the rare candy. There's Ultra Ball in hand.
Okay, right.
So we can do something. At the very least, maybe attack with Gardevoir EX with a Monkey Dory and put it in Monkey Dory range for a future turn.
Yeah, it's very, very, very possible. especially when there's no sort of tool removals from Stefan's side as well. Kaya could try and weave in a Bravery Charm to try and slow down that process.
There's always the option of Mind Bend as well.
No, it's just in hand. It doesn't even matter.
There's the Gardevoir. There is the Darkness Energy to Monkey Dory.
We're swinging away.
Yeah, we're going in with Gardevoir. Going to throw 3 damage off of Gardevoir EX and onto a bed.
Nice.
We have the counter catcher combination. There we go. Stefan can still take that 2-prize KO. So many avenues for the Gardevoir. You've got the single prizes that can be burst onto the field all in one go, but you can also get creative with Monkey Dory pushing that Gardevoir damage.
Went for the curliers that were in the prizes. Missed them. Missed
them.
Not ideal here, but of course there's still that Routes and 1 curlier already still on the board. Still has the Greninja going to continue drawing cards. Kaya's been left with her attacker still in play, however, as we do see a Night Stretcher there and the energy retrieval for double grass energy there for just continue to draw. Has a Lightning already in hand. We saw her draw into that in her previous turn. There's a Bravery Charm to kind of kick things off and make things even more difficult. It's all kind of popping off here. There's the other Raging Bolt EX as well.
Yeah, we can get a Sada in this turn if we want to. There's also the possibility to Iono now. I actually really like the turn to Iono now.
Yeah.
There's only 1 curlier on the board. You're taking out a Gardevoir EX, so you're really making it difficult for Stefan. Finding the opportunity to use this one-of is really important for Kaya, but it feels like because she has the ability to, you should go for it for now, because there are many turns where you can't Iono even when you want to.
Exactly. When you're expending all those energies to try and take the big knockouts on those EX Pokemon,
Here we go.
Yeah, you won't really get a chance to replenish the energies and get a weave in a one-off Iono play as well. So I really like this from this scenario. Probably already been telepathed by the sort of turns that she's been having, because she's been able to keep the energies on the board state. But a really good position for her right now, with the Bravery Charms also on the bench, so kind of weaving in the difficulty for the Roaring Screamtail attack to try and take them down with an easy sort of gusting up and KO as well.
Very true.
So lots of little things that we're having to keep track of. I'm sort of loving to see a world-class player.
This is so much closer than the last game. My goodness, Kaya is in it. You're happy to see a 2-prizer come into the active. That's something you're normally having to hit heads on a catcher to try and do. And now you're also weaving in hand disruption at the same time when there isn't a myriad of curlier. That's great news. And she's recycling that Iono right now with a Power Pad once again, as well as a Sada. So she is right on in this game with Raging Bolt this time around. Things are looking up for her.
Yeah, really, really unique choices, of course. We've seen a lot of things that you've already mentioned. Sliverwing kind of weaves into deck list now as a single prize attacker. Does a lot of damage to itself, so kind of puts itself in Monkey Dory range, I believe, anyway. So probably not ideal in this matchup regardless.
No.
But she's gone for this kind of full consistency type build with the sort of heavier, even heavier Bravery Charms. We've seen some of it before, I think, in some of the North America tournaments. Sort of 3, I think it was 3 in Caleb's list. I think there was 4 in Xander Perot's list, right? So this is the direction we've gone in, and that's a massive knockout now, down to 3 prizes for Kaya in this matchup. Just over 10 minutes to go, so Kaya's going to be looking to try and make sure she takes this game as soon as possible and just give herself a chance. Sometimes there's an opportunity just to donk Stefan, right? They're all squishy.
Well, there's an Arven top deck for Stefan. Does that unlock another Candy combination? To get an attack once again here? We're going to see a refinement from him first. Oh, Candy pickup.
Oh, wow.
So you can Candy the active into a Gardevoir. You've still got draw from Rated Greninja if you wish. There's the option to Boss's Orders, so you could do... Oh, no, because there's double Bravery Charm on the Ogerpon.
See, she's been playing around it where possible.
So we still need to find a attacking basic here. Well, there's the Buddy Poffin.
Is there a Super Rod to recycle?
Can you Arven now for Super Rod Bravery Charm? I think that's a way to do it. Yeah, we should be able to launch an attack with Drifloon here and take a KO. Or Screamtail. Well, yeah, you can't pop him for the Screamtail. Gardevoir's in the hand. We've got Candy Gardevoir.
Candy Gardevoir in hand, okay,
yeah, I think Super Rod Bravery Charm gets us there. You can recover that Drifloon that was benched very early on in this game. To get access to it, you can Buddy Poffin it back into play. You'd rather attack with Screamtail into the active here, but because the ball search is Buddy Poffin, it has to be the Drifloon.
So you do see the Super Rod being utilized here for the Guardy back in as well, in case another one goes down. Needs to make sure he still has access to that fantastic ability of Gardevoir EX. of course. Fez also going back into the deck, utilizing it.
Fez.
Maybe when it needs to.
Fez
EX, sorry.
Let's put respect on its name, Alex, please.
No, we're just so we're on a nickname basis now.
We're all going to get on a nickname basis by the end of the weekend.
Exactly.
Fez is showing up all over the place.
There you go.
There is the super odd combination with the Buddy Buddy Poffin. Drifloon is back, and he's going to be swinging big. He's going to be taking 2 prizes this turn because we can candy into the active here and get another huge balloon blast in.
Kind of feels like all of Kaya's hard work just keeps going down to this little balloon Pokemon right now.
We can also get an Adrenabrain in and set up another Pokemon for an easier KO here because we'll be retreating out of a Gardevoir and in doing so damaging it. Stefan thinking about discarding an Iono off of the Earthen Vessel here. He's looking towards his end game at this point.
Yep, there's the rare candy. He's just deciding.
You definitely rare candy.
Yeah, of course.
I guess the only debate is that you have Curlier's prize, but no, I feel like you have to candy up here.
Monkey Dory reducing it down. There's a retreat.
Yeah,
so many things
as you'd expect. Where do you throw this damage counter onto? Do you open up Boss's Order Screamtail like you did last game onto an Ogerpon, or do you just put it onto the Raging Bolt, expecting that to be into the active position for you anyway?
Yeah, I think you'd expect a Raging Bolt. I mean, that's how you start to target things down. Held onto the boss in the hand as well, so things are, caused in terms of an awkward position from Kaya's side, as we do see Stefan now go down to the final 2 prizes of this game 2. Kaya now the one on the clock, because there's no way for her to sort of weave in a single prizer. So it's now down to, can Kaya maybe weave in the attack of the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX and the Iono once again? That's probably the one direction she may have to try and take here.
Yeah, I didn't see a supporter in hand. There was a Trekking Shoe, and you can thin with a couple Nest Ball, but any of these additional Pokemon coming onto the board don't feel great. You can just put more Raging Bolts down, because you've already got one there. There's a Pheasantipity EX in hand. You probably play the Trekking Shoe first, because you don't want to have that 210 hit point Pokemon, the liability on the bench, which Screamtail would love to mop up with a Bravery Charm.
Any more Bravery Charms available to try and protect it?
There's been a few thrown around, I know that much, but she does play 4. Yeah,
there's at least one.
Yeah. There you go, Kaya deliberating over this. You're doing this mostly to deck thin here, because you have to dig towards a supporter.
It's a really, really tricky spot here.
Chooses fail one Nest Ball. I think she has another one in hand as well.
Has 3 spaces on the bench right now.
But choosing not to take anything just yet. Maybe just 1 Bolt comes out.
1 Grass Energy as well for some additional draw power.
There's Night Stretcher. You can get a couple dances in before making a choice.
There's a second Nest Ball
now.
I think maybe if you were going to put down the Fez anyway, that first Nest Ball, maybe you should have just taken the Pokemon out. If there's any
it depends
more
how many
Ogerpons.
Raging Bolts there are. If there are 2 Raging Bolt, I'd take them. Yeah, there are 2 Raging Bolts, so you could have taken both out of the deck.
But if Fez is coming down with 210, your Ogerpon's got 210 anyway.
I think the dream is you don't have to put down the Pheasantipity if you use Ogerpon and Trekking Shoe and get Iono.
Then maybe the first Nest Ball should have been a Raging Ball. I don't know. There's lots of little minute decisions.
I would also like to get rid of some Pokemon out of this deck, because we need these 1 or 2 draws to be massive
3
now.
cards you can see, Max.
Yes.
Here. It's going to be big.
Are we starting with the Trekking Shoe?
What is it? What is it? What is it, Kaya?
I think
Come on.
I prefer
I think it looks like a charm.
There.
Is it a charm?
A charm lets you use Pheasantipity.
Yeah,
so
that's
you
very
keep
true.
The charm. You've almost like plussed on your draw there. There's going to be 1 from Teal Dance.
Energy.
Earthen Vessel. You need an attachment as well, I suppose.
Does have
already
retrievals,
yeah.
hand stretchers. So lots of things going. Eyeing up the Sada
down
here.
to the... Can we see a supporter?
Why did I say Sada? I thought I saw a Sada. I saw Ancient, and that was it.
Thinking of discarding Pheasantipity. Shows that Kaya, wow, even with the Bravery Charm. So Kaya trying to get a Bravery Charmed Bolt into the active this turn maybe is one of her best lines.
I guess with this, again, could have played this Fez because there's that Raging Bolt already with
It's already 210, they'd be the same, yeah. Pheasantipity EX was online, of course. The Drifloon taking that 2 prize KO. She does have Night Stretcher in hand, so she can still get it back.
That is very true.
It's like not making a decision at all if you get rid of it, I suppose.
And more vessels at the moment here as we continue.
You can thin energy. We still haven't hit a supporter, though, so we probably have to put Pheasantipity EX down now.
Just those little decisions. Doesn't want to give Stefan the easiest knockouts as much as possible. But like I said, would put it in the same range as that Raging Bolt, and only has that 1 Bravery Charm left. That 30 damage maybe just kind of putting Stefan in a really commanding spot.
Yeah.
In honesty.
it's completely changed how Kaya wanted to play her turn. We know that much. And, I mean, there's not much more she can draw. So you probably have to use Pheasantipity EX. I'm not seeing why you wouldn't. Like you said, there's already damaged Pokemon on the bench. Doesn't change what you're losing against. You're getting a Grass Energy to attack with the active here, and foregoing an Iono altogether.
4 minutes remain on this matchup in this round 3. Remember, we are in game 2 right now. Stefan taking a very commanding game 1. Game 2's been a lot closer. Stefan's still in a very, very good spot here, however, just because it's weaving in those single prizes. Kaya's still having to take 3 prizes before she's able to win. There's a Bravery Charm.
Bench, saying no to the 210 hit points option from Stefan, saying that's better and possibly even hand disruption here. Just hoping that everything's a little bit too chunky right now. 210 hit points, sorry, 260 on the active Ogerpon as Kaya goes down to 2 prize cards remaining with that KO. Stefan does have a 2 prizer on the board, so if Stefan can't find a way to win this turn, there is an opportunity for Kaya to close the game.
Stefan, if is not able to find that attacker, though, can just utilize things like that Turo just to take it back off the board.
That's true as well.
And just
his hand hasn't been disrupted. We know he has access to boss's orders. It's just about trying to get that attacker back at this stage. You can draw a few cards. You can Vessel first here to get some energy out of the deck.
Curly is not helping anymore.
Yeah.
After taking it off the prizes.
I think I saw Nest Ball in the hand. That can get Screen Tail, so as you're digging towards Bravery Charm here. So is there still Bravery Charm in the deck? I know we got rid of... Yeah, there's still one remaining.
We've seen 2.
There's Secret Box, and there's the Bravery Charm that we're trying to draw towards here, I think. I believe we played the Arven.
Yes, we have.
And there's 2 of them. I don't know if the other one's available right now.
But then wouldn't be able to necessarily gust up.
Oh, yeah,
maybe doesn't need to at that point.
Yeah, the Scream Tail hits... Oh, no, you have Monkey Dory as well. Yeah, so you can get there too. You don't even need to use boss's orders.
Lots of little lines here, but it's just depending on what these 4 cards that Stefan could potentially see from the concealed cards of Radiant Greninja.
Interesting.
And the refinement as well.
We're not nest balling first here to get Scream Tail. It should be enough, right? Yeah, we're now thinking about it. I feel like Scream Tail has to be the player you want to thin out here because it's good enough. Stefan recognizes that and is going to grab it.
Yeah, dealing plenty enough of damage with that Roaring Scream. As we mentioned.
It's just a tool holding him back from victory here.
This attack dealing 20 damage to one of your opponent's Pokemon. So it can be the active, can be the bench if it's not one of those Terra Pokemon, of course.
Useless, Curlier Rolts. Our board is full. We can refine away, though. Couple more chances for Stefan.
2 more cards. See what Stefan picks here from these 2. What's he pitching away? That's another Curlier. Double Curlier gone. Who needs them?
Big 2 draws here.
Bravery Charm, massive.
There it is.
Huge pickup from the refinement.
Stefan just
was about to attack.
Making sure he doesn't overcommit. Yeah, he wants to check his Psychic Energy, but we should have the combination required. There's already a Gardevoir EX in play. We can attach and use 1 energy to retreat. That means that we can go into our Scream Tail. We can put all the damage on. It means you can target either a Raging Bolt on the bench, or you could use Monkey Dory and deal with the active. We choose the bench.
Incredible.
And Stefan is able to take a 2-0 victory with Turbo Gardevoir EX.
I think, Stefan, we just saw there a little sigh of relief as well, because that was tough. I think he was put into an awkward spot with the double Curliers being prized.
Yeah.
But Stefan showing and showcasing exactly why Gardevoir EX is still a force to be reckoned with.
He has history with Gardevoir. It's taken him far in many tournaments, and once again found a reason to bring it this weekend. Even though he's been doing phenomenally well with another archetype, it shows the versatility of this player, and once again not putting a foot wrong. Methodical with his thought process, weaving in Klefki game 1, a big decision, not an easy one to make. He had the courage to go for that disruptive line and found himself in the driver's seat in game 1. In game number 2, he didn't have things go all his way, but was able to utilize his rare candies, a big choice in the deck list, why he's playing this build, as well as those 3 copies of Bravery Charm. They were so powerful in that matchup, Alex.
Yeah, so Stefan now, just as we see a bit of a replay of the overall match, that key decision we saw, to the Klefki onto the bench from that Buddy Poffin into the active spot, like you said, weaving in an additional turn for himself to build and structure his board to take down the Raging Raging Bolt EX deck there. Stefan moving on to a 3-0 record. Of course, Kaya still in a fantastic spot. 2-1 right now, and we know she's a fantastic player. We know she's still going to be there or thereabouts as well, especially choosing such a consistent deck. Beyond that Klefki, we saw the maneuvers of the Raging Bolt EX Tielmos Gogapon deck as well. And it's just like fantastic to see both of our players in this position already.
Yep, game 2, where there was the big research still going into that Klefki, a little bit less impactful when it's not the first turn of the game. But even though there was a Drifloon disrupted, Stefan was still able to carve out a 2-prize KO thanks to Monkey Dory in combination with Gardevoir EX. And from there, you know, Stefan was blasting off again. He was going straight back into that Drifloon, getting more attacks in. But we saw all sorts of interesting inclusions there. The Pheasantipity EX, you really have to struggle with board space with the way that the build is constructed, because there's Klefki in here, there's Spiritomb in here, there's Radiant Greninja, and there's Pheasantipity, but it shows how impactful that one-off Churro can be. Not just to remove Gardevoir from play to make a restrictive prize map from the opponent, it's also really important to get use out of some of these Pokemon and then get them off the board when you need to. Yeah,
I mean, we've already seen the impact of Klefki, but just some of the others, we'll see Spiritomb in matchups he might have, maybe against things like
Spiritomb.
Yeah, there you go. Again, matchups like the Lugia, V-Star, of course, but also just some of the stage 2 decks that we've kind of mentioned. You know, already back to the rare candy decks, and that's one already. Come on.
There you go. That's one over the rare candies so far.
But yeah, some of the other Charizards and Dragapults, which might weave in a Rotom V and things like that as well. So unique deck choices, and this is what we saw and what was expected for this meta, because we're at a stage of this format now. We're going to see very unique cards come into play, and this is just one variant of Gardevoir build that's being piloted by a world-class player.
Yeah, I think one of the only criticisms of Gardevoir is that it's not the fastest out the blocks, but this list is. It really tries to be as quick as possible, but at the same time, if you're slowing down every other archetype in the format, you gain that inch, and then Gardevoir takes a mile. It draws so many cards with its Radiant Greninja, its Curliers, and representing single prizes is never a bad thing in the Pokemon TCG.
Yeah, so long as those Curliers are online, it doesn't matter about just kind of giving up the odd single prize here and there. You're never really giving up 2 prizes unless you're about to take 2 yourself as well. So it's just a fantastic heads up, you know, deck choice for this tournament, potentially. You know, maybe wanting to face more Raging Bolts, just like this matchup against Kaya. Typically has a slightly quite a flavored matchup against this deck. But you know, Kaya's the one who's made it as close as possible.
Yeah, that was still a really close set. So let's hear from Stefan about how he thought that game went.
Ahoy trainers, we're back, and I am sat with the winner of our feature match, Stefan Ivanov. How are we feeling after round 3?
Well, obviously, you know, I'm 3-0, so pretty good, right? Cannot really ask for more.
Absolutely. Yeah. So pivoting decks for this event, how did that come about?
So obviously I still like Palkia the Snore a lot, right? I was the one who kind of popularized the deck, I guess, after Dortmund in this format at least. And the thing is that I felt like the metagame was becoming a bit too hostile to Palkia, with Rizrego winning 2 weeks ago in Lille, you know, a higher amount probably of Raging Balls, of Lugia, which are all decks which are like bad or even matchups. It's not really exactly the decks I want to face. So I wanted something else. I wanted to switch to something that could have a shot against all these decks, could have a better shot, let's say, against all of these decks. And yeah, and Fast Gardevoir actually works out pretty well. So, you know, I took a risk, and so far it's paying out.
I love that. And it's a deck you've had reps with in the past. This is no kind of unknown waters to you. You know all about the Gardevoir matchups. I think the thing that really stuck out for me in your deck was Klefki. Has it been kind of really helpful in your testing and at the start of this event? Has Klefki been pulling through?
I think Klefki is like just a nice card to have. You know, sometimes it just wins you game when you start against fast decks like Raging Bolt, or when you can put it turn 1. It didn't really stop Kaya from playing in these rounds, but it still, you know, was helpful. It can buy you a little bit of time. It's also necessary to have either Klefki or Fluttermane for, you know, something like an Iron Thorns.
Yes, oh,
and
so good.
If you have to choose between one of them, I think Klefki is better, because this deck doesn't really make great use of the attack from Fluttermane, since we only have 1 Monkey Dory. And Klefki also is searchable through Puffin, so it's a better card for the early game.
Of course. That's such good reasoning for Klefki over Fluttermane. I never thought of some of those points. That's so great. Are there any decks today that you're thinking, please no, please no, please no, what you don't want to pair, or are you pretty happy into anything?
So, like, Ironically, I guess I don't really want to face Palkia the Snore because this is a bad matchup, but it's not auto loss. Like, it is definitely beatable. I think pretty much every matchup is beatable except slower God of War decks, like God of War, which are, you know, like the classic list with double Monkey Dory, no candy, and so on. These are very, very hard.
Very.
But I think like God of War is just a very small part of the metagame, so it should be fine. Like, you have to take a loss or something at some point.
Absolutely, and that's such good advice coming from a very seasoned player like yourself, is there's never going to be a deck, or there certainly isn't in this format, that's going to cover every basis. It's going with what you feel is strongest and something you've practiced lots with, and we know that you've placed exceptionally well with God of War in the past.
I've done okay.
You're humble as ever. So how is this season shaping up for you? How are you feeling about that invite structure?
So for me personally, it's going well. You know, after top 4 in Dortmund, top 32 in Lille, I'm 3rd in the European rankings right now. So I feel like, I'm not saying my invite is locked or anything, but I'm in very good shape. Yes. And, you know, hopefully I can secure the travel award for this quarter for EOIC. Overall, the invite structure, I think it's like, I think it's necessary at some point to have a threshold to not have a threshold to be like, yeah, this is the maximal amount of people who get in. I just hope it's not gonna, you know, deter people from playing. Like, I'm a little bit afraid that at some point people are like, oh, I cannot qualify, it's too hard, I'm gonna stop playing. So I just hope people can enjoy every event, every regional for what it is, because, like, you know, even if you don't go to Worlds, if you win a regional, if you place very well in a regional, it's already like a big accomplishment, I think.
Huge.
The prizes are also pretty good.
Yeah.
So I think you have to take every event by itself. And yeah, I think that's, for the adventure, I think that's mostly it. For the regional structure, I do wish we still had a bit more rounds like we had last season.
Yeah.
Because 12 rounds for an event, when it's like 1,000 players, it's okay. When it's closer to 2,000, it can be a bit short. It can be like, you know, you're now winning in for top 8 and then you lose and you don't get even top 32.
Yeah.
But yeah, overall,
that's such
I'm
good advice
happy
as well.
to secure to compete anyway.
Oh, no, I love that. I love the advice of like just trying to enjoy the regionals for what they are. That is so great coming from a player like you, who a lot of people trust in, and your record shows and kind of displays for itself. So congratulations
Thank you very
thus far.
much.
We're going to head back to the desk for a moment. So thank you so much, Stefan, and we'll catch you guys on the other side.
Thank you so much, Amy, and a massive thank you to Stefan as well. It's always amazing to hear from such a modest expert of the deck that he's piloting. I tried to ask Joe for a bit of advice of why it was God of War for Stefan this tournament, but I didn't really get much out of him, unfortunately.
Just went for the wind. Yeah.
But yeah, it's incredible just to kind of hear the little nuances that he chose of the deck, a little bit more information around the Klefki as well. We're big fans of the card into this current format and meta, but he also touched on some fantastic points as well. You know, we're all here, just like Stefan is, to enjoy the Pokemon trading card game. You know, we're both lovers of the game for such a long time now, and that's why we're here trying to do our best to guide you through not just all of these stream matches, but everything that's going on at an event like this. And of course, you know, we have all our socials that was just highlighted just there, and making sure you're following on our channels, both on YouTube and Twitch. So any opportunity to interact with us, we are here for you.
Yeah, we want to hear from you, and I love taking a leaf out of Stefan's book there, because he's just so relaxed. He's relaxed in every situation. You have to be relaxed to be on your A game, and it's so easy to come to these tournaments and think, oh, I've got to beat over 1,000 people and I can't lose, I can't afford to lose. But the best way that you can give yourself the best chance to win is by just playing your game as best you can, and Stefan does that every time. I mean, he's relaxed on stream because he's been there so many times.
Yes, of course.
He really doesn't make that many mistakes. He's such a strong pilot of this archetype, and because he's already so experienced with Gardevoir, you know he's going to go far this tournament again.
Yeah, especially when you're seeing matchups that you're preparing for as well. You know you're going to be facing up against Raging Bolt EXs, you're going to be facing up against Lugia V-Stars, you know, and he's chosen this deck because he finds itself, you know, despite him saying it is a bit of a risk, you know, is the deck can sometimes just find itself into a trap against some matchups. But in this scenario, he's taken a risk, and it's really pulling through at the moment, and that's what's fantastic to see.
Yeah, and he's meta manipulated the wrong way round. He's worse now against the deck that he's been making popular, which is hilarious. That Palkia Dustoir now being the scariest matchup for him. Just a small nuance that we've been thinking about as Raging Bolt has now incorporated those very high counts of Bravery Charm. Tool removal in the game is on an all-time high. So the 3-count of Bravery Charm in Stefan's list is a really interesting choice for this weekend. Another risk I think he's taken on board. But what sort of archetypes are going to be incorporating these tool removal cards to swing matchups?
I mean, there's many, right? It was something, obviously, we've spoken quite a lot in the lead up to tournaments like this. But we saw the heavy Bravery Charms from Louisville. We saw the changes into the Lille meta. And naturally, decks like Raging Bolt EX are always going to play sort of heavier Bravery Charm nowadays, just because that's how the deck best functions. And then you've got all these decks that we thought might see a bit of an uptick because of that quote-unquote anti-tool cards, the Jamming Towers of the world, the Lost Vacuums of the world, things that can be weaved in decks like Reggie Drago, which has Jamming Tower, or Lugia's now, that can also incorporate Jamming Towers. Lost Vacuum's a card that typically has viability across the format. It's not just great against those types of Bravery Charms. It's great against the Area Zero Underdecks, maybe to wipe off your own board sometimes as well, you know, try and protect some of those damaged Pokemon. There's so much utility, and that's where we're going to find, again, every time we talk about these new decks, every time we feature a new deck, we're going to be digging through, looking for those small changes that might mean a matchup's percentage might increases by just 2%, and that's more than enough sometimes.
Yeah, that's what we're looking for on the grand stage, on the grand scale here, trying to figure out the overall metagame. But also, if you want to get involved in the grassroots of things, there are so many opportunities with organized play on that local level, starting to know your area, starting to know the player base, and getting into these testing groups and start talking Pokemon the same way we're trying to now and discuss these things together. And there's so many great grassroots options for Pokemon right now.
Yeah, it's something like I mentioned, is where we kind of a lot of people had started as well. You know, the local scene, you get to meet sort of very familiar people as well. You know, players who just love the game, get a chance to practice their decks, try out new things, and then, you know, just slowly go through. You've got the local leagues, and then you can progress into sort of the CP earning tournaments as well, those league challenges that have been around for so long now, and then you can progress into maybe bigger tournaments, local league cups. Maybe you can venture a little bit further in your region to go to league cups as well. And then, you know, you get familiar with sort of the way the format and this tournament structure is. We all play in the same sort of tables, right? It's just a cloth over it sometimes. You know, you get your playmat out, you get your favorite deck box, your favorite plushies out, you make it as comfortable for yourself, and then you're in the same environment. You're playing a game that both you and your opponent love, and that's why we're here.
Yeah, we want to see you on those tables. So we've got a little video for you to see all about organized play and how you can get involved.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
So as you can see, you can scan the QR code on screen right now to find locations near you. There are plenty of stores across the nations in Europe where you can get to your local game store and start playing in weekly tournaments, and also look towards these League Cup and League Challenges, which do give up those championship points. As Alex said just a moment ago, it's a fantastic place to experiment with your deck lists, fine-tune your strategies for these larger tournaments, but also just enjoy the game for what it is, having fun, taking some riskier decks as well to see if you can get that one win off of a mate. That's always one of the best things you could do at those locals.
Yeah, not just that. And we saw just from that video as well, you know, there's Pokemon Leagues, not just from the trading card game. Just like this weekend, there's opportunity to test your hand at Pokemon Go or Pokemon video game as well. It's like fantastic opportunities, again, just to meet like-minded people. But, you know, it's a little bit too much from us here. We've got Amy back out there, and it's just going to bring you a fantastic interview.
Welcome, trainers, to the floor here in Gdansk. I'm here with Leander, who is a very special member of the team here. Leander, can you tell us a bit about what you're doing here today?
Hi, yeah, thank you. So my role at this event is the side event coordinator. So basically, I'm making sure that all the side events are running smoothly, that both staff and players are able to enjoy themselves, that everything runs on time, and yeah, that's basically what I'm here for at this weekend. Can you explain a little bit what side events are and who they're for? Yeah, so side events are both for main event players, but also for spectators. It's a fun, casual format that you can play outside of the main event, where you sign up. We have we vary between on-demand and scheduled events. For on-demand, it's just 4-player round-robin pods with fun forms like Booster Battle for TCG or like Chaos Cup for VG, or like we also have for Go the Go Draft, and it's just with a few players casually you can play it together. And for scheduled events, they're usually a bit bigger. They can also be more competitive, like our cups that also give out championship points, which is definitely interesting for the main event players. And yeah, so if you're a spectator, you can always come up to us to just sign up and do anything in between your rounds as a main event player as well.
That's so incredible. So there are activities for everyone who comes along, not
Exactly.
just the main competitors in the event, for every single game. And what do you get for playing a side event?
So you get prize tickets, mainly for winning within the side events. These prize tickets you can use at a prize wall. At prize we have lots of cool items, plushies, we have mats, we have stickers, we have everything your Pokemon heart would like. And yeah, so if you grind side events, you can get a lot more cool goodies from the prize wall. But you get also your goodie bag as a player as well. And yeah.
That's amazing. So they're really worth doing. There's lots more fun to be had. What other activities other than side events do we have? Because there's more, right?
Oh, of course there are. We also have the amazing fan experience area. There are like drawing contests. You can experience the games. You can get a bit of learning for each of the games. You get so much cool stuff to do. You get to hang. It's just so casual. You're always having fun there.
Oh.
It's an amazing team at all the events here. I just strongly recommend checking them out. They have so many fun contests and cool stuff. Yeah.
Oh, I love that so much. I know that I've been able to take some pictures and get printouts here before, and we saw the coloring competition in Dortmund. That was so fun. And what else? There's board games as well that everyone can play. I've seen out on the tables and people taking advantage of that. So you have a lot to set up and keep control of today. But is it all going smooth so far?
Oh, for now, definitely. We're looking forward to a really amazing weekend with lots of side events, lots of cool events, lots of fun formats.
Yeah!
And yeah, we're looking forward to seeing all of you up at our side events hive and to maybe sign up for a few events. You can be scheduled, can be on demand. We have so many different events. There's definitely something available for everybody. I don't think anyone will come up to us and don't find anything they'd be interested in. So come see us at the side events hive, and yeah, hope to see you around.
And so we are going to give you the honorary title of Master of Fun this weekend, as you are making sure that everyone is having a fantastic time, no matter if they're playing in the main event or whether they are a spectator or a parent. So thank you so much for speaking with us today. It's time for us to head back to the desk, so I'll catch you guys in a bit.
Hi trainers, I'm Amy Wosley and welcome to Professor Amy's Classroom. Today we're learning Pokemon TCG mathematics. When building your deck, there are a few mathematical questions we need to ask ourselves. How much damage can my Pokemon deal, and what HP totals are important right now? Let's look at an example. Raging Bolt EX has 240 HP. Say I'm building Miraidon EX, which can only deal 220 damage at a time. How can I ensure my damage is meaningful? Well, if I add 2 Zapdos to my bench, their abilities add 10 damage to my Lightning Pokemon's attacks, so I deal 240 in one go. Bye-bye, Raging Bolt. Let's do another. Jim O'Brien's Okie Dokie deck does 170 damage a turn with Good Punch, using the buff from its ability. 170 damage is enough to KO many 2-prize Pokemon in formats, such as Squawkabilly EX, Luminion V, or Fezandipity EX and Terrapagos EX with weakness. With Okie Dokie being a single prize Pokemon, your opponent will take twice as long as you to take all their prize cards, while having to work through your huge HP total. So, although Good Punch for 70 damage may look small, with the magic of Pokemon mathematics, we come out with a brilliant deck that nobody was expecting to see on the stage at Louisville. The final mathematical tip I'll leave you with for your deck building today is how much energy do I need to put in my deck? Well, let's use Charizard EX as an example. I want to make sure that all of my Pokemon can use their attacks to take 6 prize cards across a game. Charizard EX needs 2 energy to attack, however it searches those energy out of the deck when it evolves. Handy!
So, let's say I need Charizard to attack 3 times to take 3 2-prize knockouts. I may need 3 Charizard to do this, so 6 energy makes sense, right? Especially since I can search it out of the deck. But some may choose to run even fewer energy and utilize cards such as Super Rod to save space in the deck and streamline the flexibility of your cards. So, when building your deck, always remember to calculate your damage output to the HP of your opponent, consider weakness and how the meta is shaping up, and put enough energy for your attacks in your deck. Catch you next time, trainers, in Professor Amy's classroom.
The first Pokemon game I played was Black 2 on my DS back when I was in elementary school. When I was younger, I would collect some of the cards, and my dad, I think, it started to encourage me to start playing competitive more. He wanted me to learn the rules of the game, so, you know, my mom and my dad, they helped me go to league, and I started going to tournaments, and that helped me get into Pokemon. I remember winning one of the city championships, I think it was, in junior division, and that was pretty fun. My favorite Pokemon is Cyndaquil. I think it's because I played it in a Mystery Dungeon game on the DS, and that was the character it gave me. And so then it kind of just stuck with me. People that I look up to in the community, I mean, obviously Tord is like one of the best players in the world. It'd be cool to have some of the accomplishments that he has, but you know, some of my friends that I test with, like Caleb, it's pretty good too. So I'd probably like to have another game against Azul, to be honest. We're 1-1 against each other all the time, so we could get that tiebreaker game and that'd be fun. It's gotta be Unova. Region is my favorite because that was the first game I played on the on the DS and Black 2. So I think it's got to be chocolate. Chocolate's just really good, and I think my mom's always liked chocolate, so I think that definitely passed down to me from her. If I won the World Championship, I would definitely call my parents first. I'm sure they'd be watching anyway, but they supported me throughout Pokemon, getting me into it when I was younger, and now I'm going to tournaments by myself, but they still check in on me, and I'm sure I'd want to talk to them. I think I've got to go with Sprigatito. I haven't played the video games in a while, but that looks like the coolest one to me, so that's what I have to go with.
Hello and welcome to the Pokemon Center pop-up here in Honolulu, Hawaii at Pokemon World 2024. We are here with some champions who are going to show us what it's like to shop with a pro, right, Spraggles?
That's right. This is the best place to be here at the Pokemon World Championships.
And who are you standing here with?
And an international champion, Polaris.
And I am here with international champion Avery. And what is it like to compete in a Pokemon championship?
Well, kind of stressed. If you're doing a battle, that's determines if you win or not.
How do you feel about competing this year?
It's pretty fun.
Are you gonna win, do you think?
I hope so.
What are your favorite things to shop for? Plushies.
I mostly like the big ones.
How do you feel coming here to compete in Hawaii?
A little nervous because I don't know what to play yet.
I mean, you're a champion. You can make it happen. I love that I've gotten to meet you before, actually, at a Pokemon Center. I've met your family before. What's your favorite part about traveling to compete with all of these Pokemon events?
It's really fun to play Pokemon. I love the game.
And what's the best part about bringing your family to all this stuff?
My dad, mom, and Cyrus, they just come and they watch and they like cheer me, and it's really fun for them.
Do you think Cyrus will one day be a champion like you?
Probably. I really hope so.
What's your favorite thing about coming to the Pokemon Center?
Definitely big plushies.
What's the #1 thing you're looking for in there?
A big Slowpoke.
A big Slowpoke. You heard it here first, folks. A big Slowpoke.
You told me that you like to look at giant plushies, and I couldn't find a giant plushie, but I found something really big for you. Are you ready? This Pokemon can turn into any Pokemon. What do you think?
Pretty cool.
There you go, that's for you.
You said you wanted a big plushie. I found you something even bigger. Oh. Okay. Yeah, it's big, right? What do you think?
I think it's amazing.
All right, well, you're taking it home, buddy.
All right, let's go.
Here we go. Told you it was huge, right? Pretty big. Watch it, watch it 10. Watch it 10. I think the toughest thing will be getting it in your carry-on, but once it's on the plane, like, you're good to go.
Pokemon fans, I'm now having the pleasure of being here alongside my fellow co-caster Amy, who's been out there keeping an eye out on the field, and of course we've already seen a number of interviews that she's had. How has it been so far? You've had the great conversations with a couple of people there, I think, Amy.
It's honestly been fantastic. The kind of aura in the room is exciting. Everyone seems to be at their best. Feels like we have a very well-rested room. Everyone's very excited. The butterflies are literally in the room.
Yep.
And we're having such a fantastic time out there.
Yeah, I can't wait for my butterfly to keep coming back because it keeps to be hovering around and following me this whole time. We had it for part of the first round on stream so far as well. But yeah, it's such a fantastic sort of environment at the moment. Everyone seems to be really enjoying themselves. Everyone right now is getting a chance to have a bit of a break as well, you know, from the action, get some food in them, get them well rested, a few drinks in them as well, just to make sure they're hydrated for such a long day. Sometimes it can be.
Super long day.
Right? It's there's so much still to look forward to, and I'm so happy I get a chance to do this with you again, Amy.
Oh, thanks, Alex. It's been a little while since we've cast together, and I'm really excited for this opportunity. And once again, we're gonna have some games for the ages.
Yeah.
Really gonna roll down in history.
100%. We're gonna have as much fun as we can. Again, just try and make sure we interact with you guys at home as well. Bring the action for you. Remember, I'm gonna keep keep drumming at home. All of this production is for the viewers at home, and we're just going to try and showcase as much Pokemon as possible.
Yeah, including decks that, you know, not only we think are interesting, but if you have any preferences that you want to see on stream, let us know in chat. We are watching, and we will be able to see those. So if there's anything you know that's here that we may have not spotted, please let us know in the chat. Make sure that you're getting involved and letting us know who you're rooting for as well.
Is there anything you're looking forward to, Amy? What do you want to see next?
Really desperately would love to see the Iron Thorns Dragapult decks. They've been kind of a little bit here and there in Japan, and I've seen them sneaking into deck lists here and there in kind of the local meta. And so I'd love to see a juicy game of Dragapult with Iron Thorns together in harmony.
Very contradictory to that pin that was just kind of showcased on your show as well.
I'm Lugia pinning it up today.
But yeah, lots to look forward to, because that's like a bit of innovation that we haven't quite seen, but it's sort of been in the woodworks a little bit for the past week or two now, and people finally thinking maybe it's actually good enough to bring to a tournament. You know, just getting Iron Thorns in the active, slowing down my opponents, me then being able to build up my board state with those Drac Cloaks, Recon Directive here, there, and everywhere before starting to sprinkle with Phantom Dive when they choose to.
Exactly, and I think that power is strange because you don't see the decks together. When I first looked at that deck list, I thought to myself, what is going on here?
There's no rare candies. There's loads of things that we just typically would question. It's like trying to throw together, I don't know. Well, actually, we have seen some mishmashes before. We've seen like Charizard EX with Dragapult EX kind of thrown together. Fusion. But this one seems very, again, not the most complementary of one another, but if you're just buying yourself time to build up your board, maybe there's something in there.
Maybe, and you know, much like, speaking of these kind of slightly estranged decks, for the first time we've actually got a little sneak peek into the juniors and seniors brackets here at the event. So we do have a meta analysis for us. These are the juniors, Alex.
Yeah, 109 juniors, which is fantastic to see.
So good.
They are the future of our, you know, Pokemon play going forward, but a massive 20% of them bringing Raging Bolt. Charizard EX obviously still hanging in high there, 17% as well. 19 of our junior players. It's a deck that's been around a long time. So maybe it's a lot of junior players have chosen to continue playing it because they've got so much practice with it. And just sometimes that's typically what we see with some of the more younger generation of our Pokemon players here as well. But it's rounded out by a very sort of unique grouping. There's one that stands out that's a little bit different that we haven't seen in Masters for a while, Amy. Ancient Box.
Really long time. Ancient Box hasn't been featured in Masters for absolutely ages, and we certainly haven't had it on our at least first half of our day one graphics. So it's great to see it still putting in some real work in juniors.
Yeah, and here's our senior trainer deck meta breakdown as well. So 159 fantastic senior players here. Again, Raging Bolt sticking in that 20%, above 20% of all of our players. 34 of them bringing in. And again, Charizard still there with the double digits. Regidrago for the seniors instead. Again, another deck that's been here, there, and everywhere for some time now, really giving a lot of players an opportunity to really become a master of the deck. And that's kind of what we start to see here. And then rounded up by a lot of decks that we have seen in our Masters division as well. But again, just small nuances, I think, Amy.
Absolutely. But I think something that really sticks out to me is that Raging Bolt EX is at the top of the graphic in every single division this event. Now, that to me strikes an interesting query of, but is it worth it? We saw in Lille that the day 2 conversion for Masters wasn't great, and yet 200 Masters have decided to play it today. That is 5 more than Lille. And so 5 more people have said, actually, you know what, I want some of that Raging Bolt action, but its day 2 conversion was poor.
Yeah, but again, it's just thinking about that meta that they're going into. They may have been thinking with Regidrago winning the tournament in Lille, they're thinking maybe there's an uptick there, maybe I can run into all of those Regidragos that I'd love to see, but just in the total field, over 250 players across all 3 divisions bringing Raging Bolt is actually such an incredible stat to be looking at. I mean, it's just amazing that we get a chance to see that meta share as well. I mean, I know as someone who's very involved in your Pokemon League, Amy, you get a chance to see a lot of our younger generation play Pokemon as well.
Absolutely, and I think that's one thing that we not forget about, but when you're watching from home, I think sometimes it can be, you know, overlooked that we do have 3 tournaments
going on right now in the trading card game.
Yeah.
We have 3 brackets of head-to-head showdowns, and they are working just as hard for those top spots. And so I love seeing the spread of decks, because especially when juniors and seniors are preparing for these events, they prepare differently from the masters because they're looking at an entirely different meta and a different meta share from each event. They're not necessarily looking at the Masters tournaments because, well, you're going to need to practice against Ancient Box if you're playing in the juniors, for example. But in the Masters, it may not be worth your time, right?
Yeah, 100%. And we were once juniors and seniors, right?
Absolutely.
But at the same time, let's go back to our Masters ranking. This is our current rankings at the end of Swiss round 3. Again, you know, still very early in the stages of the tournament as well. We just had Stefan Ivanov there currently that sits 15th, but, you know, joints first with all of these names just on stream. But there's a lot of names here. There's players like Toby Clark that I know very well. He has typically been doing very well with Iron Thorns EX. Again, probably not the Iron Thorns Dragon Ball we'd like to see, but I think he's been utilizing a lot of the 4 of Iron Thorns in the deck before. But very early stages, still shaping the tournament, still 5 Swiss rounds to go, Amy.
Absolutely.
Lots of Pokemon to play.
So much. And I love this format because it's really, it feels like we've got a bit of a showdown between decks, because if you go to play Reggie Drago, for example, well, okay, maybe Raging Bolt is a bit of a problem. But then if we have too many Iron Thorns, thinking, oh, but Lugia might be there because that's quite good into Raging Bolt. So it's like this intricate puzzle of what do I play, because there could be anything and I want to be X, Y, and Z, but maybe not A, B, and C. And it's a real tussle to the top.
Yeah, this is where the meta really sort of rounds itself off. I mean, only 2 decks actually had an above sort of double-digit representation. That was the Lugia. I think it was at 12% alongside the Raging Bolts. But you know what? Not just from what Amy would like to see in terms of potentially that Iron Thorns Dragon Ball EX deck that may be sort of spitting around the actual tournament itself. We want to try and make sure, again, that you guys are interacting. You guys are giving us an idea of what you want to see going forward. So just at the bottom below, just there, we've got 4 options for you. It doesn't mean we necessarily will get it on the next round, but we will do our utmost to try and get them on in future rounds as well. So we're going to try and keep this interaction up throughout the day where we can. So option 1, Terapagos EX Dusknoir. Option 2, the Polish Bennett Gardevoir EX, where there's an opportunity to Amy's favorite right now with that pin, Lugia V-Star, is option 3. And of course, that little rogue that we're going to keep going back to Luke Kirkham because he's the one who's championing it a lot.
Absolutely.
But I know there's more than just Luke Kirkham out there now. Gouging Fire is option 4.
Yes, and we've got so many other decks, but these 4 are the ones we're voting on right now. Will we go with Bayonet Gardevoir, very typically known to be popularized by the Polish players, and being at the Polish event would feel very, very just.
Yes,
very
absolutely,
just.
absolutely.
But then we have the likes of Tarapago, who I know you are quite excited about.
I mean, I tried to be. I mean, I utilized it in my decks when I was playing in Dortmund and Lille as well. But we know it's always been really cool to see the combo pieces come together when you're talking about Terapagos EX and the partners it has in terms of the Fan Rotoms, the Jewel Seeker of Noctowls, the Dusknoir pieces. It's just such a fun deck and such a little puzzle to play at times.
Absolutely.
But, you know, there's so many interesting things to be thinking about. Lugia V-Star, 2 top 8s. Or 2 of the top 8 decks, or top 9 in Asymmetrical Cut in the most recent tournament in EU. And it's just showing that even without having to incorporate new cards from Stellar Crown, is doing so much right now.
And there's some really different lists out there, utilizing
absolutely.
very different counts of Pokemon, apart from Archeops. It's always 4.
A bit worried if it wasn't Archeops, I think.
Could you imagine? 3 Archeops.
Who needs 4? That's fine.
But no, it just goes to show the diversity of these decks bring with them. We, you know, those are 4 lists on our screen, but realistically, it can break down into so many more options and could really change the diversity of the decks that we're seeing.
Yeah, I mean, that's what makes it so unique. I mean, there's lots and lots of cards that we've seen from your current favorite of Lugia that you're championing. But again, I'm going to keep referring back to that pin. But there's cards in there that I've utilized in other decks as well. I think Ethan Wild, a well-known friend of yours or someone you know very closely, has played Thornton in their list, right? Thornton, a fantastic card. And I think it has a lot of good places in the format right now, just to being able to weave in a random attack or a surprise Pokemon, a random Dusknoir out of nowhere is really, really cool. Again, another fun combo piece to try and weave into your matchups. So yeah, there's so many different unique inclusions into decks and cards that we can go into, and we'll keep trying to dig them out whenever we get a chance to see those stream feature matches and those decks that we...
And speaking of Lugia, sadly it received no votes.
No, I'm so sorry.
It's okay, it's okay. Maybe tomorrow, maybe tomorrow. But to tell you what did win was Gouging Fire. So we're going to see some more fiery action from the deck itself. It has been championing these events, but very few players have decided to pick it up despite its success.
Yeah, I mean, it's success by someone who's been able to play it to like a mastery level, I'd like to think. Again, we're going to mention his name again, Luke Kirkham. I'm not going to say, you know, something else, but Luke Kirkham's been piloting this deck for a while. He's known for these kind of rogue-ish decks.
Yes.
You know, Gouging Fire has seen a bit of play in some other decks, like Charizard sometimes, but as a deck of its own core concept, it's very new and very unique. And that not only puts you in a good position when you are a master of that deck, but when you are facing up against your opponents who don't really know what's going on, all of a sudden the Monkey Dory hits the bench and you're like, hang on a moment.
Wait,
yeah,
what's going on?
Only damages your own board from the Magma Basins, and then there's suddenly an Entei that can utilize some of the Area Zero underdecks that you might have when you might play a Cornerstone, not Cornerstone, a Heartflame, Ogerpon. There's so many different cards that you just don't know about.
Even Delphox with bench damage. But yeah, the monkeying around in the deck really is the thing that surprised me. But it really does fix those numbers for Gouging Fire, and it makes, and just like we saw the Pokemath video a minute ago,
of course.
You know, it is one of those things that does make the Pokemath work. And so when you're building that deck, Luke's thought to himself, now what am I going to tweak? What's the little kind of changes I'm going to make those damage totals exactly what I need for this event? Because it's not just about the deck itself. It's about the event that's coming up. It's all about predicting that meta share and knowing what you're going to be up against. What is most likely and what is least likely.
Yeah, I mean, even just with the deck itself, the only real, like, really tough matchup that I at least understand anyway is Charizard EX. You actually know, maybe like some of the younger generations actually picked up Gouging Fire in Lille as well, I believe.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is a really cool, unique way of, you know, they might have seen someone with it in action before and like, we're going to pick that up because it's a really, really cool deck right now.
So moving on from a little bit of Gouging Fire, my caster prediction for this event was actually a little different and probably not something you guys wanted to see, apparently. But I actually think Lugia is really well placed into this event still. And with a lot of the tech cards that a lot of the Lugia players are putting in, I don't even think Iron Thorns is much of a match for it at the moment. So even the decks that are attempting to counter Lugia, I just don't think they're quite there with it yet. And then for my card pick, I've gone for the fantastic
Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Blood Moon Ursaluna.
What a card. What a fantastic card. So, again, splashable in so many decks. I'm kind of helping you out here. This is all for you. But it's a card that's, you know, close to my heart as well. It's a fantastic card. So just splash anywhere. Utilizes a similar attack to the Radiant Charizard that we've seen, again, come up trumps so often in our tournaments.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I think it's a great choice of cards and deck there, Amy.
Thank you very much, Alex.
And if I'm not mistaken, I think there was actually a couple of votes for Lugia.
There was. There were a couple. That's all right then. Well, thank you very much, my believers. But on to your pick, Alex. Just like we said.
So I've already kind of touched on it a little bit. Just the combo pieces of the Terrapagos EX decks that we've seen already utilized, having to use things like Area Zero under decks. Again, go wide and hit hard with that sort of beatdown attack that it has. It's such a fantastic way, and again, a different concept to what we've seen in recent times, but we have before seen similar attacks and similar sort of types of abilities. But then when you're weaving in things like Fan Rotom, I'm a massive, massive fan. Excuse that, having to say that multiple times, but it's such an incredible card, attacking for 70 damage, being able to have a built-in sort of Pokemon search to be able to utilize all of those combo pieces with Jewel Seeker and the Noctowls and the Hoot Hoots. It's just such a cool concept to be able to bring to a deck, and that's why it's performed so well. I'm going to touch on Rare Candy again. I know Joe didn't really like it, and he's kind of badgering on me a bit too much about it, but you know, it works with Dusknoirs, it works with those Charizards, works with our two finalist decks, one of them even winning in Dortmund with those Dragapults. So yeah,
Red Candy, it's the one.
Keep down, quick quiet, Joe.
Yeah, it's the sweet spice of this tournament. You wait.
It'll happen. It'll happen. I hope.
Well, you're voting for Slow and Steady wins the race, whereas I'm going Turbo with Lugia. So we'll have to see. It's a bit of a tortoise in the hare kind of tournament between us, I think.
Always Slow and Steady wins the race. I mean, we already saw a Red Candy win on stream, which is very fantastically piloted by Stefan Ivanov. I'm sure there'll be an opportunity, Lugia, at some point as well, because everyone wants to see a deck that's consistently doing well. Everyone seems to think that maybe it kind of loses to itself sometimes, but over the course of 3 games in a round, you know, it's pretty good odds still to be quite consistent, and that's why it's continuing to perform.
I think that's why I like it, though. I feel like in the best of 3 format that we have here, you know, it can have those games where it flops, and it's okay, because those are the ones that you do break and you just don't get set up. Those Archeops are not in the discard pile early enough, but that you can bring it back so well because the deck is consistent enough.
Yes.
And some might argue that it is a coin flip of a deck, whether you win or lose, but in a best of 3 format, those odds still work in your favor.
I think it's one of those things where when Lugia bricks, it bricks and you feel it.
Oh yeah.
You know, all other decks actually have those moments as well.
Yeah. Everyone bricks.
But with Lugia, because it's so intense when it bricks.
It's so fundamental.
Yeah.
Those early turns
it's tough.
Yeah,
it's
right?
Tough. It's a tough time.
You need them. You need those early turns. You need that stability. Otherwise, your entire engine doesn't work. And if you don't put the fuel in the engine, well, it's not going nowhere, is it?
Exactly. You're not jetting anywhere anytime soon. But you know what? We're here at the moment at this Gdańsk Regional Championships. We're going to soon have our round 4 with you guys as soon as possible. We know you have voted for Gouging Fire as a deck choice within the community. We're going to double check whether there's an opportunity to bring that on the next round or maybe later down the stages, of course. There's plenty of players out there who are going to be piloting that deck, I'm sure, following its success. But, you know, for the time being, you've got me and Amy. We're just going to continue holding down the forts until our players and deck feature match is ready. But I'm getting a bit of an inkling because I see our players already at the desk. And as you know, Luke Kirkham's a good friend of mine. I'm seeing his tattoos already starting to show.
And guess what, Alex? It's not just Gouging Fire in this house. We are looking at a Gouging Fire Lugia showdown.
Here we go.
Oh yeah, best of both worlds.
It's a really interesting matchup. I know Luke actually, it's not that he doesn't mind it. He does need to get the pieces to fall in the right places in a similar way that Lugia does.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I'm looking forward to a really back and forth matchup here.
This really will be. I don't think this matchup is certainly not one that Luke is going to, you know, put the fire on and blaze through Vincenzo, but Vincenzo is going to have the opportunity to come back at that. Will the deck behave? Will it not? And I think that's going to be very much the case for both of these players.
Yeah, 100%. And I'm just so excited to see this kind of matchup. We get to, again, hopefully highlight just how a master of his deck is able to pilot Gouging Fire here, as we do get a chance to just have a little look at his accomplishments here. We know he's been a long-time player now. We've both played a similar time, myself and Luke. He has had multiple top 4s at tournaments, of course. Most recently a top 16, and also very good placement in Dortmund as well with a deck, maybe some nuances in some of the changes. As we do go over to Vincenzo's side, again, no stranger to kind of making it into day 2. Has that regional top 256 at Liverpool, and also his most recent best finish right now is that Lille regional top 64. But he's going to be continuing to try and really make his name for himself this season and really get that consistency up as much as possible. As we do get a chance, Amy, to see those prizes now. Carmine and Luminion and 1 Archeops. Oh, double Archeops in the prizes, Amy.
No! Oh, that's 2. We were joking about having less, but that's a bit silly.
Could you imagine that scenario? But as we do see both our players here, Luke's side of the board looks very normal. Nothing too crazy, just kind of his only real one-off there is that Radiant Greninja does utilize, I think it was that the Entei as well, that fantastic art. We do see players kicking off round 4 of our Gdańsk Regional. It looks like Lugia will be going first, Amy, top decking that capturing Aroma.
Oh, here we go. The first
Flip
coin
one.
flip. Oh, I didn't see it. Oh, I think it was a tail, so it's going to be looking for a basic Pokemon, which in this instance would be fine, other than it becomes a little bit tough when 2 of your Archeops are prized, right? So it does get a little bit fishy here, and Vincenzo's going to be noticing that pretty early on. Those are probably the first thing that you prize check for.
Yeah, just having access to those kind of instant choices of your ability Pokemon like Lumineon to be able to get into the game, to try and get that consistency is so important. Has chosen to go with that Minccino to begin with as well. You know that's a massive threat to the board. Just that little rat Pokemon being able to weave in so much damage once you're online. Could this be a bit of a problem, though? If Vincenzo hasn't gone for another Lugia, Luke's deck Gouging Fire has so many opportunities to take a big one-hit KO on the first turn, as it's just a pass over.
Oh my goodness. And yeah, I think it's very valid to note that Entei V in the price cards for Luke, though, because Entei V is one of the early attackers of the game. Only running 1 this time round, a little bit different from last event for Luke, where he did tick it up, I believe, for Lille into 2 Entei, back down to 1 this event. So again, talking about that variance of expecting which kind of decks are going to be there and what's going to benefit you more. But yeah, going down to 1 Entei and it being prized this game means that Luke may not be able to get an attack off this turn.
Yeah, so Luke will have to be trying to utilize that Gouging Fire EX attack, a Pokemon that deals humongous amounts of damage just with free energy attachment, so it's not the easiest. We'll need to weave in a number of different energies there to be able to actually attack, and maybe the Magma Basin as well. I guess the good thing for Vincenzo's side, he hasn't fully built out his board yet, so would have reduced the damage from the Entei V as well.
Yes.
And does have the V-Guard energy. He's chosen to just get that attached already, maybe thinking that's enough to protect himself from that. But wouldn't protect you from a Blaze Blitz from Gouging Fire, Amy.
No, it certainly wouldn't, but I feel like, you know, Vincenzo's doing the most they can to protect their Lugia as we flurry on with Luke's turn with a Squawk and Seize that's kind of bringing up not much.
Not much at all. Had to use the trekking shoes to hit into the nest ball and just has to continue kind of bursting through where possible. In terms of supporters, obviously hasn't played one as of yet. Does hit the Gouging Fire off that trekking shoes. Does have the Iron Bundle in the list now as well. That's a new inclusion for this tournament. Here comes the nest ball from Luke's side. Only has what it looked like a boss's orders as a supporter. So eyeing up that Mew to just draw a little bit more, maybe.
I think thinking about that consistency as well at the beginning of the game, Luke knowing that no draw supporter is in hand for, you know, just longevity, making sure that he's always going to be able to draw a few more cards each turn, because otherwise this deck is currently lacking from a draw engine. We don't have any sustainability, and where we've had a little bit of a slow start here, Luke needs to be able to stabilize to be able to handle the rest of the game.
Yeah, there's a switch card into the Mew, which of course not only has that fantastic restart ability, has free retreat as well. Bravery Charm, not the best card to hit here. Luke doesn't look like he's going to be swinging anytime soon with an attack. That gives Vincenzo a great opportunity to try and pitch those final 2 Archeops in the deck, as we do see a retreat into the Iron Bundle and a pass over for the time being. Remember, nothing else was done by Vincenzo's side from that capturing Aroma.
Okay, equally, this hand isn't looking fantastic. We've got Iono, Professor Turo, and I believe 2 boss's orders. So, but we do have the Cinccino. This deck, in particular, Vincenzo is running a really heavy line of the Cinccino and Minccino, which isn't seen in every list. We saw it did do very well in Lille with the kind of heavy line of the Minccino and Cinccino, but it also top-8'd a list with very few Minccino and Cinccino.
Exactly.
But I think in this particular matchup, because of the Bravery Charms, I respect the heavy Cinccino line.
So that was the Ultra Ball, what looked to be like the one of the Archeops already. So with the pitching away with the Professor's research, that's piece 1 into the discard here. It doesn't have, of course, the Lugia V-Star yet, but here's a great ball. Look at the top 7. There's the Lugia. That's not quite, but at the same time, he wasn't really threatened by Luke's board yet anyway. So is there another turn that maybe Vincenzo can just kind of pause and just use Read the Wind? Remember, 2 Archeops are in the prizes, and that's probably the difficulty right now.
And And Lugia has really minimal card draw. You kind of rely on that early game setup with the gift energies. But unfortunately, Vincenzo just can't seem to get off the starting line. We're there with a Cinccino, and we've read the wind.
Yeah, so another turn, another emphasis on Luke to maybe start to try and take the initiative. Top decks, the Ultra Ball, being able to pitch down his hand to 0 cards, maybe getting full value out of that restart ability. It's going to be one of those cards that we've already seen already in both the support, actually 2 support Pokemon we're going to see in our community vote that we have going through this weekend as well, Amy.
We are so lucky at the moment. We have such a support-heavy kind of format right now that decks like Luke's can exist. If Luke didn't have access to kind of Mew and even Iron Bundle and Squawkabilly, this deck may not be able to be around. So I love it when we're able to have these formats that allow for this really intuitive deck building. Going in with the Professor Sarda's Vitality to attach, here we go, and draw 3 cards. So again, just emphasizing the strength of this deck and how quickly actually Luke is able to get energy into play, especially when he was gifted another turn.
Yeah, they're still kind of lacking a bit of the right cards here. Those combo pieces not really coming at the right time. It is just a pass over. Luke to get an attack off would have needed Magma Basin and then the energy attachment from hand as well, but also maneuvering that Iron Bundle out of the active spot. We know Vincenzo after this pass did already have Lugia V-Star in hand, but does he have enough to get a second Arceus out here? We're not really too sure. He's eyeing up the Iono. But remember, there's only 1 more left in deck. He has to try and find it to begin with, and then also find a way to pitch it into the discard, and then also try and get that Lugia V-Star going so he can start swinging away. But it's just an Iron Bundle in the active. Luke's not going to be crying too much about that.
Oh my goodness. Here we go.
Yeah, it's just an Iono.
Without the evolution into Lugia V-Star. So just going ahead, knowing that none of the Lugia V-Stars are prized, going to go ahead and draw 6. We certainly didn't want to Professor's Research that hand. It was full of energy, but we have managed to find another Lugia V. Oh,
but hasn't found a discard card. That could be big again. But he just wanted to maybe hold on to the Lugia V with the energy in the active spot, so he could read the wind if he finds it. We can't see. That was a heads. It looks like we're going to finally pitch the second Arceus here. Surely, I'd hope, as a sort of a key game plan. There's the second Arceus coming down from that Capturing Aroma into the hand. It might just be a read the wind play here, giving Luke just 3 turns to try and power up this Gouging Fire into position and getting a massive attack off, potentially taking the first 2 prizes.
And that's what we were talking about earlier with Lugia almost being its own worst enemy in some instances. Are these extra turns that Vincenzo is giving Luke to kind of power up those monsters and, you know, monstrous damage on the bench? Are they going to be impactful? But here we go with a Read the Wind.
Yeah, and Luke's Iono, Vincenzo's Iono, sorry, is actually a really, really good hand. There's a Jet Energy to maneuver into the active spot now. There's a Magma Basin to start powering up that Gouging Fire. Has a bench slot already to go for potentially another attacker getting ready as well. There's the Magma Basin ability. You can attach your Fire Energy from your discard pile to your benched Fire Pokemon. It does take 2 damage, but that is exactly where Monkey Dory is in here for, to try and protect itself. And with a Bravery Charm, that Gouging Fire is really likely to stick around for quite some time.
I think that's why the Jamming Tower went down at that point, was just to attempt to power down this Gouging Fire and allow it to have that lower HP of 230. But unfortunately, already it's been swept out of play, and Magma Basin has solidified its place, allowing Luke to not only accelerate energy, but also, like you say, get Monkey Dory ready for some monkey business.
Yeah, 100%. And we just saw, as I was talking about the power of that hand that he had, he's also had that secret box going as well. A fantastic ace spec of choice here, being able to discard 3 other cards from your hand, so sometimes it's a bit detrimental, but you get to search your deck for an item card, a tool card, a supporter card, and a stadium. And when you're playing a deck like Luke's, you get that judge out of your deck, and you're just slowing down your opponent. Maybe Vincenzo doesn't hit that Lugia V-Star the next turn, and that Cinccino is not going to be able to come up swinging for heavy damage anytime soon. That's going to be the hope anyway.
That's crazy. That disruption at this point, after Vincenzo has drawn 3 cards with Read the Wind, could be insane. Now, okay, Vincenzo's got a pretty good hand, if you ask me. That's quite nice.
As we do see the Gouging Fire taking the first 2 prizes of this round 4. Blaze Blitz, 260 damage. Can't get knocked out again. Luke didn't use the Monkey Dory ability, which is kind of interesting.
Maybe just kind of letting that damage rack up is enough, or maybe it's kind of not a concern. Knowing that Cinccino has essentially uncapped damage output, it is a case of,
true.
The Cinccino can KO me anyway. I'm not going to worry about Monkey Dory right now, but luckily for Vincenzo, that Great Ball came up trumps, and we managed to get the Lugia V-Star. We're on board.
Yeah, we're going to be utilizing that fantastic ability, Summoning Star, the V-Star power of choice from the Lugia V-Star, where during your turn you may put 2 colorless Pokemon that don't have a rule box from your discard pile into play, onto the bench. And that's when Cinccino can really start swinging for really, really heavy damage. There's a Tails from a Capturing Aroma as well, just maybe setting up the board state for future Cinccino attacks. Or maybe, depending if there's any supporters in hand, maybe trying to utilize or weaving in something else. But it looks like it's going to be the baby rats coming out.
I think it's interesting because the Lugia decks that we see right now have so much flexibility with their damage output. Minccino and Cinccino being able to push out loads of damage with Special Roll, but also having the likes of our fantastic Iron Hands. Very handy card indeed, being able to potentially take multi-prizes on a single prize Pokemon. And Luke does have Pokemon in range of those attacks, such as Monkey Dory and Iron Bundle.
Even the Squawkabilly EX is susceptible. Yeah, it could ever happen if maybe Vincenzo had to take out an Iron Bundle early, could have swung with maybe Iron Hands in the latter stages just to creep back.
That would have been
on that
so lovely. But here we go with the first Primal Turbo. Let's go. Being able to accelerate 2 energy, special energy, onto your Pokemon in any way. There we go. They both have to go onto the same Pokemon, but we have 2 Archeops in play, so we can do that twice, which is lovely. We can get set up with a gift energy on the other Minccino, just giving ourselves a little bit of wiggle room there. So we got 2 energy on the Cinccino inactive.
3, it looks like.
Is it
just
3?
About. It, looks
it
just
is.
like 3,
yes,
yeah.
sorry. There's 2 and 1 from hand. Oh, that is so nice. A nice clean knockout, even with the Bravery Charm.
Yeah, and then being able to set up the additional attacker on the bench as well with an energy, a really sort of nice play there. But Luke's probably eyeing up a couple of different cards there. That we've already mentioned it before in our little analysis before he kicked things off. But does kick things off with that fantastic Pheasantipity EX. He's flipping the script, drawing 3 more cards. When you are a combo deck like this, you need as many pieces of the puzzle as possible. And that's just one of them, as we see here. What's Luke going to be eyeing up? Of course, does have another attacker on the bench already. You know, could try and target down something like the Lugia V-Star at some stage with a gusting option. But of course, to be able to attack with that gouging fire, we'll need to utilize Professor Sada's Vitality. Does use the Iron Bundle to begin with. See what Vincenzo's going to give up before Luke decides which direction to go.
I like the Minccino possibly, because you're kind of forcing Luke into having to proc the gift energy and allow Vincenzo to draw up to 7 cards in hand. But Vincenzo's gone for Lugia. I like this play. And can I tell you why, Alex? I like this play because Vincenzo is making themselves a single prize board state, and Luke doesn't like that. Luke wants to be able to take a clean 2/2/2 prize map, and he can't.
But then the tricky thing of Luke's deck is he's going to be, depending on what Vincenzo was going to bring active, I don't think he's ever going to bring up an Archeops.
Yeah.
Right? So it's always going to be the Minccino or the Cinccino.
Absolutely.
Therefore, Luke had 2 options. And one of them was, both of them were actually either on the board or in his hand. He had the Delphox V in hand. So could have potentially looked to target both the 2 Cinccinos and Minccino's down in 1 turn. That's his 2/2/2 prize race. Or in this scenario where Vincenzo has brought the Lugia V-Star active, Gouging Fire's ready to go with the Sada in hand, the Magma Basin in play, energy to attach, free retreat with the Mew, and then of course the Monkey Dory to stretch to 280.
The combos, Alex, the combos!
Absolutely, and Luke here really showcasing once he's going, there's the Monkey Dory and the active Lugia. Now it's just, well, I'm taking 4 prizes. Now it's on you, Vincenzo.
Yeah, can you come back?
Yeah, can you disrupt me? Because if you don't, well, I've got a surprise in my hand for you, my friend.
Absolutely. And even then, Luke has so many support Pokemon, just like our community bracket. Luke will be able to still draw cards with Flip the Script, with Restart. So Mew and Pheasantipity will really help out.
Yeah, this is big. I mean, of course, Vincenzo may not know much about Luke's list and may just be thinking, well, I'm okay. I've now got a single prize board state. There's not much you can do. But little does he know, unless he disrupts him, There could be something. There's something waiting in the wings.
Delphox is really going to make a mess of the board state otherwise, and that damage output is just perfect. Being able to use Magical Fire for 120 damage to the active and a benched Pokemon.
Yeah, you do have to, unfortunately, put 2 of those energies into the lost zone, but when you're taking out 2 prizes, and taking 2 prizes, so I should say, it's something that you're willing to do.
I think especially considering Luke only has 2 prize cards left to take, I don't think you mind lost zoning that. It's kind of for the win, so...
Absolutely, absolutely. But here, Vincenzo's going to do his utmost to try and, you know, just maintain his great, well, what he might think is a good position right now. He will need, because we have such fantastic caster cam, we can give this sort of details and the viewers at home can see what Luke was kind of playing around with his hand as well. Vincenzo needs to figure out a way to maybe disrupt. There's a Lumineon in hand, but maybe he's just thinking he doesn't want to put that down.
He's going for it.
This
He's
could
just
be
going for
big.
the knockout. This is huge. Luke probably is feeling quite smug right now.
Yeah, he needs that energy switch. I'm not too sure if he has it in hand. I know he pitched one away early. There comes the Delphox Magma Basin for 1 energy. Attachment for the second. But does he have another way to power up? Energy switch on the Monkey Dory. Incredible energy switch to the active. And there's the 2 cards being lost zones.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Double Chinchino KO for game 1 to Luke Kirkham. Gouging Fire, you wanted to see it. This is it in action with the best pilot possible.
Absolutely Magical Fire, really putting the magical in the deck, making sure that Luke could sweep up there, even on a single prize board state, which Vincenzo, you know, absolutely made the right call. I think that was a really excellent kind of read from Vincenzo.
Yeah.
Probably not feeling Delphox particularly, or knowing whether it was even in deck.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, you don't want to give Luke an easy knockout on a Luminion V, right? So putting it down puts himself in a really awkward spot. There would be 2 prizes left for Luke to take. You know, he already had to take it from the prizes. Did have that unfortunate couple of turns where the double Archeops was there.
Yeah.
But not taking knockouts gave Luke such a great position to just take big 2 prizes when he chose to do so.
And that's what this deck is all about. Swinging big, like this knockout on that Lugia, sealing up those 2 prize cards. Luke knowing, okay, this is going to be fine now. I know that I can do bench damage. I can take out 2 of these little Chinchino, and that's all she wrote.
Yep, absolutely. And Vincenzo's he now knows what's in that deck. He now knows what Luke's deck is capable of, which means he's going to have to maybe try and maneuver some of those prizes a little bit more differently. Maybe latter stages, just really get that combo of Iono out going as well, and maybe utilize something big like, again, the Blood Moon Ursine that you know and love, as we do get a chance to see the prizes here for game 2. Double Archeops again, Amy.
Oh, no, not again. And it's not looking fun. I mean, we've also got the Iron Hands EX, which admittedly might have been one of the other cards that Vincenzo might pivot to, making it more difficult, and starting with Luminion. Why?
Not like this. But at the same time, we're going to get the game going as that double Archeops in hand with Ultra Ball. It doesn't matter about the 2 and the prizes. Amy's now happy. So it's fine.
Super happy. I wanted to see a good game 3. That, like I said, if Vincenzo gets a really speedy start with just kind of Lugia being one of those potentially turbo decks, if you get set up really early, he might be able to just overpower Luke's deck in sheer kind of knockout potential. Just being able to keep the pressure on while Luke is still setting up. As we saw last game, you know, it did take a little while. So here we go with a double ultra ball into the Lugia
3 Ultra Balls gone. I mean, you don't really need them too much. You would like to get a V-Star a bit later as well. But the only troubling thing here now is that leaving that Luminion V in the active spot. Remember, Luke can swing for big damage nice and early, as Luke does play that Earthen Vessel. Just to kind of double check what's in his deck as well. I didn't get too much of a glimpse what's available there yet. Here's the double fire from the Vessel. This is where some of the deck, where a lot of people have maybe been trialing Gouging Fire recently, has had a bit of trouble with the deck itself. Does have some draw power, that Radiant Greninja in the active spot, so we'll see some more cards, of course, as well. But, you know, you have to manage your bench, you have to manage your attackers. You can't always solder to 2 Pokemon in this deck. You know, you have to find the right combo pieces at the right time.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, actually. For this deck to master it properly, you not only need to manage your resources, but you also need to manage that bench space really meticulously.
Yeah, absolutely. He does have Ultra Ball in hand, and now is just pitched away with the concealed cards.
No
Bravery Charm and the Trekking Shoes can continue digging. There's a Magma Basin, place 4 of, so that's sometimes an easy pick. Grabs a Forest Sealstone, so maybe that's one way to start finding the combo pieces he needs. Ultra Ball here does have a second Ultra Ball as well, so can maybe get a V Pokemon down, have the Forest Sealstone available, maybe look for Squawkabilly, look for those combo pieces.
And just keep that pressure on early. Seeing that Vincenzo's already been able to discard 2 Archeops is huge. And I think having that tell from your opponent of, okay, unless you get set up quickly, I'm definitely going fast if I can, and it will then be a you can't catch me.
I love seeing all the cards being played out in your hand before you Squawkabilly or play something like a Professor's Research. It's such a great way, a great feeling here. As we do get the Entei V down, we didn't get to see it in game 1 because it was prized to begin with, but it can potentially take a knockout here on Lumineon. But regardless, if it doesn't, it's still got access to the Forest Sealstone, maybe for latter turns. So we do see the Squawk now for a fresh hand.
From 0. I love it when that happens. Being able to play everything. The Magma Basin, the Forest Seal, and get a lovely fresh hand.
Gets a Gouging Fire going. Can maybe start to utilize that as the big attacker now this turn and guarantee the knockout. Does need the Sada and the Fire Energy in hand. Does need to find a way to maneuver the Radiant Greninja out of the active spot as well. But with Forest Sealstone being able to pick whatever you like, so much to go for here. Forest Sealstone popped, Amy. What's Luke gonna go for?
After, I mean, so
does have Lumineon for supporter if he needs it later. So it's just he can pick and choose. Secret Box is another way to really get 4 combo pieces going at once.
Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot that Luke could do. I feel like a knockout would be a bit of a stretch, and I wonder whether kind of committing the resources to that right now, because I think you would need a Monkey Dory with an energy as well to stretch to the damage to knock out the Lumineon, because Entei is 20 plus 20 for each benched Pokemon, and I think that's just out of range with only 2 Lugia on the bench.
I think he'd then have to just go for the Gouging Fire.
Yeah.
At that point, and maybe it is a big commitment, as you mentioned, 3 energies to do Blaze Blitz for 260. You're over KOing just 170 on that Lumineon V, but when you're taking 2 prizes and there's actually 2 further prizes on the board for Luke. Remember, you're the one who told us that expert in Pokemon math in terms of just going the 2-2-2 route. Maybe that's the direction that Luke's going here. Hits the switch card from the Secret Box as well alongside the Sada. So we'll be drawing 3 additional cards. Has Mew EX in hand as well for a free retreat for later turns at the same time. Bravery Charm going from that Secret Box to power up the Gouging Fire even more so.
Here we go.
It's all coming together.
It's time. Gouging Fire is getting fired up now. We know that we're going to be able to get an energy off of Magma Basin potentially as well, and then it would be an attach for turn and then a switch for the Greninja, but I'm not sure.
He's missed one. He's missed one piece.
Yeah, just an energy, right?
He's just missed one piece at the moment, which is he hit this. He obviously chosen the switch card, thinking maybe I must be able to hit 1 here, but that's just a little bit troubling, unfortunately for Luke.
It feels just a tiny bit too short. We've already used the Forest Sealstone. We can attach with the Magma Basin from discard, but and the Bravery Charm. But again, maybe just a bit too many, kind of a few too many steps to go, and unfortunately as a pass over to Vincenzo. Will Vincenzo use this opportunity to catch up and overtake that prize race, going ahead and INOing that Blood Moon Ursa Luna to the bottom of the deck for later? We don't need him right now.
No, that hand, I would have put a lot of a lot of emphasis and percentages on Luke actually hitting an energy or a vessel or something. But he's missed it, so it gives Vincenzo the chance. Here's the Lugia V-Star. We know there's double Archeops already, but the only other good thing is, with Iono being played, Vincenzo's not going to be able to take 2 prizes here this turn, right? Unless he utilizes Iron Hands, but hasn't hit it from the Great Ball here.
The Iron Hands is in the prize cards.
Oh, there you go. Thank you very much, Amy.
No, that's okay.
Not only were there 2 Archeops, Iron Hands was there as well. That was one way to maybe keep up in the race. But
absolutely, with the weakness on Radiant Greninja, being able to take 2 prize cards here would have been fantastic, and definitely something Luke could be fearful of. But unluckily for Vincenzo, it's not available right now. And unfortunately, we're going to be able to summoning start, that's for sure. We're going to summon those Archeops right into play. But what the next steps are is left to be desired. I mean, Lugia traditionally does play a lot of boss's orders right now, but we're just not seeing it.
Yeah, so right now, this is, and there's only going to be always one threat of that Minccino because there wasn't a space opened up for a second one as well. And in this position, I mean, Vincenzo could likely take sort of one prize here if there's an opportunity to with the Radiant Greninja, and then maybe sort of squeak on the Squawkabilly with the Iron Hands later.
Maybe.
Couple of options.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe. I'm gonna throw one at you, Alex.
All right, let's go.
Aqua Return.
Mm-hmm. It's possible.
Like, maybe taking away kind of an easy KO on the Lumineon, making it a little bit harder for Luke to go for that 2-2-2 prize race necessarily. Obviously, we still have Delphox, but if we're only using one Minccino with that knowledge from last game, then Vincenzo can do their best to work around that. But it looks like we're going with the Lugia, baby.
We're just going to be swinging, maybe attacking with the Lugia if there's an opportunity to, and removing the Magma Basin with that attack that the Lugia V-Star has as well. So that's Tempest Dive, dealing 220, and then also choosing, if you wish to do so, to discard a Stadium in play. I don't think maybe that wasn't your actual direction you may have wanted to go in for Vincenzo was a terrible idea at all. But it kind of still leaves him in a similar spot where there's an easy 2 prizes with the Lugia V-Stars because all Luke needs is Monkey Dory Darkness Energy.
Yeah.
To be able to maybe utilize that play and take a big knockout on a V-Star. But here, it's just the 1 prize here for Vincenzo. Puts him down to 5. Like I said, could catch up with the Squawkabilly EX that's just sat on Luke's bench right now. As we do see Luke just kind of eyeing up at those energies that he's got. Does have that Jet Energy now after that Iono. Does he have that Monkey Dory as well? So there's a few things I could go into.
Yeah, there's definitely potential here. And there's definitely a potential comeback from Vincenzo. 1 prize card is not the end of the world when you know that Iron Hands is lurking somewhere in the prize cards.
And there's the support Pokemon I already argued for a little bit earlier. Pheasantipity hit off that Entei, just little draw 1, which is kind of a unique little draw ability of Fleet-Footed to see another card, see more combo pieces where possible. And now he's just drawn into another 3 because of that Pheasantipity EX.
We've seen so many Fleet-Footed from other kind of mythical beasts. We've had Suicune very early in the days when that was released. And then we had lots of Raikou. And now finally Entei's getting its moment to be able to use that very fabulous ability.
I mean, it's just incredible to see such a powerful Pokemon because not only does it have the similar sort of Rondo attacks that those mythical beasts actually have, but it also has 230 HP. So it's quite a tanky Pokemon. And, you know, Lugia V-Star right now wouldn't be able to knock it out.
No, exactly. So it really does kind of pack a punch. It's a bit of a nightmare when it comes to these situations. Now, I think Lugia, 220. I think because of the Forest Sealstone, Lugia does get the opportunity to KO because Tempest Dive does exactly 220. So, just short of 230. I always forget it gets that extra 10 HP. That's crazy. 230. It's so frustrating, isn't it? And again, you can't manipulate the damage on a Lugia V-Star at the moment like the good old days. So we would be relying on a Minccino Chinchino.
So
evolution.
Yeah, absolutely. I really like Luke's setup of the board here. He hasn't put the Monkey Dory down. Why? Because he can deal 260 damage to Lugia and utilize the Monkey Dory later turns, turning off things like Gift Energy.
Oh, huge. Yeah. Gift Energy is Lugia's kind of arguably main draw engine in this deck right now. So not being able to activate that or choose kind of when that procs.
For sure.
Not giving Vincenzo this early game kind of pressure and saying, actually, no, I'm not going to let you draw any cards. I'm going to go ahead and do a little bit of damage. Not quite enough to knock you out. You're just going to sit there.
Something we've seen before that you've highlighted at previous tournaments, Amy, with the Dragapult EX is when you're kind of maneuvering around damage counters on the board state and then taking the prizes when you choose to do so. When you're taking 4, sometimes 6. Here, Luke can do the same. I said Lugia. I called him Lugia. Maybe similar things. But Luke here able to do something quite similar and maybe maneuver that Monkey Dory damage a little bit later. That Adrenabrain ability, just a fantastic inclusion. Like you said, just to fix some math.
Yeah, exactly. And we've been learning all about Pokemon math today and how essential it is. And this is such a fantastic example on our screen right now of the utilization of not necessarily pushing for the knockout because actually this is such a good position for Luke to be in to potentially take like 4 prize cards on 1 turn.
Yeah, and even right now, I don't think Vincenzo has an easy way to take a knockout here because we would have seen the Chinchino come down if that was the case. And right now, he's just had to sort of power up a benched Lugia V-Star as well as he decides to maybe just use the second Archeops. Chooses not to. Removes the second Magma Basin here, Luke. So now that's 3 gone, if I'm not mistaken. 1 from the early Trekking Shoes, and now 2 Magma Basins gone from Tempest Dive. Luke has access to only 1, but does he need more than 1 in reality? So that's just 200 damage to the Gouging Fire EX. A total of... Oh, yeah, so sorry, 220, because there's no DT attached to it. And that's in the fine position, because he had 20 on before, 240, has a Bravery Charm. Does have Jamming Tower, so Vincenzo could do something quite similar.
There is a back and forth. These decks do work quite similarly in that respect. It's kind of, all right then, fine. I can play that game as well, friend.
I see your damage, and I'll raise you more damage, and let's see who gets our pieces first, eh? Because you can't bench a Monkey Dory right now.
No, so exactly. And again, it's that power of knowing, well, fine, I'll play you at your own game. We are both bench locked. I see how it is. All right, I'll do enough damage to you. And when I get that Bravery Charms effect gone, oh, you're going to get it.
Yeah, there's so many little things that both of these players are going to have to keep track of here. Of course, Luke may need to find a way to just maybe let this Gouging Fire go down to something small, something like that Minchina just kind of sat on the bench at the moment. But Vincenzo's not going to look to try and maybe bench the second one. We do see the boss's orders come from Luke's hand, so Luke's going to go down and go ahead on prizes here. Chooses to target the Luminion V for the time being, because it's an instant knockout, doesn't have to put 260 on the Lugia V-Star that was also on Vincenzo's bench. Just deciding whether he wants to try and maybe utilize a different card and Pokemon to swing into as well. Does get the Jet Energy into the Mew so that he can retreat back into that Gouging Fire and attack again. Flame Blitz, if I'm not mistaken. Blaze Blitz, sorry. Not able to attack a second time unless it moves out of the active spot.
Yeah, Gouging Fire, having that Luminion for dinner, a nice fish tea, because it's time for it to head off. And that's why I was wondering earlier in the game whether Vincenzo would kind of utilize the Legacy Energy as their ace spec of choice and kind of not only shuffle the Legacy Energy back into the deck, but also the Luminion, but not in this instance. And that Lugia V-Star is looking like slim pickings on the bench, sadly, for Vincenzo. So let's see if they can come out of this sticky situation.
Just hits the second Luminion V into the hand there, so we'll have some way of playing further into this game right now. I think Vincenzo was just double checking Pheasantipity EX's ability. So flip the script. It's once during your turn in any of your Pokemon, this is the key word here, were knocked out during your opponent's last turn. So it doesn't matter how they were knocked out, it's as long as a Pokemon was knocked out on your opponent's turn, you may draw 3 cards. You can't use this more than once, or more than one flip the script ability in a turn, but it's a lovely little nuance there that allows Luke to just, doesn't matter if you get a Jamming Tower down, I'm still going to be drawing cards.
And we're getting back into the ocean once again, making a splash with Luminion, much like everyone will have been doing in Gdańsk at the lovely beach, but using Professor's research because yeah, Luke really has made sure that Vincenzo can't draw any cards during this game from Gift Energy. Luke has been hyper aware of that, and much like the masterful player that Luke is, has been darting around the Gift Energy as to not allow much card draw at all.
Yeah, so just eyeing up with the decision here for the Archeops ability and just getting a double turbo attached to the Minchino. Looks like Vincenzo's just going to want to try and attack with a Chinchino. That fantastic special roll attack, 70 times the damage for each special energy card attached to this Pokemon. So currently doing 140, minus 20 for the double turbo energy attached. Plenty, of course, to get that attack off onto the Gouging Fire and take a knockout.
Ooh.
He has been eyeing up. I know when he was looking.
We're going for it.
Yeah.
We're going for it. Here we go. What do we want to see? Jamming Tower?
Jamming Tower would be quite nice.
Oh, not quite. Got a Jamming Tower. We see the Legacy Energy of Boss's orders. And, of course, the Capturing Aroma, which we need.
Hit the heads.
Hit the heads. If you get a Tails, you get a basic Pokemon. If you get a Heads, you get an Evolution, which is exactly what Vincenzo needed to solidify at least a knockout. Going behind now would be absolutely catastrophic, knowing that Luke can potentially take all 4 remaining prize cards in one turn.
What would have actually been incredible if Vincenzo was able to hit that Jamming Tower, get that into play, and Luke's board is only 2 prizes.
Right.
So if that Jamming Tower was in play, that's an instant knockout of the active Gouging Fire. That would be 2 prizes, and then would have the...
What is what?
Just double checking. That's just a Minccino in the active spots.
Is a Minccino, not a Chinchino. Had not been evolved yet, so can't use.
And cleaning up can also actually remove the tools from the actual Pokemon. So that's a kind of a cute way of doing
That's what's been used. I love that. Cleaning up. Such an underutilized attack, but in this instance, wow.
Works perfectly. Who needs Jamming Tower when you can just wipe off the tools from? That's probably the first time I've ever seen that in action.
Same, honestly, and I think it's a great utilization of making sure that you're managing your resources really carefully, keeping that Chinchino for later. Minccino's cleaning up. Its second attack. Oh my goodness. And Vincenzo does run different Minccino as well. So having this one available with those two energy, because they also use the call for family.
Yeah, it has the one-off call for family as well. So we already mentioned it, or Amy, you've been able to mention it, is playing a thick line of this Minccino-Chinchino line. It's 3-3 in total, if I'm not mistaken, but has the slight split in the Minchinos. This cleaning up, really coming up trumps, which is something very unique, as we've already said, something new that we haven't seen too much before. But Luke here does have the Monkey Dory and Dark Energy in hand. We'll be able to take 2 prizes just by maneuvering some energy, some damage counters, sorry, to that Lugia V-Star. We do see flip the script once again.
And we have a boss in hand. I wonder whether this is it. This could be the moment. A boss on sort of, well, Lumineon or the fully kind of health Lugia. And then plus the Monkey Dory. There goes the energy switch onto Monkey Dory. All the pieces are coming together. We all go ahead and move that 2 damage. A knockout, grab some more prize cards. Almost feels like card draw for Luke, right?
Yeah, sure. Let's try and make it maybe easier. Maybe Lumineon V's the target down. There's the energy. Was that energy attachment to
attachment to Entei? And then we're going to energy switch onto Entei. A free retreat from Mew. A boss's orders on Lumineon. And that's the game. That's
massive.
All 4 prize cards in one turn. Setting that damage down early. Made for a fiery comeback from Luke in game 2. Going a straight, nice, clean 2-0.
Yeah, incredible play by Luke. We just saw him double checking the counts of the board as well, making sure his Entei V actually can stretch to overcome the only 170 HP of that fish. Poor Lumineon. Not been too great for Vincenzo, not being available initially in the initial hands because one was prized, and not wanting to play it down in game 1 as well because it would have been an easy knockout. And here, starting it in game 2, really put Luke in a commanding spot.
You could say that Lumineon was incredibly shellfish during that game, starting in the active spot, because unfortunately not being able to activate that ability and allowing Luke to get that easy 2 prize knockout is really, really damaging to Vincenzo's game plan.
Yep, just like our nautical theme, Luke has been able to capture those Lumineon Vs with those boss's orders and just took 4 easy prizes there, as we do get a chance to replay back how Luke was able to take down game 1 here, initially taking a massive knockout of 2 prizes with that Lugia V, and then just continuing to swing away for big damage. And then, of course, the big turn, Amy, the fantastic Delphox V coming out.
The Delphox just coming out of the woodworks, really surprising Vincenzo. Vincenzo thinking, I'm in a relatively safe space here, but unfortunately not, as Delphox magic works wonders.
Yeah, and there we go. This is game 2 here, where we did see the first boss's order as well. You know, I'm going to capture one of those fish. I'll get my net out. My Giovanni boss's orders is going to get you. And that's an easy 2 prizes. And then, despite Vincenzo with a very heads-up play with that cleaning up of the Minccino, very cool and lovely to see. But Luke had combo cards of his own. And with that Monkey Dory, that Adrenabrain ability, cleaned up his own Lugia of his own right and gussed into that last Lumineon V.
4 prize cards in one turn.
That's it.
Giovanni saying, I'll have another fish, please. And once again, Lumineon sadly getting knocked out. And it was quite an easy job for that Entei, which finally we got to see, because I think that was Entei's first attack of the festive 3.
I mean, often it's there to be able to utilize things like the Forest Seal Stone. And then just the additional extra draw, sometimes quite nice, and a very efficient attacker, just like the other Rondo Pokemon.
Absolutely.
Just for 2 energies, right? So it's incredible. But the main attacker, Gouging Fire, we saw a lot of it, a lot of Blaze Blitz going on. You know, there was a lot of weaving in and outs with the Jet energies as well. So we can attack back to back. But again, Luke showing exactly why he's been able to get a top 16 finish, a very good finish in Dortmund as well, and looking to try and do it again here in Gdańsk.
Absolutely, and swimming towards victory with kind of everything he's got at the moment, because that Gouging Fire deck, like I said before, is being piloted by other players, but Luke, the kind of successor of the deck, the creator of the deck, he seems to have been chosen by it. And like we were saying earlier, when a deck chooses you, when you create such a miraculous kind of combination, you really know the ins and outs of it, and it shows that Luke has put so many hours into knowing exactly the correct lines of play to not only surprise your opponent for the win, but also meticulously place damage for the win.
Yeah, I mean, I think we both know Luke quite well, me and Joe especially as well. He's a very good friend of ours. He's someone who's very much into these kind of 2-2-2 prize deck mapping decks as well. He's played Roaring Moon to great success before as well, and Gouging Fire is just another sort of iteration of that kind of type of deck. I mean, we've seen it have success across the shores, over in Asia,
very much
in
so.
particular. But Luke's the one here really carrying that flag, and that's so fun to see. You know, it's a little bit different, and again, it gave you guys, the viewers at home, a chance to see it just because you wanted to.
Absolutely, and we want to give that power to the people because, you know, you guys are the ones who we are, you know, showing this beautiful event to, and we want you guys to get involved from home. And never forget to use that hashtag #PlayPokemon whenever you're letting us know what you're up to, whether you're here at the event or whether you're at home. Make sure that you get involved on all of our social media. Make sure that you are using that hashtag on any of the below social media so that we can feature your tweets, whether you're posting on Facebook, Instagram, or YouTube. Please make sure that you're using all of the accessible hashtags so that we can spot you. Otherwise, we might miss your lovely interactions.
Yeah, just like you are watching us, we're actually watching you as well, and that doesn't sound as bad as you actually might think. But make sure you are on the channels at the same time on YouTube and Twitch. A lot of our Twitch interactions are mainly going to be on that channel, but of course, watch on whichever channel you prefer. But if you want to interact and help choose decks for latter rounds, or maybe help with the community vote when we're arguing all the way down throughout our tournament of our favorite and best support Pokemon, we're doing that mainly on Twitch. But, you know, both channels are fantastic there for easy accessibility for everyone.
Exactly, and Pheasantipity has taken an early lead.
Oh, we've seen a lot of Pheasantipity.
Already. Already we've seen a lot of Pheasantipity. We are very much in the golden age of support Pokemon, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think that's probably enough from us right now. We're just going to send you over to the lounge to get a chance to hear from the man, the myth himself, Luke Kirkham.
And we are back after a grueling round, which I'm Gouging Fire. I mean, Luke, we can always say you're on fire at this point yet again. After 2 top 16 finishes at the last 2 regionals as well. So far, how are you feeling, mate?
Good. I'm quite tired, struggling a bit. I haven't had much sleep. And I always find playing on stream quite difficult because of the white noise. But it's always good to get on stream and show what the deck can do, even if I perhaps didn't play it as optimally as I normally would.
I mean, you played wonderfully, or at least you got the win here in this cage as well. And we were talking about, you know, Lugia matchup, one of the bigger matchups for your deck, especially in the field. Going into this matchup, or your testing in general, how has the Lugia matchup felt for your deck?
It's actually felt quite favorable. The higher the Chinchino count, it can get difficult, but as we saw in that game 1, they then run the risk of being hit by Delphox, so it kind of plays into my hand in that respect. The one outlier in the matchup is Legacy Energy, which can be difficult to play around, but I didn't see that from him either game, so yeah, I didn't have to play around that like I perhaps normally would.
Yeah, because of course we were seeing a situation at the end of the game, of course game 1, where you used Delphox, I mean, masterfully in that case. I mean, after having, you know, 2 games where Vincenzo prized double Archeops both games, I mean, that must also have been quite thrilling, especially after, you know, a game 1 start that was rather slow.
Yeah, the game 1 from both of us was very slow. I think he read the win twice. I don't think I attacked till about turn 4. I got saved by the top deck of Squawkabilly because my hand otherwise was just energy and vessels. So yeah, it was a very strange series, I must say. It wasn't the normal back and forth, quick paced game that we normally have, but a win's a win and I'll take it.
Yeah, and you know, speaking of wins and this tournament in general, I mean, with you having played Gouging Fire for now 3rd straight regional, going into preparation-wise, when we looked at the past regionals, I mean, don't fix a broken team, right? What have your thoughts been heading into this event? Has there been any changes you made due to the course of the last couple regionals, or have you just stuck with the same 60?
I've made changes from both events. Last regional I added the Kieran and the Pokemon Go Moltres. Pokemon Gold Moltres was there for specific reasons and matchups, but it didn't actually come off at all. So I cut that today for an Iron Bundle to try and help the acceleration race, because if players know you haven't got any Gust turn 1, they can perhaps leave a 1 prize out and a big 2 prize on the board, and they can sit there quite comfortably, whereas Iron Bundle then puts the pressure on. If I would have got the turn 1 there, it would have been very good. It knocked out his lone Lugia. So yeah, it was. Bundle hasn't been great so far, but I'm sure it will come in useful.
I mean, you still got loads of rounds left. I mean, we're playing 8 rounds today. Still got 4 left, 4-0. I mean, you must be feeling confident, right?
Yeah, I'm confident in the deck. Hopefully play some more stall and that kind of matchups, because with the 4 Jet Energy, it really does play into my hands. But I'm ready to play whatever comes up against. Other than trying to avoid Charizard, but other than that, I'm quite happy to play anything.
Exactly. I remember you said that in the past as well in terms of the deck. And I mean, there's not much else to say, Luke. I hope you will get through, and I hope you have best of luck in the rest of your matches. But with that said, let's throw it back to the casters for our next round.
Thank you very much to Jesper and Luke there. It's always so impressive to hear about Luke's thinking around the deck, how he's made sort of small changes. And can I just say, what a proud little moment to hear Jesper doing his interview on the lounge as well. He's conducted that fantastically.
Absolutely, and it's great to hear from both of them, and they both had a bit of insight there, which is always great to hear. And we've been talking a lot this event so far about those nuances, about those tweaks that we make for decks depending on kind of how the last run went, what else might be useful. And although Iron Bundle, hasn't been super useful yet for Luke, I can definitely see it having that versatility, even just to save himself a bench space, because you can always use its Hyperblower ability to discard it so that you now have a fresh space for something else.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it just gave Luke an additional little thinking time about what Pokemon to utilize as an attacker. So if he didn't have Iron Bundle, he would have had to have gone for Delphox V in that turn because of the Cinccino on the X spot and the Minccino on the bench. But because there was that promotion of the Lugia V-Star, it just gave Luke, it opened some extra doors that Luke might not have had. And that's a really cool thing to see. Again, that little innovation, absolutely love it. Absolutely love it.
So good. It was honestly brilliant to see a masterful display of deck building, of changes for the format, and just, you know, one of the really great things about Luke and his deck building specifically is that moment where you see that he is making these adjustments. He's still getting great results. Why change things? Well, because the Moltres didn't really help very much. And so is there something that's going to push me into the finals this time? And maybe it's Iron Bundle. Yeah, I mean, he had a great day 1 record from Lille last time, so he's going to be looking to try and replicate that again here in Gdańsk. But that's it for now for this round 4 that we've just had in Gdańsk. We saw that Gouging Fire come up trumps and win, of course, with Luke Kirkham now going 4-0. But we're just going to take a short little break, so we'll just have a little catch up on this video here.
We came from far away to share a love of the game.
Welcome to the Pokemon World Championship 2024.
Come on, my, it's time to go. Come on, my, it's time to go. Come on, my, it's time to go. Come on, my, and let the games begin.
It's going to be Giratina up a shield, the signature Pokemon of Inadequance, but it's not enough.
It's official. Congratulations to Yakai as your 2024 Pokemon Go World Champion. Battle can do whatever they want.
They're going straight forward. The stun in the middle. Who's going to go for the secure? Race so low. Who's going to get it? It's
It's going to be taken by Fennel. It's going to be taken by Fennel. Our champions, Fennel!
One final count, as careful as possible in this highest of stakes moment. This is what Sakuya needs in order to become the Pokemon TCG Juniors Division World Champion.
Giratina V-Star, a pivotal card here in the Red Deed Drago deck. Lost Impact, we're gonna see 2 energy go to the Lost Zone here, but that's gonna take the knockout on that Gardevoir EX here, and that's the game. Evan Pavelski is your senior champion here in 2024 at our World Championships.
Is there anything in the deck that can get us? There's 1, maybe 2 energy. Is there an attacker? Is there a switch? We are thinking just going to conclude that Earthen Vessel. And there is the handle! Fernando Cifuentes is your 2024 Pokemon Trading Card Game World Champion.
The grass and bug types on the field right now are not threatened by super effective damage. Draco Meteor lands into Iron Treads. It's going to be more than enough for the KO. That's the forfeit. And Kevin Hahn throughout the season has proved he's the best junior in the world. EUIC champion, NAIC champion, and now world champion in the juniors division for the Pokemon video game.
Trying to make sure that you can outdamage your opponent, not take too much, as Thunderbolt into the Vergraph, more than enough to bring Luke down to final Pokemon. And with the Sportive one, and the only move of choice being this foul play, does Luke have enough to close this out? Instead, the forfeit's locked in, and with that, Ray Yamanaka is gonna be your Pokemon World Champion here in the Seniors Division. The Electro Drift into this Iron Valiant is going to be enough to secure the knockout here. You see the headset come off, and Yuta knows this might just be all she wrote. This Pelipper, the last bastion of hope here for Yuta to try to get through this game, but the rain has stopped. The protection is gone here for this Grass-type Pelipper. And as we see the forfeit locked in, we're going to see Luca Turnavelli become your 2024 Pokemon World Champion.
After winning the World Championships, really I haven't still kicked in how much these things mean for me.
世界大会を優勝できないと思っていたので、とても驚いているし嬉しいです。
I'm feeling very happy that I won Worlds. I did not believe in myself after day 1, but my brother pushed me through it.
世界一取ったぞ！最高です。優勝できたからです。
我感觉非常的开心、兴奋以及自豪。
世界チャンピオンになって、あまり実感はないんですが、すごいことをしたなっていう気持ちがあります。感謝したい人は、ここまで連れてきてくれた家族と練習を付き合ってくれた父です。
Right now I'm feeling very good. After this, I'm going to show up to Worlds next year since I got my auto invite and to see how that goes.
Realmente bien, no sé cómo explicarlo, se siente increíble.
And the crowds, the sights and the sounds, gonna make them say the best of the best, the ultimate test. But when we go all the way, here with our friends among champions, the best that we've ever known. Go for the gold, but everyone knows only one of us is gonna take it home. We share the same vision,
international champion.
Howdy trainers, we're back once again. My name is Amy Wasley and I am joined on the desk by Jesper. How are we doing? How's it going so far for you today?
I am super excited. We just had the interview with Luke Kirkham, of course. Now 4-0.
Yeah, let's go.
Fire.
I love that. That really puts the fire in my belly, I tell you. It's going so great for so many players with so many interesting decks. Honestly, you guys have a treat. Don't go anywhere. You are glued to that seat as far as I'm concerned.
Oh yeah, I would say the same. We have not just the deck we're hoping to face here. We have tons of exciting action happening this weekend, of course. And I mean, just with last match, we got to see Gouging Fire finally on stream again. And of course, against Lugia, the perhaps arch nemesis of the format, we can call that,
yes.
Besides Raging Bolt, of course.
Well, Raging Bolt has had mixed results, whereas Lugia feels strong. Like, it has been having really great conversion rates between each day. So, whereas Raging Bolt, not so much. So, I feel like you're right. Lugia is that kind of top spot to beat, whereas Raging Bolt maybe is kind of taking a sideline.
I mean, perhaps, and then we're seeing this weekend as well. Like, we haven't had tons of big results from Lugia. I mean, last time in Lille, we didn't have that great of results. Of course, we did have Joshua into top 8, but he fell short just in that top 8. We haven't had the big W for Lugia on stream yet, which, of course, may happen this weekend. Who knows?
But not against Gouging Fire, sadly.
Unfortunately not, no. And
no.
Such a shame, though. And we get to see, you know, Lugia all these times on stream and just fall short. And it's unfortunate, but then again, Lugia is what Lugia is, right?
Absolutely.
Things happen.
And we saw that really slow start, unfortunately, in game 1, and that's really where the deck kind of fell apart a little bit, just not getting that one up, not getting that leg up, not getting straight off the starting line was just so detrimental against a deck like Luke's, where he can take multiple prizes a turn quite easily, even on single prize Pokemon.
Yeah, then again, it doesn't help for you to be a Lugia player and a meteorologist at the same time. You can't read the wind that many times and still expect to win a game. So quite unfortunate for Vincenzo in last game, but then again, we see it oftentimes, right? Lugia, so powerful once you get those 2 Archeops into play on turn 2, but that's if you get 2 Archeops into play turn 2, because if you don't, then again, that's too bad. And
tell us about your caster pick, because that has nothing to do with Lugia, Jesper. What are we thinking about
that
with
is true.
Regidrago?
I went on the helm of, you know, Regidrago winning last time. And of course, we have Raging Bolt being the most played deck again.
Oh, yeah.
And, I mean, Ogre Pawn, right? Ogre Pawn is the star of the show for these 2 decks. So kind of gone a boring way, but then again, I'm too competitive. I just want to win our caster picks, right?
Yeah, you've done that sneaky thing. Look at you. You've essentially gone for 2 decks that kind of like don't love being against one another, but then Ogre Pawn is in Regidrago as well. I see you. I see you.
Yeah.
I see what's going on here. That's very sneaky of you. Really trying to go for that win. Whereas I've gone a little bit off kilter with Lugia. I was kind of feeling like it just hadn't had its shot yet. We've been seeing it, you know, flounce around in these top 8s, but then just fall flat and have its wings clipped at the last second. Whereas I feel like this time maybe it's time. Maybe this is Lugia's event. And then of course for my card, I've got a little cheeky too. I will admit, I did go a little cheeky with Blood Moon Ursaluna, making its way into loads of decks, being super flexible, just being able to take those late game knockouts super easily. And even in single prize decks, we see it really creeping up on everyone. That bear is in the darkness, ready to pop out at the last minute.
I mean, you can also call it like a second Radiant Charizard, right? Does exactly the same thing, just a slightly less damage, of course, the 240 versus 250, of course, and being a 2-prizer. But again, stacks of HP, 260 HP on that bear. And I mean, creeping into a lot of decks, Lost Box, Lugia, you can name them all, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And, I mean, it just has done so much for the metagame, because of course we've had cards come out recently. I mean, Festendipity, great all game, closing down these late game Ionos, and off this late game Iono, you can use your Festendipity, and then you get your bear for a knockout. So it all strings perfectly together with the cards we have released recently. And then again, I mean, Ursaluna, not a bad shout, Amy.
It's so fantastic to see these cards that just like combo with one another so perfectly set after another. You're like, oh, wait a minute, that can go with this. But we do have time for another community prediction bracket where we discuss some of those powerful cards. And we so far have had Pheasantipity trump Rotom V, but I believe this time it's going to be the Battle of the Birds. We're going with Pidgeot EX versus Noctowl.
And I mean, I've had loads of playtime with both. Having played Noctowl myself at Dortmund, but I mean, Pidgeot EX, that card beyond history. I mean, back in like, we're talking 2005, we had the first quick search Pidgeot. Of course, not as strong HP wise, it was like 100 HP back then. Now we got the big bird at 280 and search a card every single turn. Whereas you have to play down Noctowl. I mean, I'd call for Pidgeot EX to be the best one of those two if I have to pick.
You reckon? Is that the one that you would prefer?
I mean, that's the one I prefer. And we have, you know, of course, Tord says every single time Tord goes, I want to play Pidgeot in my deck, regardless of what deck it is.
Yeah,
and I've seen that live. That is any single deck you can imagine.
You're not wrong. It's just every single time there is kind of a masterful deck which is a little off the kilter. We seem to see that Pidgeot kind of jumping out of the nest.
Yeah, exactly. And it could just explode into every deck. I mean, we've seen Charizard a lot in the past. I mean, Charizard's kind of dropped off now. But we have Terapagos as a new star coming, of course, in with Pidgeot.
We do, but you're going to have your 30 seconds. I'm going to count you in. And then you get to argue for Pidgeot, okay? I'm going to take Noctowl. I do love my Gen 2 Pokemon, so you go for the Gen 1. Are you ready in 3, 2, 1?
Regardless if you're playing Fanbrodom or you're playing Charizard, Pidgeot is one of the most amazing cards in your deck. Maybe if you're playing Terapagos, you do have Colress Tenacity to search out your double Turbo Energy. But if you're playing Pidgeot, you could search that double Turbo Energy out straight away without having to play supportive return. So you can get to play Boss's Orders, which gets you into knockouts on those creepy bench Pokemon. Or you get to play Research to draw additional cards. It strings together all of your decks. Unless you're playing Richard Drago, of course you would pick the Noctowl. But then again, I'm not a Richard Drago player, so I always play my Pidgeot on my decks. That's all I need.
Well done. Fantastic. Time's up now, but like, you didn't need that. You're all good. You're a pro. You know what you're doing. You're a Pidgeot pro. But, you know, Noctowl is more my bag anyway. I love Generation 2. It's my favorite generation, so...
Before you start, you know, rambling about Noctowl, I also want to time you in on that because you shouldn't get 35 seconds when I got 30, right? So you're ready in 3, 2, 1, go ahead.
Now let's just be real here. It is essentially the next Drizzile. Let's not beat around the bush. Shady Dealings was incredibly powerful for the entire format that it was a part of, and this is no exception. Jewel Seeker is essentially the same thing. We can search for 2 trainer Pokemon, trainer cards even, and we can get so many things with that. The versatility is unreal, being able to search for 2 each turn and being able to evolve multiple Noctowl.
And we stop there. So, community, with that said, now you have your time to pick between the 2 beautiful birds. Would you like Drizzile 2.0? Or would you rather like the bird that has been raging the storm since 2005? What do you pick?
Well, Noctowl's fresh off the block, man. Come on.
Yeah, but we also need some old timers in here, right?
I don't know. Maybe you're too old. Slow bird. You got to evolve more than once.
I mean, I evolved once with Rare Candy, right? If my trainer can play... I mean, you could also just play Noctowl and get my Rare Candy, and I can evolve into my Pidgeot, right? So there's the fusion there.
Maybe we can collab.
Maybe
birds
we're
being
both
friends.
Right.
Maybe.
That sounds so boring, right? We need a winner.
Oh, no, we have to have a winner. We're way too competitive.
Yeah, exactly. There's too much competitive. Like, no ties here. We need a winner in this case. And I think the community is perfectly on the route to choosing me as a winner, of course. What would you expect?
Excuse me? Nah, Pidgeot's old news. Noctowl's new on the block, baby.
What about just being good? Isn't being good enough anymore?
No.
Or, well, I mean, I'm not going to argue. We will let the community argue for us, because unless we can argue for days here.
Oh
honestly.
yeah, no, especially us too. Like it would go on for years.
Oh yes,
let's be realistic.
For sure.
So we would just kind of not back down and stick in that corner forever. So you guys are going to have to make the decision for us. You need to tell us who's winning here.
Nah.
I'm blabbing like a bird, but you can do that too, because both of us have support birds.
I have the bigger bird.
So mine had a shiny in the anime really early on, one of the first shiny Pokemon ever shown in the anime.
Grats.
Thank you.
But mine's the better bird still. I mean, we can't stop at this point, but...
Look, I'm just saying, Ash said goodbye to Pidgeot, never Noctowl.
Sure. I mean, I can also give you the pointer of Noctowl being a one prizer. Sure. I'll give you that.
Yeah, all right. He do only give up one prize, and especially with like Terrapagos, you quite often just discard it anyway, right? You're like, okay, you're gone. You're done now. You can go. Bye.
But you know what? Speaking of that, you know what I just heard?
Don't.
You lost. Amy, you lost. You had one vote. One singular vote.
You know
fell
what?
on Noctowl. You know what? That means I have, on my debut, won my first caster pick. Not community prediction bracket, but I take it. Win's a win.
If you were that one person who voted for Noctowl, please tweet #PlayPokemon, because you're my new best friend, because you're the only one who believes in Noctowl with me. So please tweet. If you vote Noctowl, please tweet using the #PlayPokemon, because I want to be able to personally thank you for having my back in this situation.
And then again, if you voted for Pidgeot, I mean, Ash, you should, perhaps, of course. You can always just #PlayPokemon and say how much of a great speech I gave about Pidgeot EX. I mean, if Tord plays him himself in every single deck he can, he's doing something right.
I see. You need a great player like Tord to fall back on. Is that right?
Or myself.
No, you said Tord.
Yeah, but it's I mean...
You're on the desk now, buddy.
Yeah.
You're not out there. Tord is.
There's probably a reason why I'm out here, right? So we figured that out. Pidgeot just doesn't work for me, but it works for a load of other people out there.
It does.
And
it's a very, very, very consistent support Pokemon that has genuinely seen us through some very good times. Maybe Noctowl's a bit too new to the block and we haven't seen its prowess yet, but it has been sneaking its way into a lot of decks, including Regidrago.
But you know what? Let's have this discussion like half a year to a year's time. Might differ a bit depending on what decks come around. And
that's true.
We'll get to see that in all of our actions, of course, because we have our Swiss rankings coming up so far.
Here we go. So we got 4-0s on the go. We got loads of 4-0s in this tournament right now. We need to keep slimming it down. But we have some fantastic names on that board that we are very used to seeing. I'm noticing, yes, Brennan Kammerman up there, maybe looking to take his first win of a European regional this year after much success in previous formats. Any names jump out to you?
I mean, it was not quite Owen, but Brennan, but they're twins, right? So
yeah, exactly.
It fits the same. Owen is Owen. Brennan's also Owen, but we also see Caleb Rogerson. You know what? He's also a former Charizard player. Ooh. And you know what he played in his Charizard?
What?
Pidgeot.
Yeah, let's go.
So you see there, he's coming all the way from the States and heading in here 4-0, and not quite sure what he's playing, but could just still be Charizard, right? Because that deck's good, but also we see names like Consta Kalama, of course.
Oh,
the Kalama clan has been going all great, and they've been, you know, piloting different decks like Future Box. Lugia has been one of their greatest decks these few past tournaments as well. And also our Italian great Dario Scarno is also back on the block, and he's been having a role this past year as well. He's been doing quite good. He came in late last season, got us in straight off the bat.
Sorted.
And there's no stopping there.
No, exactly. And you're so right from earlier as well, that we've got such an international cast here for these regionals. There is no shortage of fantastic international players who have traveled quite far to come here today and compete. And they're using that opportunity wisely, and they are quite far up that leaderboard. A lot of them doing absolutely spectacularly. Like we said, realistically, there are so many more 4-0s still. That is only a little snippet of what's actually going on here today. So that's only like a fraction of our 4-0s, because there are so many, 1,369 players. That is a huge chunk of Pokemon TCG goodness, and that's just the Masters bracket.
Yeah, because we still have juniors and seniors heading on, and of course we got to see a little bit of their metagame as well. And quite interestingly, a lot different to ours.
Yeah, still lots of Raging Bolt.
But yeah, we can't escape the Raging Flop at this point, right? Oh, and honestly, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, Raging Bolt is still such a good deck, and it's also time efficient. Of course, when we're playing best of 3 50 minutes, it also makes it so you need a deck that finishes these games and do not tie. Because, okay, of course, with the tournament system we have, X and 2 makes it. Then we gotta have a deck that goes through it that quickly, whereas, you know, we were talking Pidgeot earlier. Charizard doesn't quite do it good enough, but of course we get to look at the junior deck analysis for day one here.
I love this. I love that we're able to show off what's going on otherwise in the hall, because we have 3 tournaments going on right now, and Charizard really showing its stuff. That Charizard Pidgeot in the juniors bracket, 19 players. It's not that far off the Raging Bolt players at 22 of them playing. That's 20% of the meta for juniors.
And I just need to point it out again. Where's your Noctowl at?
I'm just saying.
There might be one more Noctowl in the Drago decks, but...
Yeah, and some Raging Bolt, you know, maybe. And look, but the seniors, they love it. See? Seniors are on my side. We're seeing it. Lots of Regidrago lists are now putting a 1/1 Noctowl in just to be able to get that extra search in, because you're already playing loads of terrestrialized Pokemon with Ogerpon. So because you've got so many of them, there's no reason not to tech those in and get those big moments.
Yeah, exactly. And we also see, you know, this graph here for seniors looks like a lot like what we had in Lille as well. Of course, in Lille, Regidrago was down to 10%, but regardless, Raging Bolt, biggest deck, all divisions, and we're going to see that. But we also saw, you know, Orchard Ford Palkia V-Star was around about 7 to 8% in Lille as well. They're playing their Terapagos, and they have a little bit more Lugia, and honestly, I was expecting that in juniors and seniors, Lugia would have been a little bit bigger, percentage-wise at least.
Yeah, but then in the Masters, actually, we see that is very much the case. And I think that's where we kind of have an ode back to earlier when we was talking about, when me and Alex were talking about the fact that the juniors and seniors, they are practicing for a very different event than the Masters, right?
Yeah, because we have around about 12 rounds or so Swiss in this tournament. They're playing 7 rounds day 1. At least the seniors are. 7 rounds day 1, 2 rounds day 2, and then they cut to the top 8.
Exactly.
So they have fewer rounds than we have in Masters, where we're showcasing most of our matches, of course. And it also means that you would need to play something that could do this well into less decks, less original decks, of course, and then, of course, you know, having such a more compact metagame that they have.
Yeah, and then we got the best of the rest from our day 1 Masters, where we can see actually the percentages are smaller, but if you look at the number of decks being played in this room right now, it's actually pretty high when you see that Snorlax controls at 61, very shortly followed by Iron Thorns EX. Now, I believe that the Dragapult Iron Thorns are also bundled into this, and they will be 62. So 62 players are playing that deck right now. So although we only see 5%, and that seems small in comparison to our Lugia and Raging Bolt meta share, actually that's a lot of players.
Exactly. And I mean, if we just took those 62 players and popped into juniors and seniors, it would automatically be the biggest deck again. So we see a lot of these things. And of course, as you said, you know, the Thorns graph there being merged together with the Dragapult Thorns and just the traditional Iron Thorns that won the World Championships in Masters this year. So, of course, a lot of these decks on the graph, we're not taking into account that they may have been split variants or different variants. Same with Gardevoir. It could be Gardevoir Bayonet.
Or it could be also traditional.
It could be traditional.
We saw it from Stefan Ivanov earlier.
Yeah, he was playing a bit more speedy Gardevoir, right?
Yeah, really speedy.
The total traditional build, at least in this format, would have been like TM Evo, only 1 prizers, besides the Gardevoir, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. And so there are loads of different variants, but we get to kind of see where those lie when we break it down, and what we can show you guys on stream as well is really telling, because Iron Thorns kind of felt like it was dropping off a little bit, but actually now that it's back on our graphic, we can see that actually that's because of the rise of a new build. And I think Stefan has taken that stride with Gardevoir as well, knowing that, oh, okay, actually the Bayonet builds have been doing really well, but I found this other way of working where Gardevoir is fast enough to keep up, because I think that was ultimately its original downfall.
Yeah, of course, and we see this with the different builds of Gardevoir when changing. I mean, Henry Chow, when they played in Baltimore in this past format, he did play this faster version, you know, more focused on quick Drifloon, getting these knockouts, and of course playing Fessendipity to draw these extra cards, because of course Gardevoir's Pokemon, they are quite squishy. They get knocked out easily. That's when we take the advantage of having Fessendipity in there to make sure you draw these extra cards to set up. And yeah, really, it's just interesting to see, because I really do look forward to getting deeper into the event and making sure that we can get into a spot where we can say, we think this deck's going to win, and especially considering the meta that we had.
Absolutely. It's such a diverse meta right now, even this far into a meta, remembering that we've had multiple events in this exact format, but we're still seeing new things time and time again. We're seeing new decks, we're seeing new variants, and that's not by 1 or 2 cards, that's by entire packages. That's saying, I can slam Dragapult and I can slam this Iron Thorns together, and it's working perfectly. It's working really nice and, you know, complementing each other when it kind of feels like it shouldn't.
And speaking of that, variants, right? I mean, we have the players up on stage now. We have Mateusz coming here, hometown hero from Poland, Mateusz Laszkiewicz, of course, a Stuttgart regional champion in 2022, let's not forget. And he has been an enjoyer of Bayonet for a while now. And it has been crazy to see him both on social media, of course, repping the Bayonets all the time. I believe he's played Bayonet to every single regional championships this season. And of course, top 16 Dortmund in this season. And there might be probably aggressive graphing there. I think it was last year he also got top 32 or top 16, either or.
Yeah, an amazing showing from a very accomplished player, someone who we featured on stream before and has just shown that they are not one to give up on a format. And of course we have Peter on the other side making their stand against Mateusz. And will they be able to claw through this game? Both playing very different decks, as you'll see right now. Of course we have Peter on Regidrago V-Star against our Gardevoir.
Yeah, and of course against repping my Regidrago V-Star and Ogre Pawn here. And we get to see the action hook popping up with Mateusz, of course, starting a Spiritomb. Very good in most matchups. Not straightly into Regidrago, though. And he starts up discarding these energies, which is going to be very useful towards his Gardevoir later in the game.
Absolutely. However, looking at the prize cards, I wasn't loving seeing 2 Rolts in the prize cards for Mateusz. That is not what you want to see at the beginning of a game, especially with Mew and Screamtail joining them. How do you feel about that kind of prize setup?
I mean, it kind of stunts the way he wants to set up, right? Because, of course, he wants to set up by having multiple Kirlias on the board, flushing through these cards. And we've seen Sark GX trade ability, essentially the same on a Kirlia, right? It just goes through your deck, and it's essentially, you know, a late game Gardevoir deck when it has this Kirlia, just like you're playing an Iono-proof machine at that point.
That's what we love, is when you can kind of take those late game mechanics like Iono, who might stunt someone's kind of winning turn, and you can go, actually, no. Put those to the bottom, have one or 2, a couple, but no more. Mateusz just doing a very meticulous deck check here, checking exactly what's in the prize cards, because it is really important to their game plan. And as you can see, Esper, Mateusz has decided to play the Optimum Shuppet, the trick or trade Shuppet, my absolute favorite.
I mean, we're just going over Halloween. Do we have to continue this now, Amy? But yes, you're absolutely right. The trick or treat Shuppet, of course, little shout outs to having Halloween this close by, but just a Shuppet on turn 1, though. That's not the greatest we could have seen.
No, moving over to Peter's turn, and I'm going to say it, yes, but I'm not loving the look of this hand either. Looking into kind of staring down the barrel of just an Ultra Ball, and I mean, is it worth at this stage using kind of Squawkabilly? But then again, the hand is so rife with great cards that you may not want to discard. There are a lot of decisions that could affect the entire trajectory of the game.
Yeah, exactly. And when we're looking at it here, at least he hasn't surprised Squawk here.
Thank goodness. Oh my gosh.
Peter surprised Squawk, that wouldn't have been too great, because otherwise it would be like, yeah, I have to Ultra Ball for Ogre Pawn and draw a singular card and hope that's either another resource to get going, which isn't too great. But we're still seeing in Peter's hand, there's a Prime Catcher.
There is, but...
Which means that he's not going to be able to play that unless he goes for the Regidrago V-Star ability to get that back. But still, then you only get to essentially pick 1 card off it.
All right, I have a moment. What if we play it? What if we play it, put the Squawkabilly in the active rather than Hawlucha before we Squawk and Seize? Bring Shuppet into the active and try and put the pressure on? I'm not sure if Peter's going to be able to get a KO, though. That's the issue. Being able... I mean, they can play a supporter. There is an argument to say that he could push to KO the Shuppet.
But then again, he doesn't. So
no, and I think it's fair.
It's also in the interest of Peter to make sure that Mateusz gets to use Bayonet's Everlasting Darkness as late as possible. Of course, Everlasting Darkness shutting down these item cards coming up, and we want to make sure that Peter gets to play all the items that he can. That's why he's trying to funnel through, you know, Ultra Balls, Nest Balls, everything that he can to make sure that he sets up properly before the Everlasting Darkness sets in.
This is a much nicer hand, being able to Ultra Ball away a Dragapult right off the bat and getting the Regidrago V to be able to pop that straight on the bench, ready for evolution next turn. But just being able to go ahead and grab that Mew for extra card draw, knowing now that we're only on a 2 or 3 card hand, that's going to be perfect for just securing some stability in this game and having kind of attacker numero uno in the discard pile already.
Yeah, and I mean, we're talking about Dragapult, of course, in the pre-show as well. But of course, again, playing item cards to get them through. Of course, making sure that our Regidrago V gets as many energy on as possible. And we do see the Mew drop, but not something that worked out. So therefore, we have to pass it over to Mateusz and see if the everlasting darkness will finally set in.
It is looking like Mateusz has a lot to think about here. Neither player have had a fantastic start. And leaving a whole Lucha in the active as well, but 3 2 prizes on the bench? I don't know. It's an interesting predicament, but we are going for the Professor Turo scenario to pick up that Spiritomb. Not particularly useful in this matchup, as primarily the support Pokemon that Piotr will use are EX Pokemon.
And we do see here, Mateusz, rough decision.
Really rough.
He has to think about if he discards Prime Catcher or Ralts in this case. He has a hand that says Ultra Ball, Spiritomb, Ralts, and Prime Catcher. And we're saying again, Mateusz cannot recover this Prime Catcher. So therefore, we come into a predicament where he has to let go of the Ralts and use this Prime Catcher perhaps on this turn or next turn. Not this turn, but next turn to stunt the speed of Petter. So Mateusz can make sure he can get to draw some cards and hopefully get a setup that's better than this, of course, with Ralts included.
Having no usage of item cards for Regidrago is definitely going to slow it down by quite a considerable amount. Just being able to attach for turn right now, I don't know if there's physically much else that could be done other than just to pass. However, Mateusz isn't looking too hot in Top Deck City.
Yeah, and I mean, Mateusz doesn't even want to knock out this Halucha. That's why he kept the Prime Catcher after all, because if he knocks out Halucha, and if Peter draws into, you know, Regidrago V-Star, we end up in a kind of predicament where we're talking that he can start putting on the pressure on Bayonet. Of course, we already do have the Dragapult in the discard pile, which is not too great. Bayonet does 30 damage on Everlasting Darkness, and he wants to make sure that these items are shut off for good, if possible. And when we're looking at it like that, of course, he goes for an S-Ball, but does take the KO on Halucha.
Yeah, I think that's fair. We need to keep up the item lock in some way because, like you say, that's so important to Regidrago's engine. So managing to keep up that tempo is incredibly important, especially with the assessment of only having 1 Ralts in the deck, but 1 in hand, thanks to that cheeky prize card.
And we see one of the first times on stream, we see the Dragon Laser.
Ooh.
So that sets up for a 2-shot on the Bayonet. Unfortunately for Peter, Ralts does have 70 HP, so he can't do the good old jet punch like we did back in the day with our Bus Wolves. But
a really lucky top deck there with the Iron Arrow. I'm loving seeing that. Just a fresh hand of 5, not 6. But hadn't looked at them yet, I believe. So I think we're able to just kind of pop 1 back at random. But we'll see how that goes. A little bit shaken, as you can imagine, but didn't look at those. So
everything
I think
should be fine now, though.
We're all good, exactly. But that's why it's always good to put your cards down on the table first, give them a count, double check those prize cards. And it's always a bit odd on stream because your prize cards are the opposite side that we traditionally put them. So it's harder to kind of glance and check in an instant. But I like the use of Dragon Laser in this instance as well, putting pressure on that Ralts.
I mean, we're also, Peter does it out of necessity, right? Like, of course, he would want to attack with Dragapult via the Apex Dragon if he could, but in this situation he can't. And still, again, I mean, we still have Peter here in Top Deck City. It's not Gdańsk anymore. We're out of that city now.
Absolutely, we're gone. We're vibing in a totally different place, and it's not fun. I don't like it.
No, and definitely depending here, because we see Mateusz attach the second energy, which makes it so he technically can use Poltergeist, and I think that's what he's pointing towards. 1, 2, 3. Oh,
3 is
180, just 1 trainer card short.
And that's the luck of the draw, isn't it, with that attack, is just Poltergeist relying on exactly what's in your opponent's hand.
Speaking of top decks, Regidrago V-Star makes it into the hand, and you know what Peter can do? He can play item cards.
Oh, thank goodness. Yes, Poltergeist was used last turn, so finally item cards are live, and we can use our Apex Dragon, finally.
But we see, still, free grass energies. He wants to be able to, you know, get these cards out of his hand, use to me a restart. He wants to play something like Iono Research. He wants to make sure that he gets a more present setup because, of course, then again, with 180 damage being put onto Regidrago V-Star, only 100 left. Still going to be very difficult to, you know, make sure that he gets a setup for the next couple of turns. So he wants that second Regidrago down, but it's hard to charge at that second Regidrago if it just has to happen through hand attachments.
There's so much that is desired of Regidrago right now, but it's in such a strong position. Not only being able to play items this turn, which is going to be the catapult that Peter needs to be able to keep the pace of this game up, but looking at the bench as well, we're looking at some really clean KOs from something like Trifrost as well. Knowing that Regidrago Regidrago V-Star that's in the active is going to be kind of KO'd probably quite soon. Being able to kind of take that ode and go, actually, is it worth just Trifrosting? Taking quite a few knockouts, weakening Mateusz's very strong setup right now, and just kind of admitting that this Regidrago's time is done.
Yeah, that's a good question about it, because I mean, this turn with the Dragapult, he could be able to take free prizes, of course, with the Phantom Dive, knocking out their rolls on the bench, putting some extra damage towards something else, and taking the knockout on the Bayonet. And that actually sets it up perfectly if the bench Pokemon aren't evolved as they should be to, you know, make sure that he can then finish off with Trifrost.
Just mop up the rest of the game.
Yeah.
So that would be so sweet if
so we have
could...
a perfect prize map set up here for Peter.
So although we had that really slow start, especially with being item locked so early, but now we're seeing that fantastic V-Star ability, popping 7 cards into the discard pile, but then being able to fish out any 2.
And thinking about double Ogre Pond, because that fits perfectly with the 2 grass energy he has in his hand. And then again, goes in, gets the 2 Ogre Ponds, gets to draw 2 cards, right? And we get to further set up. It takes the Superior Energy Retrieval and Ogre Pond. Really nice for the recovery as well if you're talking Trifrost already this turn. Not sure we are, but still an opportunity depending on if we have access to the Kyurem, though.
Absolutely, and we're just going to be able to keep drawing cards now. Now that there are Ogre Pond, oh my gosh. Now, because realistically, the item lock is troublesome, but if you manage to draw cards in other ways, like utilizing these Ogre Pond and their fantastic ability, Teal Dance, being able to attach a Grass Energy from hand and draw a card, then the item lock kind of falls a bit short sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we've seen. That's why, the iteration of Bayonet we first saw in this season was Bayonet Dusknoir. Kind of fell short because Dusknoir was putting that 130, Bayonet plus 30, 160. 160 is not a great number. And that's also why we have this Gardevoir variant where you can kind of be a bit more bulky with the Bayonets and making sure that you can actually also attack with Gardevoir, because then you can guarantee 190. You can use Scream Tail where you can guarantee even more damage.
No! That was 3 prize cards, but they didn't take the Kyurem. I was convinced they were going to take the Kyurem off the prize cards, but no, just fell short. So that's not going to be an option. We cannot Trifrost to mop up the final 3 prize cards, which would have been so beautiful.
But still, again, when we're thinking about this, right? Looking at it, it still looks really positive for Peter, because now Mateusz has to find the answer.
Yes.
He has to get an evolution going. Ideally, he also wants a Gardevoir in play, but that's also super difficult because then again, Mateusz isn't running Rare Candy.
No.
So it might just be evolve in a Bayonet, attach, slap for 30, hopefully also get a Curly in play, but we see the counter catcher play, which is a great way to just leave this Regidrago in the active, and Tails!
Tails on the Enveloping Shadow and not item locked, and with just a lone shot and a 1 card in hand. Oh, it's not looking good.
And
I'm not liking this.
there are so many combinations of cards that can just give Peter the extra attack here. There's Energy Switch onto the Regidrago from the Ogre Pond, attaching for turn, and then perhaps researching into another Regidrago V-Star, which would put this game really much in Peter's court.
I mean, even just attacking with the Regidrago V like we saw earlier with Dragon Laser puts us in such good speed for the future as well. Even just taking 1 prize card here would be enough to keep the prize map in check.
Exactly, and I'm struggling to see how Mateusz is going to pull it out here. Of course, master of the Bayonet, he has to have a plan in his head, but he's also thinking, man, had I just flipped Pets and then Enveloping Shadow, we could have taken an extra turn.
That really could have been the pivotal turning point of the game, whereas at the moment, it looks like it might be a struggle. I mean, we always have the option of INO late game, disrupt enough with the Regidrago deck.
We see the laser.
And there it is. Yep, even the laser is enough. And
it sets it up so perfectly. Because if Mateusz evolves into Curlia, it still would have 30 HP remaining. What picks that up? Dragon Laser. And if he doesn't evolve to bench Shuppet too, just a boss's orders onto Shuppet, go Dragon Laser. But never mind. We see an INO.
We see an INO. But even then, Regidrago is still set up, and Dragon Laser still takes the last 2 prize cards. I don't know if there's anything.
And he scoops it up there, and we see the game 1 ending.
In quite the unusual way, showing us that Dragon Laser is the way forward. Regidrago V-Star not necessarily needing to come into play at all.
I mean, it made its cameo appearance, right? So then again, what a great caster pick I made there. But speaking of that, look at me. But we see, of course, Mateusz wants to shrug that off, make sure we get that out of the system, because again, really slow start. We do see the replay here. Of course, the knockout with Bayonet onto our Halucha. Later in the game, of course, this Richard Drago V-Star coming in with some phantom dives off the Apex Dragon. And, you know, really just dismantling the whole operation of Mateusz here. And, I mean, what I really hope for in this game, too, is we get to see the big potential that these two decks have.
Yeah,
There's
I think
a reason why they're 4-0.
the pivotal moment for me there on that replay was being able to get the Regidrago V-Star off that top deck, because that's what then got everything going. The wheels were in motion, and even just Dragon Laser was enough to pick apart Mateusz's board.
But what would you think if that turn where Mateusz used Poltergeist, right? What if there had been an extra trainer card in there?
Right,
Just
it would have
one singular
turned
trainer
it
card.
around entirely. There were so many moments in that game that could have totally flipped the script.
Speaking of good cards, yes, exactly. Flipping the script there. And I mean, this is what, you know, these small margins are what has to go with you in these tournaments to make sure that you win. Because, of course, say time and time again, very small margin, had an extra training card. Game most likely would have been very bad for Peter.
Absolutely.
But again, the opposite happened because unsuccessful Poltergeist from Mateusz went into a top deck in Richard Drago V-Star, and then the game was just off the rails from that point on from Mateusz's side.
But we're moving straight on into game 2 with a much stronger start, thankfully. So looking at, there we go, with the Ralts active, going straight in with the Hyper Ball, the lovely Ultra Ball as we well know it, for our first benched Pokemon, looking, of course, at a Shuppet.
I mean, I didn't know you speak German, but yes, Hyper Ball is the Ultra Ball in German, of course. And I mean, again, another one, Ultra Ball for Shuppet, with Mateusz going first again. We're all, of course, talking, get that Everlasting Darkness going turn 2. And that is the pivotal thing, is that if Peter gets a great enough setup on his turn 1, multiple energies flowing, multiple Ogre Pawns putting these energies into play, multiple energy switches, this might go bad still, because, I mean, Regidrago is just such a big Pokemon. 280 HP.
Huge.
If you want to chew through that with an Everlasting Darkness,
good luck.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Good luck.
Yeah, absolutely good luck. But the thing is with Regidrago V is like you say, those energy switch are really important. Otherwise, it's going to take a while. You're gonna be attaching those energy nice and slow and steady. Now, it can still bring you a win, but if one Regidrago goes down from a Poltergeist, are you going to have enough turns to set up another one without energy switches?
And that is the thing about it. I mean, the explosiveness you have for Regidrago, of course, if the Regidrago V-Star player has, you know, additional Regidragos in play, that is possible. We do see a very big discard of the Prime Catcher again from Peter's side, but then again, he's having a much better start in Game 1. I would honestly believe that any other start than what he had Game 1 is way better, and of course starting Cleffa too, which means that he can draw those cards, and when we're getting item locked as Peter, we want them to be energies. We want them to be the evolution. We want them to be these setup pieces that we want. And honestly, it doesn't look too hot, depending on what he draws of this Ogre Pawn and just a Goodra.
Now, that is a card that we haven't seen very recently in these decks, but it could make a difference in this matchup, right?
It makes a massive difference, because if you're using Apex Dragon to copy Goodra, right? You would be looking at a Bayonet that does a total 0 off. Oh, actually, just a total 0
yeah,
of damage.
Total 0, absolutely no damage if they are item locking, because Goodra's Rolling Iron attack, which you'd be copying, does 200 damage, but has the additional effect of allowing you to take 80 fewer damage on the next turn. That's huge!
And already making a bulky Pokemon like Regidrago V-Star even more bulky.
We were just saying how bulky it was, and now
it gets better.
It gets better. It gets better, folks.
And what we're looking at, of course, Mateusz going for new cards. He wants to make sure that we can get to finish this game too. Finish this game free. He's going fast, going through the motions. Of course, now we see Bayonets in here, and we're making sure they can get the Everlasting Darkness going on. And for Peter, didn't get the energy switch to go on, so Regidrago.
Not yet.
Didn't get the Regidrago V-Star in hand, so this might still be a slower approach, because, of course, Cleffa's going to get knocked out. Speaking of bulky, that's the exact opposite of what Cleffa is.
And here we go. The Cleffa, of course, gets knocked out. So first prize of the game goes to Mateusz. Being able to take out Cleffa this early on is a really nice head start.
And we do see a massive part of the whole deck idea from Mateusz. That Monkey Dory.
Oh,
that could transfer your damage to go from 30 with Everlasting Darkness to 30 wherever you want with the Garderies in play, because of course Guardy has this caveat of you have to put 2 damage counters on per time you accelerate a Psychic from your discard pile. But let's say that you've just had a Darkness energy to your Monkey Dory, you get to move them. you get to make sure that you can pile on additional damage, set up these knockouts, and even you can make Gardevoir EX a 220 attacker. And, you know, Regidrago has 220 HP, Ogerpon has 210. You're making all these knockouts set up much better.
And I like this use. I like this use of the Ogerpon here, proving that it's an attacker in its own right. Being able to say, okay, well, I can't accelerate to my Regidrago in the normal way, but I tell you what I can accelerate to, and you can do some meaningful damage.
Yeah, and again, a 150 here sets it up really nice because if Mateus gets to use Monkey Dory, it goes to 120. But then it will still be able to be hit by 150 again, goes to 270 total damage. It will still get the knockout. So twice from Ogerpon, depending on if we get the double Monkey Dory in play, whether or not. If he can get that, that's great. But if they don't get that, it just goes bad for some places, right? And we do see the second Monkey Dory coming in.
Yeah, but can we can only attach an energy per turn, right? So we're going to have to do one this turn to one Monkey Dory potentially.
But that ain't enough.
Then another. No, it's not.
Because we want it this turn.
We want more. We want it now.
But there's no acceleration for it. We don't have Dark Patch that can go to Psychic Pokemon, unfortunately. So we just have to survive with just a singular Monkey Dory. But then again, we do have a Shopper on bench.
Absolutely.
We can get another Bayonet set up, and of course we do see the Monkey Dory transferring some damage here.
Yep.
And using the Everlasting Darkness. So we can get to spread out some damage here, get this set up maybe a little bit dismantled, or a little bit weakened, so to speak, not quite dismantled yet, but making sure that, I mean, Mateus is getting into a more comfortable position this game.
But I like that. I like that Mateus is taking a slow and steady approach, making sure that, you know, they're placing the damage counters on Regidrago V, making sure that Regidrago is getting softened up a little bit. Obviously, we have seen the Goodra, so it's a case of, I need to be able to hit this thing hard. So being able to soften it up a little bit along the way kind of just makes it a bit more possible for Mateus, because otherwise it gets...
And we've seen this with item lock decks a lot, right? These attacker decks are going to be two-shotting whatever is item locking. We had all the way back in the day in 2015 to 2016, my era, where we had Seismitoad. And often you're two-shotting that Seismitoad, and that's when they had to use Super Scoop-Ups and all these kinds of things. Mateus doesn't run this package.
No,
but he does have some healing package with the Monkey Dory. And of course, we didn't see it quite in game one, but here we go. Counter catcher, Iono. We know what Mateus needs.
This could be it. This could be the moment.
We need an Everlasting Darkness, because then this Regidrago essentially will be stuck to the active position.
I didn't see. Okay, wait. We've got refinement.
There's refinement.
We can keep going.
Come on.
Here we are. 1, 2.
Doesn't look like it.
I don't see it yet, but there's another.
There's a second.
There's another. Let's keep going. Refinement. That discard 1 card from your hand and draw 2. We've got 2 more. Come on, let's do this. 1,
That's
2.
An Ultra Ball, I think.
Is that not? No, it's a Gravity Gemstone.
Oh, he has the Epic Shadow again. We're coming in with the flips.
Here we go. Let's see.
Come on.
Drum roll, everyone in chat.
Oh, whoa.
Yay, we did it. Item locked down.
But it's not 30 damage.
It's not.
It's not a big Bayonet. And you know what? Peter has an in 2 Grass Energies. But he doesn't touch 1 to the Ogerpon here. So maybe a little bit satisfied with what's going on right now. But he is able to, you know, attach for turn onto Regidrago, still take the slower approach he did in game 1 as well.
We can do
so
this. Be slow and steady.
I mean, the Everlasting Darkness keeps Mateus in the game. But we really do have to see some Bayonet action. we do need to see this Gardevoir EX coming into play and saving the day.
It needs to. It needs to save the day, because at the moment, things aren't looking too hot once again. Now, we have slowed Peter down, and that's huge. But there's a limit to where that can get us, especially with an attacking Ogerpon set up on bench with 4 energy attached.
That is a force to be reckoned with, because that is 150 on its own.
Right.
Plus whatever.
Plus whatever's attached to the opposing Pokemon.
Yeah, exactly. So that's going to be a force to be reckoned with coming later, because
that can 2-hit KO. That's okay.
Maybe even seeing an Ogerpon like one-shotting later. That may be a possibility.
Don't get my grass type hopes up yet.
Give me the grass type trainer. I mean, I know you love the grass type, but here we do still see the Cryptomaniac, and it's something that we've seen lately only in Chimpao almost.
Yeah.
But we do get to have an appearance.
But it works so nice with the refinement, right?
Exactly. You get to cherry pick 2 cards that you want. Fits perfectly.
Absolutely. Put them to the top of the deck and then refinement, and guess what you draw? Oh my goodness. It's the 2 cards you put there.
I didn't know it was 2 cards that I wanted. Magical. And
it's
we just
a great combo.
Like, my eyes does spy a Gardevoir EX.
Do they?
And
oh, here we go.
There's a Gardevoir EX and Luminous Energy, which means we can get double Monkey Door reaction.
Monkey! Oh, and of course, a much bigger hitter, Gardevoir EX.
We get to see the knockout with the double Monkey Dory into Gardevoir for 190. Fits perfectly, 290 total. That Regidrago's out of here.
He is toast, but we did mention earlier, we have this lovely Ogerpon with 4 energy attached, 3 on Gardevoir now. Gardevoir does have 310 HP, so it is a no small order of knocking that absolute gargantuan Pokemon out.
And if my math is mathing, we're currently right now doing 240.
Yes.
Not enough.
Nowhere near enough.
Even if we attach from hand, that goes to 270.
Yep.
And if we get to use the ability, 300.
Not enough. But we could energy switch because items are online.
Yeah, baby. And we get to see that. And he did Iono the Fire Energy, which could have been used for his attack, and he does not hit the necessary energy needed. Therefore, we might have to pack up the plans of an Ogerpon. Big KO here.
I think so. Unfortunately. But another Regidrago V on the bench is no bad thing. And now it's just which supporter is going to see us through, or whether we're just, I don't know, do we retreat? Do we do some damage? I think we're setting up some damage.
We got to set up some damage here because, of course, with the prize mapping that Peter's trying to put on here, we do maybe see some Kyurem action later, depending on what happens with the item lock this turn, perhaps. But we really do need to see another Regidrago V-Star attacking.
Yeah,
because if we don't get another Regidrago V-Star attacking, this game's not going to go as Peter want to. So, of course, with the Regidrago, still haven't used the V-Star ability yet, we want to make sure that we get into positions where you can take these multi-prize knockouts, of course. 240
and you're so right.
It's going to go down to 180, which is not going to be enough for Triforce because perhaps Peter could have gone for 4 prizes next turn had that Ogerpon had an extra energy. Because then
it would have made such a big difference because you're right, this could be the point where Peter would be able to take all 4 prize cards in 1 turn.
Because the Gardevoir would have been on 270. Then we minus 60 from the Monkey Dories. That's 210. And then if we had a Trifrost coming in straight afterwards, we could knock out Shuppet, Curlia, Gardevoir for 4 prizes and get it out of there. But that's
you know
not
what?
we're going to see now.
That's not today. That's not right now because these players are the best of the best. And Mateusz has meticulously got those monkeys ready. Oh my God, no! No!
Goodbye,
Why?
hard work.
All that hard work gone to waste, and the item lock is back.
And we do need to see the 20 damage popping on, and then we also get to see the Everlasting Darkness come up. Item lock's back.
We do not have access to said energy switch anymore. We're back in Bayonet Town, and we are seeing just how ferociously this deck can turn things around, being able to make sure that Gardevoir isn't going to get knocked out so that Peter can't take those nice, easy 2 prize cards.
And it just gets harder for Peter here, of course. I mean, Totoro wiping away all of that hard work last turn. And then again, I mean, we do have 180 we can do, but we don't quite see the route where Mateusz can keep up the item lock while also get to put some meaningful damage into play on the Ogerpon. He's not going to be able to knock it out on the next turn, but he just wants to keep this Everlasting Darkness going. And you mean item lock plus dragging something up into the active that has big retreat like Radiant Charizard, Regidrago is always still an option. Of course, Peter goes for the boss on the Curlia.
Yeah, so we've gone ahead, and just taken the KO on the Curlia. I kind of like this because it means that Mateusz isn't going to be able to put an easy kind of Gardevoir just straight down on the bench, so we know that that's not going to come up and bite like last time.
Yes.
But is it going to be enough? Now, 3 prize cards isn't a bad position for Peter to be in, but it's also equally not the best. We can still make use of Kyurem, so we can still win next turn if all the puzzle pieces come together, but not if we're item locked.
No, because then the interstitials don't work, and otherwise this would have been set perfectly up for Triforce. But of course, Mateusz knows this.
No,
he
absolutely.
has to know this can be going on, so therefore he has to keep it on. And you know what's item lock's best friend? Iono. Get those supporters out of there.
Absolutely perfect. Pop those supporters to the bottom of the deck. You can have 3 cards. Are they going to be useful? Who knows?
And we see here again, pop it up to 140 total, so just 70 shy. And that means that if we get the Gardevoir EX into play next turn, pop some energies in. Free energies, move 60 onto the Ogre Pawn. Can knock it out with Everlasting Darkness then, and then withhold the item lock.
Still.
The name of the game here is just keep Peter under this lock for as long as possible.
Absolutely.
And make sure we can take full advantage of it.
We're on 3 prize cards apiece right now, and both sides could still have a very good chance of winning if their strategies work. Now, Mateusz is over to their turn. Going ahead, we've got the God of War in hand. Here
That's
we
fantastic.
Are. Oh,
and
no
the
way!
lost Bayonet. We may even see, you know, game happening, not on this turn necessarily, but next turn. Because what Mateusz can do, this Rodrigo has 190 HP left. We have Monkey Doris on bench. Ogre Pawn is 200. We can Monkey Dory for knockout and sweep the whole entire game, and Peter scoops it up, and we are 1 for 1 now, heading into game 3.
Oh, it could go either way. Either player could have this game mopped up. Will the Everlasting Darkness loom, or will Regidrago manage to push on through with their Dragon-type Horde?
I mean, besides this a singular turn when we got the game build up, the darkness was everlasting.
Oh yeah.
And we see what happens when this darkness lasts forever. Of course, Monkey Dory, such a master player. Like, Monkey Dory actually does more damage than Bayonet does.
Yes.
Weirdly enough.
Right.
And it's an ability.
I mean, double Monkey Dory, and we saw it here in kind of perfect progression with the deck, showing that the Monkey Dory with the Luminous Energy, using God of War as an attacker, which we don't see very often. Again, taking some fabulous prize cards, making sure that the pressure is staying on. That Turo was huge, taking all that hard work and damage off the board. Bayonet's back to keep the Everlasting Darkness up and make sure that Peter can't play any item cards, just completely stalling them. Enough time to take a big win. So Mateusz got that one all wrapped up with a beautiful bow on top.
And that throw just reminds me of Size Metodiax, and you just super scope up, flip hats, and you get it straight back into your hand, and you can go and Quaking Punch again. That's essentially the same with Everlasting Darkness. Same
Absolutely. It's a very similar strategy, but these prize cards, oh, I'm not loving that.
No, a lot of shop it action happening here, and I mean, then again,
there are a lot of shop it in the deck, so I suppose we're not worried too much, but having less of them available does mean that the consistency of this early game could be shaky. But the hand doesn't look too shabby. I'm loving a Nest Ball. I think there was even a Buddy Puff in there.
Yeah, and we do see stuff like, you know, Shop It and Curly being towards the lower end of the prices, right? Which means that he, presumably, Mateusz gets to draw them first, which also means that if he gets additional routes into play before he takes that one knockout, he gets to grab the Curly, he gets to grab a Shop It, which could be very important later for the tiny Bayonet, which lost zone itself and gets a supporter back, which could be that Turo to undo the hard work that Peter does.
Absolutely.
But also, speaking of that, Peter, for the first time this set, goes first.
Absolutely, yeah, that's really important to note, because that will allow Mateusz to kind of have to slow down or rely on that coin flip attack on the Shop It.
Yeah, and in this matchup, of course, we're talking, how does he get to Shop It going second on his first turn? Well, there's only actually one option as I see currently, unless we have Prime Catcher, of course.
No, it looks like just the Nest Ball, right?
Yeah, but if he gets Shop It into play, how is he going to use the attack of Shop It? And the issue with that is just that then he would need Prime Catcher, he would need a Turo, then he doesn't get to play a Draw Supporter, which draws some cards, lets him set up, of course, which he's been struggling with these past two games.
There's just too many steps, right? Whereas at the moment, Pizza's being able to go ahead and keep building that hand, and we've been able to, you know, keep going with that dance and get loads of energy into play before Mateusz has had a chance to disrupt that.
But what I was getting onto was that it is a high possibility that Peter gets 2 turns of items in this early build-up, which is
a lot. It's a lot.
He wants that so bad, because next turn Peter gets to play supporter on top, which just means that if we can build up this board, and as we saw, Regidrago really strong. You know how much damage HP Shop It has? 60.
60.
What does the Dragon Ball do on the bench?
No, don't say it, Jesper. It does 60, doesn't it?
Yeah, unfortunately, it does 60. You could spread it however you like to, but I mean, if Peter sees that target, and I would reckon that Shop It has a target on its back before that evolves. So we may end up in a position where we might not even see Everlasting Darkness hit this game because of those 2 Shop It prize. Because, I mean, there could be a world where Peter goes Dragapult, Prime Catcher, Shop It, does the Phantom Dive on 2 Shop Its, and then the question is just, if that happens, what does Mateusz do from there?
Yeah, well, what's the response? That's the thing. It's negligible to try and put more low HP Pokemon back on the bench. It's going to be so difficult to pivot back from that situation where all of your Pokemon have been rendered kind of powerless and you're unable to stick an evolution.
But importantly, we do see for the first time here, Goodra and a discard pile, which means we can build this wall that is Goodra with a Regidrago V-Star. Effectively, 360 HP if you were to one-shot it, but just minus 80 every single time. It doesn't put up the HP. But importantly here, we still need to see a lot from Peter. Let's not discount that because you still need to see much energy switches.
Oh,
stop! Oh, and a prime catcher and flips.
Here we go.
Hats. Oh no!
Item lock in place. Peter didn't get.
Forget about
the
everything
extra
that
turn.
I said about using Regidrago to copy Dragon Ball this turn.
It's not happening.
That's not going to happen this turn for sure.
It's not happening. Not one bit. So we've gone ahead and danced
he
our way into
such
an
a good
extra
hand
card.
forward as well because we just see the Regidrago V-Star waiting. He could use the V-Star power, but not today.
No. Well, they can use the V-Star power, but it does not help very much. So going ahead and bossing in a Ralts instead, maybe a kind of similar stall tactic.
Are we going to see a Celestial Roar? Celestial Roar it is!
Discard 3 and attach any energy
No
that's
energy!
there. No! Oh, and the Temple of Sinnoh, which
that's
really
also really important for the Monkey Dories because of the Luminous energies, and it just
oh no! It's so disappointing. That would have been such a fantastic thing to see. Would be that Temple of Sinnoh actually coming in to prevent the Monkey Dory from having the energy it needs in the Darkness energy. Thanks to Luminous to move that damage around because it was so important last game.
And the worst part about it now, Peter has prized the Regidrago V-Star.
Oh.
Peter plays 3 Regidrago. He had 2 Regidrago V-Star in his hand before the Iono.
Oh, they're at the bottom.
They're at the bottom, so there's not going to be Regidrago V-Star until the deck's shuffled. But what shuffle cards does he play of supporters? There's no supporters that shuffles his deck, which means he has to go through the entirety of the deck, or he has to go through, of course, researches into Ionos and into all these things. But that, I mean, the researchers guaranteed not getting a Regidrago V-Star. And we did see the Artisan. That's a shuffling card. That is a shuffling card.
Actually, Mateusz has kind of allowed Peter there to shuffle. Of course, not knowing that those Regidrago are at the bottom. Now, Peter, because they won't be able to play item cards, presumably, would have had that problem. But Artisan allows it as, even though it's unlikely.
We do see Ultra Ball. Speaking about playing item cards, Bane heads back in town, and we get to see the Everlasting Darkness. Mateusz, knowing this is a pivotal moment in the match, keeping up this item log. And then we have to see the question. I mean, of course, Peter sits with options like Professor's Research in his hand.
Yeah, no, there we go.
Don't do that. Don't do that. That's
not allowed to do that. But, of course, unlocking the potential of the deck and being able to sequence this properly without being able to use items is going to be crucial to Peter's turns now. They're going to need to note that they're going to need to use the Artisan to shuffle the deck before research, because I think that's realistically the only thing that's going to be possible here.
But the question is, what are we looking at?
No,
don't do that.
No, don't do that, please. No, you're not allowed. I'm so sorry. And that's the troublesome part, is that it's so distracting not being able to use item cards. It's such an important moment, but didn't shuffle the deck, didn't take the chance of using the Artisan first. And so still we know that we're not going to have any Regidrago V-Star yet.
And we're just seeing initially 7 blanks here. There's nothing happening from this. And we maybe see another Celestial Roar.
Oh my gosh.
Desperation. No.
Oh, these Celestial Roars are not worth it. We are roaring into the wrong places.
We are roaring away our deck. And if we're roaring away our deck, we might also be looking at a place where all of our stuff gets discarded. And even if Peter then would get items later, you know what? Ain't gonna work because all the items are in discard.
Absolutely. Oh my goodness gracious. This is just absolutely harmful. And knowing that Poltergeist is gonna do some mean damage with such a big hand right now as well, surely.
5. I mean, that's 280. No, wait. That's a lot of damage. That's almost 300.
That is.
My math ain't
mathing.
mathing.
More than enough to knock out this already damaged Regidrago V.
But the question is just, does Mateusz want to do that? Because essentially, this Regidrago V is stuck in the active. Of course, Mateusz would then allow items to be played, but if Mateusz knocks out to Regidrago V, Iono being played here, so we don't have that stack of trainer cards left in the hand again. But essentially here, Mateusz wants to build all the damage. Build all this damage up with Monkey Dory, for example. and just get all of this rolling and set up multiple prized KOs. Because, of course, with these 6 prizes still remaining, he has to find a clear-cut way. And, you know, this Ogerpon is still going to do a lot of damage next turn if it gets to the active point.
Okay, going in for the Ultra Ball after refinementing to build up a desirable hand. We're going for another Bayonet just to solidify that position. I love this personally, just being able to know that you're going to be able to keep this up no matter what. There's not currently another Shuppet in play, but it's not going to be difficult to get one in.
There's the opening of still being able to use Turo, for example, on an upcoming turn. But, I mean, there's the 2 Shuppet in the prize card, so it's not going to be a Shuppet because of the Bayonet lost zoning itself to take back a supporter card. So we still have to wait a bit for the Shuppet. Maybe even Everlasting Wait in this case.
Maybe.
But we're looking at a solid board from Mateusz. Mateusz gets to draw cards via his abilities, via the refinements. He gets to Everlasting Darkness every single turn. We've seen another Retro Drago being benched. That might just be a boss's orders target to make sure that Mateusz sticks these Pokemon in the active spot and just loads up all of the damage.
Absolutely, and moving on very swiftly to Peter's turn, where we have danced our way into another Grass-type energy on our Ogerpon, but still nothing much else to be seen. I wonder whether it's just kind of an attach for turn and pass, whether the Celestial Roar is going to be...
I don't know, Amy, because, I mean, this Celestial Roar has gone wrong twice now.
I know, it's just too risky. I feel like whichever Celestial being was being reached out to was not hearing.
And I think he's just abandoned the plan of using Celestial Roar. No Celestial Roar, just a pass, and abandoned this Retro Drago V in the active. And I kind of like this. Had he attached on the active, and then Mateusz would have gone boss on the bench Retro Drago, it would have been stuck too. Now here, no matter what Retro Drago we have in the active, it's 2 attachments away. So I kind of want to, you know, balance out these attachments because, of course, the Retro Drago V in the active is damaged, is a bit more squishy. So we want to make sure that, you know, we can build up a Retro Drago V-Star at some point, depending on what we draw off these Ionos, for example, to be sure to be doing anything, but it doesn't look like it here.
Refinement for more cards, but still kind of nothing at the same time, if that makes any sense at all. Like, we're still in it to win it on both sides. No prize cards have been taken. Mateusz is very thoroughly through the deck at this point, but currently not much else to be seen. Actually,
and we go into Gardevoir EX, we're going to Aggression, and we got the Monkey Dory down to the other Retro Drago V. Sets it up also perfectly because we're looking at these Monkey Dories, moving these damage counters around, and if this Gardevoir gets knocked out, presumably not, because there's not a Pokemon in Peter's deck that could do the full 300 now, unless the Ogerpon gets a load of extra energies on it, of course. But even if the knockout comes, Ogerpon is 210 HP. Mateusz could just go another Gardevoir EX, Monkey Dory that up, and make sure he does the knockout. And then, in that case, all the hard work would have been undone. And if we put an Iona on top of that, it probably would leave Peter without any resources to go on for the rest of this game.
Okay, so Peter's thinking, all right, so since your Gardevoir can only do 190 damage, I don't think you can get up to this 280, even with your monkey. Now, there's only 1 monkey on the bench right now, and short of a Professor Turo, another's not going to be able to be played. So finally, we can go in with an Earthen Vessel. We can play items this turn, and just weighing up kind of what's going to be worth it to take at this point. I mean, I don't think there's much energy left. No, in fact, 1 Grass-type energy left in deck, and again, that's where those Celestial Roars have really put us on the back foot.
It has wreaked havoc on the deck, the Celestial Roars, and making sure that all of these recovered cards, something like, I think I did see a Super Rod being discarded by the Celestial Roar, which isn't too great. Of course, Peter does run the Superior Energy Dribble, which you would love to see at this point.
Speaking
of Super Rod, it's back.
Not bad. Now, unfortunately, not before the Vessel, though. So, again, we can energy switch this Grass-type energy. Okay. I mean, Pheasantipity
but we have to line up where does Peter take his 6 prizes here, right? Because we have gotten so much time for Mateusz to set up. Peter likely maybe even does not take a knockout this turn. If he doesn't take a knockout, it's going to look really difficult from here.
I think he has to take a knockout this turn, but I think there is potential. We've got Pheasantipity in hand, and a KO was taken last turn, so we can flip the script, and it might flip the entire trajectory of this game into the driving seat for Peter. But we're going to have to wait and see, because unfortunately, at the moment, things aren't looking too hot, and they're going to need to do everything they can to solidify a position now.
V-Star flips some cards. actually really great with the attackers. Kyurem is there.
That was nice.
That could pick up some prize cards. And I mean, Amy, the issue here, if Peter goes Kyurem, there's also the opportunity of, you know, all these energies being gone, and then the Everlasting Darkness can just come back. But the Kyurem could potentially dismantle a lot of the setup, take half the amount of prices, but then Mateus could just go 2 prize or board, which is going to make everything so much more difficult. So we might just have to see, you know, a hit with something like the Gudra to make this Regidrago V-Star a bit more bulky and setting up this Gardevoir perhaps to be within the Trifrost area.
I love that. Just being able to kind of put some damage down for now is totally fine if we're using the power of Rolling Iron, which is something new to this deck that we haven't seen in a really long time.
Yeah, we haven't essentially seen it since Worlds.
Nice, right?
And after, you know, there's no Noctowl in this list, which essentially people were cutting the Gudra as one of the cards to fit in this 1/1 Noctowl line. We don't see that in Peter's deck. So therefore, we're looking at, you know, a more classical version.
Yeah, I like it.
It looks more like the Worlds version that was on, but I mean, the Gudra is nice in this matchup, especially when we're talking, you know, Rolling Iron does 190 down to 110. 30 to 0. All of these good math points are really good with Rolling Iron, and I reckon that's what we're going to see here. There's 200 damage being put on. That is probably Rolling Iron because there's no effect on the bench. So
it looks like we're going to take 80 less damage next turn on our Regidrago V-Star, which is
there's the boss's orders in hand. Never mind.
Well,
and a retreat into the Bayonet.
Oh my goodness. Gudra sadly doesn't help if you're swung back onto the bench.
Yeah, and of course, Mateus is fighting the clock at the minute. We have 4 minutes and almost 30 seconds left, which means that Mateus has to hurry up if he wants to grab these last 4 prize cards and the match.
But with a turn on the time as well, being able to take 2 extra turns each, there is potential here. As long as everyone picks up the pace, we can see a game 3 completed here. I'm not worried at all. And you can see that hurried play using Everlasting Darkness to once again item lock with a quite pesky Charizard in
that's not getting out of there. There's no way that's getting out of there because there's a Prime Catcher in hand. But you know what? You can play that.
Nope.
There's perhaps a switch getting into his hand at some point.
Can't play it.
Can't play it.
Nope.
Does he play Turo? Nope. So therefore, this Charizard is one bad active Pokemon, and it just passes the turn back, has Turo in hand, and Turo rolls back to the hand, and double Monkey Door reaction.
Going for that monkey business once again.
And we see the line that Mateus wants to take, right? Get rid of all the energies with this Ogre Pawn. You can set up 16 the next 2 turns with the Gardevoir damage that's on. There's even 30 you can also move, or 40 from the Bayonet, and we're just moving 60 every single turn. Next turn, next time he moves 60, there could also be a boss on top of that, pulling up an Ogre Pawn, and if there's enough trainer cards in the hand, the game can end right there. But I don't think he would just like to keep the Everlasting Darkness going.
We're not
and
there yet.
Now we're knockout territory. We're down to 2 prizes.
Here we go.
There's still a lot of time to build up all of this. There's still 40 more damage that we've moved on. And essentially, with the boss's order, the game is over on the next turn unless Peter mounts some kind of last-ditch offense. Festendipity could be part of this.
Festendipity and maybe an Iono, maybe limiting how many cards Mateus has in hand, but we do still have at least 1 refinement on board.
And there's also Mew EX on board as well.
It's so tough to know what the right move is. Which supporter is going to get the best results right now? Now, Radiant Charizard does have potential now. We have an energy, so we are able to use its attack.
It's getting, like, the Banette's getting knocked out from the Radiant Charizard here, which puts the pressure onto Mateus, saying, maybe you actually have to win the game on the next turn, because there's not going to come an Everlasting Darkness from Mateus' side next turn. Now he doesn't have the Shuppet on the bench, which means that it puts ever much more pressure onto Mateus. Of course, if the Radiant Charizard attacks, cannot attack on next turn, so Peter needs a way to pivot that back and forth. But after this knockout here, it's also the prime suspect for the next knockout thereafter is going to be Mew, but we still have to string together 6 prizes for Peter.
Yeah, there's a lot to ask for in the time that we've got left especially, but it can be done. It is still possible with a 2-2-2 prize line. Even if we hit time on the round, Peter would have 2 extra turns. It is possible as long as there are 2 prize Pokemon in play, but also Trifrost is going to help out with that. So it's not over yet, but if Mateus does manage to take a big KO this turn.
Screentail coming in.
Okay.
And we might just be seeing some action from Screentail. I mean, of course, it could do 160 plus whatever damage is there. We do need some energy, so... All right.
And we get the monkeys to move into the Festendipity.
And that is a GG on the Festivity. We got Screamtail. We haven't seen Screamtail action neither game 1 or game 2, but we see the winner of this round, Mateusz Laskiewicz. What a game.
Roaring, screaming his way into the victory. We had celestial roars, we had roaring scream, but the loudest roar was Mateusz as he takes the win in that round. Here's our recap for round 5. Of course, we saw the Everlasting Darkness hit really early in game 1, just really stifling Peter's progress. Peter did manage to bring it back, though, with some really heavy hits from the Regidrago V-Star, which he did manage to get off the top deck so that we could get this game rolling.
And essentially what went wrong for Peter is that, of course, in this early game, that's when Peter has to strike. He has to strike in the early game before that item lock comes in. The longer this item lock goes on for, the more Mateusz can stabilize himself into this game. And we saw that both in game 2 and game 3. If this Gardevoir deck gets all the time that it wants, has these, you know, bigger bench sitters that he just draws up with Boss's Orders or Prime Catcher and just leaves them stuck there in the active, it goes very badly. And that's what we saw in game 2 and 3. You know, Regidrago Vs, they're not these little swift Pokemon. Free retreat. Radiant Charizard also has free retreat cost. So it just becomes really, really, really bad in terms of this. And it just goes on for too long. Mateusz can have these double prize turns, and we see here another turtle play. We saw both in game 2 and game 3. Gardevoir gained turtle.
So good.
Wow. And again, you know, Everlasting Darkness onto Regidrago, leaving it stuck. Not the position that Peter wants himself in.
Absolutely not. And then once again,
Celestial
we had
War
that
number 1 here from game 3, and just discarding all of the resources that Peter needed. And
the Celestial Roars could have really changed the game if those had been energy rather than actually very useful cards.
Yeah, and I mean useful cards and positions, because sometimes Mateusz was forced to end these item lock. In the period where Mateusz ended these item lock sequences, that's when Peter needs to strike. And if he's not able to strike in these item lock sequences, that's where it goes wrong. And that's unfortunately what we saw both in game 2 and game 3. And not, I mean, boss on Radiant Charizard, we see here going in, Everlasting Darkness again. And, you know, when Peter does all these damage to these Gardevoirs with double Monkey Dory in play, essentially it just becomes a damage bank.
Yeah, exactly. And they were just able to move that energy and damage around, making sure that kind of they had very little to attach energy-wise other than the Monkey Dory, so those could just jump out. And we saw that in game 3 where that final Monkey Dory just came out at just the right point with the Luminous Energy.
Turo,
straight
bang,
out.
boom, Monkey Dory set. Number 2 comes in, and we see some monkey business going on.
Absolutely.
A lot of damage with these Monkey Dory. And I would say MVP,
Monkey Dory.
And Professor Turo. It's like Professor Turo is like the trainer of these 2 Monkey Dories.
Absolutely, yeah. He's clearly trained them very well because they did very well during those games. And the deck was just played so perfectly. We saw game 1 just did not go the right way at all. And Regidrago kind of used it as a stomping ground. But then now we finally got that piece showing that actually the slow and steady placing damage counters, moving things around can kind of all build up and take a huge victory.
If you've done it correctly, as Mateusz has done here with this victory, heading up to 5-0, a really great contender. Are we perhaps going to see Bennett finally win a major tournament?
Maybe, but the only way we're going to find out is if we go and hear it from the gentleman himself. We're going to go and let him do the screaming over at our winner's interview with Mateusz.
And breathe. My goodness, that was a stressful round 5. I'm with our winner here, Mateusz, playing the Bennett Gardevoir. It's kind of a deck that you and your team have constructed, kind of known for playing those item locking archetypes. But before we get into the nitty-gritty of the deck itself, let's go back to that game number 1 when you didn't have much going for you. What were you thinking?
To be fair, I like kind of bricked. Mew was priced. I just needed to draw something. My opponent wasn't playing too well, so I kind of stick to this game, and we had like, I thought we spent like 20 minutes on it, so I needed to like speed up in the next 2 games.
And speed up you did. My goodness, you can play this deck very quickly, and it's a really interesting archetype because you knew you had to win 2 games and you had to play it as quickly as possible, but you still had to pump the brakes on certain turns. With that Bennett, know when to be patient. So is that just from experience with an archetype like this?
Yeah, I played with the deck for like a year. It's actually really weird because it's not always some plays might be correct, but because of time, you need to like switch aggressively even earlier. Like that game 3, I could have easily won by just straight item locking for the rest of the game, but I needed to speed up. And yeah, you need to play at least, I don't know, half a year or something like that.
That's all it takes, just half a year of playing this deck inside and out. And you haven't made too many tweaks over the last 2 tournaments, have you? It's a similar deck list, you're happy with where you're at? Was there any changes this weekend?
I switched like 2 cards. I added Screamtail instead of Alakazam. It's not necessary, so I like Screamtail. And I changed 70 HP rolls. I mean 60 to 70 HP.
The memory skip.
Mostly because I didn't want to think while searching for it, because it's not always coming anyway, so just saving some time.
Well, fair enough. And there were some nail-biting moments in that best-of-3 set. You had to have a few panic Shuppet flips in there as well. I know that's something that is just something with the deck list, but of course it can be a game winner. Is Regidrago a matchup you're confident in? I know there's a lot of high-retreat Pokemon that you can try and trap, but they have a lot of acceleration as well.
Yeah, I think it's about maybe slightly favored, definitely not favored or unfavored. I feel like if opponent doesn't know how to play, it's much easier. But if they go first, turn to pulled, you're kind of struggling. So I would say if you go first or flip with heads, with Shuppet, and it's all good.
Fantastic. That's all it takes. Well, has there been any other like nail biters that you've had today? Any other close matchups?
I hit Iron Thorns and finally won against my first Iron Thorns with this deck.
It's taken you half a year.
Yeah. But the rest is pretty simple. Some Snorlax, Charizards. Yeah.
That's what you want to see. That's the point of this anti-meta archetype with Burnett, and you are an expert of it. So thank you so much for sitting down, having a chat with me. I'm going to let you get on to your round 6. 5-0, not too shabby for Burnett. Let's head back to the desk.
Thank you so much, Mateusz and Joe. We're back. My name is Amy Worsley, and I'm here with Jesper Eriksson. Now, Jesper, I have a question for you. How do you think that game would have gone without the Screamtail? We just learned that that was an addition for this tournament.
I mean, the Screamtail ended up the match. I'm pretty sure that Mateusz could have done on a device, but of course we want to see our Screamtail here, buddy.
Yeah,
but
I like it.
The more important point here, what if Mateusz on Dose Shuppet twice in the latter stages of these games flip tails?
Absolutely. It could have all gone pear-shaped, but thankfully we got to see a master at work. In both cases, we got to see Regidrago trump against Bayonet, but then Bayonet come in full force for revenge and get two wins in a row, which is pretty crazy.
Yeah, and we saw it masterfully played by Mateusz. He played so fast in these other games because he knew he was under the pressure of the clock, and he wanted to make sure that we get up to that 5-0 and we get closer to that maybe day 2 spot, right? And we want to get as close as we can, of course. And ties? Who needs ties?
Who needs ties?
We want wins.
We want all of the wins because ties are no good. We want as many wins as we can get to catapult yourself into day 2. And we're getting closer and closer. Like, this tournament is well in the rough now. We are just finishing up round 5, tying that up. A couple of players still ongoing, but we are very much on our way to round 6 of the day. I can't believe it's already happening. There is so much more action to come though, so please don't go anywhere. We're going to go on a very short break and show you guys a quick video, but then we're going to be back with more action. Don't go anywhere.
Hey trainers, Chip Ritchie here. In this short video, I'm going to take you through the basics of how to play the Pokemon trading card game. The Pokemon trading card game is an exciting way to enjoy the world of Pokemon. You can play at home with friends and family, online against other trainers, or compete to earn championship points and try to be one of the very best. Players construct their own decks of exactly 60 cards to play with. Most trainers play in the standard format, which only allows for cards with the newest regulation marks to be used. You can only have up to 4 copies of a single card in your deck, with the exception of basic energy. There are 3 types of cards in this game: the Pokemon themselves, which you use to attack your opponent's Pokemon, trainer cards to help you support your deck's strategy, and energy cards to pay for your Pokemon's attack costs. There are 3 main types of Pokemon in this game. Basic Pokemon, which can be put directly into play on your bench, Stage 1 Pokemon, which can be played on top of basic Pokemon to evolve them, and Stage 2 Pokemon, which evolve from Stage 1 Pokemon. Check the top left corner of your card to see what stage your Pokemon is, and also what Pokemon it evolves from. Pokemon have different attacks and abilities that they can use. Most attacks require a certain amount of energy cards in order to use them. We'll go more in depth on this later. Pokemon also have HP, which lets you know how much damage that Pokemon can take before it is knocked out. There are 4 types of trainer cards you can play: supporters, items, tools, and stadiums. It's very important to include plenty of trainer cards in your deck, as they will help you to more consistently execute your strategy. There are only 2 different classifications of energy card: basic energy and special energy. You need energy in order to use a Pokemon's attack. You can attach an energy card to one of your Pokemon once during each turn. Some Pokemon require specific types of energy in order to use their attacks. Each basic energy provides 1 energy of its type, or 1 colorless energy at a time. The main areas of the game board include the active spot, the bench, the deck, the discard pile, and your prize cards. You may only have 1 Pokemon in the active spot, and this Pokemon is the only one that is able to attack. You can have up to 5 Pokemon on your bench. To start the game, flip a coin or roll a dice to determine which player will get the first turn. Then, each player begins by drawing 7 cards. You must have a basic Pokemon in your hand in order to begin the game. Place your Pokemon face down in the active spot, then set out 6 prize cards to the side. Now you and your opponent can begin the game. In the Pokemon TCG, players take turns playing their cards. On your turn, the first thing you do is draw a card, and the final thing you do on your turn is announce an attack. The order in which you play cards between these 2 steps is up to you. During your turn, you may play trainer cards, attach energy, and place Pokemon on your bench. It's important to remember that the player going first is not allowed to play a support card or attack that first turn. Every time a player knocks out an opponent's Pokemon, that player adds a prize card to their hand. The first player to take all 6 prize cards wins the game. When a Pokemon is KO'd, it and all cards attached to it are sent to the discard pile. A Pokemon from the bench must immediately take its place in the active spot. If a player has no benched Pokemon to make their new active, that player loses the game regardless of how many prize cards have been taken. As mentioned earlier, players must start their turn by drawing a card. If a player has no cards remaining in their deck at the start of their turn, then that player loses the game. These are just the basics of what it takes to play the Pokemon TCG. Be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit Pokemon.com/play.
We are back from the Gdańsk Regional Championships 2025. Of course, my name is Jesper Eriksson, and I'm joined by Joe Bernard. First time we're doing this together, Joe. You ready?
Yeah, very cool, very cool. In esteemed company, a world champion. I'm going to have to keep my wits about me for this one because, my goodness, you had a pretty good baptism of fire in that last round. That was getting chaotic.
Which I mean baptism of fire, not baptism of bayonets?
Yes, yeah, fair enough. Very good. And Monkey Dory swinging into action. You love to see it. I know it's one of your favorites after that round. And really, really cool deck, to be honest with you. This is an archetype, and this is what I love about the Pokemon TCG, really. When a player can stick on an archetype and stand out from the crowd, they can make such cool and intricate lines of play because they've been in those situations before, and we're bringing that to you as the viewer, where you probably haven't seen Bennett played like that ever before. You know, you'll see it on the ladder here and there, someone trying to replicate the success, but never as good as Mateusz, the creator of the archetype, doing so well with Bennett Gardevoir, knowing when to go all in and get aggressive, knowing when to go in there with the Bennett and slow things down, get a cumulative value of that Monkey Dory.
Oh, yeah.
That's when the archetype gets so powerful.
And it got so powerful, even taking out my caster prediction.
No.
Virtua Drago and Ogerpon at the same time. I'm losing some points here, mate. And you know, the worst thing about it is just that it was played so greatly. I mean, losing that game 1, Mateusz just went, full speed.
Yeah.
Do what he needs to do. He knows all the lines with his deck. And you were talking, you know, Mateus has been known on social media for playing this deck for
He's
half a
preaching.
year, right?
He's saying you should be playing it. It's showing why it's such a good archetype. Yeah, you didn't really go too... You went pretty safe with your Regidrago and Ogerpon pick, but not quite coming to fruition just yet. But I'm sure there are plenty of them out in the field. Just been having a scroll through some of the top players in the room right now. There are some 5-0 Terrapagos Dusknoir. We haven't seen too much of that just yet today. Also, a few of the Regidragos are coming to the top. There are a few good Australian players who have made the trip out here, and you don't do that unless you're very confident in your abilities as a Pokemon trainer. And they're also on fantastic records. I think Brent Tonneson picking up his first tie so far, but on a 4-0-1 record. A few 5-0s in the mix as well. So some interesting decks rising to the top right now, Jesper.
Yeah, and definitely. We see the old favorites coming in there. Of course, when we're talking Regidrago V-Star, we're talking Lugia. These are, you know, the powerhouses of the format. And, of course, people do gravitate towards them when they want these good results to happen. And, you know, we saw it last round, saw Regidrago starting 4-0, 4-1, still very respectable record for Peter, still to get into this day 2 contention. He just needs to still win more games, and he should be there. But speaking of, you know, meta and everything wise, I mean, we don't see much Bayonet. It's kind of slumped into the Gardevoir section there. But one thing that's, of course, happening on our stream, not yet, hopefully soon, we have seen a new variant of Iron Thorns.
Yes, I'm really interested in this one. Iron Thorns with Dragapult EX. They're trying to play off each other, really, play to their strengths and weaknesses. You know, Iron Thorns can't take on certain matchups because its damage output might not be strong enough. So you have Dragapult, which can do so much more. And then Dragapult can sometimes be slow into these disruptive or turbo matchups. So having Iron Thorns to slow the opponent down, give yourself that time to get into the mix. It's a really interesting combination, and there are some big names playing it out there to strong records as well so far, Jesper.
Oh yeah, exactly. And we were talking about, you know, Iron Thorns, very good against Lugia. You can't use a Summoning Star. Your deck doesn't really work, does it? So when we're talking about that, we also get into the Dragapult, which takes care of these setup decks, right? You know, you can take out Pidgeys, as my beloved Pidgeot is, right? And we also get to take out, you know, Ralts had Mateus played 60 HP Ralts. That could have been taken out too. Shuppets too. So we kind of see this more, you know, slower variant of Thorns, where usually Thorns is like a 2-attachment attacker. You can get a double turbo on there, a lightning. You can start attacking like we saw at the World Championships this year, winning. But here in this case, we don't see quite that.
Yeah, that's true as well. So that's the archetype that we're both looking to see. But you guys have been active on those socials. So we do have some social posts to go over. You can, of course, use that hashtag #PlayPokemon for us to see you so easily. And you can see Unite Esports here with a big post, Jesper.
Oh, yes. And they're talking about, you know, we haven't seen Unite at LEIC yet.
Right.
But coming up at LEIC next time, we will see the LEIC champions. They will earn travel awards to compete in the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2025 finals in Tokyo, Japan next March.
My goodness, that is an absolutely massive boon for those Unite players out there. They get to compete at the top stage, the Asia Championships. That's amazing crossover for the Unite gamers out there. What a fantastic post. And here we have another one here from Nicholas Young.
Yeah, and of course the Singapore Premier Bowl League is happening.
Yes.
And we saw loads of that action. We did see a Premier Bowl League happening. Of course, that's more so played in Asia. These is like, they're kind of like, you know, regional tournaments that they have there. And I mean, that setup there.
What a glorious snapshot that is.
Yeah.
Of those EV evolutions coming in. When you walk into that room, you're just like, wow, I'm here. I've made it into the Pokemon scene. And you're joining, I imagine this is a massive tournament. Going to be a few thousand as well, I would imagine. So going to be amazing to see the action there this weekend as well as over here. There could be vast differences between the two metas.
Yeah, and of course, because they're off. Oh no, Amy. Well, speaking of Iron Thorns, yeah, when you pair into Iron Thorns, but left Fluttermane at home.
I think there's been a few faces pulled like that in the tables because there are some Iron Thorns EX
there has to be all the Lugia players when they're facing Thorns. You open Thorns, you bench another Thorns, the Lugia player just goes, oh, no.
That face is about all
really.
you could pull, really. I think Iron Bundle has become much more popular than Fluttermane as of late. You just kind of cross your fingers that you aren't the unlucky one to hit the Iron Thorns, but sometimes they find you.
Sometimes it doesn't happen, as well as, you know, Iron Thorns can still, you know, rack havoc on those Lugia players, even though if they're playing Iron Bundle, right, because you just don't need to hit the 2 Arceus and Discard Palace. They only need to use hit the Iron Bundle. They also have to hit the Lugia V-Star on top of hitting the 1 or 2 Lugias turn 1. That's quite difficult, and it quite, you know, gets into a spot where they have to hit cards, which is why you play Iron Thorns in Iron Thorns, of course, Iron Thorns Dragapult, and Lost Box as well has also been seeing a resurgence of Iron Thorns.
Looks like we've got Alex Dow reporting live from the venue, and he's going to give us a rundown of what it looks like when you're not behind these four walls.
Thank you very much, Joe. As you can see just behind me, as we're seeing a lot of our players now heading towards their tables for the continuation of the tournament. It's a little bit more chaotic right now because the pairings have just gone up, but most of our players are heading towards the stages now, where it's round 6 that's coming up for every one of our players. Just behind me, just to my left shoulder right now, is where you're going to start to see some of our top players and the top tables at the moment, just kind of starting to settle down as we're in the midst of the chaos. But just across behind me, it's every single A's division. You've got the juniors and the seniors are just over to my right as well. And of course, the main stages of the Hive, where all of those tracking of results and tracking of where we are in the tournament is really coming together. But it's really a fantastic place. Once players are starting to settle down, what you'll actually end up seeing are some of the tables, which are very similar to the local scene. It's just a table, it's just you and your opponent. They're ready to battle it out in a game of Pokemon. The Pokemon TCG here, of course. But it's not just a TCG here at all. You've got the video game and Pokemon Go also happening at the same time. There's just so much going on. There's even a fan zone for everyone who's spectators, all the fans and friends and family who are coming to support their friends as well in those tournaments to come and relax and just have a good time. It's such an experience at the moment as I'm kind of bobbing and weaving between players, which is always such good fun. And I get to see a chance of some of my friends also competing and a lot of very familiar faces at the same time. But let's just give them a chance, hopefully, to settle down. You can see now the tables are starting to finally appear behind me, as we do see everyone getting ready, shuffling up and getting ready for the action of the Pokemon TCG and the trading card game. But as you see, even some familiar faces just popping up in the background. Tord Redcliffe just walked past. What a man, what a fantastic player. Actually one that's just here. Someone who is no stranger to the streams, and of course we know he's just here ready to battle out on the very top tables. It's always fantastic to see our friends battling it out and just having a great time at the moment. Yeah, but, you know, as these players are now starting to shuffle up, I think it's time to let them have a chance to take a breath and get ready for round 6. I think we'll throw it back straight over to the casters now.
It truly does seem like Tor cannot escape our cameras, even if he's not playing on stream. But yeah, we're getting into the later stage of the tournament. We're beginning to see how these players are shaping up towards their first round of win-and-ins.
Yeah, I know that you're no stranger to those win-and-ins, Jesper, and part of the reason why you're here today, actually, is that you are pretty much the best person you could sit opposite in those situations, because you've got a bad streak going on right now, buddy.
Yeah, we're talking 4 in a row just this season of, you know, Baltimore into Dortmund, and 11 out of the last 12 win-and-ins I've lost, and calculation-wise, I made the calculation, 91.66% chance that I lose if I hit a win-and-in. So yes, if you're my next opponent, you're having a good shot of getting through stage 2.
Yeah, and just no mental fortitude. That's your issue. You know, you got a world champ under your belt, but what then? You know, you can't compete at those high-level tournaments in the Masters division. You've hit the peak, and now you're dipping down.
Old. I'm old, man.
You're getting old. That's what it is. Yeah,
that's why. I mean, only old in my days is like now what 23, right?
Don't ask my age. My goodness.
I won't, mate. I won't for sure, but. Making sure that, you know, these players stay on tip-top form, and, you know, there is, of course, variance. It is a card game after all, but one thing for sure is that we're still seeing great action, and we're also seeing upcoming players, and, you know, it takes a lot to stay in these competitive brackets and staying on top of your game all the time. We've seen Tord heading in there for a while, right? But we see new faces popping up time and time after, again and again, and I mean, I got to make space for someone, right?
Someone's going to win it if it's not you, I guess, yeah. Someone's going to be happy out there that they don't have to face you in that final round, because you're always going to put your all in. It's going to be a difficult one for them, even if they do come away with those wins every now and then. But yeah, players on 5-0 records, that's exactly where you want to be right now. Getting that 6th win under your belt gets you to 18 match points, which should be the record to help you to progress into day 2 of that competition. But the goalposts do start shifting around this time. If you've got that X and O record, you start looking even deeper into that tournament, looking to get yourself into that top 8, because even though we're split up into 2 days, records carry over and our resistances carry over now as well. So everything about the tournament really is a string of 2 days. It's really about the full 12-round picture in this case. So you really want to give yourself the best opportunity to make it into that top 8, not just into day 2.
Yeah, exactly. When we're talking about that, you know, when these players hit 6-0, they want more. They want to win.
Yeah.
And if you want to win this regional championships, of course, you got to win way more rounds than just the 6. Presumably, we were looking at you more like 10 to 11 rounds you got to win. So just 6, getting you perhaps into day 2, not getting you quite the full distance to that ever elusive win. So we're talking about 12 rounds, lost top 8, maybe even asymmetrical. So we can talk upwards of 16 rounds at this tournament. That is still a lot of Pokemon to get through.
Yeah, when you start having those ties and losses early, they're almost like lifelines. You tick them off, you say, okay, I've spent that early, okay, I'm still in the tournament, I can still do this, I still have rounds to go. But when you're at that X and O record, you're feeling like you can defeat anyone. You've had good matchups, you've had good fortune, you're playing your best. That's where you want to be, and that's what we're showing on stream for our round number 6 as well. A couple players also on those really strong records. We're looking towards those top tables to give you the best action over the course of this weekend.
And I did see, heading in here, Danish guy coming in. We got Ricky Masson coming in. Of course, I'm not going to share the decks quite yet, making sure that they do have their headsets up against David Repska. So, interesting matchup coming up here. Of course, I mean, I can't wait to tell you what.
I'm pretty sure headsets are on, yes.
Headsets are on?
I think we're good
let's go. We got Gardevoir, traditional Gardevoir, much like Stefan played early in the tournament, versus Ironborn's Dragapult, finally.
We've been alluding to it throughout the day, and it's finally here, risen to those top tables. 5-0 right now, Ricky, playing a really interesting archetype. They can't have had long to adapt to this deck list because we've not known about it for too long. So taking it as you go and just bring it to a big tournament like this, a big risk, but it's paying off massively so far for Ricky.
I mean, it's paying off in spades. And Ricky, you know, not quite a new player to this to the stage, but then again, I think it's actually the first time we've had him on our streams. But such a lovely guy. I know him from playing against him at my locals, and he's from the Copenhagen area, so I traveled over there and played some cups against him. What a player to play against. He's such a nice guy. But we do have David Valerian Sepka coming off a top 16 in Lille and a top 128 in Liverpool last season, that is. So, you know, forced to be reckoned with still.
Yeah, no slouch themselves with some great placements. And like you said, Jesper, it's going to be a turbo Gardevoir approach, once again incorporating the secret box, a couple rare candy in the deck list, and lots of those bravery charm as well. So there are big one-hit KO plays available, but I definitely think the Iron Thorns part of Ricky's deck list is going to pay dividends in this matchup because you're shutting down the Psychic Embrace in many opportunities.
Exactly. So we got to make sure that, you know, if we're trying to use the Psychic Embrace, that we have to get around it. Of course, we're looking at David only playing something like 1 Boss's Orders and 2 Counter Catcher. So if Ricky doesn't take prizes, we're also looking at a situation where it gets difficult for David to go ahead and just use the attacks, right? So yeah, it's a bit of a back and forth, and you know, Dragapult, not a bad card against these Gardevoir decks, of course, but yeah, as you said, early game is going to belong all to Iron Thorns.
And I think one of the crucial inclusions as well is the Radiant Alakazam that allows you to get really creative with your damage counter placement with Dragapult. You already have so much control over the opponent's board with this attack, but being able to push that 60 into an 80 threshold to deal with Curlier, I think is massive here.
Oh yeah, it's going to be massively important here because, of course, like you also play this game of like you can Iron Thorns early and making sure you're not taking these knockout with Iron Thorns necessarily. You can also go like set them up with Alakazam, and exactly. Curly's going to be prime suspect here for some knockouts.
Let's have a look at some prize cards then. Just 1 Curlier and 1 Ralts. Not terrible for David. Ricky as well. A few one-offs in there, but nothing too painful. I think the Farigiraf EX isn't for this matchup necessarily, so should be good in this case. And we're getting underway here in round 6. Both our players are 5-0 in the tournament. The perfect start you can have in day 1. And they are setting their sights on day 2. They just need 1 more victory as we have an attachment from David. Is there much else going on in this hand?
It doesn't look too great for him. And unfortunately here, we're probably supposed to look at a pass. That's not... We do see the benching of the Festivity. I don't think there's much more in that hand. I do see like
supporters. There's stuff for next turn.
And there's like a bravery charm, but like this is a situation where David could have actually played if he went second, but we just fees over into Ricky's turn. We do see Buddy Puffin, and we're off.
We are off to the races indeed. I also saw a couple supporters in there. I know there was an Arven in the hand as well, so there's a lot that Ricky can establish here. against any matchup, it's great to see this slower start, but your deck is already trying to remove some momentum from the opponent. So when that's already there, just happening, just by chance, you're going to be in a good spot just to start building up your Dreepy and Dragapult, because one of the key tool cards that's also in Ricky's list, you often see it in the Gardevoir, but TM Evolution already put to the top of the deck. That's easily going to be an Arven choice here for Ricky. I think he has access to the turn 1 Evo into double Drakloak.
And if he has that, that's the engine going on. And usually we see with Gardevoir, you know, having these Curly-S as a stage 1 option to get these cards into the hand. You know what Ricky says? I can do that almost as good, but we can get into some Drakloaks. But it's even better because we get into our main attacker that way. And it also means that we might even just see, you know, the pressures off.
Might be going a different route. I saw the Nest Ball. Okay, so it is still going to be the TM Evolution. I thought there was going to be a potential rescue board that was put to the top, but maybe just checking to see if it was in the deck. We are going to see the Nest Ball now, though.
So the question is whether or not we go for the full force of 4 Dreepies or we just start to get the Iron Thorns in.
Yeah. There's the full 4 Drakloak. Yeah, there's the full 4 Drakloak in the list, so you can get as many recon directives as possible onto this board. So it is going to be the full 4 Dreepy here.
And you said it perfectly here. You know, TM Evo gets 2 of them, and then we could start see, you know, these Dreepy getting involved into Drakloaks, and we can see, I mean, throw back to UXC level X here, but we get to see the recon directive just filing through all the cards. It's like using Airmail. It's like using UXC level X back in the day. These get through cards.
You love the throwbacks, yes.
I do love my throwbacks. I've been playing for too long.
Yes, but this is like a typical play of a Gardevoir. Part of the reason we've said Gardevoir is so powerful is that they very often TM Evo into double Curlier, and then the deck gets rolling. The Dragapult in this case kind of yoinking that engine and still having so much reach for the following turn is a great thing to see. As we pass over to David, he's staring down just a 4-card hand from Ricky, but David only really has Iono accessible right now, so I think picked up the TM Evo, actually. You may want to play this out just before Iono and just really hope you can find a Buddy Buddy Poffin. We're going to need a big 6 cards here.
I mean, we might even need more than just a Buddy Buddy Poffin, of course, because we want to make sure that that engine is set up as best as possible. 2 energy attachments from hand to Drifloon. That's not something we usually like to see, but in this case here, of course, he wants to, you know, fin out this hand, get these energies into play, because also another way that he can accelerate these energies in a discard pile where he needs them for Gardevoir EX is, of course, you know, getting those energies knocked out at some point once Dragapult comes attacking. No one cuts here of the Iono. We're going to get to see 6 cards of the Iono for David here, and yeah,
we
as you said,
see some rolls.
We gotta see
that
some
Buddy
rolls.
Buddy Poffin.
We see both. We see Artisan too, so we can actually get up to 4 rolls in play. Of course, 1 roll's being prized already, so that's going to be a maximum of 3, but Joe, I mean, we got to see some rolls.
It's a little bit of catch-up. You can have that sigh of relief. You're a little bit behind, but at least you're getting into the game now. Your strategy is coming online at last with this Buddy Buddy Poffin pickup and an already 1 Roltz in hand. So should be finally getting his engine rolling.
And essentially just seeing a game of what you can do. I can do not as good, but I can do of course, the Buddy Buddy Poffin got to likely betting into some routes here, seeing the TM Evo, getting these Curlius onto the board, of course, and I mean, then we get to see these engines started to go. And for Ricky next turn, there's not much threat of an attack going on, and that's what we have to look at. Whereas maybe it has to be a point of, you know, Ricky going into Iron Thorns to, you know, maybe take some time out and making sure that he can build up these attackers.
Well, with Crispin, things can turn pretty aggressively, to be fair, Jesper.
Yeah, you're right.
You can get into the mix if you want to, and I think this is a matchup where you do want to get involved as quickly as possible, deny the opponent's engine. This is one where the Iron Thorns is only really a slowdown if your opponent's got ahead of you. And in this case, when you're ahead and you've got those recons online, as long as you can get that Crispin going,
you need to be pushing it. And of course, with Ricky, he has, you know, prized 1 Crispin, but it still leaves 3 left. And I mean, as long as we don't get too many energies into the hand, which, I mean, the Drakloak is really good at filing out those energies and putting them back into the deck. Of course, with the Crispin, you'll need to make sure you search out 2, because otherwise it just functions as an energy search, not something that we'd like in this case, of course. So it's really much onto Ricky this turn. Does he hit what he needs to?
There's a Crispin. There's already the Dragapult EX in hand. It's being played straight away here.
Coming in.
Energy acceleration is amazing. Even a card like this that only accelerates 1, doesn't draw any cards. It's far inferior to many other options in the format. but when it's powering up one of the best attackers in the game, the Dragapult EX, ramping it a turn earlier, you can still see why this card can shine.
Exactly, and then when we're looking at Ricky, usually we're seeing the Dragapult playing the Crystal for the attack. In this situation, they do not. There's an unfair stamp in Ricky's list, but, I mean, Ricky just makes up for it by playing Crispin.
Yeah, 4 copies. It synergizes so nicely with the Iron Thorns that you can see why it's in such high counts here as we're picking up another Dragapult EX. I don't think there's much else going on. Maybe some Ultra Ball fodder here. We can get another Drakloak down.
Oh, don't play Darwin,
no,
but...
that's not playable, but yeah, it could be a discard target possibly as well for this Ultra Ball.
Because we could get either, you know, second Dragapult, we do have that in hand already, or we could just, you know, further establish this engine of operations here with the third Drakloak and just filing through even more cards this turn. Free recon directive. You see 6 cards, you get to cherry pick 3 of them. I mean, that is perfect for a deck like Ricky's. And of course, it also means that whatever options he's placed in his list, of course, he gets to keep those options if he likes, because they'll stay in the deck and not like, you know, currently sometimes you can have some rough discards. You don't have them in this deck because you're just using Recon Directive over and over and over and over again to make sure that you get to pull off these attacks and have the options for later in the game.
What a fantastic turn here for Ricky. Can get the manual attachment in on his Dragapult EX. So we'll be launching the first Phantom Dive here. How do you like the split of damage on the bench?
I mean, we need to set up the Festivity for 1. And then we can set up the Ralts for 1, 2, but actually I want 2 on the Ralts so we can set it up if it evolves into Curlia.
1, 2, 2, 1, yeah. So I think very often now Cresselia is out of deck lists of Gardevoir. That was previously something you would always consider, whether you want to pile a bit more onto one Pokemon.
I don't quite like it here. I want 20 on the Ralts because we would still pick up the knockout on the Dragapult. We just put 50 on it next turn after if it was on 20. Because here, essentially evolving the Ralts into Curlia could get it out of this knockout range unless there's a Radiant Alakazam. So not quite like that. But on the Festivity, sets it up perfectly. You know, 200 plus 10, 210. How much HP does Festivity have? 210.
Perfect numbers by the looks of things. Yeah, I do see that debate there because there's maybe this wild turn from David coming out where you can evolve one Monkey Dory damage off of your other Curlia and then evolve this Ralts into a Curlia, then none of them are targets. So I do see where you're going with that one as we have a Nest Ball for David. Still lots to do here. Only has just got access to Refinement, has a lot that they need to accomplish. Monkey Dory is the first thing on the agenda. This is not just a great card in general to augment damage, but this is your main means of healing, and we need to see a lot of that in this matchup as Dragapult is going to scatter those damage counters around the board. So getting Monkey Dory established is going to be a huge checkpoint for David, and straight away it's being found onto this bench.
And the thing about it here, like, of course, Monkey Dory heals it up 1 Pokemon. If you're looking at it like this, Joe, what Pokemon would you actually like to remove it from? Because all of them are great targets, nevertheless. If you're looking at Ralts, could maybe be Recaning into Gardevoir, then it's out of range, and of course you can do the 190. But where would you like to move it from if we're looking at the free bench Pokemon that has damage on them?
I think you evolve 1 Curlia, ideally, and then you heal off the other Curlia you don't evolve, and then you still look to evolve the active.
Yep.
So you evolve into an EX. That's how you have the cleanest route here.
Yeah, exactly. And we do see the Darkest Energy. So the Monkey Dory is online, and that's what we wanted. And, you know, we do see a couple of Bravery Charms. We do see the Artisans. We could even stifle an attacker. But the question is, where's the out to the Gardevoir?
Yeah, might be having to use Iono here, just hoping to see it off the next handful.
Yeah, we still do have 1 Refinement left, of course, still. So we're not out of the woods yet, but it would be terrible to see if David just, you know, whiffed his Gardevoir and all total here. So do you see the Iono? And we get to draw 6 cards plus 2 from Curlia. We have 8 cards essentially to hit either Ultra Ball, Secret Box, or Gardevoir. So there's a lot of options here that we can get into. And I mean, likelihood of missing is there, but really, we won't. Oh, we maybe see.
we won't, he says. That's from the commentator. Still 2 more cards, like you said.
Still 2 more, so we still got them just to look at. So, no. And I think they actually missed. And there's not even energy to use with the Ninja. So
yeah, we've already used Festivity EX, double Refinement spent. Where do we go from here? We can't even get a Monkey Dory attack in, I don't think.
There's a Curly, 2 more cards.
We can evolve.
So we can still get the Gardevoir if it's within the next 2 cards, but the question is it?
It really has to be, because
moment of truth.
This is going to be big trouble for David.
Super Rod and Bravery Charm, we missed it again. This is not great.
He's facing down so much pressure now from Ricky. This Dragapult EX is going to be unchallenged.
And it looks like Dragapult can grab, you know, 2 nice prizes here. You know, the Curly and the active, regardless of where it moves the damage. Curly and active, Curly and the bench. Dismantling the whole engine of David's deck. And, you know, we might just have a good debut for Dragapult Iron Force on stream, really.
Well, it's all Dragapult right now. It's literally all Dragapult.
Yeah, I mean, Ironforge is sitting in the back of the car, just saying like, yeah, you do what you want. You can do whatever you like.
You got this one, Dragapult. I'll come out later when I see Lugia's.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what we see here. And you know, David, like, I mean, Ricky's just checking a bit up on the stuff here, but of course it looks like he's in a fantastic position. Of course, the pass happening from David here, and I mean, I am struggling to see, you know, the way with perhaps these two Curly getting knocked out on a falling turn. How does it fall back? Ricky would go to free prizes. David would still be on 6. He needs to have some offense to get the knockout back. Of course, Monkey Dory plus Drifloon can get you to that point. But if Ricky can set up a further Dragapult or just energy on the bench to make sure you can Dragapult again, it's really difficult. It's really difficult.
Very, very cute play from Ricky to start off with the Artisan so that he shuffles the deck. Actually still going to be able to do it with a Crispin after the fact here. But he wants to reset the deck after that Iono so he can start using Recon Directive to dig back towards another Dragapult EX, because at this stage, you're just trying to secure that board even more. And how intimidating does that bench look with 3 Draclux drawing cards and 1 Dragapult unfazed in the active position.
I mean, it does look like, of course, you know, as likely as David was to hitting that card of our last turn, Ricky is also very likely debating some of the stuff that he would need.
He doesn't even need anything. He's there.
He's there, but to just further set up this machine of, you know, a secondary Dragapult as well. And, you know, looking at it, of course, we're struggling to see how, you know, they would get back into the game, but of course Ricky just continuing on and on. And it's also signs of a very great player. When you're looking at it and you're in front of a game, you always want to be looking at it, how do I lose this game?
Yep.
And I mean, even with us struggling to see how David will win this game and Ricky therefore losing, yeah, I think also Ricky is struggling to see with the way things are going right now as to how is David going to pull this back even?
And it's going to be double Curlier KO.
Yeah,
absolutely
we called it,
dismantling the bench there from David. Goes up 3 prizes. And David will only have 1 refinement here. Still Pheasantipity. We still need that counter on the Pheasantipity, though, and that's definitely still relevant.
We still will draw 5 cards just straight off from abilities. But, I mean, even with Gardevoir getting to play, there's still the opportunity to get into, you know, the spot where you can get the knockout this turn, but then a follow-up Dragapult with those 10 damage counters, which are supposed to be under the Pheasantipity still, and the boss could clean up if a Drifloon is in the active and attacking, therefore Ricky cleaning the last 3 prizes, of course. So literally here, if we see a Drifloon knocking out here, it would be within the bench damage range of Phantom Dive. Go ahead and boss the Pheasantipity, do 200, you take the free prizes there. So the setup is there, and we have triple Recon Directive to boot on top of that. So even if there's Iono coming in with, of course, if we're saying that Drifloon's going to get the knockout, it still looks pretty bad.
Yeah, you think that's the best line David has access to, but it's still, like you said, very easy for Ricky to still close the game from this stage. We've seen the 3 cards from Pheasantipity. Now we're getting the concealed cards involved by the looks of things.
Now we're getting the Hisuian Heavy Ball first. But yeah, we can get to, now we're up to 7 cards that are being able to be drawn just by the basis of abilities. Getting a Ralts here, not really useful for this turn, but of course, if there's going to be an next turn, that is, may be very good for that. And I mean, we can still get to having Monkey Dory this turn. That's a question here, because if we have a Monkey,
we can still Monkey Dory off the Pheasantipity, which is something.
But then Radiant Alakazam can also, you know, Radiant Alakazam boss, then it just makes the combo, you know, just 1 card bigger, but not too bad to pull off once you're sitting with 3 Dracloaks in play.
Looking pretty solid. Like you said, David now going to look at the Drifloon in the discard pile, so that might have to be super rodded back into the deck, as well as some other Gardevoir line pieces here. I think it was at least another Ralts I saw.
Yeah, it's a Ralts, Curlia, and a Drifloon being pulled back into the deck. And Drifloon, yeah, as I said, gonna be the attacker here. And of course, if you get a Braver Charm on, 5 energy, that does 300 with the 20 damage already on the Dragapult. You can get it up to 320. But you're still gonna be, you know, lacking in the department of, you know, are you even catching up to Ricky at that point? You're trying to catch up, and you're getting a bit closer.
Listen, you got to do what you got to do. Here we are. The big Iono is going to be trying to reduce Ricky's hand size down. Yes, there are Recon Directives on the board, but this is where David is at. You don't have many other avenues here. You still need to find that Gardevoir EX. It's eluded him all game.
I mean, Gardevoir's still hiding somewhere into that concealed cards. Do we see it? Still not.
Still a refinement to go. There's no way we're missing an Ultra Ball in the Gardevoir
There's no way. If we miss the Ultra Ball in Gardevoir, Oh, there's the Ultra Ball and the Gardevoir. Okay.
They were sandwiched together.
They were hiding right there, but still, when you're playing 2 Gardevoir EX and 2 Ultra Balls, and you're drawing so many cards passively without supporting.
Throughout all sorts here. There's going to be the quick Psychic Embrace to Monkey Dory so that you can retreat and keep your Darkness Energy around for Adrenabrain.
And which is
like you said, Jesper, it's the play that we have to make here.
It's a necessary evil at this point, right? Because, like, I mean, of course, Ricky put down to 3 cards, has to re-find that Dragapult, has to find an energy on top of that, has to find the Radiant Alakazam and a boss. It's a 5-card combo. And Ricky, of course, with the top deck he gets from next turn, 4 cards, gets a look at Recon Directive. He gets his hand up to 7. Of course, essentially looking at 10 cards.
Charm here.
Oh,
that means David can protect the Pheasantipity a different way. It means you can get the maximum, well, you can get 2 damage counters to Monkey Dory off instead and try and protect that as well now.
And then it means also on top of the other combo I just mentioned here, it lost Vacuum on top, so maybe not next turn it's going to be hitting there, but
yep, I like this Adrenabrain coming in, damage the bench Drakloak, whilst you know you're taking the KO now with this fully loaded Drifloon ready to blast through the pre-damaged Dragapult EX. And it is going to be the first couple of prizes picked up for David. It's a valiant turn where you've done as much as you can to make life awkward. Oh, there's already the Radiant Alakazam in hand for Ricky.
And actually the Radiant Alakazam is not going to be able to grab the knockout straight off the bat.
Right.
But still, there are, you know, some avenues where he can go knockout on Drifloon, Adrenabrain down to Ralts, take out the Ralts as well, not Adrenabrain, but just use Radiant Alakazam, of course, and you know, spooning down some damage, making sure they get into the play there, and then Ricky can take 2 out of 3, and then it's also a struggle because then, of course, David could still be drawing with Pheasantipity and Gardevoir. But we can also see, you know, the way David's looking at this. I need to knock out 3 Dragapult EXs to win this game. I'm trying to set him up, and that's also why that Ricky's using the clean Dracloak in this case instead of the 20 HP damage one, because he wants to make sure it gets as difficult as possible for David to grab these Dragapult knockouts. But yeah, we really need to see, you know, Ricky just Dragapulting twice here in the next 2 turns.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be that wicked combo we've just mentioned that could win him the game this turn. He can still take things a little slower. He's still in a massive ascendancy here as we're seeing the final Recon Directive.
There's a Dragapult and a Stretcher.
Yeah. I think there's also a Crispin in hand, so I think you can now launch the attack pretty comfortably.
And pretty smartly, actually, choose the Dragapult instead of the Stretcher because it keeps the item in the deck, which means that off the Arven, you can get to search for a Stretcher on the upcoming turn because that's where we would need another Dragapult back. So masterfully played here by Ricky, and all the 3 Crispins he's played so far. They've all gotten 2 energies and all been Fire and Psychic.
That's the way it goes. There are Lightning Energy in the deck as well, but not needed in this case when Dragapult attacks for a Psychic and a Fire, as we know. And that means that there's going to be not just this Dragapult ready to rumble, but also the bench Drakloak now, with that Fire Energy being attached for the turn, in addition to the Crispin attachment. We'll be looking in a very good spot. Like you said, something like that Night Stretcher might be the last piece for him next turn to ensure that final attacker.
Oh yeah, and as you said, we do have the Alakazam in the hands, so we can start, you know, spooning up some damage, perhaps just moving them from Drifloon because we're knocking that out anyway, and moving them down to something like the Ralts, you know, stifling his setup again, and then we're looking at, you know, 1 prize.
Radiant Alakazam, such a dangerous card in this archetype, really annoying for Gardevoir always because it's already throwing its damage counters all over the place.
The question is here, right, yeah, he throws it onto the Ralts.
Yeah.
Moves 20, and it means that we can do 50 on Ralts to get the knockout. So we're taking 2 out of 3 prizes left here, and then we can start setting up, you know, rest. We can put it on something else than a Pheasantipity, because otherwise the Monkey Dory can just move all the damage together, which maybe not be as efficient, but of course it's 10 damage we have extra. So
yeah, you want to take the damage counters off the board, right? You don't want to give them to Monkey Dory to have that Adrenabrain and just remove it. So you've got to make sure that these counters are being useful for you the entire time. Ooh, getting sneaky with the Alakazam. What do you think about that one as an attachment, Jesper? Because I think that was the last Fire Energy in the deck. So if there's a means of dealing with this Dragapult, I suppose you can always just attack with any energy on the... Well, no, it still has to be a Psychic Energy on the Alakazam.
Yeah,
I think I prefer 2 energy on the Dracloak,
I'm not sure if I like that a lot, to be honest. But the thing is that if when he attached to the Radiant Alakazam, of course, that's 2 retreat cost. Right?
That's true. So you're thinking about Screamtail.
Yeah, he's looking at a way where he could be losing would be, you know, Gust up the Alakazam, Screamtail, takes care of some bench guys, right?
Yep.
And hoping that he can't get back, because the only switching option that Ricky plays essentially is the rescue board, which takes away one retreat. He still need the secondary energy to retreat then, which makes it a lot more difficult. So if he's going for the Screamtail play this turn without taking out the Dragapult, that makes sense. But if the Dragon Ball's taken out, then we're suddenly needing the energy.
And David is definitely having a look at that discard pile to see what's what. Maybe there was a trapping line available. Might still have to go after the other Dracloak with no energy attached, and then you just take out the one with one Psychic and you're hoping to dodge alongside an Iono, because you still got 4 prizes to take. You have to go an untraditional route here if you're going to end up winning this game.
It's going to be really difficult for David to pick up on, you know, these 2/2 prize raises. It's presumably not going to happen in this case very well. Of course, with the Screamtail not being able to take out the Dragapult, even with Monkey Dory helping out a bit. So not a lot of monkey business for a knockout here, but of course, still, we're going to be seeing David try his best towards, you know, trying to, as you said, perhaps stick something in the active and hope that that carries it out.
I know there's a boss's orders in the hand, but of course there's still Countercatch alive, so it's going to be an Iono first here.
Makes
5
good sense.
cards going to the bottom for Ricky, just the one instead now. So that's the first part of David's plan.
Yeah, and if we get to pull up either, I would like to pull up the Dracloak here with no energy on it, rather than the Alakazam, because the Alakazam is just a psychic energy away from attacking, whereas the Dracloak needs to retreat and then attack.
For sure.
So you're wasting the energy, essentially. And that's what you want if you want to do Screamtail twice. But when we're looking at this, of course, he still needs to draw the counter catcher then. It makes sense that he wants that Iono, get rid of some cards, and I don't quite see the counter catcher yet, but of course we do still have Festivity. That's a counter catcher.
Counter catcher's there.
And
so we can,
a Bravery Charm.
Very interesting. So we can get even, well, we can protect ourselves from Radiant Alakazam, maybe punishing the Screamtail, damaging itself so much.
Alakazam, so
Alakazam.
And what do you reckon here, Joe? Does he take out the Dracloak with the 20 damage on it already? Or?
I feel like you have to.
Yeah.
That has to be the target you go for. You want to deny draw as much as possible. You've just Iono'd your opponent down to 1 card in hand. You want to give them less recon directives to work towards win.
And it also means that
you need time.
It means that within the next 4, like the 4 cards total, because of course Ricky has 1 card in hand, he's going to top deck a card, he's going to look at 2 cards from a recon directive if the other one is taken out. He needs an energy, rescue board, Arven, Pokegear, or
he has a lot of outs. Don't get us wrong.
A ton of outs, but of course, David, his job is to do whatever it takes to make
he's
sure.
Just going for 80 here. Sorry, it's the Monkey Dory 3, he's saying.
Oh, yeah.
The Monkey Dory is setting up the Dracloak. He's just
That's important, that's important, that's important.
He's definitely going to take out the other damaged Dracloak here with the Psychic Energy. There's no reason to not take that one. It's an extra resource.
Yeah, he does so. He points towards that, you know, Roaring Scream, and do we see energy board or whatever? We don't quite see it currently.
Ricky hasn't shown us just yet. Can he close out the game?
There's
Lost Vacuum
Farigiraf.
is a dead card right now, and Farigiraf also not helpful.
So Artisan could perhaps fin out something, but I think that's all of the Dreepies have been played, and we do see a load of options. You know, even Unfair Stamp is also an option to draw additional cards. So when we're on the train of like looking at options, there's a ton of them. But of course, you know, weirder things have happened. We have seen positions like this change a lot by the power of Iono. That's why the card was printed after all. And I mean, it's still going to be a tense Dracloak happening here.
Yep, this could be just the 1 card. So many outs here. A really smart shuffle. So you've put all of your supporters that you had in hand back to the top.
And future booster caps on it. Heavy ball, no.
These are not the cards we're looking for. The future booster does reduce retreat cost, but only of future Pokemon.
Yeah, and even though the Alakazam is quite psychic, it does not read the future as well enough to be a future Pokemon itself. So
the turn's been bought here for David.
Yeah, and let's see what he's going to be doing with it, because it's either, you know, you can take out the Dracloak and finish it off with a play that says Drifloon and knock out the Dragapult for last 2. Perhaps. It also means that David then, Ricky then would need to win off the top of his deck, which I actually do like, you know, still using the Screamtail. Of course, Ricky's still, you know, going through the motions with the Alakazam, putting some damage onto Radiant Greninja, which is quite nice.
Yeah, it's 1 Pokemon that you can't Adrenabrain off of, right? Or am I thinking completely wrong? I'm out of nowhere there. I'm just thinking you can't embrace to it, but...
Yeah, exactly. But you can still, you're going to Adrenabrain from every single Pokemon you'd like. So it just, you know, removes 10 damage, and it does 60 instead. Not quite consequential.
I think I like just taking the full 2 off the Screamtail there, just so you make David load up more energy, commit them to 1 Pokemon.
Yeah, because essentially just taking 10 damage off doesn't change anything in this spot because the Drag Cloak would still be taken out. So not really doing much here, but I mean, one thing that is for sure, it's not going to change the whole objective of Ricky has essentially, or not has to, but perhaps has to win off the top of his deck now.
Let's have a look. 2 more cards for David. Can he piece together a Drifloon attack here? Can he Drifloon gust up this Dragapult yet? Go down to 1?
I mean, if you can, there's no more gas for Crispin, and if there's no more gas for Crispin, it means that Ricky doesn't have a good way of finding an attack, so...
He'd have to, like, Night Stretcher for the Psychic Energy and go for an attack with Radiant Alakazam. That would probably the Mind Ruler.
And we get to see 20 for each card in hand, so if David does, you know, get the Bravery Charm on, limit his hand size too, we get to see the full action counterplay, but we said, then again, Ricky will still need to win off the top of his deck regardless, so... That would be crazy if we get to see that happen. That would be the first time we've seen the Spoon guy just coming in with a Mind Ruler and just taking it out.
David really going through what his lines of play are, counting up those energy. I don't think he's even seen a Lightning Energy yet. Or has he even seen any parts of the Iron Thorns yet?
He's not seen
many Crispin, so he knows something's up.
Yeah, he's seen Lightning Energies off the Recon Directive, but just steer clear of them.
Right.
So he does still have the Lightning Energies in deck. We haven't seen them discarded. We haven't seen them, you know, put into play yet. But one thing that is for sure is that, I mean, of course, he doesn't want the Thorns in this situation. Maybe it would have been different, but...
Still going to be the 60 damage onto the Dracloak then.
Yeah, we got to imagine we put David out of this game a while back, and he's clawed himself back. What is the top? Iono. So
it's only going to be 1 card here. You can Lost Vacuum first, just to get rid of these 2 and never see them again. Just get rid of the Artisan or the Bravery Charm on the bench.
Yeah, I mean, like, the Artisan does more for David, presumably, than the Bravery Charm would, because we just need to take out. But it doesn't truly matter what we take here. We have to win off the top of the deck.
My goodness.
And I'm sitting in suspense there. I really need to see that card.
Well, at the very least, you put David down to just 2 cards himself, so it's a huge combo for him to still win on the next turn, but there's just 1 card for Ricky. Will it help him move this Radiant Alakazam?
I don't think it will, otherwise he would have played it, so...
Has he even looked? Has he had a peek?
Shoot to the camera, Ricky.
Well,
come on.
No, it's just going to be the painful spoons again from the Radiant Alakazam.
Yeah, but the good thing about it here is that, you know, David cannot get the knockout on Dragapult as the environment sees right now. He also can't use Festindipi to draw. There's no Curly on the board.
Yeah.
So it means that it has to happen through an energy of the concealed cards, which means that essentially you can lock down the game a little bit, and like you essentially just want to build up, you know, a 2-shot with Screamtail, which is difficult to do if you don't have the Bravery Charm, because if you put too much damage onto the Screamtail, the spoons are going to hurt you.
Well, Dragapult's a terror as well. You can't bench damage the Dragapult yet.
Exactly.
It's only the Drifloon, and that's being super odded back into the deck now.
But
that's
it's another
what David has to work towards.
of...
Has to be Gusting Effect plus Bravery Charm plus the Monkey Dory can get the Dragapult down to 300 damage. And we still need to, we need Boss's Orders. Bravery Charm Drifloon here is what David has to work towards, but he has no draw to help him get there.
Yeah, and Counter Catcher will work too, but it's a lot of cards that are needed here.
This is
and we get to see the Artisan.
Drifloon can come straight back out. We know that much.
But the thing about it, we just also need the other cards in conjunction with them.
Yeah. Ooh, eyeing up Counter
Catcher, Bravery Charm.
There's no way there's an Arvin in his hand. Arvin in hand. This is game.
Yeah.
My goodness, David, look at this! Bravery Charm onto Drifloon. Counter catch up the Dragapult. It has 1 damage counter on it. We have Monkey Dory that can move 1 more damage, and Drifloon is going to load itself up for a massive KO. David, with his back against the wall, has pulled out an epic play.
And I think we owe David a sincere apology for ruling him out of this game. Oh, wow. What a game David pulled off here. I mean, it did take some unlucky moments, but here again, I mean, this is a crazy comeback, mate.
So calm as well. David has found the line, the only one that wins him this game. Absolutely incredible game 1 there from David. Exceptional play.
And such exceptional play we've seen off the guard of our players today. All of them equally just being on the beat. Regardless of what starts they've had, it has just been fantastic showcasing from them. And wow.
That was a long game as well, and these archetypes, they can play a little bit quickly, but the Dragapult has to really speed things up if they're going to end up getting a win here with 20 minutes or so left on the clock. Let's see the replay of how it turned out. David just had to keep submitting those prize cards. Got the first Drifloon in to take out the first Dragapult, then had to get really cheeky with counter catch on this Radiant Alakazam. That's where things turned, Jesper.
Exactly. That's where we like, taking out the engine is always, a really good strategy of when you're facing any single deck. There's always going to be some engine you can take out. In this case, the Drag Cloaks and the Alakazam just being stuck there for too long just led to both with these Drag Cloaks on the bench being knocked out and essentially just taking apart the engine. The car doesn't run without the engine, does it?
Absolutely. That's such a great phrase, and what a wiggle room spot David found there. A few moments there for Ricky, maybe, like you said, lost vacuuming away. Artisan could have completely blocked that line of play on that
because the Drifloon couldn't have been there, right?
Those are the fine margins of Pokemon these days. Even when you're that far ahead, things can still go awry. Of course, Ricky had some unfortunate draws there. Wasn't drawing much the whole time, but had a lot of outs remaining in that deck to still close out the game. So can feel a little bit begrudged for how well he had started there, not coming away with the victory, and is going to have to turn things around in this next game. Is there much he can do differently this time, Jesper?
I think with the positions that Ricky was in the first game, of course, right? Like we're looking at, he's so far ahead. He solidifies the lead. I don't think so, really. We weren't
interesting. He's chosen to go second here. You can see that with David starting things off. That shows just how important the TM evolution is going to be for Ricky.
Yeah, exactly. And ideally, in this specific position that we have now, where David likely gets a better setup, of course, we probably look into a situation where Thorns is a lot better, and then you could have started Thorns like block the Ninja, because essentially Thorns inactive is like a path to the peak. Oh, good old boy. But
no one's ever called path to the peak that before, Jesper. Only you.
But, we see Ricky with a very good starting hand here, and he does have the Puff and Arvin. So we're looking at, David has to, off this standpoint here, wants to get the energies in the discard pile, do this typical Guardy setup, and as you touched on before, 17.5 minutes left. It's going to be difficult to see 2 games finishing here, perhaps one to scream up either for 2 a victory or a tie. But definitely just, finishing the game, first of all, it's going to be a little bit difficult in comparison to what we took last game.
Yeah, Ricky's going to have to not only find a way to win, but find it quickly. David's going through his first search, finds the double Psych Energy, always the mission of any Gardevoir EX, as we saw in that last game. You can throw them all onto the board with your Gardevoir EX. Let's see 2 cards from Radiant Greninja. Haven't yet spied what else is in David's hand. Do we have access to any ball search here?
And I think there's an Ultra Ball at the left end of the hand, so we could potentially get something like there's also Ralts in hand. Either Ralts or Curlia. So we still gonna get some setup pieces, which, compared to the last game, more.
Miles better.
Anything is miles better, right?
Yeah,
so
true.
In comparison, a lot better setup, and of course, as we talked about, Ricky's deck is not configured to have this, instant response early in the game, which also means that with the position that we have right now, it's going to take a while to set up. Of course, we had this great setup last game where it's like TM Evo into Crispin, into attack on turn 2. He has to hit all of that again to make sure he goes fast. That's not even a guarantee. But of course here, 2 rolls down. Of course, 2 is double the amount of 1, so that's even way better. So
we're happy with that.
I mean, in David's spot, I would have wished for a Buddy Puffin, but I'm not going to be, unhappy with getting to out 2 rolls in comparison to what we've tried before.
Well, we've seen what he can do with 0. So we'll see how he does with 2 this time around. The turn attachment onto Radiant Greninja, maybe indicating that he has access to more on a future turn.
And there's also an opening for perhaps, a Team Evo next turn. Just getting the energy attached there in case an Iona falls and it doesn't hit any energy. So it's also safeguarding yourself against, making sure that you can either get to retreat or use Team Evo, because of course, Guardy doesn't accelerate energies onto the Greninja because it's a water type. So you need to attach these energies from hand, and if you have them, and if you haven't attached for turn yet, and you have it in the active, why not just do it straight away?
Ricky's taking a quick look at his Dracloak, which might indicate that he does have that TM Evolution line available to him. But also looking at Iron Thorns now. Interesting.
And we haven't touched on the prize cards yet, because of course Iron Thorns doesn't make sense in this game, because, David hasn't had a terrible start this game. Of course, I had to have a balanced start. But of course, if we're looking at Ricky's prize cards, there are 2 Night Searchers and a Dragapult in the prize cards.
You only play 2 Dragapult EX. So.
And how many Night Searchers do you play in this list? You play 2.
Oh my goodness.
This doesn't look too great for setting up Dragapults. Of course, you can set up the 1 Dragapult, but then if you don't get the other pieces for the extra Dragapult, you're suddenly stranded in a position where there's no Dragapult. If there's no Dragapult, there's no party.
Yeah, you'd think that with 3 of those outs in the prizes that you've got good odds of it, and there is a night stretcher towards the bottom end, the first couple of prizes you'll take. So I think you can sort of take that risk, as Ricky, say that this is your best attacker in the matchup, let's go in with it and hope to pull those cards out of prizes, as we do see the Buddy Buddy Poffin into the Arven. And looking like the rescue board rather than the TM evolution here, Jesper. Do we just not have access to energy here?
Yeah, but Nesball rescue board also means that you can pull in a Foreign City active to try and like stall, you know, a bit of time in Ricky's favor to make sure that these attachments go ahead. I mean, ideally he would want that he could rescue board the Dreepy, attach a Team Evo to a. I do think there's energy.
Oh, there is one in hand. There's TM evolution in hand as well, Jesper.
Oh wow, this is like perfect because he gets to close down the ninja option for next turn, unless, you know, a boss falls. But, like, of course, David doesn't want to play boss in this case, right? And he gets the Team Evolution into double dark close. So actually the perfect start with all this in mind for Ricky, really.
Your eyes do not deceive you. There is an Iron Thorns in this Dragapult EX deck. It's a kind of budding archetype that we've seen discussed over just a couple of weeks now, really, even a little bit less. So yeah, this is the combination that Ricky's got to a 5-0 record with. His back's against the wall now, but he's at least developed a couple Drakloak and has started to develop his side of the field. As we go back over to David, like you said, concealed cards no longer an option, but there is refinement online for David.
And there's also the optional Artisan, so you can like sequence it the way of like you can dig cards out with Artisan first, or you can just use, you know, Curly at first to try and hit some of these cards. Ideally, of course, David wants to hit more of these pieces to set up. We're talking, you know, supporter-wise, we're talking getting the extra Curly out. We're also talking about, you know, actually getting additional Ralts out as well, because we still want to make sure that we get that third Ralts. Of course, the fourth one's prized, so we get the third one to make sure we can get more Curly into play, and of course, Monkey Dory too. And that's also why it's pretty smart not to use the Artisan here, because you want to get additional ones of these basic Pokemon. And if you want to get multiple basic Pokemon, you have to make sure that you draw cards first and then you Artisan, because the Artisan is a guaranteed basic Pokemon for you.
Well said. There is a difficult Ultra Ball decision for David. Going to throw away a Psychic. You knew that was always going to happen. I think it was Bravery Charm in the end that was discarded for David.
And the Bravery Charms are not really nice to discard, because of course the Bravery Charms are the card that represents you being able to one-hit KO a Dragapult with the usage of Monkey Dory. That's also quite a combo in itself, but of course when you're playing a deck with Curly, you're drawing loads of cards, right? That should be a possibility. And Secret Box on top of that, but you know, throwing away one of these ways of, you know, essentially one-hit KOing a Dragapult EX, it's not too great. You're playing 3 Bravery Charms, which means that you have 2 tickets to a one-hit KO left. And that's not free.
We're going to see the INO for the turn here. Both players having fairly low hand sizes, so neither too upset to see it. As we're going to see 6 additional cards for David before getting his next refinement in. And again, just choosing to see the 6 cards before this Artisan, just to get as many basic Pokemon out as possible here. And
I think it's perfect sequencing if we're looking at the way that we want to get more Pokemon out. We want Monkey Dory to get established soon. We also would want, you know, speaking of the monkey, he's getting in. And, you know, just getting this set up. But it's so difficult with that darn Iron Thorns in the active spot. It's, you know, we need to actually maybe target it at some point, because if it just stays in there, there's no usage of Gardevoir happening around. And if we can't get to use Gardevoir, I mean, our deck doesn't work.
No, and one crucial issue for David is that his 1 copy of Boss's Orders is actually in those prize cards as well. So Ricky really just has to wait. Oh, sorry, David has to wait for Ricky to take the first prize so you can counter-catch around this Iron Thorns. Otherwise, we're going to be attaching turn for turn towards an attacker here.
And actually, we could have been in a position that where if Ricky had won game 1, and he sat with the Iron Thorns past,
that would have been a problem. That would have been a big problem.
That would have been a 1-0 win with Ricky in that position. But that's not with the reality we're dealing with right now. We're dealing with the reality that Ricky has to catch up, and he has 10 minutes and 45 seconds to do so.
Look at this. Does have the Klefki, though.
Oh,
that could be another way that you could actually shut down the Iron Thorns' ability, so then you could still use your Psychic Embrace, but you have to, like, find means of retreating into it, and that's actually going to happen now, so you can draw from Radiant Greninja, perhaps.
But you also need, like, for Ricky not to take the knockout on the Klefki, perhaps, and it seems a bit odd because...
Well, here's Crispin.
There's probably a knockout here, because if we get to knock out the Klefki, then yes, as you said, counter-catchers are active. That's true. But the thing about it is he still has to get them. He struggled so much getting Gardevoir out last game, where he presumably also, in this case, maybe even struggling to get out the counter-catchers as well, even though they're more vitally searchable, of course, via Arven. But the thing about it here is that he throws the Klefki into the active, shuts off. Maybe, presumably, we wanted actually to keep a Klefki to use on this next turn coming up to put down a Gardevoir to actually get the one-shot in with a Drifloon, perhaps.
Was it simply just that David wanted to keep everything else as draw on his board at some point? You know you're going to get around the Iron Thorns anyway with Countercatcher. You've given up that tempo. And you say, well, this is the thing that I can just happily see go, and I'll get around this Iron Thorns later. A really cool synergy here is that the Volt Cyclone is going to take a prize, but also move an energy to a Dracloak here. A really nice element of this archetype. There's more synergy than meets the eye here, where you can get this Iron Thorns online and start powering up a Dracloak in the process.
It's not just like the Iron Thorns deck we saw win the World Championships this season, or last season. We also get to see a
Giraffe-ring.
Oh, whoa!
Just thinning it, I think, pretty sure.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's fitting at this point because the Fairy Giraffe is not useful. It's only basic Pokemon EX that targets, so therefore, I mean, there's no basic Pokemon EX that David can attack with, unless he decides to attach free energies to Pheasantipede from his hand. But
that would be something.
Yeah. I mean, I probably wouldn't have seen stranger things happen with the Gardevoir deck. That would probably have been the strangest I've seen. But also, we get the Future Booster Energy Capsule heading in for the Iron Thorns here. Usually, Iron Thorns has this issue of being a big, bulky Pokemon. Booster Capsule says, "Oh, you're light."
Can get through the Klefki pretty easily, and yeah, has established his board as well as possible. Once again, triple Dracloak on the bench, ready to rumble.
But it's going to go up against triple Curlia.
There you go.
And, you know, not Ninja because of the Iron Force, of course. So we're looking at, you know, a presumably knockout happening with Drifloon. That's the way that David is going to be, you know, swinging back and taking out this Iron Thorns. And likely thereafter, we won't have any issues with an Iron Thorns coming up unless...
Well, we got to move him. We got to ignore this guy. We can't go through the Iron Thorns. We need our ability.
Yeah, we got to move
Gardevoir.
him unless we move him twice, right? So it's also, the issue comes up with, if we move him, he comes back.
Oh, he's back.
And he takes out
maybe taking a swing with Gardevoir EX would be your best option there.
Yeah, but the thing about it is that it goes into 140 and also sets it up for, you know, 140 goes down to, with Monkey Door, goes down to 110, then 200 for Dragapult, shoots up to that free 10. So it's also, you know, bad in that case to take the damage if Ricky then has the responsive with Boss's Orders and so on and so forth. So we can get into quite sticky situation here with the Thorns just keeping on attacking as much as it can.
Yeah, it's going to be a constant issue for David to get around, as we're going to see the Ultra Ball. Presumably, we are going to grab Gardevoir EX here. I think there was access to Arven for Countercatcher, which is online for David right now. So this Iron Thorn can be budged, and you probably are just chasing energy on the Dracloak on the bench here.
Exactly, and I mean, it does look difficult here, but we can't discount it. I mean, Ricky is on a timer here. With 7 minutes left, I mean, concluding this game is vitally possible, sure is, but it's still, you know, building phase he has to get through. And, you know, this building phase better go fast, because otherwise, I mean, the Gardevoir
wasn't the Arven, so no guarantee of Countercatch here. We're going to be digging 6 cards deeper for David, looking for a means of moving this Iron Thorns out the way. What a pesky ability it finds itself being for so many archetypes in the game.
And nor did we see the Artisan for the Drifloon first, so perhaps we're actually having to look that we get the Drifloon, we get the Bravery Charm, and we get the option, but we do see Secret Box here can get you all the stuff that you want.
And the Countercatcher's there, so David does have access to, I think I like the Gardevoir EX swing. That makes the most sense to me. I know you've just Iono'd your Professor Churros to the bottom of the deck, but that could be something you can...
You can still Artisan shuffle and then Churro back, so it is definitely possible to have that, and that's, you know...
Can have a quick read of Giraffe Ring as well. Never want to get caught short. I suppose when there's Crispin available, a 2-energy attacker is always online. Psychic Assault, for those who don't know, I don't know why you wouldn't know this Giraffe Ring. It's such a common card. 20 plus 10 off each damage counter on your opponent's active Pokemon. That's one that we've read for the first time just now.
Yeah, I definitely read that before. Sure thing.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I've read everything, of course.
Totally.
But looking at, you know, how this turn's going to go down, of course, Heavy Ball for Aralts, nice to get that, but presumably not something that he actually wants to put into play this turn, unless he wants to, you know, actually build, you know, kind of this pyramid with Turo. You can make it so you can attack with Gardevoir, do the 190, and then you can actually, the next turn, you can Turo the Guardy, put down the Curlia again on this Ralts that may be getting benched. Depending on if he wants to do that, of course. But then again, he needs to Artisan Shuffle first to make sure that a Turo gets shuffled to a random place on the deck that isn't the bottom.
And it is indeed going to be that Dracloak coming into the active. More so than anything else, we've got to move this Iron Thorn so we can start beginning to get the Psychic Embrace in. I'd love to see some counters being thrown onto these other Dracloak as well, or possibly onto the Iron Thorn so Gardevoir EX can deal with it at a later stage as well. So
that might also be very good because, of course, Ricky doesn't have, many good options of, going ahead and removing these damage counters of the Iron Thorns. And if you can get 40 damage on it, I mean, it is not difficult because Monkey Dory 20 twice, right? And you can move 30 from the Gardevoir now, which actually, if you then use Monkey Dory the next turn again, you actually put it within range of Gardevoir. And I would be thinking that if you get rid of this one Iron Thorns, you've probably got rid of it for good.
Yep, it's so pesky that David agrees. Let's start setting up this Iron Thorns EX for later whilst taking this one prize, leveling up that trade with the Miracle Force. Gardevoir pairs so nicely with that Monkey Dory because you actually are a tanky Pokemon once again. You're back up to that really healthy 280 threshold after self-damaging, and you are going to level up the trade here. Doesn't hit the boss's orders, which is important to keep an eye on.
That would have been very nice, and we're also, David forgoes the perhaps, pyramid evolution of getting into it. And of course, David must have known. He has his boss prize, and it's an option that he can draw from the prize cards, as well as David, Ricky's going to jump ahead again if he goes for a bench Pokemon. Now, presumably here, it looks like that David accepted. Next turn, I will Monkey Dory some damage over to the Iron Thorns again, get the knockout. And then we have to see where we go from there, depending on Dragapult coming out and all that, because the attachment needs to go into Iron Thorns. But of course, the Volt Cyclone is going to move that down to a Dracloak, presumably, right?
Yeah.
So we're looking at a spot where there's probably going to come a Dragapult at some point, but the Dragapult perhaps on itself is not going to be able to clean out the 4 prizes that are left afterwards.
There's those 2 avenues, right, where you can try and use Iron Thorns plus Gust to deal with the Monkey Dory, or just a single prizer, move this Gardevoir out the way, so you're still advancing your prize race, or you try and get a Crispin in and attack with that Dragapult EX. And it is going to be the Crispin, so we can accelerate 1 energy and also take an energy to our hand. So that means that we're probably going Dragapult.
Psychic. So, yeah. And I mean, off Crispin here, if we were to attack with Iron Thorns, presumably we would search Lightning. So, yeah, I think he gets your point straight across. I think you guys can hear each other, right? So we're just getting towards, a Dragapult attacking here.
It's got to be. We're going to get an attachment.
Yes, of course, he has to attach one of them, and then the other goes. So, yeah, it goes on to the Dracloak.
I'm certain there must already be a Dragapult EX in the hand if we're making this line. Yeah, there is an Ultra Ball available to Ricky. And there's also that Radiant Alakazam, so we can take out a Curlier this turn if we get creative with Radiant Alakazam. 1 more Recon Directive before evolving up. Makes sense. Picks the Hisuian Heavy Ball and is going to have a take a peek. There is a Dreepy in there that he can cherry pick out.
And of course, we want to get into further setting up our engine and getting it ongoing. That's what Dreepy helps perfectly with, to kind of go through these cards. That's also one of the things, I mean, we talked about how fantastic Recon Directive has been as an ability, as Airmail, as UXLX, whatever. It has been fantastic. But the issue with it is that you're not getting rid of the cards. So it means you're not actively thinning your deck enough to the point where, if you have cards in hand, you get Iona, it's going to be rough to hit them again.
Well, we saw that. We saw that in game 1. There were still a number of dead cards in the deck that he could draw into.
And I think had Recon Directive been named Trade or Refinement, I don't think Ricky would have had that issue. But, I mean, we're in the reality of that. There's going to be coming a Dragapult out here, not benching the Dreepy to further the setup.
Yeah.
But at least we're going to be seeing some Phantom Dive action, perhaps.
Yeah, maybe there are just too many other important cards in the hand. I know there was some more Pokegear, I think, so you just want to keep yourself as safe as possible from hand
energies as well, so make sure that you can attack with the Iron Thorns need be. Alakazam too. So yeah, it was quite a rough discard off that. Perhaps maybe would have liked even to just, not play the Heavy Ball if so, because he would have known there's a Dreepy prized. Would he rather
take one and use one later? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So there's a question of that. And of course, Radiant Alakazam and getting the knockout on Curlia. Dismantling a bit of the setup there, getting the Gardevoir up to 200.
Here. It's going to be the Night Stretcher. It's actually a big deal, like we said. The other Night Stretcher and the Dragapult EX are prized, so this one Dragapult that was in play for Ricky now can be recovered. So that's a huge headache reprieved from him, as we are going to be damaging that Gardevoir heavily. It's going to be down to David to try and remove this damage, undo a lot of that Phantom Dive damage on the previous turn, and see what else he can construct here. The alternative is try and get that big Drifloon swinging as well here.
But we also have to look at it here. How does Ricky take 4 prizes in 2 turns? Clock's going to run out in a second.
Yeah,
we have 12 seconds. Yeah. This should be the last turn before time is called, which means that we need to see Ricky get 4 prizes. It is possible if the Turo is not played on the Gardevoir this turn.
Yeah.
If the Turo is played on a Gardevoir this turn, it seems like a very rough road ahead.
And
time is called. So yeah, we're storming ahead and trying to reach that turbo.
So when time is called in the Pokemon trading card game, we have 3 additional turns. So David is turn 0, Ricky will be turn 1, David will have 1 more turn, and then Ricky will have 1 more turn to close out the game. If he doesn't take all 6 prizes, the game does not conclude, and David will be a 1-0 victor here. So David can only win or tie at this stage. Ricky really trying to dodge a Professor Churro scenario. I think that will be the card that will be dooming Ricky here, and that's what David's going to dig for.
I completely agree on that. And you can see here, David is trying his best to sequence towards it, right? Of course, he's trying to figure out what can... There's a secret box. A secret box that could guarantee a DA spec coming in. And it depends on if David also sees this, right? Because, of course, he has to agree with us in this line. Because, I mean, using Churro...
Well, he knows time's just been called.
Yes.
So he's very aware that he doesn't need to take the last 5 prize cards to win this set.
No.
He's going to see 2 more cards from Refinement.
Bravery Charm 2 is also going to, disrupt some of these, perhaps bench knockout that come on, perhaps a Monkey Dory if we get to spoon action a bit here. But, I mean, really... I'm just waiting to see what happens on this secret box here, because
secret box. Here comes the
there's
Professor Churro scenario, Bravery Charm, Counter Catcher. David knows exactly what's up right now. I think we're going to start seeing a really bizarre board state where we're just going to be Bravery Charming any basic that we put down and no longer launch any more attacks. I don't think it matters. We're going to go after that Radiant Alakazam as a 2 retreat cost, and we're also just going to try and make a chunky 1 prize board state.
And as you said yourself beautifully, a game that hasn't concluded does not count. And there's no shenanigans with, least prizes wins here in these cases. It is just game does not count, which means that the 1 game we played will be counting towards our set and even pulls up the Alakazam to try and make sure there's no funny business happening here. And the Churro scenario healing 210 damage off the Gardevoir. That is such an eyesore to see.
Great.
And even the Gardevoir coming up again.
It's going to be Bravery Charm onto Monkey Dory. Let's just make everything as difficult to KO as possible. We can also heal the 2 damage that was on Monkey Dory previously with Adrenabrain. That does put Iron Thorns EX into range of a Gardevoir attack as well.
Yeah, sure
but
thing.
I'm pretty sure David's not going to launch an attack this turn.
No, it just goes pass. I mean, we see the hand motion of just, go ahead, mate. Do your best. And
this is going to be tough. There's Crispin action, so you can attack or retreat with Radiant Alakazam this turn. That's something for Ricky, but it does look difficult to actually piece together 4 prizes over these 2 turns. I think David's done the numbers.
Yeah, I think so too, because the Greninja being at 130, I can see Ricky taking 3 prizes.
Yeah,
that ain't 4. I can't see the 4 happening unless we have, something like a Kartana coming in from back in the day. But then again,
now you're just naming cards.
Now just naming cards that can draw a prize card, but that's even on an attack.
In this universe, it ain't happening by the looks of things. I think David's pretty confident in his position.
Yeah, I would be too if I was David. I mean, he has played this masterfully, right?
Yeah.
Time's cold, then he knows, wait, there's a Churro that could just be used here. Let's go for it. And he went for it. And with going for it at this stage here, of course, Ricky is trying his best. There is still the opportunity that maybe David puts something into play that is able to do. But Ricky sees the writing on the wall.
Ricky is fully aware of the situation that he couldn't launch enough attacks in this turn and the next to conclude that game number 2. So David will walk away the 1-0 victor here and takes a set, going to 6-0 at the Gdańsk Regional Championships.
And hitting that 18 match point threshold to, perhaps go through today too as well is really big. And, that's like the first of these winning in situations that we had. And, instead of asking me, in terms of winning ins, can you just please ask David instead? Because apparently he knows what the trick is.
Well, this is how you do it. Your back's against the wall. You make those small percentage plays, and they just about come off. This is the game 1, once again, the breakdown where we saw the early Drifloon KO. He knew he was submitting many prize cards, but he goes for the Iono plus Counter Catch combination into Screentail. It bought him a couple turns, and it was just enough wiggle room to dodge those basic energy attachments. That's all Ricky needed. And was able to steal that game number 1 with a massive combination. The Super Rod into Arven. Wow, impeccable game 1.
And just too many blanks happening here. Of course, we get to see the knockout here. Gunning up for game 1 and getting that knockout. And then, of course, we saw, the story of this game other than game one was, of course, Ironforce actually having something to do and actually doing something to the board state. But of course, David, if we went this game through, if we got to actually finish the second game, it would have been a close and tight finish.
Definitely would have been, yeah.
But of course, you know, we see David seeing what is going to happen, seeing the writing on the wall, be like, okay, I just have to Turo.
Yeah.
And that's going to be, you know, the most important point we see. We'll probably see on the replay here. The secret bots coming in. Bravery Charm,
straight away.
Turo.
Yeah.
Counter catcher.
No illusion of what you had to do at that
Alakazam,
stage.
and we head for Turo City. And yeah, that just wraps up the game.
Right then and there, David knew that he was in a fantastic position to close out the game, sheerly by removing damage counters and happy to pass things away with that Alakazam in the active position. Just another hurdle for Ricky, and as you could see, he understood the situation, and it's going to be a fantastic victory for David there. That can sometimes be the big reason between winning and losing, being aware of the situation in the game, not just the board state, but also aware of timing and how you can close out wins, not necessarily always by taking those 6 prizes.
Exactly, as you're talking about, you know, massively played out time-wise here by David. But of course, we got to give it up to Ricky as well.
Yeah.
Played wonderfully, of course, missed so much in game one, of course, having to hit all these blanks off the deck, of course, but...
He kept using Artisan to shuffle the right cards back as well.
He still kept missing. And still missed somehow. And even though he did that, I mean, David took the game, but nevertheless, we got to see Ironforce Dragapult on the stream for the first time during this weekend, and I think it was a treat to watch it.
It really was.
The different ways they could be playing, because of course game one we saw like Mono Dragapult playing out, and then game two we finally got to see Ironforce Dragapult playing out then instead.
There's more synergy than on the surface. You just think, oh, you've just kind of mashed 2 cards together and said that they have kind of different strengths and weaknesses. Like if you take the sort of matchup data of one of the decks and then the other and say, well, if one's bad into this matchup, let's try converging the 2. Maybe this works out. But there are some really cute plays going on. You have so many recon directives that you have license to use that Crispin as well, which I think is bizarre. Seeing 4 copies of that in a deck list, amazing to see that it actually does still run smoothly. We saw that work really nicely between the 2, and I think it's a real archetype. We saw their flashes, even though it wasn't able to win, it was very, very far ahead in that first game, was in a good spot as well in that second game, so there's no doubt that there's something to this new combination.
And there's definitely potential. After we saw this deck, you know, pop up a little bit in Japan these past few weeks, I mean, Ricky taking it here and showing why it's good. Didn't win on stream necessarily, but it's still shown by starting 5-0, being 5-1 now, still having 2 more rounds to try and advance to day 2, that he is fully within contention with this new archetype.
Are you one of these players, Jesper, that likes to stick to a deck throughout a format as long as you find something you like and keep playing? Or will you be, similar to Ricky, jumping onto a new, not necessarily a fad, but these new technologies, these new ideas that can twist a tournament? How do you think about that in your preparation?
I mean, going for the history of the season, for me at least, like Baltimore's playing Charizard, same as I was playing at the World Championships. Dortmund, I was playing Terrapagos, and in Lille, I was playing Lost Box. So, I mean, I gotta admit,
you keep people guessing.
I keep just going around, whippling through decks, and you know what they all have in common? They all lose me to darn winning it every single time.
No matter what, huh? Oh, that's rough. But yeah, I think that's a really interesting takeaway, because we've seen already some players on stream who, you know, like Stefan, for example, jumping back to Gardevoir despite having great results with an archetype, then seeing Mateusz bringing a different Gardevoir build with Burnett, but that's something he's played for a long time and become a real master of it. And David as well has played Gardevoir, Burnett, and regular Gardevoir over the last few tournaments with decent placements. So yeah, has been doing pretty solidly. And there's a big debate in the player base of like, yes, you can save yourself time by playing the same deck and getting really, really good at it, so you know your matchups inside and out and just playing flawlessly. But also there's a big debate of maybe I can catch the right week, the right metagame for this deck. If I'm versatile with my strategy, I can switch things up and pounce on a meta.
And exactly as we see, you know, looking forward at these metas, looking at, you know, and trying to spy out what's the meta going to be for next week happening up. And I mean, we already have in 2 weeks, we got LAIC happening there.
Yeah.
And with LAIC happening, we have to, of course, look at what happened in the region there in Brazil. Of course, we have to look at what happened here in Europe. And of course, we have to make sure that you put your deck together looking at that as well. So of course, we're still looking at, you got to beat Raging Bolt, you got to beat Lugia. But then of course, we have to take some losses somewhere, because there's no way of building a deck that is going to be capable of beating every single deck. So you're taking your shot somewhere, you're taking your chances where you can, and you're making sure that you can build the best deck for yourself. Because as we've said before, it's not every deck that likes you.
Constant developments then here in Gdansk. That was round number 6, which means we have another winning in to show you momentarily. And because we went to time, it means it's going to be a quick turnaround for the next one. So stick around for round 7.
Welcome to the Pokemon Center pop-up here in Honolulu, Hawaii at Pokemon World 2024. We are here with some champions who are going to show us what it's like to shop with a pro, right, Spraggles?
That's right. This is the best place to be here at the Pokemon World Championships.
And who are you standing here with?
And an international champion, Polaris.
And I am here with international champion, Avery. And what is it like to compete in a Pokemon championship?
Well, kind of stressful. If you're doing a battle, you have to determine if you win or not.
How do you feel about competing this year?
It's pretty fun.
Are you gonna win, do you think?
I hope so.
What are your favorite things to shop for? Plushies.
I mostly like the big ones.
How do you feel coming here to compete in Hawaii?
A little nervous because I don't know to play yet.
I mean, you're a champion. You can make it happen. I love that I've gotten to meet you before, actually, at a Pokemon Center. I've met your family before. What's your favorite part about traveling to compete with all of these Pokemon events?
It's really fun to play Pokemon. Just love the game.
And what's the best part about bringing your family to all this stuff?
My dad, mom, and Cyrus, they just come and they watch and they like cheer me, and it's really fun for them.
Do you think Cyrus will one day be a champion like you?
Probably. I really hope so.
What's your favorite thing about coming to the Pokemon Center?
Definitely big plushies.
What's the #1 thing you're looking for in there?
A big Slowpoke.
A big Slowpoke. You heard it here first, folks. A big Slowpoke.
You told me that you like to look at giant plushies, and I couldn't find a giant plushie, but I found something really big for you. Are you ready? This Pokemon can turn into any Pokemon. What do you think?
Pretty cool.
There you go, that's for you.
You said you wanted a big plushie. I found you something even bigger. Oh. Okay. Yeah, it's big, right? What do you think?
I think it's amazing.
All right, well, you're taking it home, buddy.
All right, let's go.
Here we go. Told you it was huge, right? Pretty big. Watch it. Watch its head. Watch its head. I think the toughest thing will be getting it in your carry-on, but once it's on the plane, like, you're good to go.
And the crowds, the sights and the sounds, gonna make them say the best of the best, the ultimate test. But when we go all the way, here with our friends among champions, the best that we've ever known. Go for the gold, but everyone knows only one of us is gonna take it home. We share the same vision, we have the same mission, so let the games begin. Come on, travel from far to play, gonna give all it takes, 'cause we came to win.
Jeff, a smile on his face, Prince.
You hold.
Fabio Musican, Robbie, Marco Himata, Caladora Silva is your 2024
Latin America International Champion.
what infectious music. We were just moving along to it. We had to. You just can't stop. It's such a fantastic tune. We're here in Gdańsk, Poland, and we're getting through our day number 1 here. We've just had our first win and in, which means even more win and in action here. It's myself, Joe Menard, alongside me, Amy. You were just watching that last game. How did you find it?
I really enjoyed watching that. I was watching backstage. It was supposed to be my break, but I couldn't help myself but
That's what we do in our breaks.
Completely engrossed in the content. It was absolutely fantastic. I really wanted to see Dragathorns, Dragon Bolt with Iron Thorns together on stream today. We teased it earlier. We've just seen it. It was just spectacular. I'm really glad that we got to see it, and against a riveting matchup, in my opinion.
Yeah, we've actually seen a lot of Gardevoir on the stream today.
Yeah.
It's not super popular, but it is showing some decent representation and from some really strong pilots as well. All of these Gardevoir games have been nail biters because
they really have.
There's so much intricate math going on with the archetype. They already submit prizes just naturally by being a slower deck, but we're seeing why Gardevoir is still a top contender in the metagame.
And why it should never really be underestimated. And even if you think a deck has kind of fallen off the roster, you need to just keep your wits about you, because it only takes a couple of moments, a couple of different cards, a couple of different players to pick up the deck, and boom, it's back in our top cut.
And what you're seeing down here are 4 options of what you want to see in our win and in round. These archetypes are around those top tables, and we know that round 7 is coming up very soon, so we're going to be selecting these decks. You have the power of choosing which archetype you want to see here, so get your votes in. Community choice for the deck that you can see in this next win and in match.
Absolutely, of course. In option number 1, we have Terrapagos EX and Dusk Noir. In option number 2, Palkia V-Star Dusk Noir. Lots of Dusk Noir power. Option 3, Miraidon, who I know a lot of people at home this weekend are going to be rooting for. And of course, Charizard Pidgeot EX, which Jesper and I discussed earlier for our community choice. So there's lots of options, but equally lots of variance between these decks.
Yeah, they're not necessarily up against each other, so don't worry, you're picking just the deck you want to see. So that's important to note for your community rating. But these are all archetypes that we want to show off, you know? We haven't had the chance just yet, and they're worthy contenders in the metagame. Miraidon's a really interesting one this weekend as well, with almost like a recycled format where we now have Raging Bolt, which is one of your worst matchups, but Regidrago and Lugia V-Star being matchups you want to face. That could be a window of opportunity for Miraidon.
Absolutely. It's looking at the decks that are kind of making a resurgence and then thinking, okay, well, if kind of Lugia is here to take down the Regidrago, then I'm going to be there to take down the Lugia with my lightning types. So it just goes to show that no matter what happens, we always have this kind of growing format that does surprise us again and again. And Miraidon is still a decent contender in that. It's really fast. It dishes out great damage, especially when we're dealing with weakness. Iron Hands is still an incredibly relevant attacker in this meta, especially with Gardevoir running around again. It just feels like we've gone back a couple of months, but honestly, I'm loving it.
You can never write off that Iron Hands, of course. We're mostly seeing it in Lugia, but as you know, Miraidon is phenomenal at rocking it. I was just having a quick sneak peek to see some of our highest placing Miraidons, just to see in case there was any new inclusions from Stellar Crown. I know that Area 0 is something that our players have experimented with, but not to too much success. So I think it looks like, from what I can tell, just old traditional lists of Miraidon are the ones rising to the top right now and could be in that poll where you're still using the usual town store handful of tool cards just to have your consistency online.
And speaking of Miraidon, thank you so much everyone for voting. It was our winner.
Ooh, okay.
So we are going to see some Miraidon riding to the top very soon. But in the meantime, we are going to jump on over to Jesper, who's having a little bit of fun of his own in the community area.
And of course, we are here in the Fan Experience Center. Right here, I'm trying to color in some Pokemon here. Of course, we got, Mudkips. I already like my Mudkips. And we got Totodile and we got Piplup here trying to call this out. And this has been something that has been going on for the entirety of the day and will continue all throughout the weekend. Of course, overall, we are seeing still tons of players and parents throughout the area here as well. We also see, continuation of tables where we get, to see different groups of players and parents getting together and making sure that they can experience everything together. Of course, we also see the fan zone over here. If we follow along here, we get to see a place where we hang all the drawings that have been made. And I gotta tell you, this Charizard right here, wow. That is fantastic drawing. And we get to see all the things colored in. It's not only just drawings being colored in, as we've seen with some of them. Some of these are drawn by themselves. I mean, I've done arts class in school, but I'm not going to be able to draw anything like that at any point in my life. And that just shows that not only do we have great Pokemon players here at the event, we also do have fantastic artists coming right in here. And of course, Fansale's not the only thing that we got happening on this weekend. We're trying to go through tons of people. Again, this venue is jam-packed to the brim with a lot of different people in the event as well, trying to get through everything here. But you have everything. You have everything from the relaxation zones over. You have tables where people can stand at. And of course, we do have our vendor shops as well and our prize wall, as we saw earlier. And overall, with everything happening at the event, it's not only just the main event competition. Of course, side events have been going all day. And nothing less than the fan experience zone is going on, and it will still be going on throughout the entirety of the weekend. And this is not the only tournament where we're going to be having the fan experience zone. It's going to happen at the next regionals as well. So make sure that you stay tuned for that as well. And with that said, I'd like to throw to a quick break. And thank you so much for watching so far, but don't miss any bit of the action.
He was close. There you go. There's Jesper having fun out at the fun area. He kept his drawing in the lines. I can't believe it.
Joe
Fantastic.
Joe said that somebody must have done it for him because he never stays in the lines.
Oh, you love to see it. Jesper's out there having fun. These are just the sorts of things you can do at these tournaments. It's not all about that high-level play, although that's what we're getting into throughout the weekend. But there's so much more to see and to cover. If you're a lover of Pokemon, there's always something for you here.
Oh, absolutely. There's so much going on, and we've covered more of that over the weekend than usual, and I'm really glad to see that we're kind of stepping into that casual aspect. We are all here to have fun. We're playing a children's card game, Joe. It's really great. But also, there are so many other activities that we can do with our friends and with our families, just by coming along and embracing the Pokemon action. It's not just for those high-level competitors. As much as we love them, it's also all about the fun.
That's absolutely correct, because Pokemon is all about the fun, really. Even though there are these really high-level moments in games, it's about showing off your creativity, enjoying a hobby that we all share for many years, traveling around the globe, even just coming for a holiday and you happen to be around a Pokemon tournament. You don't have to center your entire weekend around this. You can go for a city break away, and then suddenly you're seeing some fantastic things. Pokemon's taking me all over the globe, and it's just a phenomenal occasion for everyone. So definitely recommend coming out to these regional tournaments.
Honestly, it's one of the absolute highlights of my existence, is being able to travel the world and enjoy Pokemon with so many other people. 5-year-old Amy would be like screaming inside and like telling me that I'm lying if I could go back and speak to her, because she would be like, no, that's not really happening, is it? But yes, it is happening. This is our hobby. This is our lives, and there's no reason that you can't go and enjoy that just beyond your own locals, as much as we love locals, of course, but there is so much more out there in the world, and we can all enjoy it together.
So we've had a look, we've had a scout, we've had a look at the tables, all right. We know we promised you Miraidon, but Miraidon has some bad matchups in this last win it in. Not necessarily things that we think are going to be that enjoyable, so I think we might be showing off Terrapagos instead. We're going against the people, Amy. What do you think?
So, okay, right.
We're doing this for you,
Joe,
we promise.
Joe.
You don't know that you don't want to see Miraidon.
Joe.
We're telling you.
Joe. Are you telling me that people do not have the power? Are you telling me that Galvantula was a lie?
We're keeping an eye on Miraidon. We're keeping track of it. There's 8 rounds. There's still time. Your vote does matter.
Okay, I'm just going to put it out there that I liked one of the Miraidon matchups and I was totally down. So I'm just putting it out there that I thought it was fun.
Listen, we're here for you, of course. And we are going to show Miraidon, no doubts about that. But we're going to make sure we show it in the best light. We're going to show it off doing its thing, coming in with iron hands, taking those prize cards. That's what you're here for.
Yeah, I suppose. Okay, I'll allow it.
And Terrapagos, you know what? I'm happy we're seeing some Terrapagos as well, to be honest with you. It's Alex's caster prediction. I've been piloting Terrapagos in a Palkia build for the last couple tournaments as well. I think this card is oozing with potential. It's the big card that changes Stellar Crown for me, and I think that Area Zero Underdepth's combination with Noctowl. Noctowl is, I know it got obliterated in our community bracket, but it was up against Pidgeot. That's a hard round for it. And Noctowl, I think, changes the game immensely. Having a Stage 1 version of Inteleon, which was already the best engine in its Sword and Shield format, now that you can do that on turn 2, it's like having multiple Starbirth available to you. Again, Arceus, one of the most playable cards in its own era. You know, not seeing so much play just now, but that's because there's other amazing V-Star powers available, but Noctowl can spam it. You can use this 3 or 4 times in the game. Noctowl is a crazy card.
Do you know what? Do you know what you just sounded like?
Go on.
Me.
That's you. I was doing the 30 seconds.
A couple of rounds ago. That's exactly what I said.
They never listened.
No, they didn't listen. You didn't listen to me. Come on, guys. Seriously, honestly, like, what am I supposed to do here?
Pidgeot.
It's a fantastic card. I was like, you remember Drizzle? Remember how everyone got really kind of fed up by the end of all that show, those shady dealings?
No one got fed up. Everyone likes picking the cards out of their deck rather than drawing and hoping.
Yeah,
we want to have guarantees. That's why I'm going to play Noctowl in every tournament that I can.
Gosh. But no, I genuinely think Jesper's suggestion of doing that same argument, that same poll in like a few months' time.
Interesting.
I want to see whether Noctowl can overtake Pidgeot at any point with its kind of growing usefulness and kind of its flexibility in this format. I kind of want to see if that does help out, because you can put a 1-1 line in. You can't do that with Pidgeot. Try a 101 in Pidgeot and see how it goes.
Terrapagos, actually.
Oh gosh, dang it. No, I'm kidding. It is, but you need the Noctowls as well.
Noctowl is what gets it going.
Exactly, because that's how you pluck out the rare candy, and it's what enables Pidgeot. So Pidgeot needs Noctowl. You can't just have the Pidgeot on its own, which I do like.
Yeah, I actually think it's tough to be a Pidgeot player right now, just as like an engine Pokemon, because the coin flip is so impactful and so many decks want to go first that if you're the player losing that coin flip, you very often forego Pidgeot altogether, because Regidrago, because Dragapult, and even all of these Dusknoir archetypes, they target the Pidgey straight away. You're never getting that Pidgeot EX online unless you find random Thornton payoff plays, and you have a really specific hand to make that happen.
Yeah.
So I also think that Noctowl is not only like almost comparable to Pidgeot, but it's much more likely to come online for you.
Right, exactly. You're not, especially because you can use things like Fan Rotom, which again is heavily used in the Terrapagos variant. You're able to immediately get those in hand, immediately get 2 Hoot Hoot down, whereas again in a Pidgeot variant, it's likely you're only getting 1 Pidgey into play, and again, that is going to be the prime target for your opponent. They're going to be staring that Pidgey down. They don't care about the rest of your board. They're like, you're the real problem.
That. You already know. I'm not even going to say it. You know.
You know. Boss's orders, and the person just puts the Pidgey forward without a word exchanged. That's when you know.
There are some interesting questions to answer for Terrapagos, because it hasn't really hit the heights. It's had good day 1-2 conversion. Some very high-level players have been piloting it. I know when it first came onto the scene, I think it was in Dortmund, where it had that incredible, not on the graphic day 1 and then going straight to the top of the day 2 conversion, but then still not making it to the final stages of our tournament. And again, I think in Lille, Nico Alabas was one of the strongest soldiers of Terrapagos, but also didn't quite make that top 8 or even the asymmetrical cut. So we need to see what pushes Terrapagos that little bit further this weekend.
Before you started the second part of that sentence, I was going to say, oh, Joe, no, way to blow your own glass trumpet there. I see how it is. Like, you play Terrapagos, high-level players play Terrapagos,
Oh, not me. No. That's not what I'm here for.
But Caleb, of course.
That's who I'm talking about.
A fantastically accomplished player. As you can see, LAIC top 13, EUIC champion. That's what I'm saying. We are getting close to a triple IC champion right here. Look at those results. You cannot tell me they are not a high-level player at this point. So this is going to be quite the tussle for their winning in against the one, the only Jordan, who is a friend of mine. So I'm very glad to see Jordan, who's been absolutely annihilating this tournament so far, and it's great to see him up here on the stage today. So I'm hoping that he will get his first big accolade on that chart.
Lovely to see it. I've just been taking a peek at his deck list as well. It's got some interesting stuff going on in his Raging Bolt list, playing two copies of Slitherwing. This could be the perfect matchup for Amy.
Right? I know. I'm really genuinely so excited to see this. I think Jordan's been working really hard on this deck list, and it shows. And testing against decks such as Terrapagos, I think, is clear when you look at the deck list. So we'll have to see if Caleb's prowess and experience at these high-level events is enough to forego Jordan's expectations of his deck.
So we start to see some prize cards come down. One fan Rotom for Caleb, but does play multiple copies, so that's not too big of an issue here. It's winning in time. We see the fist bump. It's going to be Caleb kicking off this game. Starts with his Pidgey and straight away has access to Nespal here, so can get a look through the deck and also knows exactly what he's up against as Jordan leads with that Raging Bolt EX. I think very often for the Terrapagos archetype, it tries to not put down a multi-prize Pokemon on the first turn of the game. That's where you can really limit Raging Bolts, force them to take just a single prize knockouts, and then Caleb can enact his plan of just taking 2 prizes turn by turn. That's very often a win condition for Terrapagos in this matchup.
Oh, so nefarious, but Jordan's thought of that, and we are double slithering to a potential victory. So again, both decks are mindful of one another.
Yeah.
Very demure, very mindful, because they've thought about each other and they know exactly what to expect. And I think that's the beauty of a game like this, is we're going to see a real back and forth, a real tussle, whereas Caleb might be thinking they're in for a slightly easier ride. Jordan knows.
And this is one of the beauties of Terrapagos, why I think it's such a strong archetype in the format. You need so little to get so much. This one Nespal gets Fan Call, and now you can search your deck for up to 3 Pokemon with 100 hit points or less, colorless Pokemon that is. And in this case, Caleb is going for triple Hoot Hoot.
Oh, we're hooting all over the show here, and we've said before and we'll say it again, that Noctowl will come down and bring along 2 trainer cards per Noctowl that's evolved. This is a potential of like 6 trainer cards. What more could you wish for? Combos, never heard of them. I can get everything I want.
That's the name of the game with Noctowl. And Caleb's got a fantastic turn here. Happy to pass things over, holding on to Ultra Ball for next turn. And let's see how Jordan's hand is lining up. We do have a Squawkabilly EX that can kick things off.
Love that, going straight in.
Dump everything by the looks of things. I know there was some basic energy. That's a good, those are decent cards to put into the discard pile. It opens up your Professor Sada's Vitality, your critical supporter card in the deck. There are a couple of grass energy as well, so if you're drawing into your energy retrievals, you can get your Teal Mask Ogerpon online.
And here's the first Slitherwing of the day.
Making no secret of the fact that this is going to be a big attacker in this matchup, Amy.
It's going to be so meaningful, not only to kind of prevent Caleb from taking 2 prizes at a time, but also leaving the threat of a Bravery Charmed Slitherwing in the active. Like, if Caleb attempts to walk around the Slitherwing's gonna just slowly plod back up into the active and take more knockouts. Is it too dangerous to leave alone?
Good point. Well, we're going to see a Pokestop here first.
Here
I think
we
need to see something like Poker Gear would be the best hit we can have here. No, just a big triple discard there. No cards being added to the hand. So is it going to be Raging Bolt Burst Roaring here to see 6 fresh cards? It's not the start you were really hoping for.
Not at all. It's really a bit lackluster. I mean, at least there isn't a multi-prizer in the active. I suppose it could be a bit more delicious than a lone Pidgey.
But this is a big break for Caleb because he only plays 1 Pidgey, and now that that's not been immediately KO'd, which is kind of what he expected, facing a Raging Bolt, now he could get straight into his Pidgeot EX and has access to even more cherry picking of cards throughout his deck.
And this hand is so lovely for it too. It just seems like everything's coming up Caleb at the moment because we have not only the Pokestop,
a triple discard, and that's the Briar going as well. I'm pretty sure there's no Pal Pad in the deck list. No, so there goes Briar. Immediately that shuts down an avenue of play for Caleb.
That's a huge shame, really. So we're going to Ultra Ball away a Dusknoir and the other Ultra Ball. Presumably, we're going to grab Pidgeot here or another Noctowl, but there is 1 Noctowl in hand.
That Pokestop was so rough because I think it was literally a case of something anything will do. I want Ultra Ball fodder here.
Literally.
He just didn't get
and then 3 supporters say, not today.
He's placed so few supporters as well. That's a really
really rough.
discard, to be honest with you.
Really rough. It was way worse than Jordan's. That's worst Pokestop of the day, in my opinion.
But even though it's awkward, you're still going to go Noctowl into Featherball, Rare Candy here, get Pidgeot EX, and still get plenty of things. Well, that gets Terapagos, which unlocks your Noctowl, of course.
Here we go.
Area 0 opens up the bench. Now that there's a Terrestrial Pokemon, you can go all the way up to 8 benched Pokemon.
8! That's a lot!
That's loads!
That's a lot of Pokemon! What era are we in? Is this Skyfield?
Yeah, exactly.
Okie dokie. We're straight on into that Pidgeot, which again is a really lucky break. Not allowing that Pidgey to be knocked out has enhanced Caleb's play by allowing that quick search.
It's going to be the Prime Catcher into Squawkabilly EX.
And takes
just
the
takes the KO.
The high early pressure, is that going to be enough to stop Jordan's kind of rampage of ancient Pokemon?
Well, like I said, Caleb is going to really try and keep hunting down multi-prizes as much as possible. But Jordan is prepared, has the Slitherwing. If he can get into a Sada this turn, maybe you can keep forcing Caleb on continuous gusting plays. There goes the Prime Catcher already.
Oh, is he going to show? Yeah!
More Slitherwing.
More!
Not just one. You've got to deal with 2 of these. One of the big issues of Slitherwing is that it does damage itself for 90. So you probably want to have a second copy so you can actually keep attacking with them.
Yeah, you want the
game.
pressure on, but also like the Bravery Charms help out a lot in this scenario. Just to be able to not get KO'd by your own burn as well.
Yeah. Well, you're burning your opponent,
Oh,
right?
is it burning your opponent? Ah, burning your opponent, but yeah,
but the
you take
Charm
90.
means you do hang on, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you do hang on. You can actually attack twice with the Slitherwing with the Bravery Charm, which is really nice.
We're going to see a couple cards from Radiant Greninja. We're still lacking this Professor Sada. Can we Nest Ball for Pheasantipity EX here to see some additional cards? There's a Bravery Charm onto the Raging Bolt. Oh, we do have Poker Gear, so we have a 7-card dig looking for this Sada here. Oh, never mind. There's one in hand already. It's going to be an energy onto the Raging Bolt in addition to the active, which does get Slitherwing ready to rumble with its Burning Turbulence attack.
Yeah, 120 damage, and that's going to be for weakness on poor old Terapagos, so it's going to do 240, which is just over enough.
That's exactly what we're looking for. Trekking Shoes can continue to motor through the deck for Jordan, debating on whether or not to keep a Raging Bolt. Does discard it in the end, picks up another Nest Ball. I think the debate here is, because you have these 2 fantastic single prize Pokemon that can be weaved in, do you actually want to play Nest Ball and put Ogapon into play at all, or do you just want to leave the board like this and hope that your single prize strategy will pull through?
I think I like the latter. I think I like trying that as well. If you can find a way to maybe bring this Slitherwing onto the bench, you could even use its energy as discard, so for Raging Bolt's attack. So I don't feel like it's in kind of a dangerous spot here to be left in the active with damage on.
Yeah, and Caleb has a number of multi-prizes on the board already that can be picked off. Like you said, it can be the Slitherwing, also great at dealing with opposing Pheasantipity. That's also weak to fighting.
Yeah, I was about to say the very same thing. Yeah, Pheasantipity also being fighting weak is huge. Slitherwing can also take that. So realistically, if you're Jordan, you're already staring down the rest of your prize cards.
Caleb going to have a quick Hisuian Heavy Ball. I think there was a Manaphy and a Fan Rotom. They can just be used to add up your damage output. With your Terapagos, you need to have multiple bench Pokemon down in order to ramp up that unified beatdown. But is there a different avenue of an attack here? Can we weave in a single prizer of our own, perhaps, to get a knockout? There's double turbo energy reducing our damage output for the most part. Here's the first Noctowl coming in.
It would be nice to almost see an attack with Fan Rotom, because that would be enough.
Not with the Bravery Charm, I don't think.
Oh, not with the Bravery Charm, no.
Because there's double turbo reducing your damage as well.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, the double turbo, yeah. So actually, that would be really tough, because the Assault Landing only does 70. Well, that's really sticky situation to be in. It could certainly be used on the other Slitherwing with the lack of Bravery Charm right now, but opting to go for a couple of Duskull and then an Iono.
Yeah, big disruption coming in. You've seen Jordan hold on to a lot of pieces. They started last turn and didn't really play much else out of the hand. So let's throw them down to 4 cards and take 2 energy off the board as well. When there's no Ogapon, there's no guaranteed reloads like usual.
No.
Which is one of the downsides of this strategy that Jordan's trying to employ.
I mean, we still have Greninja on board, and luckily Jordan did draw into energy and consistency of energy with the...
Was it Earthen Vessel?
Earthen Vessel,
right.
Yeah. So it's one of those where it feels like there is a little bit of movement, but you're right, the disruption on that turn could be pivotal.
With Pidgeot here?
I mean,
force Jordan to remove all the energy? No, it's still going to go onto a Terrapagos. You have a backup one now as well, so you don't mind that a Terrastal is getting KO'd possibly on the follow-up. But there we go. Caleb is going to be forced to take a single prize KO. It does mean that next turn he can still win with a Dust Noir dealing with the benched Radiant Greninja in addition to a 2-prize knockout. But that's a Bravery Charmed Raging Bolt, so it's not the easiest.
No, that's for sure. And I think that's where Jordan's strategy here comes into play, is that actually we still need at least one really heavy HP Pokemon just to avoid the kind of Duskull, Dusk Noir,
shenanigans. Barrage,
yeah, because you need to give them something else to have to put that damage on. It's like, okay, I won't be able to one-hit KO this Raging Bolt without the assistance of a Duskull or a Dusk Noir or a Dusclops, but equally I want to take out the Greninja, and it just gives too many steps for Caleb to achieve, right? If Jordan can take 1 or even 2 prize cards this turn, preferably 2, then it puts him in a really good position because Caleb's going to be limited on the Dusclops.
Yes, that's exactly what you want to see, so that they can only use 1. We know that Briar's been used as well, discarded earlier on from the Pokestop. That would have been something that Caleb had access to close a game out a little bit easier. Then you could just Dust Noir into the Raging Bolt and still take 3 prizes on it.
Yeah, but not now.
But now limited, and we're going to see a quick Lost Vacuum, removing an Area 0. That's even more things that Caleb has to worry about recovering. Can easily get rid of a Noctowl as well as a Famrotom. Does have to discard a Terrapagos, but later on in the game is when Blood Moon Ursaluna becomes a stronger attacking threat anyway, so I don't think that's a huge issue for him. Although it might remove the last Noctowl.
Maybe. Yeah, I like kind of getting rid of the Area 0 with Terrapagos decks, because you kind of force them to do the hokey cokey where you kind of go, okay, your board state is now in, okay, now out, now you have to put more things down, I'm going to make it go in again, and you have to force them to reload that bench.
It's going to be a boss's orders from Jordan, because I think he only has access to 3 energy, so he has to take a 2-prize KO this way, all 3 energy discarded, 210 damage, goes down to 2 prize cards. As you said, Amy, that limits Caleb's options here to close out the game on this turn. Let's see how Caleb can maneuver this situation.
Oh, so we got the Rare Candy off the top deck, which is quite nice, but not having the Pheasantipity for a little bit of extra card draw, not ideal, but then we do still have Quick Search online from that early game Lucky Pidgey sticking around. So I still think it feels like Caleb's game, but if Jordan can just manage to ramp up that energy next turn, it could all be over. This could go either way.
It's a fail of Nest Ball, but Caleb has started to piece together what he wants here to close the game. I do see the Noctowl can grab the Lost Vacuum here. That's going to help push Caleb into a KO range with Blood Moon Ursaluna. So I think it's all coming together.
Here we
can
go.
Lost Vacuum the Bravery Charm. If we can get access, there's the Blood Moon Ursaluna. Night Stretch is going to get back Dust Noir here, Amy.
Oh, here we go. It's all kicking off now.
Rare Candy into Dust Noir, take out the Greninja, and Caleb found the combination with Blood Moon Ursaluna to take the victory. Fantastic scenes.
Absolutely huge, and as much as I love Noctowl, I'm going to say it, that Pidgeot put in some work.
It sure did. They work well together, hey? How about that?
So good. They're best friends. Caleb absolutely rocking the stage there with Terrapagos, showing that this turtle may be a little slow, but slow and steady does win the race.
Well, turns out it does, and even though Slitherwing tech cards didn't phase him, was happy enough to take that single prize KO, weaved in the Duskull when he had to. Let's have a replay of that game number 1. We saw just 1 Ball Search was all he needed to get those multiple hoots out of the deck. And from there, he was able to pick apart a 2 prize KO immediately with his ace spec. And then from there, he was building up his board in the back the whole time.
Yeah, and it did work out so perfectly. Those Duskull came down on the perfect turn, regardless of Jordan shortening the bench again. Caleb knew that he was going to need those Duskull to be able to pull off the win. And just in one fell swoop, it was over so quickly you could barely blink, because there came the Blood Moon Ursaluna and, of course, our amazing Dusk Noir to take the last 3 prize cards in one fell swoop.
Yep, let's see how the matchup can swing going into this game number 2. Jordan, as you said, does have tech cards available for the matchup, but he's shaking his head, Amy. How's the hand? He's got Bravery Charm attached pass here.
Oh, no. I mean, there is an energy, but maybe, I would hate for this to be over so quickly, but there is a potential for a large attack here from Caleb. There could be a big response. Terrapagos does only need 1 double turbo energy to attack.
But you can't Unified Beatdown on the first turn, don't forget.
You
so we can't get into the mix early. It's slow and steady, Amy.
Oh, I forget the turtles are slow and steady, and they do indeed win the race that way.
It's going to be an Iona. That's a bailout for Jordan there, because Caleb needed ball search. Does find a nest ball himself here.
Oh, I tell you what, that's a nice hand. That is a nice hand for Jordan now as well.
I know there's at least a Hoot in the prize cards off this Hisuian heavy ball.
You know what? I always forget about that Unified Beatdown second line of text.
Yeah.
Always. It always feels like it would be so nice, and it's like, oh yeah, it's
there
too
for
nice.
It's there for a reason, Amy. No one wants to be hit with that straight away.
Oh, goodness gracious. But I like it. It feels very thematic to the Pokemon. I like it a lot.
Yes.
So that makes me happy. And of course, we're grabbing that fantastic Hoot. We've seen its power in game one, and there were a couple in the prize card, so I'm glad to see him escape early.
Yes, there's still another one in there, like you said. Was there much ball search going on? There's Nest Ball and Feather Ball rare candy. So maybe you Nest Ball for Rotom, get Pidgey.
Yeah. I feel like I wouldn't mind Pidgey here.
If Pidgey, yeah, that you kind of have to. And the only good news is that Jordan had such a poor turn one. It's unlikely that Pidgey's going to be targeted. So I think you do have that avenue available to you where you just take Pidgey plus Noctowl and Hoot available.
Beautiful.
Because there's no guarantee without this Pidgeot EX being established next turn, Caleb has nothing. It's all in on the Pidgey right now. That Noctowl's great, but it needs a Terrestrial Pokemon to be in play to be activated, that Jewel Seeker.
We just don't have right now, and at least the Feather Ball can search out the Pidgeot, but it's the only card in the deck that searches.
This is risky right now for Caleb. He's going to be really crossing his fingers that Jordan can't snuff out what his hand looks like, because if that Pidgey was happening to go down, that would be big problems for him.
Ooh, okay. Jordan's hand is looking a lot more fruitful than it was earlier. We have Pokestop, we have Sada, we have Energy Acceleration with the Ogerpon and this Grass Energy. We're going to dance. Let's see what we get. Ooh,
Prime Catcher.
Not a bad dance.
I mean, you see one Pidgey and two Hoot, you think maybe I am going to go for that.
Yeah, maybe. We've said it just at the beginning of this best of three.
It's going to be no from Trekking Shoes, which then finds the Raging Bolt. Can Pokestop discard an energy here?
Here we go.
To unlock this Sada.
1, 2, 3.
No energy. Picks up Nest Ball for Squawkabilly, so you can get a full reload if you want to.
But the hand is kind of nice, but I don't think it's worth it. I think you do. I don't know. Do you Squawk, or do you appreciate that your opponent is forced to go slow here? I feel like you have to Squawk.
Ooh, going for Slitherwing, though, as the option. I'm pretty certain there's no energy in the discard pile. If there's energy in the discard, you go for that. There's no access to Radiant Greninja either. That's in the prizes for Jordan.
I don't think there's any energy. There's an energy.
Unless it was Tracking Shoot away, that's the only way we could have discarded energy. Or we could Prime Catch a Retreat Ogerpon, but you don't want Grass Energy on anything, really.
I think it's just a pass.
This is going to be a mill one.
No.
Stomping off.
Stomping.
Was that a double turbo that we hit? Yes, it was a double turbo.
I mean, ouch. That was a bad stomp.
Yeah,
that was a meaningful stomp.
It can come in clutch. You know you don't need many attacks to this matchup. Caleb proved that, but yeah, sometimes that can be a big issue.
Jordan used the Trekking Shoes and then got a big stomp.
Put them on, gave him the stomp. There's the Feather Ball for Pidgeot. Huge relief for Caleb there, because there was a moment where we saw Prime Catcher and it could have been coming into play. But now Caleb can get his stage 2 online, and that in turn will then reverse engineer his way towards Noctowl use here.
That is so fortuitous. Just being able to rare candy into that Pidgeot now really does help just guide his entire play. We're going to need the Terrapagos.
Yep.
There we are. And then, it went for a spin. And there we go for the Noctowl. Here we are. We are online.
Yep, still a lot to piece together here. Possibly use Jewel Seeker to get some cards out, like a Stadium, before you even spin Pokestop yourself. We saw Caleb was happy to do that in game number 1, just that your ratios are like okay enough to do it, so that you don't have to use Noctowl to find them yourself, and there's that minor synergy of Night Stretcher in the deck as well. So I wouldn't mind seeing the first Jewel Seeker grabbing something like the Area 0 Underdepths, then getting that last spin in before having to commit your Stadium to deal more damage with Terrapagos. But no spinning for Caleb. He's just going to replace the Stadium here, then Buddy pop in to go wide.
Only Terrapagos is spinning in Caleb's deck. No Pokestop here. It has betrayed too many people today, Joe.
Well, that's so fair.
We're not having it. It's not worth it. I've
not lived through the Pokestops that Caleb's had today.
Exactly. You don't know. You don't know what he's been through.
You weren't there. You didn't see it. We got to move this Duskull somehow. I think that's what the second Noctowl's going to do with Jewel Seeker. You can either, well, it's going to be Prime Catcher.
I was going to say, yeah, Prime Catcher
into
research?
Professor's Research. Wow, I think you do have Double Turbo in hand, so you can get chasing.
That's crazy. This is crazy. Look at this. Think of the position we were in last turn to now.
Yes, it's taken one turn of reprieve, and suddenly Prime Catcher up, Ogerpon into a Professor's Research for a fresh 7 cards. Really, really cleanly played from Caleb there. And he's already established that 2-prize knockout thanks to his 8 benched Pokemon.
And a rare candy Dusknoir.
Rare candy Dusknoir as well.
What is going on? This is wild. This is the power of Terapagos, and it was once kind of told to Terapa go home, but I think it needs a Terapa stay.
Well, Terapa staying. And it's going to be the first 2-prize go for Caleb once again. This time Jordan not even taking any prize cards, so it's an uphill battle for him. Going into the Raging Bolt here, maybe just eyeing up Prime Catcher straight away. Picks up energy.
Okay, we're boogieing. That's something. It's better than nothing. Now, we do have a Grass Energy in the discard pile. It's not ideal, but it's better than nothing? I mean, no.
Yeah, you need to draw towards Fighting Energy, so you probably put the Grass Energy on the active and still look to draw into Fighting Energy. But we're going to first see a Pokegear.
Not sure it particularly helps. I mean, it does thin the deck, but Professor Sada is kind of the pinnacle of the supporter lines that we want, and there's already one in hand.
Well, I think you're just doing this because you absolutely need to hit Earthen Vessel.
Yes.
Or you need to hit that Fighting Energy itself.
The thing is, yeah, it's difficult, right? Because we're going to need to pivot this Raging Bolt as well, because you need to just
there's nothing good to Prime Catch.
No, there's not. There's nothing good to Prime Catch, and that's the issue.
And soldering Grass Energy is really bad.
But here we go, because it's all we've got. So we're gonna solder for Grass Energy, popping that on the Raging Bolt.
Ooh, we do see Earthen Vessel, so there's access. You can at least discard another energy here, and you can find a Fighting Energy, but I'm not sure how much more we can develop this turn.
No, I mean...
We're not launching an attack with Raging Bolts, and if we use that Prime Catcher, it's not going to take a meaningful KO. It can take a single prize knockout, but that's not ideal for Raging Bolt. You know its entire MO is taking multi-prize KOs.
Absolutely, and I mean, there's an argument for the Duskull.
Yeah.
Just because then Caleb is limited to the Dusknoir, which if the Slitherwing attacks, the issue is it can take that KO, but only at the detriment of KOing itself.
True. There is a Nest Ball, though. Can that get anything else? Well, Pheasantipity does get you 3 additional cards. Maybe getting towards Switch Cart is the big hit here.
Maybe?
Switch Cart would be the dream. You can still get your attack in with Slitherwing.
That is the dream. And maybe even just a Pokestop. Maybe both.
Yeah, Pokestop would also be solid. Catcher.
Ooh.
Okay, so you can Pokemon Catcher first.
Yeah.
Well, there's still a draw with Ogerpon as well.
Oh, what was that? Night Stretcher.
Well, are we flipping the coin first to try and Prime Catch back this Terapagos EX?
I think we've got to. Here we go. We want a heads. We need a heads.
Jordan.
No!
Tails on the Pokemon Catcher.
Betrayal. Betrayal.
Looking at maybe Lost Vacuum, but doesn't seem that valuable with the hand. You still have turn attachments.
But getting the...
it's going to be Prime Catch on Dusknoir. Maybe just take a turn of not attacking.
I'm not...
Make the Dusknoir.
Try and make it
swinging into the Dusknoir right now. Burning Turbulence doesn't get the KO.
And it leaves itself vulnerable. I'm not sure if it'd be worth it. I suppose, okay, so you do...
Vacuuming away the Area 0. Forcing the maximum amount of discards from Caleb.
Makes sense.
But he has no shortage of easy discards there. Thinking about attacking, though. Of course, Dusknoir can just remove itself from play.
But what does it choose? I think that's the thing. You either choose the opposing Slitherwing, which does have energy, but it is just a 1-for-1 trade. I think Jordan's trying to put pressure on here. Because the...
and there's resistance, so it's just...
yeah, the resistance isn't enough. But it was never going to be enough, even with the burn.
No, we know that, yeah.
So it's okay. The burn, unfortunately, doesn't stick around. But I think this puts some pressure on Caleb to remove the Dusknoir from the active by either triggering its ability...
he's happy to do it. He's happy to go for it. Let's move that Dusknoir out the way. Caleb is racing to 3 prizes before even launching an attack here.
I think that's fair. You know, you do take one prize card, although you give your opponent a prize card, you still get your turn. So you still get to take another meaningful knockout, no matter what.
Yeah, you can happily get yourself down to 2 here. Jordan actually promoting the Slitherwing for you, so you don't have to go crazy on bench either. It might mean that you can Pidgeot here for Area 0 if that's a missing piece, and you can still end up putting enough basics down for a Terapagos. Getting a second Terapagos now could be a good help. You were able to find Hisuian Heavy Ball on the previous turn, so that's another Hoot coming back. We know that you can always piece together combos with Noctowl to close out games. So I think Caleb, once again, in a really strong position.
Looping those Noctowl is what I'm talking about. Being able to discard them when your Area 0 is no longer in effect, and then being able to bring them back with either Night Stretcher or just getting more with Nest Balls and such is so powerful.
Yeah, sometimes it's actually a payoff for you that your Area 0 is bounced. Like, your opponent kind of has to do it. There's a lot of Stadium War going on in the format right now. In this case, it was just a Lost Vacuum, but yeah, you get the benefit of Night Stretcher, which also combines so well with the Dustoir. You can see how this list is performing as it is right now, in the hands of Caleb especially.
Honestly, and you can see why it's doing so well throughout our tournament today. And it's odd, because this deck had such a slow start. It was really well positioned in the meta coming in, and then it just seems to have not had the most glorious start. But maybe today is different, and maybe tomorrow we will see our first Stellar crowned champion with Terapagos.
Very cheeky Chorus Tenacity, a one-of in Caleb's list here. You can get both a Special Energy and a Stadium card out of the deck, and that means that you're essentially quick searching for 2 cards in one, which is phenomenal. With the new bench space opened up, you can get those additional Hoots down. And it means that you can have no issue taking KOs. We actually see the double Turbo Energy going on to the Blood Moon Ursaluna as well here for the turn.
Blood Moon Ursaluna is an interesting choice. It's another fighting weak Pokemon. At 260. So it is bizarrely out of range, but not because of the burn. It's bizarre. Like, it gets knocked out by the burn between turns, which then would prevent them from using Pheasantipity.
Yeah, that's actually a really cute interaction.
Isn't it?
As we're actually going to see, passing over to Jordan now. Caleb's just 2 prize cards away. There's a Blood Moon Ursaluna ready to rumble next time to take that final 2 on a bench Pheasantipity or Teal Mask Ogapon. So Jordan has to find a way of disrupting. It's so tough because there's a Pidgeot, you know that can get any card out of the deck, and there's also 3 Hootoo and Terapagos. So if you don't take out the active, Noctowl's online. If you take out that, sorry, and if you don't take out the Pidgeots, Pidgeot can choose any card.
There's too much almost. There's too many targets that you're thinking, that's a problem, that's a problem, and that's a problem.
All I see are problems.
Right? And there's variously kind of no solution here. We are not seeing enough. Jordan may have teched for Caleb's deck, but unfortunately it just feels like it's gone a little too slow. And Raging Bolt has this fantastic way of being really aggressive in the early game, but if you just don't
Oh, look at this as a concession from Jordan. There was nothing for Professor Sada, and he could see that Caleb had built such a robust board state. We were saying there were 8 problems. They were all bench Pokemon.
Yeah, he had 8 problems, and all the bench Pokemon were all of them.
Yeah, a great victory for Caleb there, making it look so simple up against Raging Bolt, which is one of the top contenders in the meta right now, and especially the list that we saw from Jordan, teched out with the double Slitherwing, but it still wasn't enough.
I can promise you it's not that easy. Caleb made it look easy because, well, pro player.
Yes.
Essentially. Jordan, exceptional local player that I've known of for a very long time, and had made the techs, but they didn't come through. As you can see, just a really slow start where Caleb just went off to the races with all these birds.
Yep, Caleb getting set up from 1 Fan Rotom. That is the beauty of this deck list, and it meant that he could pop off on turn 2 with a Jewel Seeker into the Terapagos, swinging into Squawkabilly with that low 160 hit points. It wasn't too difficult for Caleb to reach, and that meant that he could, even with taking out that Slitherwing, opened up the opportunity for Dustoir to get really cheeky, as we saw the Lost Vacuum as well. A crucial tech card for this weekend, and I think specifically for this matchup. Without the Lost Vacuum, Caleb would be in a very, very poor position here, but because of that tech inclusion, it meant that Caleb was able to close the game.
And that's really how we've seen this format develop. The Bravery Charms have gone back into these Raging Bolt decks as an answer to some of the decks, such as Caleb's, but then Caleb and other Terapagos players have had to jump back at that and say, okay, actually, I need the Lost Vacuum. As we can see, Caleb taking another one of the prize cards right there. And of course, we got to see Pidgeot going into back to the bench.
Yeah.
Tarapago's taking out more prize cards and just Caleb not relenting any moment there.
Yeah, Jordan in game 2 didn't really have the best of it. His opening hand was poor. He got owned into a new hand, still kind of poor, so couldn't really get into the game, really demonstrate the reasons why we see the double Slitherwing in the deck list, something that got him on this really strong record and still has a chance in that final round to still make it into day 2.
Come on, Jordan.
So he still has a way to go in this tournament and still can rep that archetype, definitely. But amazing to see Caleb again at the top tables. Very, very strong player. We saw his list of accomplishments in the lower age divisions and still doing amazingly well in Masters.
Absolutely. And so it just goes to show that if you continue practicing and you continue that flow of play, then as you level up throughout the ages, you're just going to keep getting better. It's not going to slow down if you just commit yourself. And that's what it's all about here in Gdansk.
Let us know what you thought about that game. You can use the socials, #PlayPokemon. You can watch all the action on YouTube and on Twitch. And of course, we've got Facebook and Insta as well. So all sorts going on. If you want to stay in touch with the game, let us know what you thought about that game. Terapagos proving itself as one of the top contenders in the meta.
Oh, and I was so doubtful, and yet you've proven me wrong.
I mean, when you can cherry pick like 6 cards, you make things happen.
I know, but I just thought it just kind of felt for a while like Terapagos was going too slow and it just wasn't picking up. And the damage output was a little too little, but then you could checkmate with your Dust Noir lines. But for some reason, it just wasn't coming together for a few regionals in a row now. And so we've not had that opportunity to see these high-level players really show us the highlights of this deck and how it is supposed to work in unison with those puzzle pieces.
Yeah, I do think Terapagos is definitely one of the decks that is best going first. That's when it can feel really, really powerful, and your opponent is kind of just watching it happen in front of them. Like the game just kind of happens, it passes them by because you've dual seeked into all the things you need, and then you just close out the game and shake their hand. But when it does go second, Terapagos is a lot weaker. It has lots of those 60 hit point basics that can get punished very heavily. If you're not playing Bouffalon, I think you're pretty poor into Regidrago, and that's an archetype in the meta that we really have to respect right now.
Huge.
So it's not plain sailing for Terapagos, but it's definitely a strong archetype.
Massively strong, and like you say, you've got to respect all of those archetypes that have just won a regional.
By the way. Respect Regidrago, will you?
Right. But speaking of jewel seeking, we have a jewel just over in our interview area as we're going to see and get the lowdown from Caleb himself.
And we are back after a grueling round 7 with Caleb Rocheston here, of course, taking down Raging Bolt, or as I always love to call it, Raging Flop at this point. Another Terapagos win. How's your day been so far, Caleb?
That match was felt pretty easy. I think it's a pretty good matchup for the Terapagos. I was able to get set up, and really my matches that I've struggled with so far have just been matches where I haven't set up very well. And so far today, I've hit 2 Lugias, 2 Terapagos Mirrors, and 2 Gardevoirs prior to this Raging Bolt. I tied against 1 Gardevoir where I missed game off Pheasantipity. I just needed like a Noctowl or a Double Turbo or a Switch or a Prime Catcher. I just missed it. And the decks felt pretty good. I think like the Lugia and Terapagos matchups feel close, but I felt like I've been able to outskill some of my opponents, and I think that Noctowl plus Pidgeot gives like a lot of room, plus like Thornton plus Dusknoir plus Briar. Like I pulled off a 6 prize turn earlier against a Lugia that had taken the first 3 prize cards against me, so that felt pretty good. And the only real struggles I've had have been games I don't set up.
Awesome. Speaking of 6 prize turns, I mean, Terapagos is known for this. Of course, you have Dusknoir to line up all these prizes with, of course, with Briar too. Speaking of, you were mentioning Pidgeot and Noctowl, 2 very important pieces of your deck. If you have to pick between them, which one would be the better piece?
I think, obviously, the deck needs Noctowl, I think, because otherwise you just wouldn't be able to set up Pidgeot. You wouldn't be able to get enough pieces in one turn. But then there is Pidgeot. Pidgeot provides kind of the constant. If you get Iono'd, oh yeah, I'll just Pidgeot for Noctowl for a bunch of stuff. Or I'll Pidgeot for DTE, because otherwise it's kind of hard to find Double Turbo to attack. You would need to play like the Energy Lotto and try to find it that way. I do think Noctowl is kind of more important, because if you don't have Noctowl, you can't really set up Pidgeot anyways. And even if you don't have Pidgeot, you can kind of get somewhere with a chain of Noctowls.
All right, I got the answer there. Not what the community said earlier, but I take that as a good thing. Of course, winning, you're winning in. Now, not much I know a lot about, but you know, traveling here to Gdańsk, of course, you're from the US.
Yeah.
How was the travel over here? Was it easy, or how did it feel like?
I think I enjoyed the travel. This is my first time traveling out for an EU regionals, and I've enjoyed the setting so far here in Poland. Definitely a lot different to the US. My travel was easy though. I traveled with a couple friends on D2G, and we kind of played a bunch on the plane, so that was fun. It wasn't really that much downtime on the plane, so kind of just flew into Munich, then flew here, and not much flight troubles. Had a fun time, and now I'm enjoying Gdańsk.
I mean, speaking of enjoying, of course, we enjoyed very much that win you just pulled off, and thank you so much for showing that. I mean, I wouldn't say masterclass to Trapagos because, of course, we did have some unfortunate games win there, but we've been playing very strong today, and of course, we might also get to see you tomorrow. But with that said, thank you, Caleb, here for an awesome match. Let's throw it back to casters.
Thanks, Jesper. No flight trouble at all as we saw the birds flying high in that round 7 game. Caleb is now in day 2 with that Terrapagos, showing it off in great fashion. And if he sets up, he wins. So, yeah, pretty good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't really see any negative with that personally. Literally flying high with Terrapagos.
I guess. Yeah, on the back of lots of birds, I guess.
I
you
guess.
put enough on it, yeah.
Hey.
How many balloons does it take to lift a Terrapagos EX? I don't know.
Or how many hoo-hoo, I guess.
Yeah, true.
But regardless, no, Caleb played that so fantastically. It was lovely to hear from him and lovely to learn about it being his first time over here in Europe. I'm loving to hear that, and clearly flying high with those results as well, which is great.
Yeah, don't let his baby face fool you. He's been around the game for a long time, and he is a really, really tough competitor. I love hearing how he thinks about the game. You can always hear his opinions out there on podcasts and whatnot, and he's a very intelligent bloke and never gets things wrong, and it seems like he's picked another great choice for this weekend, and it seems like this archetype's underrepresented as how powerful it actually is in the meta.
Oh, so much so, and even like you were saying yourself earlier, that there are so many really powerful pilots of this deck. We have so many people here today that we'll keep a secret for now. But believe me when I say there are some superstars playing this deck, and they are doing well. But the best way to find out all of that information is, of course, keep watching, and we'll show you.
Yep, there's still one more winning to go. We're going to try and get that Miraidon on, definitely. We've not forgotten about you. Don't worry about that.
It's okay. We know. We know.
So, yeah, still more action to come on the stream. 8 rounds in day 1, 4 more day 2, as well as the asymmetrical top cut. Then we're into those knockout rounds before we crown our champions. So we're starting to see those players get on that run of victories. But there's such thin margins for error at this stage. You still need to make sure you're locking in those points.
But if you are new to our scene and new to our community, A, welcome, and B, we have a little video to show you about how you can get involved in your local league and continue to begin your Pokemon journey.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
And don't forget that you can scan the QR code right here or go to Pokemon.com and look for that league locator. You want to be able to find locations near you where all of the action is taking place. Don't miss a peep. We have Pokemon Go, we have Pokemon VGC, and most importantly, in my opinion, the Pokemon trading card game. And you'll be able to find local scenes around you just by scanning this code.
Yeah, it can be your first entrance into the game, or if you're still looking to pick up those championship points, you're still going to need to get them at the local level. So those League Cups, League Challenges are still vital for our players to help push themselves up the standings, because you need to be in that top 125 in your region if you want to make it to the World Championships in Anaheim at the end of our season over in August. So you're going to have to accumulate those points even at the local level.
Absolutely. There is all to play for, and unless you go ahead and win a regionals or an international championships, you're going to need to be getting down to your local league, or you could travel. I know that I love to go to cups and challenges on my weekends and go and visit other Pokemon leagues, and then go to my local weeklies.
You've got your local, you're there most days, I think.
Absolutely.
It's fair to say.
Yeah, it is fair to say I'm there pretty much all the time. Some people think I live there.
No, there's not a bed back there. No. I have a house, I promise. I don't live here. But yeah, going north, south, east, west around your region, fantastic. It's how I like to spend my weekends as well when I'm not doing the big stuff here for the regionals.
Oh, yes.
You've got to go to those locals and grind out the tournaments, and also just have a chance to practice with archetypes before you get to these big tournaments is a great thing to see. And if you've got something you just want to get off your chest, you want to play a deck just so you don't play it for one of the big tournaments. I've done that many times as well, just so I don't have a what-if moment.
Yeah, you need to get rid of the what-ifs at the local level events so that you have the sensible decisions going in and don't play cloth to regionals.
Speaking of sensible decisions, it's going to be very sensible for you guys to stick around, because we're going to be going to a quick break, but there's still one more winning in to go.
International Championships, and there is so much to do and see. So we're going to be checking out some of the things that are happening around the venue. And we're here checking out one thing right now. I was hoping that you could introduce yourself and tell everybody what you're doing here at LAIC.
Hello, I'm Sarah, and for this event, I'm the side events lead.
So what are side events, and why should people come play?
So, not everyone on the Pokemon community are competitive or being able to register for the events. So they always have this thing that it's called side events. It's smaller events. We also have championship ones, smaller. But it's the place for the players to have fun and to do other stuff when they are not in the main events. They have all kind of different events. We have some that has a schedule. So it has a time to start, and usually we don't have a player limit. And then we have the on-demands. The on-demands are the events that is always happening. We just need 4 players. As soon as we sit them and they start to play. For every side event, you can collect prize wall points. Those points, you can keep it or spend it right away, and you can go to our amazing prize wall and change for any kind of products we have there. You just need to exchange the number of points for the products you can get for those points. And yeah, that's it. Each person picks whatever they prefer. We have a lot of different choices, a lot of different sets, and this is usually the mode that we have for these internationals.
Sounds like there is so many different ways that people can compete in side events, so many different ways that you're able to enjoy the game. What games can people play here to really participate in these side events?
So in side events, we always have TCG, VGC, and Go, of course. In TCG, we have a lot of different formats. I can tell that some special ones we have, it's the Raids format, that it's a bit of new here, not new in America or Europe, because it's a very popular format there. We also have the Journey. The Journey is a format that it's being done for the first time, and it's in the first event ever on the planet. The idea is to be fun without all of the big Pokemon, you know. For the VG, we have the regular standard format, but we also have the Chaos Cup that some of you may know. You also participated in one. So the Chaos Cup is very fun. We usually have people that do rental teams, and the players need to play to see which team they will play in that round. So it's very chaotic, that's why the name. For Go, we also have all cups. So imagine you're a Pokemon Go player and you already played the Great League on the main event and you just want to do something different and fun, we just need 4 people and you can pick whatever league you want to play. It's very flexible for them and they can get prizes for that. That's the biggest part because they are not just playing for fun, but to get the prizes, to get to the prize wall and the products, yeah.
There's so many amazing products back there to be able to win at the prize wall, but if you had to pick one to go for, what do you think that would be?
It's difficult, I didn't decide it. And most of the products are in Portuguese because this event is run by Copag and it's Copag products. So to be honest, I don't know, but you guys can pay attention, but we will have some special Cosmic Eclipse boosters, so maybe that.
Sounds like that might be the prize of choice. Soda, thank you so much for joining me to discuss side events. It sounds like there are so many different ways that players can get involved, so we hope to see you there at some of the side events.
Hello Pokemon trainers, my name is Benjamin and today we're going to venture deep into the depths of Area Zero, uncovering the hidden power of one of the trading card game's newest archetypes coming out of our latest Stellar Crown expansion. And that is of course Terapagos EX. Although Terapagos EX is an efficient and strong Pokemon all on its own, Stellar Crown provided several additional Pokemon, items, supporters and even stadium cards to help greater support its vigor. Terapagos EX has 2 attacks, although from what we have seen from players already, it's only really its first attack Unified Beatdown that players look to take advantage of. With only 2 colourless energy required, Unified Beatdown will deal 30 damage for each of your benched Pokemon. Although you are only doing 150 damage for a full bench of 5 Pokemon would not seem that intimidating to some of the big players in the format like Charizard EX, Dragapult EX or even Lugia V-Star, this is where some of those additional cards from the Stellar Crown expansion will really come into effect. As part of what is considered the Terra package, Area Zero Underdepths has a new stadium card we must talk about first. The stadium will allow any deck to take advantage of its feature, increasing their bench size to 8 Pokemon if they have a Terra Pokemon in play. However, this is most significant of course with Terapagos EX, as more bench Pokemon will equal more damage with his Unified Beatdown attack. And in addition to the increased damage output, increasing its bench size to 8 Pokemon will allow the deck to play a whole cohort of support Pokemon to remain consistent, either possessing search abilities like Noctowl's Jewel Seeker ability, or drawing ability like the ever-faithful Pheasantipity EX's Flip the Script. Players have even found the space for the nightmare of the format, in of course Dusclops and Dusknoir, not only to allow players to further upkeep their damage output, but also providing the capability to alter their opponent's prize mapping. With more control over the prize states, the deck can even take a considerable advantage of the new Briar supporter from Stellar Crown more dependably, awarding players that sequence well the opportunity to flip any game in their favour, representing just one of the many reasons the deck is finding its high success in the format. And there you have it! It's always a blast looking at a new and exciting deck coming into the format. Do you think Terapagos EX will dominate the competition? There's only one way to find out, and that's by staying tuned into all of the action here on the stream.
And we are back with the round 8 of the Gdańsk Regional Championships 2025. My name is Jess Barracks, and I'm here with my favorite co-caster. I can't quite say that, honestly. We have so many great casters in the squad, but I'm here with Amy Wosley. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. When did you get taller?
I don't know. Did you get smaller?
I'm not sure. We'll have to figure that one out later and try and even up the heights again. But no, it's been a riveting day thus far, and I must say from the bottom of my heart, you have been doing so fantastic, Jesper, and it's been such a joy to have you so far. And as cringe as that is, I am having so much fun. It has been one of the most fun events, and that is not just because of my co-casters, but also because of the amazing matches that we've had on.
Oh yeah, it's been amazing. Like, I had the match with Joe here earlier where we had the game where we were counting David out so hard and yet still pulled off, I would almost say, a magical comeback.
It was!
To reach that game against Ricky. That was, I mean, I just spoke with Joe about it and we were like, if anyone ever trumps that comeback, we don't believe it's going to happen this weekend.
Ooh, I think that sounds like a challenge.
That is a challenge for our players heading up here, round 8 as well as day 2. Can you make a better comeback than David did with his Gardevoir deck? And honestly, I put my money on no. What about you?
Ooh, you know I love a challenge, so I'm gonna say yes, just because I love a good tussle between friends. So let's see who comes out on top this weekend, because I reckon we're gonna have some big comebacks, because that's what this meta is all about, especially with cards like Briar coming back in. We haven't seen many really clever uses of Briar yet. Just because the opportunities haven't been on stream does not mean they've not been out there.
Now, we did see the card being featured last round with Caleb, of course, playing Terrapago's Noctowl. He didn't quite give me the answers that I wanted in terms of the pitch out versus the Noctowl there. Points to you from him. But now we're talking.
Now we are indeed talking. So once again, we're into our community prediction bracket, and it's me v you again, Jesper. Let's have a looky. Next one down on our list, Squawkabilly EX, a much newer card than our lovely and traditional Bibarel.
Yeah, and we can see there, just to put the points on it, 97-3 in the last one, Amy. That is massive. But, of course, we're talking Squawkabilly and Bibarel. Which side are you on?
Ooh, you know what? I think they're both really great in their own right for different reasons. And so I think this one's going to be really tough. I think maybe Bibarel has fallen out of favor right now, but it doesn't mean that it's not still a tough cookie.
That is true, and we can also take, history perspectives into this because, I mean, Bibarel has won the World Championships.
It is currently the world champion, right? Oh, no, not anymore. Not anymore. It's been dethroned.
It has been dethroned by the Iron Thorns, which, of course, I mean, Iron Thorns did everyone a big surprise at Worlds, winning against Roaring Moon in that finals there. But, I mean, just to give you a little bit of help here, I will side with Bibarel.
Oh, okay, go for it. Then I'm sure you're gonna have the Bibarel, yeah?
I mean, you know what? Let's do like we did last time.
Okay.
I will give you 30 seconds to start off. You get to go first as well.
Oh, okay.
Now, should I count you in?
I think as long as we're ready, then let's do it. I'm ready for Squawkabilly Takeover.
You got it in 3, 2, and 1. Go at it.
Okay, so I made that amazing pun at LAIC where it was Squawkasilly, because it is silly, because you get so many cards early game. Being able to Squawk and Seize for a fresh hand when you've gone first, it's like using a supporter. Or you go second, cool, you essentially get 2 supporters. Need to draw more cards? I got you. And Squawkabilly helps with discard in case of things like Raging Bolt, where you need energy in the discard pile. So it's multifaceted. You can use it for so many different reasons.
Great speech from you there, Amy. You know what? I can probably do you one better on that Bibarel there. So, count me in when you're ready.
Okay, we're gonna go for it. You ready? 3, 2, 1.
Would you like a one-prize Pokemon on your bench that draws you up to 5 cards every single turn? You got Bibarel. Not only does Squawkabilly give up 2 prizes when your opponent knocks it out, Bibarel only gives up 1. As well as you can build these one-prize board states that help you so much in games, and especially against that pesky Iono, you get to draw up to 5 cards. And if you couple that up with something like, Fecundipity, you got to draw up to 8 potential cards once your opponent takes a knockout. You know what? That beats the Squawkabilly. Discarding your hand, getting rid of your resources, and you get to draw.
Very good.
Very good. See it. So it's up to you to vote.
You have the power.
You have the power. to let me win again.
No, come on, guys. You can't let Jesper win again. It's not fair. What if that's what created my growth shunt? What if what if I'm this tall forever now? I need a win to grow again.
And I mean, if I win again, will you ever grow?
Oh, I'll be stuck like this forever, Jesper. That's what the rumors say anyway. I'm going to need a magical potion to help me at this stage. Much like the magical fire that we saw earlier in Luke Kirkham's list in Gouging Fire.
And we've seen loads of, really good lists this weekend. Of course, the tournament is just only at the day 1 stage, but we've had so much content so far and so many great matches already. And with these 3 matches, we really got like the cream of the crop here.
Oh, yeah.
And we've been seeing great action, great back and forth, right? Like, I mean, I mentioned the game with David versus Ricky earlier, where it looked like Ricky was going to win for a while. David brings it back, wins 1-0 in a set where both me and Joe were counting him out. And
you shouldn't have done so early. These are the pros, Jesper. You should know better than to think a comeback isn't possible.
Then again, should I know better from a person who never makes day 2? I mean, that is a potential that I should never know better. But one case is for sure is that players who we have on for this round are in the potential of getting into day 2, and that's for sure. One thing that is really important is that whoever they ask for advice better not be me.
No, winning in is a scary old time, and we're getting to the end of the day, meaning that these are the last possible moments that these players can utilize to get into day 2. Otherwise, their run ends here.
And unfortunately, even if the run ends here, there's still some prizes to pick up. We're talking about, booster packs all the way in this tournament down to top 256. Also, some championship points that are super important to solidify their positions on the rankings. And of course, we're also talking travel awards to EYC happening in February. So important stuff happening with this tournament. LAIC heading up in terms of all that. So really important here, Amy, you lost again. So one thing that's really important, heading into these win-and-ends, of course, we saw the time hassle that we had with the David versus Ricky match. One thing that's very important for the players here, of course, is to play towards making sure that they can wrap up 2 games in their own favor to make sure that they have the possibility of advancing today too, and that's really important. Now, I've gotten to swap out Amy for a second here. Very good challenge that I had, and you saw, I won the community prediction there.
You get a chance to win sometimes, right? But, we just thought after that loss for Amy, you might need a bit of a challenge.
And that challenge is indeed you, Alex.
Yep, I'm back. I get a chance to finally cast alongside a fellow friend, Jesper Eriksson. I'm just excited about the chance to.
I mean, this has been a wonderful day so far, and finally getting to cast with Alex, it's going to be a blast, it is. So one thing is for sure, I was talking about, these day 2 win-and-ends, right? You want to make sure that you're on top of it. You're playing to time perfectly. You are playing your deck perfectly, most of all. When you find yourself in a position for day 2, potentially with the win-and-end, what goes through your mind?
I'm a bag of nerves. I mean, not like you, full of confidence, usually. We've been in this scenario far too often, and for the first time together, we get to make it into day 2. Or at least we have maybe about an hour's worth that we might not be able to if we do something wrong, but the plan is not to, right?
Let's not tie.
We're going to guide all of our viewers through or the next feature match and hopefully find out our next win-and-in person who's going to make it in. But yes, I typically am actual bag of nerves. I struggle, but you get a chance to maybe collect yourself, hydrate yourself. You do all the things in your power to make it as easy as possible. I mean, like you said, you've been in this scenario many a time, Jesper.
Oh, yes.
I know it's we bang on about it a little bit too much, but you still put yourself in that fantastic spot. What goes through your mind?
I mean, I want to take it as every other game. Of course, the stakes are a little bit higher once we're talking these winning into day 2. Potential continuation of your tournament run. Maybe getting to hoist that medal that hangs upon your neck at the end of the tournament. But one thing that's really important is that you can't treat it like it has to be like this very important game, actually, because then you are a bag of nerves. And of course, it gets to everyone. You can't just go down there and be like, no, just another run of the mill. Unless your name's Tor Ratcliffe or something like that, perhaps. But one thing that is for sure is that these players are going to be tensed up. That is 100% sure. And instead of asking ourselves the question of, what did you go into these winning ends and how do you feel? Let's just say that in 50 minutes plus free, when the timer starts, we will know.
And this is the most important thing that they're battling it out for, right? Everyone's playing all of these major tournaments, all the local tournaments as well, trying to get those CP to try and make it into that top 125 in the Masters division, at least in the European region, to try and qualify for that World Championships in Anaheim, California. Just a little quick recap of our qualification structure now. You know, all of these points that are available at regional tournaments on the left-hand side there. 350 for the winner, maybe a little bit less important, but only important for the stipends because you get that automatic invite already. But there's a massive goal for points that you can get in all of those placements, even up to top 128, 256. There's all these little points that actually might start to add up towards the end of the season.
Exactly, and one thing that's going to go again and again and again when we're talking these winnings again, it's about winning, right? And winning this tournament gives you the invite. You got to win a load of matches throughout the seasons to get your invite. And of course, as we spoke on about at the couch earlier, we were talking that, you know, winning this event gets you the invite, but otherwise you have to battle out for that top 125 spot and Masters, top 100 in seniors, top 75s in juniors in Europe, of course, but to boot, you will get $10,000 in the Masters division if you win this tournament, which means you probably also have a plane ticket to Anaheim.
An incredible amount of money, but there's a lot of money at the stakes here for second, top 4, top 8, top 60, top 32 now gives you $1,000 just for playing our favorite card game, Pokemon trading card game. This is such a great opportunity to really just, you know, find a way to maybe sometimes bankroll yourself to go to other tournaments as well. But then not only that, you get your boosters as well. You know, we still have our trading cards as our most fantastic prizes. Again, going all the way down potentially to top 256, I think, for this tournament,
yes.
Which is amazing, and just means that there's so much to play for.
Yeah, and exactly. There's something to play for every single tournament, whether you play here at a regional championship or you're playing your League Cups locally. Even your League Challenges have these amazing prize packs that are wonderfully made to actually include, you know, a lot of playable cards and everything. And we get to see those often with these stamps that are on the cards. And we see those with like most players actually using those cards because, I mean, if you go to League, you get these packs, right? So that's one of the things that, you know, differentiates how it's been in the past where we got the introduction of these. Now, one important thing about, you know, just playing these tournaments in a whole is that, of course, as we mentioned, you get prizes all the way down to top 256 or maybe sometimes 512. But it's also just having the fun of it. We get to play our favorite card game, and I've been here at this stage for 17 years now, since I was 6 in the juniors division, and I kept playing, and there's a reason why I kept playing, and that's because I've been having fun the whole way throughout, and I imagine you've had the same.
I mean, not as long as you have, but I imagine you had your brothers also keeping you in the game as well, because you have a whole lineage of Ericssons who have been, you know, top-tier players for such a long time, and it's just fantastic to see. You are a true testament of, you know, someone who's been involved in the game for such a long time and then taking themselves throughout, and even, you know, being a world champion once upon a time, of course. But we still have our players to watch here that we highlighted at the start of the tournament. We've already seen Luke Kirkham win on stream. I believe he's in that position to win an in as well to try and make it into his third day 2 in a row with that Gouging Fire deck. And of course, we highlighted a couple of very, very keen, fantastic players as well. Michael Davidson from the North America region who came second at Louisville with that fantastic Lost Box deck. You know, he's holding that Saberlife plushie there as well. And Joshua, he's also been carrying a flag with that Lugia list he's been playing for so long.
Yeah, and for Joshua in this tournament, we've kept on track with our players to watch here. Luke, 5-2-1 winning in. Joshua as well. Presumably also playing Lugia this event too. Playing the same list he's been playing at Worlds. He's been playing that every single League Challenge, League Cup, and Regionals going back. But he's also made it back. He clawed himself back from an 0-2 record into a 5-2 record, which also means that he will be in a winning in perhaps as well. So this also means that we get to follow these amazing stories. And just because you start perhaps 0-2 an event, could meet some unfortunate matchups. But just because you're starting 0-2 doesn't mean your tournament's over necessarily because of that. You just get to grind on, keep on going, because you're not out till you're out.
Yep, and never forget, this is all about the enjoyment of the game. I did just get a quick notification as well. Unfortunately, Michael Davidson might not be able to make it into day 2 for that record now, but I'm sure for the rest of the season, we'll be continuing to follow, not just here in EU, if he ever comes over to our tournaments as he does, or just in the North America region and at all of the ICs that are coming up as well. There's so much to play for, so many more tournaments still to come. And, you know, this is only our 3rd stop in our circuit.
Yeah, and it feels like we've been going on forever. But yeah, as you said, only third stop. LAIC happening in a few short weeks as well. And of course, we're coming up with the Travel Awards standings right now going into the UIC. So of course, starting from July, when the local tournaments could start, players have been gathering up these championship points to be able to top the rankings. Top 16 will be getting some stipends. Top 4 will be getting some travel awards, which is more money to be able to travel towards EYC coming up in February on this ranking. And of course, I mean, money's money, that's great. But also, we do have a new introduction this year, is that the top 32 will get priority registration, so they don't have to hassle with registration and get to register a bit earlier than everyone, and can make sure they get their spot into the tournaments.
Yeah, 100%. That's another nice little perk for a lot of our players. As we just see, there was plenty of players and names that we saw in the top 16. Still plenty of absolutely fantastic names in the top 32 travel award standings as well, looking for that opportunity to claw themselves into the top 16 point.
Oh yeah, and just like looking at the top 32 only, of course they're trying to push into the top 16 as said, but we have Tord Redcliffe, Andre Skubal, Pedro, Hermani, so many great players just
world's finalists, a world champion, a world's top 4. That from the 3 names that you've just mentioned there, I'm pretty sure there's other sort of very high placement regional players there as well. We've seen Stephen Law, I believe, came top 4 in Dortmund. You know, there was a top 4 from James de Boer with the Lugia list as well. So there's so much of an opportunity for new names to maybe make a bit of a full name for themselves and make it all the way to Anaheim.
Oh yeah, and making it to Anaheim, you know, of course, winning a regional championships, great. Winning world championships, even better. And, you know, just getting to Worlds is, of course, a fantastic achievement in itself. But, you know, winning, that's every single trainer's dream.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, there's been opportunities where we've both kind of been in that position before, but the players who have been putting themselves in fantastic positions, we get a chance to have a glimpse of the current standings of these players in this tournament in Gdansk here right now. There's a few very familiar names towards the top there. Kaiwen once again going undefeated so far. One more round to go. Could he do it back to back? At EU Regionals, coming all the way over from Australia. But then don't forget, number 4 there. He's going back-to-back for wins.
Oh, baby. Yeah, we get to see Kaiwen going for, you know, kind of a Rahul here. Rahul started first 2 regionals 8-0 with his Lugia deck in day 1. Kaiwen, if he wins the next round, will have done him the same. So, when looking at it as well, we also got Tord at 7-0, Daniel Mack at 7-0, you mentioned yourself, James Cox 7-0, but we got loads of names down here that are just doing fantastically this weekend.
Yeah, I'm imagining Kaiwen and James are playing the same list that they took to Lille. Obviously, both of them making it into top 8, James taking it all the way. I believe James even was the one who knocked out Kaiwen in his run as well, but they're just bringing it back again. But there's so many players. Alberto Conti, currently top of the rankings in the EU leaderboard right now. Caleb Rogerson just there in 8th place. Obviously, we just saw him on stream really take down such a fantastic matchup in terms of that Terrapagos going into that Raging Bolt.
And also, you know, Michael Hunter got second at the Barcelona SPE last year. Magnus Peterson, another Danish world champion there. So, I mean, we've been doing quite good, the Danish pack here this tournament. And of course, I mean, just overall, you know, the amount of players we have in these scores, and also the players are not making it you know, cream of the crop. It's not a guarantee you make it to day 2 of these events. You have to fight it out with so many great players that it's going to be a hassle of, like, you can maybe start off some good rounds at the start, but like, you can sit down round 3, I'm 2-0, I'm just suddenly facing James Cox. Not somewhere I would want to be.
No, absolutely not. But at the same time, when you come to these tournaments and you're looking to try and really make yourself a name, going into day 2, getting those really high places, maybe even taking down a tournament, you have to face these players. And you have to take it like any other matchup. You have to take it in the fact that you're going to be playing world caliber players, right? Every single round, your mindset has to be fake. I make no mistakes. I play my game out. And if sometimes the die rolls in my direction, that's what we want. And, you know, that's how sometimes these tournament runs goes. But, you know, we're starting to see a lot of consistency with a lot of these top-tier players now. And it's just amazing to just have, like, Kaiwen and then also James Cox. And then, of course, you know, who can discount Tord Redcliffe potentially taking down another tournament? We need an EU winner. Can Tord be the one? You let us know.
I mean, so far we're only a half an EU winner, and I mean,
is it half now? Is it a half?
I don't know. We told the stream that they would decide, or let the streets decide.
Let the streets decide.
And then we called ourselves the streets. So I guess we had a win already, but it would be nice to get a second one because, of course, we want to make sure that EU wins their own tournaments in this case, right?
Of course.
So, heading into this, is there any matchup you're thinking that would be very fun to see?
I mean, I'm trying to think about what decks we haven't seen so far, right? I mean, I think there was a bit of a call for Miraidon, if I'm not mistaken, from many of our viewers back at home. But there's plenty of other decks that are still kind of in a standing. We haven't seen anything like Lost Box, maybe. I don't know if there's any currently doing super well, but there's also maybe just a standard Iron Fawn, Snorlax, and other Pidgeot control, sort of those kind of matchups and those kind of decks. You know, they've had a bit of a falling off sometimes, but then Snorlax at the same time had a top 4 in Lille as well, had a top 16 with that Rotom-less build from Sander. You know, these decks can really find themselves in a fantastic position sometimes.
Yeah, and you're talking about, you know, these decks like Snorlax that pops up sometimes, and when they pop up the tournament after, people are going to hate on it, right? They're going to make sure that they're jam-packed their deck with options to get out of that blockade from the Snorlax and make sure you can take the matchup out, of course. And of course, as you mentioned, Rotom-less Snorlax from Sander Vocek last time, which was, you know, really a new thinking for him, and he also always comes up with these, you know, other variants to these control decks or stall decks, like we've seen in the past, you know, Snorlax, Pidgeot control. We've also seen
Mewtwo v Union.
That too. We saw the Registall.
Yeah.
We also have seen him working on Oranguru Pidgey, which was one of my favorite decks, honestly.
Yeah, I had a great time playing that too.
Which, I mean, it just shows such great skills of player. And, I mean, we see this time and time again for formats. Some formats just line up for some people to take around. And, I mean, now mentioning James, Kaiwen, I mean, this is like a format that shows to their true strengths. I mean, not to discount Kaiwen either. He's also a former senior world champion. So you can see here, anyone who wins seniors worlds is also going to be in great contention at the future tournaments.
I mean, you're always in contention. You just fall apart right at the very end. Sorry to say that.
You're right.
I couldn't help it. You set yourself up there. But, you know, this is why we're here to try and guide you guys through this actual tournament here in Gdańsk. I mean, we are soon to enter our final round, of course, but there's still so much. Don't forget, it's not just this final Swiss round for day 1. These players will be taking themselves, whoever makes it with the 18 points, into day 2 as well. Biggest thing to remember, they're taking in their resistance into day 2 at the same time, so it's almost like a massive one tournament in reality.
Exactly, and just because they need a good night's sleep, right? We can't just keep this tournament going on the same day forever. We also need to sleep at some point, perhaps. And I mean, yes, that's why that just going in 6-2 to day 2 is great. You made it to day 2, but as we talked about earlier as well, you also want to make sure you start at the tournament good, and when you're 6-0, if you're in that spot, you also got to be thinking about, you know, what's up next?
Yeah.
And what's up next is trying to make it to the top 8. Once you try to make it to the top 8, and once you made it to the top 8, make sure that you can go all the way and get that medal.
So I just realized, not only will we together get to make it into day 2 after a winning in, we might be able to, for the first time, make our first ever asymmetrical cut together as well. Yay! It's going to be so much fun. So much to look forward to. Not just for you viewers at home, but for us as well. We're excited.
Yeah, we've already got like amazing accomplishments this weekend, and we're taking you along with us and making sure that we can travel this journey together. And I mean, honestly, this journey so far has been fantastic. I mean, my first time being here, it's been an honor, and I mean, very much would like to continue on to tomorrow.
I mean, let's see. Just don't make any more mistakes. But, you know, enough of just seeing us. I think a lot of the final round is actually starting to get prepared now. So we're actually going to have a quick look at the floor as well, just to kind of get a bit of a view, give you guys a bit of insight into what's going on at these tournaments. I was out there earlier when I was getting almost attacked by so many different players trying to find their seats, but we get a chance to really see some of these top tables here. There's a lot of notable players. You mentioned Michael Hunter. I think he's up against Toby Clark.
Matthias Burkhaus as well, another Danish guy. Bert Wolters coming in there. Had a really strong start in Lille as well last time. Didn't quite make it to the top 8, but he was super close. And then, I mean, all around just amazing players. We see Oscar Masson as well. He's playing one of my favorite decks for this weekend. We're talking about that Jet Palkia. And we're just seeing amazing players all the way around.
And there we go, one of the twins as well, Brendan Kammerman just there. You saw his name just appear as we walked through the crowds and the final few tables as well. Because remember, this is the final round of day 1 of Swiss. So this is the 8th round today. And this is myself, Alex Dow, Jesper Eriksson, and we're going to be trying to guide you through this. We do have our players starting to get ready at the feature match table as well. But I'm really, really just looking forward to seeing what winning in we have.
Exactly, and we're talking about it. Win and in. Lose, well, your run ends here.
Well, actually, Shay's favorite term is win or go home. Win and stay or go home. But
you got to go for it.
At the same time, there's so much to try and actually gain here just from this matchup. We're going to have Federico Gallo on the left-hand side up against Hiroki Hattori on the right.
Yeah, exactly. And we're getting more international flavor again for this match, of course. And I mean, it's great to, also get to showcase these international players. But also, Federico, Liverpool Regionals top 64 last season. He's been doing quite good so far. Yeah. And of course, I mean, he's doing really great right now, getting into this win and in position already. So a lot of excitement in the air, Alex.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, on the right-hand side, as we mentioned, up against Hiroki Hattori. Right now, we've got a very interesting matchup, and I think we've been able to actually give the viewers what they want. We've got a Miraidon matchup on the left-hand side. Federico is piloting that deck that you guys had voted and wanted to see on stream, and we're going to see Hiroki playing that Dragapult EX deck as well. So we've got a lot to go through this round, in fact, and let's see how this is going to play out.
Yeah, and as chat says, we do, right? So we got the Miraidon on with this Dragapult. With this matchup, going in really, it might seem like an odd matchup. We haven't seen this on stream before, at least not too many times. Going into this matchup, what do you think so far?
I mean, there's a lot of unique things that could happen, right? There's going to be many sort of maybe single prizes that kind of begin on Hiroki's side of the board because of those Dreepies, maybe the Drakplos, or maybe even things like the Dusk Goals. Federico's maybe going to try and utilize maybe an Iron Hands early, to try and race and get those prizes as soon as possible. But then, of course, for Hiroki to really get into the game, often he'll have to try and put the Rotom Vs down as well. So there's more 2 prizes on the board. At the same time, Hiroki's side, maybe trying to utilize some of those 4 prize turns, maybe weaving in a Dragapult EX attack, a Phantom Dive on one Pokemon, and then a Phantom Dive with a Gusting effect on another, and just try and weave in different little bit of sprinkle around the board.
So we're talking a racing strategy versus perhaps a more setup-heavy strategy in the Dragapult. Of course, we saw Dragapult taking down Dortmund Regional Championships, of course, and Miraidon hasn't seen too much play this season. It's not really up high on the graphs either, but it's had a really good showing at some events, right? Worlds, Jesse Parker top 4 was one of the latest of them, and he really did show the ability that Miraidon has just to go so fast and really just take out your opponent before they get a chance to set up.
I mean, one of those decks that has its own pre-built-in Battle VIP pass, right, with the Miraidon EX. It's incredible just to be able to start setting up without too much trouble at all. But as we get the chance to see the prizes here, nothing too crazy.
Bad,
the one-off Blood Moon Ursaluna EX on Federico's side. One rare candy, maybe the Pheasantipity EX, which we've seen come up trumps so much, but this is winning in action. Both players 5-1-1, Swiss round 8. Here we go. Federico up against Hiroki Hattori, and Hiroki will be kicking us off.
And of course here for Hiroki, we see that buddy Puffin, ever so important to getting that setup going for the Dragapult deck. When we're drawing Dragapult, of course, it's like playing Charizard almost. Of course, Hiroki's not playing Pidgeot like you would see in a Charizard deck. He's playing more heavy towards Dusknoir, as we saw happened with Ryuko Okada happening in Dortmund as well when he won that. So really, I mean, centered around the Dragapult and a Dusknoir, that could go a bit faster than the Dragapult Pidgeot we saw of Clément Caubois earlier. So 2 different variants to it.
Yeah, so as we have a little look through the deck right now, just to try and figure out what's prized from his view as well, he's got to understand just how many pieces of the puzzle, those rare candies, make sure he knows he has access to those. As we're just kind of looking through both sides as well, we get some unique cards, I think, in both decks, right?
Yeah, exactly. We see Federico starting with the Morpeko. All the rambling about Morpeko has been in Pokemon Go lately, but right now we are seeing Morpeko starting in the active. Of course, that's Snackseek, the ability. It says once during your turn, you may look at the top card of your deck and you may discard that card, which is fantastic because if you see a card that is not a lightning energy, you can steer clear of that, discard it, and use your electric generators to hit some more of those lightning energies.
Yeah, increasing those ever so small percentages as we do see the Duskull and a secondary be hit the board. Ultra Ball now, I imagine Hiroki will be looking to grab that Rotom free so that he can continue insta-charging, rebuild that hand, and hopefully then go into a really explosive turn 2. But, this is still a very well thought out turn at the moment. He is eyeing up that Rotom V just in there. there it goes, straight onto the board after the Ultra Ball as well. And I can't imagine there's going to be too much else. Would have loved maybe an energy attachment. Of course, here, Hiroki is playing that Sparkling Crystal tool card that allows a Terra Pokemon to utilize an attack with 1 energy less. But, you know, it always counts when you get the energy on the board.
Exactly. When we're talking instant charging, I mean, it looks like Hiroki has instantly set up this turn. Of course, we're talking about the energy attachment missing, but you can do that with the Crystal next turn. Of course, the Sparkling Crystal, such an impactful card coming out for Dragapult, because before Sparkling Crystal, we barely saw Dragapult doing anything besides being played with Drago. Of course, you do see the instant charge here, heading over to Federico. Let's see what he can stifle up here.
Yeah, and just trying to look out and work out that hand right now. Did see a generator, but didn't see much else at this current moment in time. There's a quick
Let's look for some snacks here. Oh, that's a lightning energy getting off there. So his hand looks horrendous.
Oh my. It's
just a pass tips may be over. Candy, Dragapult, Sparkling Crystal, and an energy attachment, or a rare Candy into Dusknoir is all it would take here.
We're not asking for too much, but there's a Forest Sealstone already on Rotom V. There's a Dragapult EX already in hand. Arvin, it looks like all the pieces should be all there.
We might just see it here, and I think we will. You can go Arvin for Candy, for Sparkling Crystal, right? You get that. You can use the Forest Sealstone to get the energy.
There you go.
Or you can also do the other way around with the
2 key pieces.
It doesn't matter how you do it, as long as you get it. And in this case here, we saw the Earthen Vessel. That gets you the energy. Sparkling Crystal off the Arvin. We already have Dragapult in hand. And very unfortunate start for Federico. But let's look at the positive as well.
If it's going to happen once. There's plenty of time. 3 games is what we play, but we'll just confirm and make sure Hiroki's going to play this all out correctly as well.
And he's just peeking his hand. Does he have the Dragapult? Gets the rare Candy.
I think Dragapult's already in hand, my friend.
And we've got it.
Writing on the wall.
Dragapult, Sparkling Crystal energy, and it's over and wrapped for game 1. Very unfortunate here, but I mean, this is what happens in Pokemon, right?
And this is what you'd want for Hiroki's side, right? I mean, going into your winning in, both players 5-1-1, putting themselves into a 6-1-1 position, potentially into day 2. Even better than those 6-2s. Don't worry about that. I'll have the extra point, push myself even closer, and he's going to be absolutely stoked about this current scenario that he's got here.
And we're seeing here Hiroki, he is smiling, and he's probably thinking, I got away with one there. That was a rather easy game for him to pick up, of course, and very unfortunate for Federico. But of course, that does not show any part of the matchup. Federico started with Morpeko, which is like super nice to start with. Nevertheless, and we see the replay here. First turn, Ultra Ball Rotom. Gets that setup going just as he wants to, besides the energy attachment, of course. And then just the rescue board pass into Arvin, gets the game going, and that's all that happened.
It's just unfortunate, but chin up for Federico. You are in this position because of how you've been playing throughout this tournament so far. You have the opportunities, you have the tools to be able to bring it back. And I'm sure Federico's just got to compose himself again. We go again, you know, utilizing some of those fantastic attackers that I mentioned a little bit earlier. Iron Hands into the right Pokemon, or, you know, Miraidon into the right V's on the bench, or the Pheasantipity on the bench as well. There's so many opportunities there for Federico to really sort of just take down this game. But it's game 2 now. Let's just see how Federico is going to hopefully draw a little better. And, you know, give the viewers what they want. You viewers were the ones who picked this deck, who wanted to see it on stream. And here we are. We haven't even seen the Miraidon yet.
No, we haven't seen Miraidon. We've seen Mirai Brick. So far, we want to get into a real game with Miraidon. Better starting hand. We do have, it looks like the Raikou. We have an Ultra Ball that can get the Miraidon. So that's actually a Luminion and Iron Hands. That's not super good starters. But again, let's look at the positives here. 44 minutes, around about, to finish off 2 games, and Miraidon goes pretty fast.
And he's getting additional cards with a mulligan that we see there from Hiroki. But the Iron Hands in the active, unfortunately, isn't able to generate to it. That's the only struggle right now. But let's see what else Federico will be able to conjure up with that hand, with the Ultra Balls. Maybe start going into the right different Pokemon as well. Does have Luminion to start bursting through and cherry picking, I'd say, the right supporters to try and take down this matchup, to try and claw himself back into the reckoning. Because right now, his back's up against the wall.
Exactly. And of course, we're starting the Iron Hands here. Bit awkward, right? I mean, we're talking about, you know, a really, really big Pokemon that has, you know, 4 retreat cost. But when we're talking about that, he still does play 2 switch cards, does play Prime Catcher to move this this Iron Hands. So getting out there is going to be possible. He is playing for Arvin, so there's searchability to go around these sorts of things. I mean, he must have started Iron Hands more than just this time in the tournament and gotten out of it, probably. So, therefore, it's all right. We can still get going. He has to Ultra Ball to get Miraidon going and gets his setup all right.
Yeah, he's got a hand to work with, right? And when you're able to maneuver with switch carts and prime catchers, maybe there's an opportunity in the world to just target down the right Pokemon if he's able to find that prime catcher through stuff like an Arvin, or maybe if he's able to raw draw it, who knows? We'll be able to see shortly as Hiroki gives up another mulligan. More cards for Miraidon to try and piece out their combo pieces. Sometimes isn't too great. But, you know, at the same time, Hiroki's taken that early game one, over 42 minutes to go.
And I do reckon we are going to be seeing a winner of this match either way. But one deck that I'm really scared of giving mulligans to is Miraidon, because it just lets them draw these cards to get into these electro generators and continues their setup. And they just want to get all these energies set up, because there's always this big end game burst potential if they have a lot of energy in play to go for this Raichu. There's also the wrapping up of the game that they can do with Blood Moon or Saluna, of course. So there's two different ways that they can be taking prizes. And Miraidon's like super efficient also in terms of the energy that they use and the way to charge up Pokemon. There's no evolving involved as well, which helps them a lot. And we do see prize cards here. Speaking of switch card, prized for Federico, but he does have another one and a prime catcher there. And we get to see Hiroki starting off again with a Buddy Puffin.
Yeah, but unfortunately does start the Rotom V in the active spot, and there's not too much maneuverability in that deck without utilizing those energy cards or the one-off switch or the one-off rescue board. So is there an opportunity? Is there a world where Federico is able to burst through, maybe just swing away with a Miraidon EX onto that Rotom V, take an early 2 prizes, and then start weaving their way forward to all 6 prizes then? But let's see how we're going to play this out. Hiroki's just double-checking what is prized, double-checking he has access to things like that Fezandipity EX, of course, because he knows there's going to be prizes taken from Federico's side.
Of course, and when you're staring down a Miraidon deck, you think that they're going to be attacking on turn 1. Of course, leading Rotom is one of the worst Pokemon to start with, because you want to make sure when you're playing against your opponent that they need as many cards as possible to pull off a knockout and combo. With Miraidon, you simply just only need, in this case, a switch card, electric generator, Miraidon, and an attachment if you hit 2 of the generator, that is. And it's not a lot of cards to pull off, actually. And when we're talking about generator, I mean, Federico, he plays 15 lightning energy. 1/4 of his deck is lightning energy. So presumably, he's been hitting quite good on those generators.
So in Hiroki's position, would you attach to the Rotom and retreat, or would you just maybe see the Iron Hands in that active spot and think, well, this is really tough for you to maybe swing off a big attack because you can't really maneuver it too easily?
Me and Hiroki actually thinks alike here, because I would also, with the context of Federico starting Iron Hands, right? We want to hope that they don't hit a switching card to get into Miraidon and attack. And if they do, they still have to burn some resources. And nevertheless, Miraidon cannot attack on the following turn unless it goes back to the bench and goes back up 4th again. So there's even more resources that they would need to do that, which also means that if they pull off the knockout on Rotom, you come up, 320 HP, Dragapult, take that.
Well, ideally, at least. It's still got a bit of a way to go with those rare candies, because it's not going to be able to burst straight into it, but there's always that opportunity to do so. We do see the Nest Ball here from Federico, you know, being able to grab any basic Pokemon and put it straight to your bench. Could utilize, of course, the Miraidons that Federico plays. There's also the Squawkabillies, EXs, and other sort of support Pokemon that everyone has been sort of championing throughout this weekend so far. As we do also see the Morpeko come down, that snack peek. Morpeko, maybe one of those MVPs Federico's had throughout the tournament. Is that a second Iron Hands that's hit the board as well?
It definitely is. This couples up perfectly, because if Federico can hit double turbo energy, for example.
No, he's changed his mind.
Never mind. He switches it up.
Never mind.
He caught us. But in case he put down the Iron Hands, right? With stuff like Prime Catcher, he could be targeting a Dreamy with the energy on it.
Yeah, that's possible.
You can go double turbo energy and hit an electric generator, and you would get 2 prizes and also disrupt Hiroki and making sure that he has to hit Candy, Dragapult, Sparkling Crystal, and the energy, which, I mean, the name of the game is make sure your opponent needs the most amount of cards to pull off the combo as possible.
Yeah, and it looks like Federico maybe is just going down the route of trying to utilize his Miraidon as the main attacker here, because I don't think Raikou V at the moment is able to actually take the knockout with his Lightning Rondo attack. 80 plus 20 on itself is 100, and it's only 140. It's not quite enough on the board state right now, but the Miraidon, if able to get a great attack off, will be able to take a knockout. We do see the Forest Sealstone also hit the Raikou. He does get the attachment of the rescue board onto the Miraidon EX on the bench as well, just kind of thinning out more cards because just trying to make that generator hit as much as possible.
And speaking of generators, you see 2 in the hands. We're about to see, for the first time today, some electric generator magic. And, I mean, Alex, you probably swung a few games with Miraidon before. How often do you hit on those?
Never. Honestly, there's a reason why I've tried to stay away from electric generator, but it's never really pays off for me, unfortunately. But, you know, there's some players who are able to, in a similar way to Lugia, get the right board state, get the right cards, have a little bit of a gamble, and then this way they can actually try and utilize all those energies onto the board state and just do some massive attacks. What is it? What is it? Oh. It's a thinker.
It's not an energy, because otherwise you would just let it stay, but it's probably something that's really important. And it's this, switch card.
That's big.
And let's see, electric generator, come on. This is massively important for this game, of course. And what do we see? 1 energy. Okay. 1 energy is fine.
We can work with that. We can work with it.
And then we need the second one to give us a little bit more to work with. But of course, throw away that 1 switch card. Maybe he has missed the second switch card.
Yeah, so then the only potential switching out that Federico currently has access to will be that Prime Catcher. Does, of course, have the Forest Sealstone to grab whatever he'd like, but it's not ideal here, as we do see the Forest Sealstone now being utilized. That
that's the Prime Catcher, and we can see the Prime Catcher with the Raikou actually targeting Dreamy with energy, going a disruptive route, and of course hoping that Hiroki cannot pull off this Candy Dragon Ball combo on the following turn. Of course, super important. We still do have another generator left, but very smart. Oh yeah, he already has the rescue board in the Miraidon, so never mind there. But he gets to use electric generator once more.
If he hits 2 from this, he's able to attach the double turbo energy that was in hand, and actually starts an amp. Yeah, we can see an amp this turn. Let's see if we hit here.
Come on, 1, 2. Iron Hands, baby. Come on. Let's amp it up.
It's time to amp you very much. I think there's a lot of opportunity here. Didn't even need to think about using Miraidon. Let's keep that Rotom V on the board state for that little bit longer. Let's make Hiroki's turns a little bit harder going forward. So we're going to see a turn 1 amp. There's more energies on the Raikou V ready for latter turns as well. You know, so things are looking on the up here for Federico.
Exactly. We're seeing 2 polar opposites of decks, right? Dragon Ball, this heavy setup deck that needs to set up all the damage. And of course, we also see Miraidon that where the early game is the place for it.
I mean, like I said, just having and utilizing Miraidon EX's tandem unit, that just for Lightning and Pokemon, of course, but that Battle VIP pass sort of effect on just a Pokemon is just incredible. And that's why Miraidon, for so long now, does kind of come in waves. Okay, no worries. So, sorry, I just lost my train of thought because I was just looking at what exactly Federico is actually going to be starting to play around.
Yeah, because there's a few routes that he can take throughout this game, of course. And I mean, also when it comes to it, with the prize cards incorporated into that, it's also, you know, a way where he has to, you know, wiggle around, trying to do as much pressure early game, because we do know that with this matchup in particular, it does get really hard once a Dragon Ball gets, you know, its foot inside the door and gets to play this game properly. And that's, of course, where Miraidon, in every single matchup that it plays, it's strongest in the early game. You want to surprise your opponent and really stifle their setup. But then again, if you can't do that, Miraidon just, for example, if you didn't
sometimes
it just sometimes goes wrong where you don't hit the generators, man. I mean, that's all I can say.
But when you hit them, it's fantastic, right? And like you've already tried to highlight earlier as well, with that Raichu V just being a bit of a late game finisher, there's so many opportunities there that allows you to just swing really big. I mean, when there's a big EX Pokemon like we've seen with Charizard EX or Dragapult EXs, and out of nowhere you still have loads of generators that have hit and they're just on the board, Raichu could come out of nowhere and just deal with massive amounts of damage. But, you know, this is why we're seeing Federico being able to take his place at 5-1-1 right now. And then, of course, we've seen Dragapult throughout the European circuit so far.
Oh yes, as we said, we haven't seen it too much in the US. Of course, not too many regionals happening there. Of course, they've had 2. We've had 2 so far. And of course, we didn't see much of it in Joinville in Brazil either. It's interesting, right? We want to look forward to LAIC with a perspective of, is Dragon Ball going to have a good showing? Matchup-wise, Dragon Ball has been, you know, quite shaky in some areas.
Yeah.
And making sure that, you know, Dragon Ball can play this highly, it's really good on Hiroki that he's done it so far, and of course leading 1-0 into this game too.
Yeah, so we're back into the game here. Now utilizing that Squawk ability EX. on the bench as well. So just being able to go through the deck even further with a Squawk and Seize, as we do see the Iron Hands come up to the active spot now. Ampy very much alive and ready to take 2 prizes just on this. Oh, here we go. We love it.
Very much gets in, and Hiroki is also playing along with them. Hands there. And the question here, of course, as we said, Hiroki, under massive amounts of pressure from this Iron Hands, he has to evolve that Dreepy into Draggable. He almost has to come attacking this turn as well. Of course, for Sealstone, a great helper to start it off.
It looks like he has so many different pieces available to in his hand right now. He does. He will need to try and get that Sparkling Crystal to be able to swing sort of any relevant damage, of course, because Jet Headbutt not really doing enough, in all honesty, but Arvin is coming down now, being able to take the Sparking Crystal should Hiroki decide to go with that. And the Forest Sealstone would then allow Hiroki to also actually just pick up the Dragon Ball EX and start swinging as well.
And just for you at home, of course, with the minor pause we had earlier, just some few technical issues, nothing happening, no judge calls, any of those sorts. So we just continue from where we left off from. But of course, Hiroki with this turn, of course, he wants to set up the Dragon Bolt. He wants to get a further setup because just one Dragon Ball is not going to carry you throughout the entire game. We know that. But it's also, you know, you have to hit so many cards in sequence as well to make sure that he can get there.
Yeah, there's so many little... Again, because he can play it in a way where you're maybe taking 4 prizes on a turn, or sometimes even 6 if you're able to sort of navigate turns like that as well. There's so many little combo pieces, especially when you're utilizing not just the Dragapult with the damage drops from Phantom Dive, you've also got the Dusknoirs and the Dusclops' fantastic ability as well, that we've seen throughout this weekend so far.
Of course, it seems like I'm forgetting it almost, but it's just because we didn't see it game 1 and we saw Clement, of course, in Lille not piling the Dusknoir as we're used to seeing. But of course here, getting out the Duskull sets up very nicely because Hiroki does 200 with Dragapult this turn. That could be wrapped up by a Dusclops into next turn. Also meaning that if there's any XP share, which there's not in Federico's deck, that would also be bypassed as well. If so, because it was knocked out by Dusclops in that case, of course. And just getting into this, I mean, we can have some great setup from Dragapult because, of course, as we saw with Ryuki in Dortmund, he was a master of setting up these double and triple knockouts.
I mean, even Clement was able to in Lille, right? So just utilizing so many different Phantom Dives into the right Pokemon. You know, Hiroki could just deal 200 damage here, put 60 on numerous different sort of EX or V Pokemon here as well to start setting that up. Can also then utilize things like the Dusknoir to maybe put 130 through his Curse Blast ability onto the Squawkabilly as well. So
30 on Maridon and 30 on Squawk. And you just name it yourself. Curse Blast from Dusknoir is going to be able to take out that Squawkabilly. And we'd already seen with Dusknoir, the game can actually finish on the next turn because if Hiroki goes Boss Maridon, he can with Phantom Dive take out both Maridon and Iron Hands while using Dusknoir on the Squawkabilly to wrap up the game. That means just 2 attacks take 6 prizes.
Yeah, it's incredible. But then at the same time, this is almost telepathing the game plan to Federico, which means Federico has an opportunity to maybe find a way out of it. He very likely needs to start targeting the Duskull. But the Crystal, yes, as you just mentioned, the Vacuum that we've highlighted throughout this weekend as well, one of those cards that just gets loads of value across different matchups. They're just removing the Crystal out of play and does then require a further attachment from Hiroki, which isn't too bad because it's already one energy away, already has the Psychic energy on it. But Federico's probably going to need to try and figure out a way to maybe take down that Duskull.
Yes, exactly. And we got the boss's order already in the hand. Perfect with MP very much, right? But there's also the opportunity of getting, you know, Bravery Charm into play. If Federico can get Bravery Charm onto the Squawkabilly, it blocks the ability of being able to get knocked out by Dusknoir. Of course, then it means that Hiroki has to find his lost Vacuum to get rid of that Bravery Charm. But we see the boss's orders onto the Duskull, which telegraphs Ambi very much is going to get some action here. Let's go with the hands. And they're both signaling it. We love to see this.
Yeah, back-to-back, Ampi very much. 4 prizes taken by this Iron Hands EX. So often when we see back-to-back Ampi very much, they tend to be game-ending. Often, because if your opponent isn't able to take down the Iron Hands EX and is able to go in again, and whilst setting up the rest of your board, it's a really scary place for Hiroki to be right now.
And one thing that's very awkward for Hiroki is he has Iono in hand, but he does not have fire energy in hand either. He doesn't. He has psychic energy in hand, not fire, and he needs a fire energy. That's why we're getting the Fesantipity. So there's a line here where, of course, we can try with Iono and disrupt here. We also do have the counter catcher in hand, so we can grab 4 prizes this turn. Perhaps maybe even taking out something like the Raikou, because that could draw cards and help out there. But we want to take out 4 prizes this turn with counter catcher.
And the Iono.
And we need to hit that fire energy. That fire energy is going to be so crucial this turn.
With the Iono, I think the odds are probably fairly high. I mean, there's opportunities to you know, draw into the Earthen Vessels, and then there's the free fire energies that are in the deck. I believe, and just double check those prizes yet, none were prized either. So there's a lot of opportunity there. Plus, there's the Fesantipity allowing to flip the script and draw even more. So after an Iono, there's 9 cards that Hiroki is going to be seeing. If you miss, sometimes you just have to put your hands up, but the likelihood is very low.
Oh yeah, we've seen a load of misses today as well as hits. But let's see if it's in the script that Hiroki is going to hit that fire energy.
100%.
That's going to be so important, because just using the first attack off the Dragon Ball, the Jet Hammer, is not going to do enough. Of course, he's going to get the knockout, and then he can perhaps build on it the turn afterwards. But of course, we want to put the maximum amount of pressure on. We do see Arvin here.
Decides to go for the guarantee with the Earthen Vessel instead of disrupting Federico's hand down to 2 with the Iono, just wanting to make sure we can utilize it. Here's the Earthen Vessel with another Forest Seal Stone. Again, likely to be the card that's pitched away, of course. Just holding on to that Iono for the time being. Maybe if Federico's not able to take a knockout, that Iono could be utilized on the next turn and making it really, really hard for him.
But the issue we could stem upon here, right, is that, yes, he can take out Miraidon, which also means that he has to find additional Miraidon. Hiroki has not benched enough Pokemon to the point where Raikou can take out the Rotom for game.
Very true.
That's very important to notice here, which also means that you might be thinking, why didn't he Iono here? Well, the board is essentially safe, right? Unless Federico pulls out another Miraidon, Electric Generator, because we see the counter catcher here on the Miraidon. So he's going to be able to take out a Hands and the Miraidon EX to take 4 prizes, as we see here, pointed towards it. Free goes onto Iron Hands, and we got to see the last free being placed as well. But we see here, we need Boss.
Yep.
Miraidon, Electric Generator, and Energy.
There's still
often games, these things happen with Miraidon where they need multiple cards in combination together, but it needs it to happen.
So 4 prizes here being taken by the Phantom Dive attack. There you go, just going into 2 prizes remaining each. We're leveled up this match here, or this game, I should say, right here, right now. But it's on Federico to try and find a way to take a knockout on maybe something like that Rotom, or if there's a world we see a third Ampu very much. He does play 2 double turbo energies. There's still Electric Generators in the deck. He's still got a decent-sized hand as well, so there's lots of opportunities here. I mean, the Raikou V looks like the correct choice to at least promote, because it does have an energy attached to retreat.
It does. Oh, we get the boss's orders. We have Nest Ball, we have Energy, we have Switch Card. We can get Miraidon out here, and if we do off that generator, Alex, we might just see a wrap on this game too, and Miraidon fighting back. We see that, Bubbles, it's there. Blood Moon Ursaluna does it too, because you can attach to it. You can. Boss's orders that Rotom, and you can get the bear going for 240 damage.
Yeah, we always seem to forget that Blood Moon Ursaluna EX is such a fantastic splashable card. It was one of Amy's card choices for this weekend, if I'm not mistaken. So congratulations to Federico for winning that game too, leveling up this win and in scenario. And we're here for one more game to see who's able to take it down and actually make it into day 2 at the Gdańsk Regional Championships. What fantastic play in the end here, being able to Ampu very much twice and then utilize such a unique attacker in Blood Moon.
And of course, with the start we had in the game, it looked like as if we're going to see Hiroki storming away with it now. And then Federico had the perfect answer to that, of course. But we see this is why it's back and forth. It's not that Dragon Bolt needs a lot to get going. Neither does Miraidon, of course. It just needs itself. But one thing that's very important in this match, it's a question of, does Miraidon hit what it needs to? If it does, usually wins. And then, of course, it's always a question of who hits what gets hit.
Yes, of course.
And does the generators work out in your favor?
Yep, absolutely. I mean, we've already saw just from utilizing the Prime Catcher, getting the Miraidon into the access spot with that rescue board, it had a free retreater, then can utilize that one more Electric Generator. and the double turbo energy, and actually hit the 2 lightnings. And, you know, we're Ampy very muching maybe potentially into day 2.
Yeah, and we would like, I mean, he would, if he Amp you very much is into day 2, he would say thank you very much for day 1. But, of course, we can't draw to any conclusions that. But we do have 25.5 minutes left. Plenty of time in a ride-on matchup to make sure. This game took around about 20 minutes. There's no ties here. I don't believe there's going to be any ties here unless something goes
wildly wrong. Yeah,
exactly. It has to be very weird, but it's going to be good action because we'll get to see Hiroki. I was probably going first again.
I was going to ask you, like, in Hiroki's position, choose to go first. I mean, just so you can get your board set up where possible. Double Dreepy prize, one of his Rotom Vs. Isn't too bad, I guess, but a double Dreepy could spell some trouble. But
it does spell some trouble for Hiroki. Of course, having those 2 Dreepy prizes is super unfortunate. Of course, he's running those 2 Rotom, which does save him in this case, of course, and he's going to get the bad news in a second. But at least one thing that's very important. Didn't prize Sparkling Crystal, which is even more important than that. But leaning into this matchup as a Dragon Ball player, I want to go first because if Miraidon goes first, they get that extra turn to set up Iron Hands.
Very true.
You get 2 attachments to Iron Hands, which means you only would need to hit 1 energy off the electric generator, and you're just making the job easier for the Miraidon player. Of course, they don't get to play supporter on the first turn, but we have stuff like Squawkabilly, Miraidon, looking for loads of cards to start. So we don't want that happening. Of course, it puts the pressure onto the Dragon Ball player, saying, you need to hit Puffin. You need to hit a Rotom to set up. But Hiroki's been doing it the other game, so why not just now again?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's so far, I mean, even being able to, in game 2, just kind of set up the board and still be able to get an attack off and potentially maybe try and actually take that game away. It wasn't even that far off, right? Hiroki was only 1 attack away from doing so, as we do see the Buddy Puffin for 1 Duskull and 1 Dreepy. Obviously, the other 2, as we've mentioned, our prize right now does have Nest Ball for the Rotom V as well, and an Ultra Ball for the next turn. So hand's looking pretty good in this scenario. I don't think I've ever seen Hiroki have a bit of a bad hand so far. You know, always having an out to a Buddy Puffin and an out to a Rotom V.
I mean, if Hiroki can actually teach me how to do this every single game, that would be nice. But we see 3 games in a row getting the setup that he wants, which is perfect. We want games to be played. And with that said in mind, when we're looking also over at Federico, what does he have to play with? I saw an Arven, I saw a Force Seal Stone, so there's stuff to work with here. So we can maybe see Iron Hands again.
Well, let's see. But at the moment, still on Hiroki. I can't imagine there's going to be much more. I don't know if there was an energy available for Hiroki's side as well. But I'm sure we're going to end this turn with an Insta Charge because there's nothing else you can really do. No energies. 3 Ultra Balls in hand right now.
Whoa.
And another Duskull as well.
Yes, it's going to be hard to see, depending on, of course, what he instant charges into, what he's going to be doing next turn. But we see the instant charge here. Going to load up on some options, hopefully, and doesn't seem too hot here at the minute.
It looked like a rare candy, and he's got Ultra Balls in hand, so maybe there's a way to get. Oh, he's a Dragon Ball in hand as well.
Yeah,
so
but with the Luminion price in that case, that actually hurts a lot because it doesn't guarantee the supporter. But here we see coming out to Federico, has an Arven here, can start getting this setup going, which is what he wants to every single time. And we do see a Electric Generator and a Force Seal Stone. The reality that we might be getting Iron Hands here sounds pretty real.
Yeah, there's a great possibility here. But as we just get an opportunity for Federico to work out his prizes as well, he's eyeing up that Bravery Charm, that one-off copy. We've seen plenty across this weekend as well. Again, just some of those cards that are utilized and sort of hit by things like the Lost Vacuum and the Jamming Towers.
And of course, imagining, you know, you're saying Jamming Tower. When we're talking tools, Raikou V is prized, which is usually the guy who takes the Force Seal Stone, which in this case also is going to make it a bit awkward for Federico. Where is that Force Seal Stone going to go? How is he actually going to be able to use it?
It's only one target, right? That Raichu V may have to come down to be utilized as just a bit of a support Pokemon initially, but it's not ideal. Could be better, because you only really want to put Raichu when you're ready to maybe burst a massive amount of damage onto the board. But let's see the direction that Federico takes here, because I'm sure he's worked out that the Raikou is not available.
Exactly, but at the very least, it gets the option to do things. As long as the Raichu and the Raikou aren't priced together, as to say, that would be very bad.
Yeah,
of course, he has the free recipients of the Force Seal Stone in this deck with the Raikou Luminion and the Raichu, of course. There are some options, but of course, we're talking options that could be searched by Miraidon, that is. But here, of course, Federico has time to go through his options here. Want to, select the way that he's going to go forward with his turn now, because, of course, it's I mean, we're in a winning it, man.
Yeah, this is all
pivotal
tricky,
moment
right?
here. But we do see the tandem unit coming down from the Rhydon, and this ball caught off the Arven. We'll see Raichu and
the
Prime
Iron
Suspect
Hands.
himself, Iron Hands, mate.
Come on, let's go. Ampy very much still one of those potential attacks that Federico will try and utilize here. As we do see, there's a switch card and the Forest Seal Stone, as we already mentioned, now being attached to the Raichu V as well. Just making sure he's able to grab those right pieces if and when he needs it.
Yeah, so the thing is here is that if he hits 2 off the Electric Generator, there's a possibility of going Forest Seal Stone for a double turbo, but that leaves you with no other options in your hand for the coming turn, depending on if you get off prizes. Now, of course, that's great.
He's Forest Seal Stone now first, actually.
All right, so
making that decision.
Bit. Oh, that could be Nestable for a potential squawk ability.
Yeah, just kind of continue bursting through.
There.
You've mentioned this earlier. It's another one of those support Pokemon that we've been championing for throughout this weekend. Is Squawk going to be the one that's going to carry Federico into day 2? That Squawk and Seize ability, so good in decks like this, where you're able to just really burst through your deck, get those energies attachments when you need it, maybe try and save some of the other utility combo pieces where you need to. Does have double lightning in hand as well. Here comes the first
generator. We need some energies here if our name is Federico Gallo. And what does he have? 1, 2,
double
two
again.
Lightning energy. He is running through him.
Yeah, this is the tricky bit right now. I mean, we've already mentioned, because he's used the Forest Seal Stone, he can't really dig out the double turbo energy. He can't guarantee the Ampu very much.
But what about we just hit the double turbo energy off the Squawk ability?
Exactly. I mean, that's the dream we're living right now. Potentially, as we do see the Switch Card and Bravery Charm already been taken, of course, from that Arven as well. This is one of those tricky moments. Let's see what's going to happen.
Bulking it up there, and we do see the Switch Card. So at least if Federico misses the double turbo and hits a lightning, there's at least the opportunity of using Arm Press for a knockup. Better than nothing, right?
Not ideal, but
we
it
want
could
to
happen.
be able to have that 2/2/2 prize raise as always, as almost every single deck wants to in this format, of course, right? So we do see him pondering about the Switch Card, does play it, and gets up the Iron Hands. So we're going for it.
Oh,
yeah, that's
there we go.
Let's see if we hit the double turbo energy here. That's going to be important 6 cards heading off here.
Yeah, 6 cards from the Squawk and Seize, what we're working with.
No, but 2 Electric Generators. Wow.
Could have been so good.
There is a possibility of actually, you know what can happen here? Federico, if he likes to play a bit here, he can go Prime Catcher, get the Iron Hands down to the bench, use an Electric Generator, and pull some energy on if he hits it. But the question here is if he wants to amp you very much so bad, and he wants to. So he hasn't attached yet. So we can see Generator again. It's going to be really important this again.
This is a big 5 cards here, I think.
What is he? 1.
He's just the 1 for the moment.
We have a second generator. We got generator number 3 coming in a hot minute, I think.
We've got 2 lightning energies pitched in the discard pile already as well. So we're down.
Yeah.
We're down 5 in total. I don't know if there was any more in hand. I think there might have been 1.
But if you're playing with Rhydon, you'll always want to go for greed. More is better. And we get to see the third, number 3 electric generator coming right in.
Here we go.
And yeah, we need energy.
Another
here.
big 5 cards, Jesper. Let's see what we hit.
And
there is 1.
That's all we need, because we have the hand attachment for the Rhydon for the retreat. So Federico, you know, zigzagging a little bit here. Iron Hands goes up, Iron Hands goes back, and now Iron Hands is going to come up again and do the Ampu very much for them 2 prizes.
Yeah, the good thing is, without lots of things happening on Hiroki's side, the Iron Hands, because of that Bravery Charm as well, does have an opportunity to stick around quite a long time, because despite this 4 lightning energy, Ampu very much dealing with full amounts of damage, of course, 120, and being able to take an additional prize card if your opponent's Pokemon is knocked out by damage from this attack. So setting the prize race now down to 4 prizes. It's on Hiroki to try and retaliate here.
But
does
do you
have a
see
Dust Clock.
what Federico has in hand as well? He has the boss's orders, and we're thinking that this Iron Hands is going to survive going back into Federico's turn, which means that the boss's orders, unless disrupted, can go and take 2 more prize cards. So it's going to be really hard on Hiroki. Of course, prizing those 2 DPs. Doesn't have the lots of options to get that extra DP out. it might seem that this Dragon Bolt has to go the distance.
Oh my, it looks like an Ultra Ball of...
Triple Ultra
Ball being utilized here, unfortunately. Just having to pitch those away because all the other cards in his hand are so vital here.
But the issue here is there is no Lumineon. That means we can't go Arven and get the guaranteed crystal. So what comes up here is that he has to almost Serendipity if he needs to draw cards, which seems like the only option for him to draw cards right now besides Dracult, but then he can't need to Dragapult, of course. So it seems like there's a bird, there's the Serendipity, and let's see if it's in the script to hit either Sparkling Crystal, Arven, or something to get into the pieces that he needs.
Yeah, there's a lot of cards that Hiroki could draw into that could really turn this game on its head. But it's going to take a lot just from 3 cards because there was no other supporter already in hand. No Forest Sealstone ready to go just for that instant pick of a Star Alchemy V-Star Power. There's a lot riding on this, but...
Oh, yeah. I mean, if there's a time for the Serendipity to shine, it has to be now. Because I might imagine if this GP does not get evolved and goes down, which I would imagine it will if it doesn't evolve because of the boss's orders in Federico's hand, right?
I mean, here we go.
These are massive. These are massive. Flip the script. Let's see what we got. And he's peeking. We can't see it.
He didn't show us. And just about getting a chance to see it there. It doesn't look
like
too great. There is that. He's going to have to potentially Jet
Candy Dragapult, and perhaps he has to just Jet Hammer this turn, which, I mean, gets the attack done, but it doesn't quite feel that great.
Yeah, 70 damage from Jet Headbutt is it's not ideal at all here, but what else could he do? I mean, he could deal 70 damage to this Iron Hands. It's currently got 280 HP, right? With 230 with the Bravery Charms available. So he does just gust up.
Onto Squawk ability. That sets up, you know, with a Jet Headbutt, you're setting up a bit here. 70, it goes down to 90 HP, right? It means that you can actually Dusclops for 50 up to 120, which also means that next turn, if you can move that out of the active spot again, you can get the knockup with the Phantom Dive. Of course, here, there's the Arven.
Yeah,
you can get back.
Just top deck the Arven, which is kind of crazy because there was no maneuverability without that actually being picked up.
Oh, yeah, and of course, we do see that the rescue board is prized for Federico, which will be a fantastic target here. But we do see Iron Bundle. And one thing that'd be very smart here is what Federico wants Hiroki to be guessing here. That's why he uses the Iron Bundle first before the Arven. You want your opponent to be guessing.
Asking questions of your opponent, right? Because, I mean, he must be scared to put up maybe a single prizer because the Iron Hands might come up
do some way. Flicking the Dust Skull, so there might be the opportunity of, maybe Rotom.
Yeah, Rotom seems to be...
It's a guessing game of how strong Federico's hand really is, actually. So it's there is a bit going on here. And then now Federico can make his move depending on what's in the active spot and how do we deal with it.
Because now, I think this is probably the best choice, right? Because you want to send a Pokemon up that can potentially take a hit. I mean, there's 3 electric generators already expended from Federico's side, and it's not the easiest to try and take a knockout on this Rotom because, unfortunately, the Iron Hand's only doing 160 with Arm Press. 120 with the Ampu very much. It's only there to kind of target down those squishier Pokemon. And probably the right decision here from Hiroki. And just being able to then potentially retreat, although we'll have to utilize something like a rescue board to do so, or maybe that one-off switch card. Sorry, from Hiroki's side. But, you know, I think Federico actually was looking for that rescue board turn 1 as well from that Arven he initially played. That's why he had to grab the Bravery Charm instead, because that's when we saw the extra use of the Prime Catcher to maneuver the Iron Hands out of the way, which is a bit unfortunate, but still was able to take the Ampi very much 2 prizes.
Yeah, but it does pay out here because it's going to be expensive for Federico this turn. He would have wished so bad that he still had the Prime Catcher, right?
Oh, 100%.
So you're going to go on Prime Catcher on something like Dusclops to, of course, then again, we always talk about disrupting the opponent as much as possible. So we're getting the Force Sealstone. Not going to be useful for a lot, but of course, Finning is winning. And then we can get the switch card to maneuver a bit back. Of course, we're not going to be able to get the knockout on the Rotom. But what is actually interesting here is that we can get to Arm Press 160 on the Rotom, right? Then we can actually block Hiroki from using Dusknoir, because if Hiroki uses Dusknoir, then Iron Hands can take 3 prizes on the Rotom coming back, and that means the rest of the 4 prizes taken.
Yeah, absolutely. Hiroki will have to kind of maneuver this turn where, although this Rotom V is likely to get damaged by this Iron Hands EX with Arm Press, leaving a 30 HP, as you've correctly highlighted there, Jesper, Hiroki needs to deal with it. Right? If he's able to deal with this Iron Hands, we're very unlikely to see a second one pop up out of nowhere. And it means that popping the Dusclops is relatively safe.
I mean, with Federico already having used 3 electric training rivers, yes, I agree. It should be pretty hard to pull it back out.
But never say never. It could happen.
We've seen very magical comebacks today, so I can't say no to that. But one thing for sure is that it's also difficult for just, you know, Hiroki dealing with the Iron Hands in the first part. Of course, he needs the attachment to the Dragapult to attack. He needs to retreat back into the Dragapult if so. So it's actually really cool that Federico went ahead and used the Iron Bundle to do that exactly. And that's also why that he flickered the Duskull, right? Because Federico probably would have gone, you know, I'm going to amp, take out the Duskull.
Oh, this is big.
And then we're going to see the Duskull on Squawk ability.
Hiroki doesn't have the fire energy in hand right now to actually use Phantom Dive, and it's just trying to take the prizes here. So had to utilize it on the Squawk ability to try and draw something. It drew into a 3rd Dreepy and the other Rotom V. That's not ideal in this scenario. It means that Iron Hands, it's going to stick around a little bit longer because he's just going to have to retreat into the Dragapult EX and maybe Jet Headbutt once again.
And if he Jet Headbutts, this means that Boss's orders will equal game for Federico. So, of course, that's what we're looking forward to. We did have the boss in hand already, right? So that means that if Hiroki just retreats, uses Jet Headbutt, we might just be all over here.
There's not much else that Hiroki could do for the time being. Does put up the big, bulky, tanky, 320 HP Dragapult EX into the active slot initially, gets the Psychic Energy attached to the benched Dreepy that he's just taken from the prizes. There's the Jet Headbutt for 70 damage.
I think we're here. So Jet Headbutt, he points towards it, puts a 70 damage on, and a moment of truth. Is there bosses only? There's off the top as well. Not even just needing one in the hand.
Has he got all 3 in his hand? That's amazing.
Wow.
Just an incredible boss's orders.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for that round 8, Federico. What a masterful play with Iron Hands there.
We saw 4 Ampu very much attacks to take so many prizes there, especially after that first game as well, where he just had more Pekko, and he's able to come back and take this round 2-1, going into day 2 now with a 6-1-1 record. Congratulations, Federico.
An unfortunate ending of the game here for Hiroki, but I mean, Federico, 9 prizes with him. Thank you very much between the 2 games that he's won here. Amazing stuff, of course, and we get to see the replay here. Very good starting game 1 from Hiroki. Of course, Federico doesn't mind starting Marpeco, actually, because, of course, we get to use the snack pick, but just the attachment of the rescue board, and then we got to see the whole sequence there. Arven, Earthen Vessel, Energy, Sparkling Crystal, Rare Candy, Dragapult. We'll get him there for game 1 and knock out that sorry Morpeko there. But we did see, you know, more action in game 2. Of course, Federico had to pull this back from an upset, right? And it's even more when we're talking nerves into winning in. Super nerve-wracking. You lose in your first game and you're thinking, wow.
And I love both players sort of enjoying the moment. Remember, we're all here for the joy of the game. Hiroki also just, you know, actioning the Ampu very much for his opponent as well, knowing he's going to be taking 2 prizes every time. He's utilizing that attack. There you go, just another little hand motion there. But Federico, like you just said, his head didn't drop after that first game. He still played out his turns and his final 2 games to as much perfection as possible. Was a bit unfortunate not having access to things like the rescue board and having to prime catcher around really weird sort of directions and navigating a sort of a really weird play. But that's how it had to go for him to be able to take down game 2 and game 3.
Yeah, and Blood Moon Ursa Luna to wrap up the game 2. And how often must he have used Blood Moon Ursa Luna to wrap up a game, right? And then, of course, the game 3. Bit of an awkward start having that Raikou prize, of course, having to go a bit of a different line than he wants to, of course, when we're talking the Prime Catcher, the back and forth with retreating as well, with the Ampu very much. And of course, Hiroki, especially on the turn that follows this one, was missing quite a few pieces, right? And only ended up Jet Headbutting instead of using Phantom Dive, of course. And then the boss's orders, Ampu very much to take the last 3 prizes of the game. And I mean, then again, we can also say for the game here, Ampu very much.
Yeah, I mean, that was a bit of a showcase for what you viewers had wanted to see on the stream. We were able to finally get it on, of course, for this winning in action. Miraidon EX partnered with Rykos, partnered with Iron Hands, being able to take down a Dragapult EX deck. The Dragapults, which seem to be that, you know, that deck, that Pokemon, which seems to really be taking Europe by storm because of, you know, the win in Dortmund, the finalist place in Lille, even winning deck in Lille, I should say as well.
It's in the deck, yes.
It's everywhere. And we've seen many players that we saw in the standings ahead of it playing Regidrago again. And we know Dragapult EX is also hiding in those decks as well.
It is a force to be reckoned with, and once Dragapult actually was revealed as a card, there was a lot of expectations for it, but everything seemed to kind of unravel itself once Sparkling Crystal came out, because we were like thinking, it's pretty difficult to actually charge up in 2 turns. You have the 2 different kinds of energy. It is a bit clunky, but of course, Crystal, you have Arven, you can get the tool, you can get the energy as well with the Vessel. You're okay.
I mean, it had Neo upper energy, but it had sort of taken collateral damage from the other Temple Sinnohs that were being utilized against Lugia V-Stars or enhanced hammers that are used for Lugia V-Stars, and then all of a sudden it's, oh, this is actually quite useful against Dragapults as well, but you know, it gets a bit unlocked. We've always spoken about what's the actual best Dragapult EX type deck, or the fastest Dragapult EX attacking deck, and Regidrago was the one that actually utilized it best. Maybe a couple of tournaments ago, or even last tournament, and the format before, but with the releases of certain cards and little combo pieces, you know, Dragapult EX is its own force to be reckoned with.
I mean, as a card itself, it's just an amazing card, but you know what? Let's not speak more about Dragapult. Let's speak some more about Iron Hands, Miraidon, and thank you very much. Let's go to the Winning interview.
Welcome, trainers. I am here with Frederico, the winner of our feature match just there, championing with Miraidon. Frederico, I must ask, how has Miraidon felt today?
Miraidon, the decision of playing Miraidon was not really good, because I play against really bad matchups.
Oh no.
But I've been practicing so much this, so I was trying to keep myself in a pace to try to win more games as possible. So this matchup in particular, Dragapult, I've been practicing probably 3 weeks.
Really?
3 weeks, yeah, because one of my best friends is playing Dragapult, so I've been practicing too much. So I know that it's gonna be out of range. I don't know if I focus the 3B with the energy, or if I attach the Bravery Champ. So I've been practicing too much, but the nervous on the first match, maybe, yeah, the first match was unplayable.
Yes.
The second one, the nervous. I used to play the Prime Catcher before the generator, but yeah.
You know, it all worked out, so it's all okay. Why did you choose Miraidon specifically?
I've been playing Miraidon for probably a whole year.
Wow.
Yeah, I made top 64 at Liverpool, so I've been keeping to try Miraidon to put again on the top. I'm not playing any 60 deck card copied of internet.
Oh wow! Yeah. This is your homebrew. You made this yourself.
Not by myself, because my testing group over there is helping me. So
big shout out to them. Made it happen today.
But, I've been trying to play Miraidon with Morpeko. Morpeko for me is a really strong card.
I love him.
Yeah, because also give me the opportunity to have a Pokemon support with Iron Thorn EX.
Yes.
Iron Thorn EX is a pretty bad matchup against me, so it's the only Pokemon that I can use. It's really good to dig up. Also, the generator for 6. I love it.
So good. Just being able to stack a kind of card or have a little, sneaky peek. I think it's such a strong ability, but definitely underutilized. I love using Morpeko, so I'm glad you agree.
Yeah.
So coming into this event, how does it now feel knowing that you're going into day 2?
Oh, it's awesome, because I've been practicing this interview the whole week, just in case, because I'm very confident. My team group is confident with me. They are playing so well with me and testing so much. So also let me use the space to give a big shout out to all the community on Spain, because I'm living in Spain now. The Alicante community and the Murcia community, they are helping me too much. Also, my friends supporting me in Argentina. My family probably is watching this. My friends in Argentina too. So yeah, I jumped off into Pokemon last year. So for me, everything is awesome right now. Yeah.
I love that so much. That's so perfect. And it's a huge opportunity to give a big shout out to all the people who have helped you in your journey. So thank you so much for, giving an ode to them, because they are the people in our lives that get us here. And
how are you finding kind of going for your invite this season? I presume you're going for an invite. Come on.
I have a big issue. It's not an issue because it's gonna be the best thing in the entire world because I'm gonna be parent next year. So also let me give a big shout out to my wife that is watching over there. So I'm gonna be parent on January. So probably this is my last shot, my last opportunity. Not shot, just my last try.
Yeah,
so,
come on.
I'm gonna try to attend Sevilla also, but
that's so perfect.
I try to make
Absolutely. We'd love to see you in Sevilla. And obviously here you're going to have an opportunity to go as far as possible. We're going to be cheering you on backstage, you bet.
Thank you so much.
Honestly, a fantastic game. Super happy to see Miraiden really kicking it in this event.
Yeah.
I'm glad you've proved that it deserves to be here. But for now, we are going to jump back to a small break. But don't go anywhere because I've got more surprises. And we're back, and the surprise was the casters are still here. How do we feel that day one went, guys?
What an excellent day one we had. Lots of really interesting archetypes on stream as well. Lots of Gardevoir, but different iterations. You know, we saw Bennett in action, Gouging Fire as well. And we even got to see the Iron Thorns and Dragapult in action as well. So lots of interesting archetypes still being demonstrated this weekend.
I love to see it. Again, this is such a broad meta, and we keep seeing that coming back and back again.
Yeah, I mean, just by having the virtue of all these different decks and so much to actually be, you know, for the viewers to actually select from and actually trying to give back to you guys and the viewers and interacting with us as well. It's just fantastic. I mean, for me and Jesper to be able to see so many amp you very much in the final round heading into day two was incredible.
I know. What season is this? There's so many amp you very much. We got to see the hands once again.
I can tell it's amp you very much season for sure. If Federico keeps continuing like this, we might just amp it all up.
Oh, that would be fantastic. And I think it's a very threatening deck to be going into day two. With the amount of Lugia that we're probably going to see transfer into day two, we could just Miraiden his way to the top.
Yeah, I was looking at those top tables, and there's a lot of Regidrago, there's a lot of that Lugia V-Star like you mentioned, and that's exactly where Miraiden wants to be, in the thick of it, as we have a look at these Swiss standings after the round 7, of course, and we know that they're on those final moments now of that round number 8.
Yeah, I can already see and pick out a couple of players who are playing Iron Thorns as well, trying to weave into those Lugia matchups that you've highlighted, Amy. But at the same time, I think me and Jesper spoke about it. Kaiwan and James are there yet again, undefeated in going into Swiss round 8 and possibly pushing themselves into contention for day 2 top 8 as well.
Absolutely, and that's it. That's all there is to play for now. We're trying to get as many points as you can day 1 to put yourself in a good standing ready for day 2, because it isn't over yet. There is so much still to play for, and you want to go into day 2 with the best record possible.
Yeah, I know James was in a mirror match in that last round as well. It was going down to the wire by the looks of things as I was wandering around the tables. Really interesting stuff to see. Kaiwan as well, demonstrating his deck. You know, their deck list is perfect, to be honest. So many placements with that exact same 60 shows that it is the exact 60 you need to be playing of Drago.
Ooh, now we need to see what happens with that. I can't wait for tomorrow.
It seems like someone's going to win their caster picks.
I mean, come on.
Yeah, come on.
You played pretty safe with your caster picks. I mean, it's not really bold, is it?
Safe is also winning. I mean, Rodrigo's safe deck to play, but yes, to be honest, that did go pretty boring and safe with mine, but I mean, first time's got to be something, right? That has to be that.
I see. You went for a safe pick rather than something spicy, just to make sure you felt part of the team, huh?
Yeah, poor kid's got to win sometimes, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind losing. I want to win.
No, our day 2 Swiss is going to be fantastic. We're going to be kicking off with so many players in great standing and who have really put their names on the map. Now, here are just some of our day 2 qualified players. Any standouts?
I mean, just from my side, it's great to see Bert Walters continue his run. I mean, I think he had a fantastic finish in Lille not too long ago as well, and it's great to see him back, just enjoying Pokemon again.
I mean, as well, we can toured in there, and then of course a shout out to my fellow Dane Matthias Burger Jakobsen, which after a long while with no day 2s is back in it. So I mean, Kai win again, of course, can't avoid that.
Absolutely. Michael Hunter, one of our winners of one of our regional events last year as well, so bringing it back again. Is he going to continue and climb to the top?
Yeah, so many players. Just Andreas, all right. I mean, we can go through the list. So many players we even saw on stream as well. So many variation in decks, and I just can't wait to see them back in action tomorrow, because remember, they're going into day 2, carrying that resistance, carrying their points that they've got and accumulated throughout day 1 so far, and they're just going to have to be pushing through to try and make it into that top cut.
Yeah, day 2 is going to be starting at 10 a.m. CET. That is 1 a.m. PST. Have a little search of where that's going to sit for yourself, and make sure you're awake, alive, enthusiastic, and ready for day 2 action, because we are going to be live at 10 a.m. CET, and I could not be more thrilled to be bringing more Pokemon action at that time, because we have so much more to give, so much more to show, and so much more innovation from our players as we see the rest of our season unfold.
Yeah, this is the last tournament before Sao Paulo, crowning our Stellar Crown formats. So this is the last chance to see those last tweaks of the metagame. So you have to tune in tomorrow to make sure that you're on the pulse, ready for Sao Paulo. If you're making it out there, that's going to be sort of dictating what the archetypes are going to be going into that massive tournament. And that's just the beginning, the first internationals of the season. From there, even more tournaments throughout Europe, and of course, London, NAIC, and we're ending in Anaheim.
It's wild to think this is only the first little snippet of what the EU has to give. We are so early in the season. There is so much more to come, and we've got so many exciting locations to travel with you guys towards. But so make sure you don't miss any of the action, even from home. Please make sure that you go to pokemon.com/broadcast. You make sure you bookmark that now and follow our channels, of course, on Twitch, YouTube, and follow our social media to boot, where you can check everything on the website, from which casters are going to be casting which events, and of course checking out all of the relevant information for the start times. Don't forget to join us on X, YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram using that hashtag #PlayPokemon, so that you can make sure that we see all of your tweets and action. We want to see what you guys think of the cast, what you think of the matchups, the decks, and what you're doing to celebrate each regional. So make sure that you're following all of our channels and social media. But once again, thank you so much for joining all of us. We have done so much already this weekend, but you need to make sure that you're following along with our Twitch schedule, because there is more to come. As you can see, we've got a Pokemon Center holiday unboxing with Pokemon Cast. Whoa, Jesper, you should get in on that.
Oh yeah, sounds pretty exciting, yeah.
Well, why would you not want to? Or Alex, are you a fan of Black and White, or would you prefer to wait for the feast with Pokemon?
I mean, Black and White was one of the games that I was able to come back into, especially one of the video games as well. So it's a great series to be able to tune back in, see some real highlights of that region's Pokemon as well. It's just fantastic to see. But let's face it, what we're all interested are that live one that's popping up.
Oh yeah, looking exciting on Monday. So don't forget, there's no shortage of Pokemon action. Even after we've wrapped up this event on Twitch, Pokemon has lots going on just for you guys. We have much, much more where all of this came from. But don't forget to be back with us at 10 a.m. tomorrow, where we'll greet you once again with our lovely smiles and many, many Pokemon games to come. So with lots of love, we will see you tomorrow from the TCG stream team.